Welcome to 10 hours of crazy Karens. You guys absolutely loved the last film I did. 10 hours of entitled parents. It's gone crazy. So many views, so much love and support. I appreciate you a lot. So I thought I'd bring you a part 2. 10 hours of Karens going absolutely mental. Listen guys, sit back, relax, get your snacks, drinks ready. This is going to be a long one, of course. I hope you enjoy it, if you can enjoy stories about these horrible Karens. Without further ado, let's go. My entitled aunt thinks I work at a store I worked at 4 years ago and demands a discount. Okay, first off, my aunt is a real lady. She uses our family for her gain and gives zero Fs about anyone else but herself and her image and her friends. She will only ever talk to us if we have something that she wants. She lives in one of the most expensive parts of Sacramento, while our immediate family all lives and has lived in the same area nearly my mum and aunt's entire lives. She's very entitled and thinks highly of herself. Her and her husband and children are the type of people who are always keeping up with the Joneses. She has to be admired and loved by strangers. She scams money out of whoever she can, especially my grandma, which is how she's able to live in such an expensive area and claim back issues and not work. Or she'll work and immediately quit if someone doesn't like her, smoke and hang out all day while her husband gets drunk and acts like an idiot. With that out of the way, let me tell you what happened Friday afternoon. Now, I am the semi-black sheep of my family. I'm not mean, I'm not rude, I don't talk rubbish, nor do I socialize much with my family because I know they don't really like having me around. So no one ever calls or talks about me in regards of how I am or what I'm doing, which is usually nothing. So I was surprised to get a phone call from my aunt, the entitled idiot. I didn't know the number, I didn't know at the time how she got my number, but I was waiting on a call from my doctor, so I answered without a second thought. So I answer, hoping it's my doctor, but I hear my aunt's voice. She and I have never been close. I don't like her. I don't think I've ever liked her. I burned myself as a child because she wouldn't let me have a bath since she was entertaining her friends and getting high. So I went and made myself a bath and burned most of the skin on my legs, thighs and butt off. That's how much I hated her. And her daughter would steal my dolls, toys, whatever she could get her hands on, and she never gave them back. Nor would anyone believe me when I'd find my stuff destroyed at their house. Anyway, I answered and I'm extremely confused when I hear this idiot's voice. She tries to sound all sweet and nice. Hey, how you doing? Grandma says you're sick. Yeah, I am. I absolutely hate talking, especially to this idiot on the phone. Okay, she's quiet before she gets to the point as to why she's calling me. The one niece she hasn't or couldn't steal or con from. Well, you still work at Party Town, right? My grandson needs a costume for Halloween. I want a discount or you can sneak one out for me. I kinda just sat there thinking, is this lady serious? Did she really just say that? Did she ask me for something I cannot do even if I wanted to without asking nicely with a please? And did she not know what day it was? The store would be packed to heck with parents who couldn't make more time to get a Halloween costume 6 days before Halloween. What? Are you high? I don't work there. I worked there 4 years ago for like 2 months. Who said I worked there, and why would you think I'd give you a discount or steal for you of all people? I was annoyed to heck and back by being told what someone else tells me what I'm gonna do. And it's a week before Halloween, there's no costumes left. My aunt let out this weird sound and starts saying something like, don't be selfish, your cousin, who's thieving by the way, needs a costume for her son. He's only 3 years old, are you really gonna be a lady and not get him a costume? After a little rage, all I can do is just laugh. I had taken some pain meds for my knee, so I'm kinda loopy and tired and thinking I'm dreaming, and all I do is laugh. I can hear my sticky-fingered cousin chime in, calling me a selfish lady and how she's gonna get me fired for stealing. Somehow, they came up with the idea that I steal costumes for my teenage nephews at a job I don't work at, because my grandma told them I worked there once 4 years ago during Halloween. She and my cousin are still yelling at me on the phone until I stop laughing. My eyes are closed and I'm on the edge of sleep, and I tell them I don't work there, I haven't worked there in 4 years. I was working with my mum until 2 years ago, you stupid idiots. God dang, you guys can't stop coming up with scams and schemes long enough to get facts straight before you call and harass people? You don't listen to grandma tell you about us when you come down asking for money. F off, you ingrates. That's all I remember before I passed out. I woke up Saturday morning with a stiff leg and missed calls and texts from my grandma and aunt. My grandma was apologizing and said she set my aunt straight, but an hour later my aunt calls and says, you can get grandma to lie for you, but I know you're a selfish lady like your mum and you won't even help out the family. I just listened to her, tired as anything, trying to stretch my leg and let her go on. I'm going to be in later today for my grandson's costume and it better be half off or free. Yeah, I would love to see that. But even if I could stand to walk or be in public, I don't care enough to watch her humiliate herself or try and belittle seasonal employees. And she didn't even tell me what costume she was looking for anyway. If I worked there, was I just supposed to grab any toddler costume for her punk butt? I feel bad for the kid, but my aunt is such an effing lady and she's hurt my grandma too much for me to even consider helping her or my cousins. Wow, your aunt is certainly something else. Like, I understand that she wants something from you, that's fine, but the fact that she doesn't even make some sort of conversation or even find out if you're still working there is so stupid. And then, yeah, her entitledness just shines through. Moving on to our second story, speak English or GTFO. So for some background, I'm severely hard of hearing but consider myself deaf. I mean, when your hearing is that shot, you might as well be. I also operate a very small local deaf meetup group in my local area, which includes a hearing person, one of my roommates, who just seems to enjoy hanging out with us and we're fine with that. When with the group, I don't wear my hearing aids, as that roommate is usually fine with handling things if and when hearing is needed. He's a trooper. At this particular meetup, which happened this morning at Shoney's for their breakfast, we came across an entitled parent. Onto the story. Everyone was seated, casually nomming their favourite breakfast items from the breakfast bar at Shoney's. Everyone signing and giggling back and forth with one another and enjoying our time together. But we did notice a kid that was nearby bugging my roommate about something. I wouldn't know what's being said until after we arrived home after the meetup and will include the conversational bits where relevant. Why aren't any of you talking? Oh, I can talk. They are deaf and can't hear speech, so we use sign language to talk. Oh, that's cool. The kid runs off and my roommate didn't think any more of it. It's not uncommon for someone to ask about sign language here or there, or ask us how to say something or get advice on where they can learn the language. Liveprint.com if you are personally interested, it's free and where we typically send folks. Sounds like nothing spectacular so far, I know, but it wasn't until we were ending our little meetup and start saying our goodbyes when the kid's mother approaches our table. Again, the deafies are just thinking yet another person with a sign language question, the hearie can handle it. But apparently this kid's mum was so offended that we weren't speaking vocally that she intended to make her stupid opinion known. You need to stop doing the hand signal stuff and speak English, it's very rude. I'm sorry, what? These guys are deaf, so... But the entitled mum cuts him off. I don't care if they're deaf, they can speak English like everyone else in America. No, they can't. Literally 2 of these people were born completely deaf. They don't know what English even remotely sounds like. It's not my fault they're idiotic. They should still speak English, and you too. Stop messing about with your hands, it's very rude. It's very rude to insist people with a disability to cater to your sensibilities, and honestly, I wish I were deaf myself, so I wouldn't have to hear the screeching of a heartless lady with less than 2 brain cells to rub together. Wow, good comeback. You can't speak like that around children. She ends up huffing and running off. At this point though, she's gotten the attention of everyone at our meetup. We all were thinking that was the end of it, and the roommate signed to us telling us crazy lady thinks we're throwing gang signs and other stupid stuff, everything's fine. Well, we've seen that before. Well, turns out the entitled mum ended up getting the manager demanding we be kicked out. So enter manager stage left. The manager arrives at the table with the entitled mum and the poor kid in tow. The entitled mum's looking smug, like she just accomplished something huge. I've got a complaint that your entire party has been rude and is cussing. The manager notices sign language being used and asks the entitled mother, Mom, do you know what they're saying? No, not at all. They're not speaking English, which is very rude. We're in America, and in America we speak English. The roommate swears this is what she said, and since we do live in the sticks, I wouldn't put it past that someone would say something like this. Mom, we can't kick people out for not speaking English. But they're insulting me and my kid, just look at them. At this point, it's worth noting that when we're discussing something or someone, if the object of discussion is available, they're pointed at. At no point in our discussion did we point at the entitled mother nor her kid. What we were talking about was various subjects, from cats to the girl we got recently invited from Walmart talking about wanting to get a fish tank and a small fighter beta and other places they'd like to go for the next meetup. So nothing involving the entitled parent nor her kid. But my roommate says, actually, he points to one of us, she's talking about getting a fish tank and getting a beta fish. Points to me. He's getting information on where the next meetup might take place. Points to the black guy. He's talking about a kitten he recently adopted. points to the entitled mother, and she's being rude, insisting deaf people need to stop using sign language to accommodate her stupid sensibilities. The manager surprisingly signs to the group, asking if we found everything to our liking. We all practically say yes to some degree, yes, okay, etc., different signs. The manager proceeds to inform the entitled mother that she'll need to leave us alone or he will have to ask her to leave. She apparently continued to complain about how we continue to sign after all this and was asked to leave. She did, and apparently screamed how she's never coming back. The manager gave us 10% off our bills, except the roommate who dealt with the brunt of it, who got his meal free. Well, good for him. My dad asked to borrow my car, then sells it. This was a long time ago. I hardly have any contact with that part of the family anymore, but I do still talk to my dad once in a while. My dad had needed a car for a while, so I loaned him mine. When I went to get the car back, the back end was smashed in. My dad tells me how he was at a red light and the car was rear-ended. Of course, I asked the normal questions about faults and insurance and everything else. He tells me the other guy's insurance company sent him a check for the damages, but it wasn't enough to cover the repairs. That was a lie, so he didn't have the car repaired. Instead, he spent the money. Now, my dad and I have the same first and last name, but a different middle name, so it's easy to see how he could claim the car was his and have the check written to him. When I told my dad that he should have just let me know about the accident and let me handle the claim, he says, "Why should you get anything? You weren't in an accident. I was." We had an argument about that, but none of my dad's arguments was even anywhere close to being valid. He also just wasn't listening to anything that I was saying. I asked my dad to leave the car at his house for a few days, and I said that I would arrange to have it picked up and repaired. A couple of days later, I went to his house, but I didn't see the car, so I thought he wasn't home. When I knocked, he answered. My younger brother was also there, which was surprising because he was supposed to be away at college, which I was helping pay for, but that's another story. I told my dad I was there to pick up the car. He says that was impossible because he sold it. I asked him why he did that, and he said, "You seem so annoyed about the damage. I figured you just want me to go ahead and sell it, so you didn't have to deal with it anymore." I was making payments on the car, and I asked my dad how he could have sold it without the title. He told me he just had the guy fill out a lost title form or something like that. I don't even know the details on it. I told him that I thought that was going to be a problem when the guy tries to register the car and finds out there's a lien on the car. My dad just says, "That's the buyer's problem, not mine." When I asked him how much he got for it, he told me he got $3,000. Even with the damage, it was worth closer to $7,000, but definitely no less than $5,000. So obviously, I asked my dad for the money, but he told me he'd already spent it. Then he went into a rant about how many bills he has and how he's even paying for my brother's college. Again, not true. Plus, my brother was sitting right there. He dropped out, but didn't even tell me, even though he kept cashing the checks I sent. I had very little contact with my parents after that, and I think I only actually saw them one time since then, which was around the time I got married, but not at the wedding because they refused to go. None of this was all that surprising though. I never ever should have even loaned the car to my dad in the first place. Well, yeah, OP, to be honest, mate, it sounds to me like a couple of your family members are pretty horrible people. Your brother clearly takes after your dad. What's he doing? Seriously, like, what is he actually doing? This story actually reminds me of another Entitled Parents video I made not long ago. If you want to check that out, it's again about, you know, a Karen kind of stealing someone's car, trying to put their own name on it, their own number plate. Check it out up here if you haven't seen it yet. Very, very similar story to this. Equally as strange. What is it with, you know, parents using their children's cars and, you know, trying to get their name on the license and on the title and stuff like that? And then what, just spending the money that they made from it, selling it in the first place is mad. Then not giving the money back to the owner of the car, their child, even worse. And now moving on to our second story, slightly more serious than the first. Entitled Mum and Entitled Grandma try to kill residents of group home. Many years ago, I worked in a group home. For the privacy of all the residents, we had a set visitation room, with visitation hours by appointment only. Appointment only so that two families weren't trying to visit at the same time. It had a separate entrance and a door that shut it off from the rest of the house. It had a half bath, a TV, cable hookup, game console with maybe 50 games, a DVD player with about 150 movies, board and card games, along with nice comfy seating and a small 4-person table. Visitors were not allowed anywhere but that room if any of the other residents were home. It didn't matter if Bill wanted to show off his new bedding set or if Jack's mum wanted to see if he needed new clothes. I don't think my mum wants to do that, but anyway, if the other residents were home, no. The families of 5 of the residents were fine with it. Kyle's mother and grandmother, though, were not. They firmly believed that they were within their rights to enter the rest of the house and inspect it and his housemates. He was their baby and they had rights. By God. Well, actually, no. The residents of this home were 30 to 40-year-old men with developmental and physical disabilities. They were all actually wards of the state. The fact they were even allowed to know where he was, let alone visit, was a huge privilege. To be honest, I was wondering why the rules were so strict. That makes sense. Our agency had many other homes where the families of the residents had no idea where they were and weren't allowed to see them. The families were only allowed to contact the case manager and inquire about them through him. Back to Kyle's mum and grandma. It was a constant battle to keep them out of the rest of the house. It got to the point that we had to have an extra staff member during their visits. This staff member had to sit outside the connection door while the visits were going on and physically stand, blocking their way when they would attempt to enter. I lost track of how many times we ended up calling the police to have them removed from the main part of the house before that happened. And that's when they started calling the police on us. After the 3rd time of them calling the police to demand entrance to the rest of the house, they lost their privilege of visiting. Kyle was moved to another home where they weren't allowed to know the address. This didn't go over well, to put it nicely. They were adamant Kyle was still in our home, and they threatened us several times that we would pay for keeping their baby from them. A restraining order was granted against them, keeping them 800 feet from the house, staff, residents, and no calls to the house. It all came to a head one night when at dark 30, I was locking up the house for the night. All doors and windows had to be checked and the alarm set. Another staff was doing bedtime medicine. The other 2 were helping out with bedtime routines and getting laundry going. I kept telling the other staff I smelled smoke, like a campfire, just faint whiffs of it. They said I was crazy. I just walked the entire house and nothing was burning. It must be a neighbor having a small backyard fire or something, and I got a whiff while closing the windows and it was stuck in my nose. It finally became strong enough for the others to smell. In pairs, we checked the house again. Nothing, but the smell is getting stronger. We met back in the living room and decided to go ahead and call the fire department when we realized we could see wisps of smoke in the living room. We woke the residents and had them put on shoes and jackets. The smoke in the living room was now clearly visible and it was starting to make its way towards the bedroom, and it finally triggered the alarms. Protocol was to evacuate and get the residents to the van. The living room was the exact center of the house with an open floor plan, with the kitchen on one side and a laundry room on the other. The bedrooms were through the living room and to the left and right, along with 2 bathrooms, the visitors' room and our office being at opposite ends of each other. Down the hall, we shuffled to our office because the van was parked to that side and the keys were in the office. As we came around the corner of the house, we see the source of the smoke. Our front porch was on fire. The house was brick, which was what was preventing it from spreading outwards, but it was spreading upwards towards the roof. The police and fire departments arrived just as we reached the van. The fire department went to work on the house. The police head towards us. We're all fine, except 4 people came running up to us. Kyle's mother and grandmother, along with 2 unknown men. The 2 women started screaming for Kyle and that they were here to rescue him. We'd endangered him by allowing him to live in a fire trap. They suddenly realized that there was no Kyle in the group, and they were now screaming that we'd left him to burn in that house. They were suing us, they'd shut us down, and have us in prison for murder. The police quickly asked if we had left someone behind, to which we answered no, we have all 6 men. But for their safety, we had to get them in the van and then we'd sort this out. The police held the mother and grandmother back from us, while they continued to shriek about Kyle and the fact that we'd left him to die. 2 of the staff loaded them while me and my co-worker talked to the police, starting with the fact that those 2 women had a restraining order, and for his safety and ours, Kyle had been moved to a location unknown to them. They were cuffed immediately and told to pipe down. Now that is what I love to hear. We proceeded to explain exactly what had transpired that evening. The fire was doused quickly while we did this. One of the firemen came over to talk to the officers, and we heard him say there was preliminary evidence that this fire was set deliberately. there would be a formal investigation. Kyle's mother and grandmother were arrested for violating the restraining order and suspicion of arson. The two men were arrested on suspicion of arson also. Now, moving on, results of the investigation determined a clear case of arson. There was also a deliberate rigging of a device to the door leading out of the visitation room that would have been fatal to the person opening the door, and if anyone was close by, debilitating, if not fatal. The four were indicted on vandalism, arson, 8 counts of attempted homicide, 2 counts of attempted murder. It came out that they were unaware of the other side door, which saved lives. They got a plea deal and got 7 to 10 years each. This was back in the early 2000s, so I don't remember what exactly the sentence was. Wow. Alright, look, first of all, don't get me wrong. Obviously, it's not nice having your son locked up in a place like this, but clearly he's there for his own safety, you know? Like, there's a reason why he's in this place. Look, it's not ideal for the mum and the grandma, and I get that, but come on, there's obviously some backstory here. He's not just going to be in there randomly. It's not as if he's, like, trying to fight his way out, you know? Come on, there's a reason he's there. But, and I can't quite believe they did this, trying to, you know, set the whole building on fire of the place you believe your son is in, just to try and, you know, free him or let him escape or whatever, see him, even though they know he's not there. I mean, clearly they don't, but he isn't there, is mental. You're putting 8 lives at risk. You're actually trying to kill people. Sorry, not just putting their... I've just completely forgotten the fact that they set up a bomb pretty much, didn't they? On the door that would have killed the person who opened it. What are they doing? Trying to kill some staff members, trying to free everyone else inside by setting the whole place on fire just to see your son? What? Are you sure? Wow. Lock these guys away and throw away the key. You don't care if I change your subscription to premium, do you? So this actually happened yesterday, and the entitled person in question is my dad. For a long time now, Dad has been asking for my Netflix password, but I wouldn't give it to him. I didn't care if he used my Netflix, but I knew him well enough to know that he'd happily give out my password to anybody who wanted it. He had openly admitted that he wanted his second ex-wife to have it. He'd continually asked for my password, but I refused. 3 days ago, I offered him a compromise. I wouldn't give him my password, but I would lock him in and make him a profile. He agreed, so I went to his house to set it up. At first, he seemed grateful, but yesterday I got an email from Netflix that my subscription plan has changed. I checked and saw that it had been upgraded to a premium subscription. I immediately changed it back, but I would have to still pay the increased price this month. I called Dad and asked if he had been the one to change that subscription. He initially denied it was him, so I told him I was going to have to change the password again. Yeah, I might have done something to Netflix, he quickly said. The moment I mentioned the password, I was pressing buttons. Look, I don't know what I was doing, but I might have changed the subscription. I told him that he had changed it to a more expensive subscription, but he just said it was only a few bucks more. Then he tried to distract me by asking if I'd ever watched Supernatural, as he'd supposedly just discovered it, but I steered the conversation back. I did not believe it had been an accident, but I just told him to be more careful. His story suddenly shifted as he claimed Netflix forced him to upgrade. He said it kept asking him if he wanted to watch it in HD, and he tried to cancel it 4 times. When he'd finally accepted it, it upgraded his subscription. Of course, I didn't believe that story either, but I learned long ago it's better just to drop things with him. Later that evening, he called Mum. He was mad that I had changed the subscription, since it wasn't that much more expensive. Netflix had forced him, and he really couldn't tell any difference in the SD and HD. He actually was pouting and told her that I could just cancel his account since he couldn't watch it anyway. And that is why I had to change my password again. To be honest, guys, I wouldn't even necessarily mind it if your dad was just open and honest and admitted that it was him that tried to do this thing. It's the fact that he said, oh no, I was forced into it, I didn't want to do it anyway, and I didn't do it in the first place, that just makes this all so much more embarrassing for him. Like, don't get me wrong, I would much prefer to watch Netflix in HD rather than SD. For that reason, I have an HD account. I don't blame him for wanting to do that, but I do blame him for doing it on your account, not telling you, on your card, I assume, and then lying to your face, saying that it wasn't him and that he was forced to do it, when we all know that is utter BS. What's he on about? Pressing a few little buttons and then being forced to pay more money? Yeah, sounds legit, mate. Shut up. And now moving on to our second story of today's episode, entitled Mother-in-Law Demands a Paternity Test and then tries to steal the baby. This is my sister's story. My sister and her husband were together for 5 years before they got married in 2016. Within a month of their marriage, my sister found out she was expecting. She told very few people around her, and her mother-in-law was not one of them. When she was 12 weeks along, she finally felt secure enough to announce her pregnancy to everyone else. So then, entitled instance 1. My sister's entitled mother-in-law started crying as everyone around her was celebrating. My sister announced it during a family lunch between our families. The only ones who knew were me, my parents, and her husband, my brother-in-law. My sister's in-laws and brother-in-law's siblings were just finding out. My sister had not wanted to share the news because she was worried about miscarrying. However, when her mother-in-law saw my parents and me smiling and not being surprised, she started bawling, screaming that my sister ruined her experience of finding out about her grandbaby by not telling her as soon as she found out. She was angry about the fact that my sister shared the news with us, her literal flesh and blood, over her. My sister's father-in-law had to remove her from the situation, and my sister felt guilty, as did her husband. They spent the rest of the afternoon trying to make up for it, while the rest of us were confused why the mother-in-law thought she deserved to know first. Now this led to another situation, entitled Instance 2. Sorry to interject here guys, but I'm feeling a little bit naive. When OP said that the entitled mum started crying, I just presumed it was happy tears, you know, because you're gonna be a grandma. Not sad tears, because everyone else knew first. Oh god, but this is entitled parents, I should have known better. Anyway, this led to another situation, entitled Instance 2. Now, since my sister's mother-in-law felt excluded, she made sure she was included from that point onwards, throwing a baby shower much before my sister wanted to, decor and arrangements, guest list and invites being done without as much as consultation from my sister, inviting mostly her mother-in-law's side of the family and not ours, forcing my sister to let her be present for each prenatal checkup and scan, moving into the house with my sister and brother-in-law to help take care of her baby, trying to control what and how much my sister eats, including throwing out essential medication prescribed to her and arguing against my sister's nutritionist, who'd made a very extensive meal plan for her. Finally, my brother-in-law and sister had had enough. They asked her to move out and to not stick her nose into everything that wasn't her concern. Now, mind you, my brother-in-law is a big softie and a mama's boy, but he will stand up for his wife. This led to the penultimate situation, entitled Instance 3. My sister's mother-in-law lost her head. How could her baby boy throw her out of the house? She decided it must be because my sister is a manipulative female dog. Somehow, this string of thought landed her to presume that that baby could not be my brother-in-law's, because my brother-in-law wanted to wait until marriage to have sex, and that my sister got pregnant too soon. So my sister's mother-in-law went around spreading gossip and rumor everywhere, and to anyone stupid enough to listen to her. She went from calling my sister's unborn baby her baby to now calling it every name possible. Devil child, the result of cheating, insert word that I can't say, and whatnot. Then she started demanding she needed to see proof of paternity, otherwise she would cut the child and my sister off from the family, and also never speak to her son again if he would not condemn his wife's behavior. She was also convinced my family knew of her pregnancy before her, because we must have known she cheated and deceptively got her married to my brother-in-law to hide the facts. They again had had enough, and this went on till she gave birth. My sister and brother-in-law went low contact with my mother-in-law for months, pre and postpartum. Around the time the baby was 5 months old, the mother-in-law apologized and stated she wanted access to her baby again. My sister and her husband were very skeptical, but they agreed for supervised visits only, and only if the mother-in-law was constantly accompanied by either my sister or brother-in-law. Now, what a surprise, guys. She did not like this, and she once again threw a tantrum over how her son was corrupted by his evil wife, and her darling son would never, ever do something like this to his mother. She again brought up paternity, and called my brother-in-law blind and an idiot, yes, that is her own son, guys, for letting some common hussy force him to parent someone else's child. My brother-in-law calmly stated it was either his way or the highway. and my mother-in-law chose his way. This is the peak of the entitled saga. Mother-in-law tries to steal the baby. So, one of the days when my mother-in-law was allowed to visit the baby, she absolutely is no help and demands to be catered to. My sister was very tired. The baby had colic that week, and she was run to the ground. My brother-in-law could not be home, and my sister tried rescheduling, but my mother-in-law was already on the way, and at that point, it was nearly impossible to stop her. My sister says she had just handed the baby over to my mother-in-law in the living room and sat on the couch. Big mistake. She has no idea when she dozed off, but my sister must have dozed off for a little while after being up with a fussy child, and of course, being exhausted and dealing with postpartum issues. When she came to, neither the mother-in-law nor the baby was to be found. She looked for the baby frantically and called her mother-in-law, but no answer. She got in touch with her husband, who drove home, picked her up, and they went to her mother-in-law's house to look for her. Her father-in-law answered the door and said that he also had not seen her mother-in-law since she drove down to visit my sister. But her phone was on Find My Phone, and they could track her phone from his device, as they shared the same cloud. Sure enough, within minutes, they see the phone moving towards a local hospital lab area. It's a one-way road and a dead end. They hop in a car and drive to the hospital. My sister finds her mother-in-law arguing with the hospital staff for not performing any medical procedures and tests on the baby without the parents. Her mother-in-law wanted to get a paternity test performed on the baby. She was detained by the hospital security, and the baby was in the custody of the hospital, who thought she had stolen the baby. My sister and brother-in-law reached the hospital just in time before they called the cops and tried to locate them. They had to show 10 different types of proof of identity and parentage to the staff before they were allowed to take their baby again. My brother-in-law actually ended up threatening legal action against his own mother, but I'm not sure what came of that. This happened years ago, and my mother-in-law and brother-in-law and my sister have the most strained relationship. The baby barely knows its grandma, but it's quite close to the grandpa, who often visits. Yeah, very simple solution here, guys. Restraining order. Get that put in place right now and get this horrible dog of a woman out of your life, because what is she offering in terms of value, in terms of support, in terms of general chat, any banter going on there? I highly doubt it. I think she just sounds like an absolute cow, a horse, a pig perhaps, maybe even a snow leopard. Who knows? That's being too kind. Snow leopard's actually my favorite animal. What a cool animal that is. Can we get a picture of a snow leopard up on screen? Wow. Look, what a beautiful animal. And now let's get a picture of a horrible, disgusting woman on screen. And that's the difference right there. That is the difference of biology. Was any of that necessary? I don't think so. But I love snow leopards. They're cool animals. Unlike this dog of a woman. Entitled parent stops woman on crutches getting in elevator. This is my first time posting a story like this, so bear with me. I've always wondered if I'd ever see something awful enough to post on here, and this happened a couple of weeks ago. So him, 20, was in Primark at the time, which is a well-known clothing outlet in the UK for people who can't afford to fork out on big clothing brands. I was wandering around the men's section on the second floor, where there is a busy escalator on one side of the shop and a lift on the other. As I got closer to the lifts, I heard raised voices and went over to look, because I'm nosy. There was a white woman in her mid-20s standing in the open lift. She had a child in a pram with her. Let's call her Karen. In the doorway of the lift was an older black woman, around 50 years old, who clearly had an issue with her leg and was using crutches, and one of those boots they use for stuff like broken legs. Let's call her Jane. With Jane was a younger black man, maybe in his late 20s, but I'm not sure he said anything during the entire encounter. Now, I'm making race relevant because I'm not entirely sure that Karen's actions weren't entirely free of prejudice. So, Karen was in the lift, with her pram angled to stop Jane getting in. Now, the lift is definitely big enough for more than 3 people and a pram. In a raised voice, she told Jane, "I'm claustrophobic. I can't have anyone in the lift with me." Jane was asking if Karen would please just let her into the very big lift so she didn't have to wait for it to go and come back. But Karen wasn't having it and just kept repeating the "I'm claustrophobic" line over and over and told Jane to use the escalator instead. Jane gestured towards her leg and crutches and asked whether Karen did this in all lifts, because there was no way she could get away with doing that every time someone got into a lift with her. When Jane started calling Karen out on this, Karen's story quickly changed to, "With everything going on, I'm worried about getting COVID." She said this without having a mask on to a woman wearing a mask while stood in an extremely busy shop. By this point, it would have been quicker for them to go down and send the lift back up one at a time. Karen started shouting, "How do I know you don't have COVID?" And Jane just responded with a very calm, "How do I know you don't have COVID?" So Karen yelled, "How do I know your leg is actually broken?" Weird turn, lady. Yes, weird indeed. What is that logic? By this point, there were around 10 people, including me, pretending to look through clothes racks, whilst we all actually just stared at what was going on. It's rude to stare, I guess, so you have to be polite when watching the drama. Finally, about 3 different staff members appeared, about 5 minutes after the commotion started, and asked the woman to take 2 separate lift trips. They let Karen go down first because she was already in the lift. Shame. I heard Jane saying to Karen as she left, and to the staff members, "This is how it's going to be for a long time. She needs to get used to it." I imagine relating to COVID and sharing spaces again. I wish that something more was done, but people kick off so much around here that you kind of just want them to get what they want and leave ASAP. Everyone went back to their shopping after the women split up. But I remember making eye contact with a maybe 16-year-old boy who was also watching, and we just burst out laughing in the middle of the shop. Yeah, not all that exciting, but I got a huge laugh out of it for a few days. Yeah, not gonna lie guys, I do kind of agree with OP on this one, that race probably was involved in some respect. I mean, first of all, the fact that he's put it in the first place means that he definitely thinks it was involved, and I'm inclined to agree with him, given he was there. And secondly, did you see how Karen was just going for every single excuse possible? One second it was the, your leg's not actually broken. Realistically, none of those were the real excuse. We don't really know what it was, but I'm inclined to believe that race, unfortunately, probably was one of the factors. I mean, that or she's just against disabled people. Whatever it is, it's not great. That's what I'm trying to get at, you see? And on that point that OP makes, it would have been quicker for them to just go separately, but for Jane, it's time for her to stand up for herself, make a point saying, look, there is no reason, you're not giving me any valid reason as to why I can't get in that lift with you. You're in there with your pram, me and my son, I assume, can just come in with you. And yes, it would have been faster to wait and just get a new one. Maybe she should have done that, but also she's standing up for herself. I've got no problem with it, and I think she did the right thing. Now moving on to our second story of today's episode, and how about this for a title? Why wouldn't you donate your eggs to a good Christian woman like me? I had the trashiest week, and of course, it had to get even worse. I am a dermatology resident, and around a week ago, I was working after hours at a cosmetic skin clinic. We do cosmetic procedures like Botox and such. An entitled parent, a 48-year-old woman, enters and brings along her husband and teen daughter. One of the nurses approaches her and lets her know that only the one person who came to the appointment is allowed to come in, but she demands to bring both of them in with her because she is afraid of needles, and she knows the owner of the skin clinic, so it should be alright. The nurse keeps trying to reason with her, but she dismisses it with a weird hand gesture and enters one of the consultation rooms. The clinic only opens when we have a couple of patients booked due to COVID, so we are currently understaffed. My co-worker and I look at each other and try to debate on who should go see her, since in her booking she hasn't specified which doctor she previously consulted with. After losing a game of rock, paper, scissors, I dreadfully start getting masked to enter the room. As I enter the room, the entitled parent and her husband are in a heated fight on whether or not her lips are too big, and the teenager is texting on her phone. I subtly clear my throat. The woman finally shuts the F up, and with her Karen voice says, "You're not Dr. So-and-so. I only trust Dr. So-and-so to touch my face." I take a deep breath and say, "Mrs. EP, when you book the appointment, you have to mention which doctor you prefer to have, since they only come in if they have patients lined up on that day." She looks at me like, and then insert weird emoji there. After some back and forth of her demanding I call the owner, and me letting her know I can reschedule her appointment for a later date with the doctor she prefers to have, she calms down and agrees to let me pump her face with more filler and Botox. We make casual conversation, and the teen asks, "Why did you choose to become a skin doctor?" To be honest, the answer actually is peer pressure and money, but I went ahead and explained that both my parents are doctors, and growing up, they'd always push my siblings and I to become doctors too. Then I decided to get a low-stress job that gave me freedom outside of work, and dermatology seemed to be the best option. Now, she seemed very interested, and we kept chatting, while her mother closely examined her face to check if she was content looking like a Walmart Kardashian or not. All of a sudden, the husband starts to ask more questions about my family, where they work, and if any of them were sick, which seems so odd. So I just said no and continued talking to the daughter. The entitled parents and husband start to whisper to each other while casually glancing at me as I wash my hands and get ready with the other procedure she came in for. The entitled mum starts asking very odd and personal questions, which I dismissively answer with a word or two because at this point I was getting very uncomfortable. And here it comes. Nothing in my life mentally prepared me for this. Mrs. EP says her sister had an ovarian teratoma and had to get it laparoscopically removed. She'd always dreamed of having kids and was wondering if I could donate my eggs. I was shocked, to say the least, because I never imagined that a complete stranger would ask me for something like this. I told her I was sorry for her sister and that there were places where she can review a bunch of egg donors so she can carefully review and decide what kind of egg donor she most likely wanted to use. She reassures me, saying that her sister would for sure like me, and since I'm from a family of doctors, I have no diseases in my family and have great thick hair, she says as she grabs my hair, so she knows the child will be both smart and healthy. I tell her I'm not interested in the offer and that I'm sure she could easily find a donor with even better qualities, but she insisted I take her number and consider donating to a poor Christian woman who loves children as much as she loves God. I take the number so she just stopped talking about it and finally exit the room and the nurses take over. I immediately just throw the number away though and try to forget about this strange incident. Right then, yesterday I get scheduled for a consultation with a woman called Megan, who's not a previous patient of mine but has specifically requested for me, which is odd since I hardly get any specific requests from patients to have me since I'm still a resident. Nevertheless, I go in for the consultation and to my horror, the same entitled parent and soon-to-be entitled parent Megan approach me with a high-pitched, "Hi, doctor. How nice to see you again." Now, this is when I knew I was going to have a nightmare consultation scheduled that I couldn't run away from. Megan is a 37-year-old woman who claims to be a God-fearing housewife with a dream to mother a child, and that her sister had filled her in on all details and even stalked me on Facebook, finding my parents and sisters too. Before she keeps rambling on, I let her know that I have already told the woman that I am not interested in donating my eggs, and I ask her what she wanted to get done to her skin instead. She acts confused and tells me, but you would be doing a good deed by donating an egg to a woman who had ovaries ripped away from her body, and reminds me that as a doctor and a Christian myself, as she found out through my dad's Facebook page, I should be following the word of God and help her out. Look, I've got nothing against donating eggs or sperm. I actually think it's honorable to help someone in need to have a kid, but I don't want children. I don't know these women, and I'm not going through the whole procedure of extracting an egg for someone I hardly even know. Also, I don't want a child of mine out there in the world. I don't know, it just doesn't sit right with me. I let her know I have no desire to donate my eggs and suggest her a clinic that handles issues regarding infertility and such, and ask her, again, what she came in for. They both look at me perplexed. They cannot believe a woman would not want to spread her legs, go through a painful procedure to extract an egg that is to be donated to a complete stranger. How can you say that? Aren't you a feminist? Aren't you a doctor? Aren't you a Christian? Where are your morals? Miss Megan, I don't personally know you. This is a skin and cosmetic clinic. If you need a consultation for infertility, you should go to a fertility clinic, I say, as I start to stand up. Dr. OP, you're not acting like a good Christian woman would, the entitled parent says. And I just remind her that this is a place of business, and if she's not interested in a consultation for skin or cosmetic procedures, she can go ahead and leave. But she then starts yelling loudly, very un-Christian words, letting me know that Satan will come for me because I've turned down God's will. I call my male nurse and he talks to her and lets her know she needs to leave the clinic immediately or police would be called. The entitled parent sisters leave as they curse me out. Isn't life great sometimes? Sorry, but that is an absolutely disgusting thing to do. I mean, first of all, just randomly asking a stranger to donate their eggs is one thing. Stalking their dad's Facebook page and the rest of their families, that's another level. But then trying to guilt trip OP into donating eggs because of her religion, or, you know, trying to bring religion into it and saying, oh, God will be ashamed of you, Satan's gonna come for you now. That is a horrible, horrible thing to do. Look, who knows? Maybe OP isn't as religious as her dad, or maybe, you know, she's not even Christian. But what if she is? What if saying these things is actually having an effect on OP and making her rethink the whole situation? You know, preying on someone's religion to try and make them donate eggs and have a kid that they don't want? Like, are you serious? That is unbelievable. Church in the woods. I grew up in Ohio in the 70s, and me and my childhood friend Joe were outside all the time we could manage it. Joe lived on a farm that bordered a pretty big forest, and my parents would drop me off in the morning and we'd stay in the woods all weekend. We'd only come out for school. We loved pretending we were frontiersmen. We'd build shelters, traps, practice making fire with sticks, the whole 9 yards. When we got to be in high school, we got this notion to pull a Stand By Me. This was based on the movie of the same name that had just come out. The idea was that we'd walk the railroad tracks out in the country, but instead of looking for a dead body, we'd find cool bridges to fish from and camp a little ways off the track. Of course, we knew this was dangerous and we'd likely be trespassing, but we were kids. We had a lot of fun. We did find beautiful rivers. We discovered bridges no one went to. We fished, we hid from trains. At night, we camped in woods just near the tracks and made small hidden fires. Nothing bad ever happened. It was idyllic. In fact, it was so fun we did it multiple times. Never had a problem. After high school, me and Joe went our own ways. We both left home, but always stayed in touch and always tried to coordinate visits so we'd see each other occasionally. Well, one summer in the mid-90s, it worked out that we were both in town for about a week. We'd do stuff with family in the day, and at night, we'd either catch drinks at a bar or sit outside Joe's house around a fire and talk about the old days. One night, me and Joe got to talking about our Stand By Me trips. Well, nostalgia and beer are a hell of a mix. Soon we decided to take a day, walk the rails, camp one night, and walk home. The day came. We started out early morning. We had my wife drop us off in our old spot where we used to start, right outside our hometown. She thought this was absolutely crazy and made sure to mention it. When she pulled away, Joe suggested that instead of walking the usual route, we'd take the opposite direction, just to be adventurous. We knew the land well. We had a map, so I gave her, what the hell, and off we set. The day went fine. It was fun and a little sad, but in a good way. We found a bridge and sat on the edge, smoked a joint and moved on. We had no fishing gear, but we brought some canned food and other stuff. Before night started to set in, we picked a spot to camp. It was a thick, forested area, trees on every side of the train tracks, so you felt like you were in a tunnel. We brought small hammocks to sleep on, but before we set them up, we decided to do a little scouting of the perimeter. Now, this is what we used to do in the old days too. We'd walk the area around a little bit to make sure some dude's house wasn't just over a hill and we were actually camping in their yard. We walked maybe 100 or so feet into the woods and up a small incline. We figured if we didn't see anything from on top of this short hill, we'd be fine. But when we got to the top, we saw an old building down at the bottom, about 100 yards into the woods. It was barely visible. We pondered over what to do. We both assumed it was a sugar shack or something, because there didn't appear to be a clear road into it. From where we were, there didn't look to be anyone in it either. All was quiet, no movement could be seen, no lights. We decided to walk a little closer, just to make sure. We came down the hill very slowly, and as we neared the building, we saw it wasn't a sugar shack at all. It was an old church. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. It was a squat, sagging building whose wooden planks were almost black from years of moss and rot. A cross still stood on top of the place, also weathered black. None of the windows had glass, and there were no doors, just open doorways. We got close enough to see inside. There were rows of pews and a built-up section in front for a preacher to stand. We didn't go all the way in, we didn't want to. Beyond all that, there was no sign of anyone else. No footprints, no paths, no roads. It was an abandoned church. We left immediately and went back up the hill to our spot we had picked to camp. Having a hill between us and the church made us feel better, but we were still a little uneasy. We chalked it up to the natural creepiness seeing a church in the middle of the woods would elicit. Besides, at this point it was dusk, and we just decided to rig up our hammocks and go to sleep and move on at early morning. Night set in, and as we lay in our hammocks about to fall asleep, we began to hear something in the direction of the church. Our conversation about it went a little like this. Do you hear that? What the F is that? It sounds like people singing. And it did sound just like singing. We both slid right out of our hammocks and hunkered down, straining to hear more. We listened for a minute or two, and the singing continued, but it wasn't getting louder. Finally, we decided to creep back up the hill and see if we could spy where the sound was coming from. We could still move very quietly in the woods from the old days. It was second nature to us. The moon was barely out, but it provided enough light so you wouldn't walk right into a tree. But it was near pitch black. We didn't use flashlights as we crept slowly up the hill, and we didn't talk. When we got to the top, we saw light in the distance. It was coming from the church, and the singing was coming from inside. Joe and I put our heads close together and had a hushed conversation that boiled down to, "Can you believe this?" The light looked to be candlelight from the way it flickered, and though we tried, we couldn't make out what was being sung. It sounded like church music, but in another language. We sat and watched for a while, trying to see who was in there, but we only saw occasional shadows. We had no intention of getting closer either. We had about a football field length between us, and we aimed to keep it that way. The singing continued for a bit, and then it stopped. After that, a booming male voice began to chant. I was already freaked out, but this voice thoroughly scared the poop out of me. It sounded like some Old Testament preacher you see in movies. But again, it was like he was speaking in a different language because we couldn't understand a single word. Eventually, it got to where the single male voice would say something and then a bunch of voices would answer in song. This lasted for a while, and then they all broke into this long, sustained wail that just kept getting louder. It got so loud and so disturbing that I covered my ears. Then it stopped. At this point, I was just getting ready to say, "Let's get the F out of here," when Joe put a hand on my shoulder and hissed, "They're coming out." We were far enough away that we couldn't make them out really well, but what we could see was a line of figures walk out the open doorway, all holding hands in single file. We could see some of them had flashlights. They began to sing again, and the light from the flashlights began to move towards us and the hill. We booked it back down to our campsite, grabbed our stuff, and ran to the tracks. Once there, we ran down the tracks in the direction we had come from. After a few minutes, we stopped and looked back. We saw lights coming down the hill. They were moving erratically, like whoever was holding them was shaking them. We continued to run in spurts and walk as fast as we could. We eventually stopped seeing the lights and came to a road. By our map, we knew a small town was about 15 minutes down it, and we walked there, got to a 24-hour gas station, and called my wife to come get us. My wife and other friends all just thought it was kids messing around. But I heard those voices, and they sure as hell didn't sound like kids to me. Not sure who those people were, but it was definitely the creepiest thing that happened to me out in the woods. And there we go, guys. That is the first r/Let's Not Meet story on this channel. Let me know down below what you thought about it. In my opinion, I have absolutely no idea who those people were. They weren't there when these guys went there the first time, and all of a sudden, they appear out of nowhere. Nah, that's way too creepy for me. Comment down below, guys, if you have any idea as to who these people might have been. Personally, I have no idea, and that scares me. Without further ado, guys, let's move into our second story of this video. My brother saw a ghost as a kid. 2 decades later, I realized what he actually saw. I was about 7 years old, my brother about 10. It was well past our bedtime when our mum woke up off the couch to put us to bed. Our dad worked construction out of town back then, so it was often just us three at the house for weeks at a time. Up the stairs and to the immediate right was our parents' bedroom. Going left put you in the middle of a hallway. Taking another left down that hallway led to my brother's room. The opposite end was my room, which was also across the hall from our upstairs bathroom. At either end of the hallway are window doors we always kept locked and rarely used. The door on my end led to a balcony overlooking our front yard, and the door on my brother's end opened to our back porch. The house kinda leans into a small hill. My brother and mum both had a habit of waking up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. I only knew this because I was always a light sleeper, and they just couldn't help flushing with the door wide open. This night, however, my brother stopped on his way to his room and came back towards the bathroom. I'm gonna try to pee before I go to bed. The past few nights, I've been too afraid to walk to the bathroom. I keep seeing a man wearing stripes at the end of the hallway. I don't know if my mum wrote it off as my brother telling ghost stories to try and scare me, or if she was already half asleep and didn't catch it, but she didn't react at all to my brother's confession. I, on the other hand, was terrified by it. The fear of seeing a ghost like that at the end of the hallway or through the windows is the reason I started running from the stairs to my bedroom at night. Years later, when I was about 18, my mum and I were having a conversation in her car about a dog we had for a very short time when I was little. We were sharing stories about Max's tendency towards destroying my shoes and other unruly behaviours, when my mum blurted out, "Do you remember that time I opened the front doors for the cops and Max ran inside to the kitchen and started tearing open that big bag of dog food we had?" This really caught me by surprise, because in all the years I lived in that house, we never once called the cops. Gun owner family in a quiet rural WV neighbourhood, etc. I asked her what she was talking about, and she looked equally surprised, as if she'd just revealed something by accident. "Oh, that's right, I never told you because you were too young at the time. One night, I woke up hearing noises outside my window, and when I looked, I saw a man staring into my bedroom." She went on to describe how turning on the lights caused him to take off running, and how she grabbed my dad's pistol before calling the cops. I can't remember all the details I gave them when they showed up. Tall, white male, wearing a striped shirt and jeans, short dark hair, something like that. They said it matched the description of a man they were looking for in the area. It turns out he had escaped from jail on a murder charge. Now, I know it sounds so obvious hearing those two stories back to back, but it wasn't until a few years ago, in my mid-20s, that I pieced together that my brother had unknowingly warned us about a murderer who spent multiple nights casing our home. Well guys, after reading those two stories, all I can say, I guess, is I hope you're not watching this video at night. Because if I was, I'm not sure I could sleep right now. Wow, incredible. That last story, I wonder how that shakes you up, you know, hearing that a murderer who had escaped from prison was outside your house, casing your home for multiple days, and you didn't really realize. Only your brother saw him. Oh my god, it wasn't a ghost for all those years. It was an actual real-life murderer who'd escaped. Wow. Entitled parent gets gun drawn on her because she can't accept that times have changed. I want to state clearly that this did not happen to me, but to a friend in a state that has adopted a set of stand your ground laws. This is posted with his explicit permission, though I will have to redact some details due to the still ongoing case. So, this friend of mine was out and about with his girlfriend shopping for groceries, clothes, and some new utensils. My friend and his girlfriend stop at a store to pick up some clothes, some for themselves and some for his girlfriend's niece, who is all but 2 years old and is having her birthday in 2 days. After finding the clothes that both him and his girlfriend want for themselves and his girlfriend's niece, they were walking up to the checkout when, according to my friend, they heard a woman screech, "You filthy harlot! You can't wear those kinds of clothes in public!" This made them both stop and turn around to see an obese, middle-aged woman with the stereotypical Karen haircut that was dragging along a poor kid who looked like he was wearing hand-me-downs from several generations before, while the mother was wearing what appeared to be a fancy dress that looked horrible on her, according to my friend. She also had some jewelry and had enough makeup on her face to put a Barbie doll that's been dunked in wax to shame. Now, my friend didn't like that this woman called his girlfriend a harlot. The term harlot was common many years ago and was used to describe women, and was basically calling them, you know, filthy or prostitutes in a religious manner or context. He simply said, "Lady, don't use that word to describe my girlfriend. You shouldn't even be using that sort of language around your kid. Besides, what she decides to wear is her choice alone. Now kindly leave us alone." The mother screeched, I am a God-fearing, God-worshipping woman and your elder. You have to listen to me. My friend's girlfriend made the mistake of saying that they might have heard her out if she had been nice and calm about it and not yelling like a banshee on crack. This, not surprisingly, didn't sit well with the mother in the slightest, which then caused her to start shouting about how that as their superior, and because they were younger than her and less disciplined than her, that they needed to listen to her and that her precious baby didn't deserve to see a trashy woman wearing trashy clothes and that they would taint his mind. This in turn annoyed both of them, but they decided to just drop the subject altogether instead of feeding fuel to the dumpster fire. They walk away after they heard the mother sputtering and yelling about how my friend's girlfriend was a bad influence to her precious child and how they would both, and I quote from his account, be sent to hell one way or another. The last comment put him on edge, and rightly so. After checking out, and with their cheerful moods dampened, they both were on their way to my friend's car, when they both heard, "Sweetie, get in the car, Mummy has some problems to deal with." They both rolled their eyes and continued on their way to my friend's car, until they heard, "I'll cut those clothes off you myself, you filthy sinners." This of course was said by that mother that they hoped they'd seen the last of. My friend turned around and saw the woman hobbling over with a knife in her hand with the blade flipped out, yelling at them the whole time. My friend immediately tells his girlfriend to call the police as he yells at her to stop walking towards them with the knife. When she doesn't stop, he once again yells at her to stop and please put away the knife and that nobody has to get hurt. When she still doesn't walk away, my friend drew his concealed carry out from his waistband and once more shouts at the woman to just walk away and that he doesn't want to use his firearm. He borderline begged her not to make him have to pull the trigger, that he didn't want her kid to lose his mother. The mother screeched that she would get him arrested for drawing a dangerous weapon on a law-abiding person that was doing God's work and quickly hobbled away, much to his relief. His girlfriend came out from behind a nearby car and handed the phone to him so he could explain what happened. He let the 911 operator know that he was a lawful concealed carrier and that he just drew his weapon on a person that wished him and his girlfriend bodily harm. Following the operator's instructions, he described the time, place, and the vehicles that were around him and set his firearm on the trunk of his car, and both him and his girlfriend stepped away from that trunk. When the police arrived, they detained my friend. Now, detained does not mean arrest. He was just put in the back of the cruiser while the police sorted things out. No handcuffs were involved and no rights were read, and they both gave the responding officers their side of the story and pointed out the security cameras outside. They confiscated my friend's firearm, a standard procedure for incidents like these, and asked them both to give a statement at the police station. They agreed, and my friend was even complimented later by an officer for not being hasty and showing exceptional trigger discipline. He has not gotten his firearm back and will most likely not receive it back until this whole case is sorted out. But he then told me that losing his firearm for the time being is preferred over having to potentially kill someone over something as stupid as clothing. I'll let you fine folks know any updates that might happen if my friend is willing to talk about it. Thanks for hearing me out if you listened to this entire event. I just really thought that this was a shining example to what problems can happen when entitlements and what is probably mental health issues mix. And there we go. Wow, fortunately no one ended up getting hurt in this story, but seriously, it didn't seem that far away, did it? This woman, look, of course I don't know her, I wasn't there. I'm not gonna try and, guess or even give my opinion on whether she has mental health issues or not. Maybe she does, maybe she doesn't. Not really my place to say. One thing for sure though, getting a knife out and threatening someone with that knife because you don't like what they're wearing, that is weird. Yeah, I think we can all agree on that one. Not something I do myself, and to be honest, I hate a lot of clothes. So yeah, very, very strange. I mean, to be fair, guys, if you saw me wearing this little, I don't even know what you call it, like tie-dye shirt out in public, and you hate a tie-dye, would you come at me with a knife? That's a question for you. Comment down below. Alright, then moving on to our second story now. Entitled neighbor thinks that my wife shouldn't be allowed out of the house. I live in a very friendly community in Sydney, Australia. Almost everyone knows everyone else and gets along really well. We've been here for over 20 years now, and I wouldn't live anywhere else. Now, first off, my wife is blind. She's a bit famous, both for being a successful medical practitioner in the area and because she's done a lot of public speaking on blindness and has actually been featured in a few ads with her guide dog. Around 10 years ago, a new family moves in, about 10 houses down from us. It comprises an entitled mum with her 3 kids and a poor dad. They obviously own the new franchise of a fairly well-known Australian dessert chain, as they have the company van in their driveway whenever the hard-working dad happens to be home. I'm guessing he worked 13 to 15-hour days, 6 to 7 days a week, the poor guy. Now, my wife likes to go for walks around the area with her guide dog. It's her main form of exercise and a way for her to bump into and chat with members of the community who know and like her. At the time, our daughter was still a baby and in a pram, so my wife towed the pram behind her when she walked. That was actually the subject of one of the ads that she was in. As she walks past the new neighbor's house, their dog runs out and attacks her guide dog. She was on her own, but fortunately, another neighbor saw it and pulled the dog away while she went home. Now, she tells me about it, but we think, well, they're new here and maybe one of the kids let the dog out. It's illegal to actually have a dog off leash anywhere in public in Sydney, other than certain designated parks and beaches. But a couple of days later, the same thing happens again. This time, the dog ran all the way to our house from theirs and attacked her dog. Fortunately, I heard her scream. I came out and dragged the dog off her. This time, I went over to the woman's house to complain about their dog. Hi there, I live up the road and your dog keeps attacking my wife's guide dog. Why is this my problem? Well, you realize that it's illegal for your dog to be outside your yard off lead, don't you? Well, my kids like playing at the front with the dog. Well, can you please get a gate? Like, your dog shouldn't be running loose on the road. Maybe your wife shouldn't be out loose on the road. Oh my god, she actually said that. At this point, I realized that this was a waste of time. So I returned home and we called the police. Remember, wife blind, well-known community member, and very strict dog laws. The police come over and we tell them the story. They take notes and say that her actions constitute assault on my wife, not just breaking the law by letting their dog out. They asked if we would like to press charges. We say no, but can you talk to her about not letting their dog out of the yard? They agree and say they'll further warn her that if they get another complaint of this sort, the dog will be seized and euthanized. We also have strict laws about vicious animals. A few days later, my wife wants to go for another walk, but she's still a bit shaken by the 2 attacks, so she asked me to come with her. As we walk past our entitled neighbor's house, her kids are in the front yard. When they see us, they immediately lie on the ground and play dead. I noticed their mum watching and asked what is going on. She says, well, if you're going to get our dog killed, you might as well get our kids killed as well. A few days later, our doorbell rings. I answer, and the man there introduces himself as the entitled neighbor's husband. He says that one of their direct neighbors saw what was going on with his wife, kids, and their dog, and told him about it. He apologized profusely for what his wife and children have been doing, and says it will never happen again. This dad seemed like a very nice, if exhausted guy. I told him that this is a close community, and everyone likes to get along. The dad replied that he could see that. Flash forward to maybe 2 months later, and we notice that the house is up for sale, and we never see the company van in the driveway. It turns out that these two were going through a divorce and had to sell the house after being there less than a year, and the business to split things up. Now, I'm not saying this incident with my wife caused the divorce, but I'm sure it contributed to it. Unfortunately, the dad working so hard all the time left his entitled wife to bring up 3 entitled kids. They're gonna face some hard knocks in the future. Oh, to be honest, I feel terrible for this man. Like, he's going off to work all day, building a business, making all the money for the family, it sounds like. And then it turns out that at home, his horrible wife is raising their 3 kids in a pretty horrible, entitled way. What can you do? Like, that is a tough situation. To be fair, he did choose to marry her in the first place. Could have made a slightly better decision on that one, my friend. But in all seriousness, yeah, my heart goes out to you, bro. Hope you find a better wife sometime soon. And And now moving on to our final story of today's episode. Guys, a little warning before we get into it. This is a very controversial one. And heads up, I'm gonna want to hear your comments down below about your thoughts on this story. My entitled bratty friend thinks she doesn't have to get a job or contribute to her share of rent because of her anxiety. She expects us to pay her way while she does nothing. My friends and I are all moving out of our parents' houses into an apartment on September the 8th. There's 4 of us. The apartment is about 2 hours away from where we currently live and is near our college. We all agreed to split the cost of rent. This was months ago. We're all 19 to 20, by the way. This is how irritating my friend is. She has really bad driving anxiety and doesn't have a job. She's been sitting at home all summer doing nothing. She applied for a job at the beginning of July to a place down the street from the apartment. Her mum drove her to that interview and back. They offered her a position and gave her all the paperwork to fill out and fax it to them. She did that. Orientation was scheduled July 20th. She called and had the place reschedule it for August 7th because she couldn't find anyone to drive her there and she said she felt sick. She never went to that August orientation and pretty much ghosted the place. So that's out. That would have been perfect for her because all she would have to do is walk down the sidewalk, literally about a 5 to 10 minute walk down the street. This isn't the first job she's flaked out on either. It's always the driving anxiety excuse. She has her license and has drove on the freeway many times though. The rest of us have jobs. The apartment has a pool and common areas that people hang out at. She thinks she's just going to lounge at the pool all day, meet cute guys, make new friends and all that. She's really excited to move in. That's what she told another roommate. I think she just doesn't want to work. But she needs to though, because that was part of the deal. You cover your share of the rent. If she can't pay for her share of the rent, then she can't stay with us. End of story. I thought the group was on board with that. I mean, she's had all summer to find a job, and she keeps flaking on the ones that want to hire her because she has to drive there. Pretty soon, it's going to be time to move in. And it's like, if you think you're just going to sit in the apartment all day, taking online classes, and then lounge by the pool, you're sadly mistaken. The rest of the group would love to do that, but we need money to survive. We told her she's gonna have to get over her driving anxiety and find a job or figure out a way to get money. She got mad and started cussing us out, saying we don't understand and it's not that easy to get a job. We've even tried to help her apply for jobs and she screamed, "I don't need your help, I'll figure it out myself." I know her parents aren't willing to pay for her monthly rents, and boy are they eager for her to move out. Probably because she mouths off to them constantly. My one roommate thinks we should cover September's rent for her, and maybe she'll find a job once she's in the area. But I'm not too hopeful on that. I think if she isn't working somewhere by September the 1st, then she can't move in. End of story. But that's just me. According to another roommate, I'm being too harsh and unsympathetic towards her. I should be willing to give her a chance to get a job before saying she can't live with us. Alright then guys, what do you think about this one? Now, I'll be completely honest, and this is a little behind the scenes insights. I try not to read these stories in full before I read them out to you. Obviously, I go through and check that they make sense, that the story's, at least somewhat interesting and that it's well formatted, etc, and it's written in decent English, of course, but I try not to read through the full story word for word so I don't really spoil my own reaction. I kind of want it to seem as if I'm reacting to it whilst you're listening to it, reacting to it for the first time in the same sort of way, at the same time. I think that makes it more engaging. When I first saw the title of the story, I thought it was all about her actual anxiety, like an actual illness, not just driving anxiety. I thought it meant, anxiety as a whole. So the fact that it is actually just driving anxiety that is causing her to not get a job and, making you think that she shouldn't stay there, etc, it has changed my opinion of what I originally thought. At first, I thought, maybe your friend has really crippling anxiety, she's trying to overcome it, and when she overcomes it, she'll get a job and pay her rent in that time. But in the meantime and in between time, you could help her out while she, gets over that. But actually, no, it's not that. It just seems more like an excuse to me. It seems like, you're right, she doesn't want to work, she's just trying to laze around and all that stuff, and actually she's just using her driving anxiety as an excuse. Not saying it doesn't exist, I'm sure it does, but you don't have to drive to get a job. There are other ways of getting to your work, that's for sure. To be fair, I wouldn't be opposed if you guys all agreed on it to just paying her rent for 1 month. I doubt it would be loads of money if you all combined, the other 3 roommates, but obviously that's up to you. It's your money and rent is a serious thing. If someone is not paying their rent and looks like they're not going to pay their rent, no drama if you're not paying it for them. That's kind of what I'd do as well, to be fair. I would give them 1 month, Thinking about it, I'd give them 1 month and say, you know what? Look, we're your friends. We're going to give you 1 month of split rent. And if you haven't paid or haven't got a job or haven't, found any way of making money after that time, then you're done. Sorry, I love you as a mate, but come on, this is money. This is rent. You got to pay. But listen, guys, what do you think? Comment down below. Do you reckon give them some more time? Give them no time at all? I don't know. I'd lean towards being a little bit sympathetic just at first. Give them a chance. Maybe they'll realize, oh, everyone else is paying for me. That's embarrassing. I need to get off my butt and do something, and then they'll do it. Who knows? But if they don't start doing it, yeah, I'm out of there immediately. Comment down below. What do you think? I'm interested to see your thoughts. Entitled mother wants to monitor 20-year-old daughter's texts. I am 20 years old. I moved out of my parents' house roughly 2 years ago, and I live in a house with 2 roommates. I am completely independent from my parents. I pay my rent for my house, I have my own medical insurance, I own my car and pay my own car insurance. I don't even have to ask mummy and daddy for grocery money. Both of my roommates and I each have our own pets. We've got 3 dogs and a cat amongst the 3 of us. We've had some conflict about the animals. I've been visiting my parents for about a month, so I've been keeping up pretty steady contact with the roomies through text. My mum started asking about what I was talking about with my roommates. She knows about the conflict, and I just described the conversation to get her on the same page. But apparently, that wasn't good enough. She asked to see the text between my roommates and I. She'd also asked to see my text a few nights before, and then she picked apart every word and made me feel terrible. So I said no. I told her she shouldn't have to see her 20-year-old daughter's text to feel secure, and that I was setting a boundary and wouldn't be showing her my texts anymore. At this point, she started calling me immature, ungrateful, and secretive. I've been working remotely while visiting and was on the clock during this conversation, so I just walked back to my desk. My mum went up to her room, slammed the door, and started screaming at my dad, "She's a child! She's an immature child!" over and over again. Wow, what a wonderful start to today's Entitled Parents episode. Let me tell you, my sister is 20 years old, and if my mum, from out of nowhere, started demanding to see her texts, well, that would probably be World War III, and I'd move out with immediate effect. Now moving on to our second Entitled Parent story. Entitled dad threatens to beat me up because I charged his daughter for gas on a rental car. Long time lurker here. I love reading all of these stories, since I love watching entitled people get what they deserve. Who doesn't? After all of the things I've read, it got me thinking if I have any stories to share. And it turns out I have tons of great stories from the various places that I've worked. One place in particular was a national rental car chain, where I have the best stories. Before working there, I thought the industry was just going to be full of business guys and vacationers, so I wouldn't really have to deal with much rubbish. Boy, was I young and dumb. This particular branch was hit or miss. Some days we would be crazy busy, others we'd be so slow we'd take out for oil changes just for the heck of it, to give us something to do. On one particular day, both my manager and assistant manager asked if they could go grab food for all of us, and if I could man the shop. Everyone there was super chill, even the managers, so there was a lot of just chilling around. I of course agree and chill, look at my phone, when the office phone starts to ring. It's some older gentleman who asked for me specifically. Speaking, I say. Our conversation goes a little something like this. "Is this OP? Yeah, how can I help?" "Well, my daughter just returned a rental car at your location, and I see a $25 fuel charge on there that shouldn't be. I'm expecting a refund right now, or I'll be giving corporate a call, and maybe you'll listen to them." I'm still keeping my cool at this point. "Not a problem, sir. Let me check your file to verify that you didn't prepay for the fuel. Let me put you on a quick hold." The entitled dad starts screaming something along the lines of, "Don't put me on hold. No one puts me on hold." Beep goes on hold anyway. I then check his file. The notes clearly say that fuel was declined, and the customer signed a line stating that they agree to a $25 refueling fee if they don't return it with the amount of fuel that it was sent out with. "Hi sir," I say. "I've reviewed your file, and unfortunately I'm not able to issue a refund, because your daughter agreed to pay the fuel charge if the vehicle wasn't returned at the level we sent it out at. Apologies for the inconvenience, but we do make this clear to our customers, since this is a common but understandable source of confusion." Now, had this guy started the convo off by not being a POS, I would have easily given him his refund, but I refused to let entitled mofos win. What the F? Oh, I see. You just saw a young girl walk into your rental car place and you thought that you could scam her? Well, how does it feel robbing a young girl of $25? I'll bet you have the money in your pocket right now. Sir, unfortunately, that is our policy. We do not scam our customers and clearly indicate what you will be paying for before the rental. We also make sure to tell you how to avoid the fees. In this case, our advice was not followed, so we'll not be able to process a refund for you. Let me talk to a manager, now. Sorry sir, they're not in the office right now, but I'll tell you, they will give you the same answer. They should be back in about 20 to 30 minutes if you want to call back then. Again, super chill managers, so I knew I had nothing to worry about, and that of course they would take my side. What the heck? No, some of us have things to do today. I don't want to spend my day at some rental car place. You guys are scumbags. You know what? I'm coming down there right now and I'm going to have a little talk with you face to face. You're not going to be so tough when I come down. Sorry, he just said that some of us have things to do today, yet he's willing to come down to the car rental place. Makes a lot of sense. Make it make sense, please. Now, unfortunately, at this moment, all I could do was audibly laugh at this guy, which only made it worse. I'm looking forward to it, sir. You just think you're so tough, don't you? You've got no idea the people in high places that I know in this state. I now know your first and last name, buddy. I wouldn't be laughing. Sir, if you have any problem with me, I invite you to come down and resolve it in person. I'll be here until 6 this evening. I'm coming right now, buddy. You think I'm not serious? Alright then, see you soon. And I hang up. About 20 minutes later, my manager gets back and I tell him what happened. My manager burst out laughing and just said, "Can we hear?" We went back and listened to the recording and both my manager and assistant were just dying laughing. Were you just threatened over $25? Apparently, I joked. We all shared a good laugh and honestly forgot about it for the rest of the afternoon until I saw a car pull up and I saw a familiar girl get out of the car with what looked like her mum. Guess who? It was the entitled dad's daughter and her mum. I peered into the car to see that entitled dad pouting in the passenger seat. He looked like a child that was told no for the first time. The best part is, he threatened me and then wouldn't even get out of the car to face me himself. He sends his wife and daughter in to do his dirty work. This should give you some indication about the type of guy we're dealing with here. The entitled mum walks in with the entitled daughter and starts screaming, berating my assistant manager. "Your employee needs to be fired. He scammed my daughter out of money and we want it back." Mom, OP already explained to you why we can't do that. I'll give you two choices. You can leave now on your own, or I can call the police and they can tell you to leave. Up to you. Okay then, F you. We're never using this rental car place again. I can't wait until we call corporate and tell them all about this little incident. She furiously leaves the shop and goes back to her car. This is where the most amazing thing happened and made me believe in karma. She was so angry and flustered as she was backing out that she slammed into the back of my assistant manager's car, smashing the bumper. Easily a total loss for a car of that age and value. My assistant manager runs out to inspect the damage, only to find nothing on his car, not even a single scratch. The entitled parents and their daughter all had to wait for a tow truck to arrive in our parking lot, and it was amazing to watch the look on their faces while they dealt with the side effects of their trashiness. As if that wasn't enough. Want to know what the best part was? 2 weeks later, I get a call from that same entitled dad, asking if we had any rental cars available. It was hilarious how he tried to act as if nothing had happened and returned after he vowed he wouldn't. He actually rented fairly regularly after that during my time there, and we never had another issue with him. He was even pleasant on some occasions. This experience must have been humbling for him. Anyway, that's my story. I hope you guys enjoyed it. As I'm thinking about my past, I realized that I've actually got plenty of stories. So if you guys like this one and want to hear more, I'd appreciate the positive feedback. I want to hear more immediately, sir. Well then guys, if you do want to see more from OP, to be fair, great story, well written. I loved reading it. Do comment down below that you want to see more and drop a like on this video so that I know to look out for more stories from this man. Speaking of men, it's actually very funny. It's almost confusing, right? This entitled dad was like so mental. He just went crazy, shouting at people for no reason, demanding a massive $25 refund. And then after this huge debacle, you know, where their car gets totaled, he's like, actually, I've learnt my lesson here. And now that we no longer have a car, I'm gonna need another rental car. So if you take me back, guys, at the rental place, yeah, I'll go back to being a normal customer who doesn't shout and abuse people. Cheers. I mean, it would have been better if he didn't do all that abusing in the first place, but anyway, at least he got to some form of solid conclusion. I don't know. All right then, story number 3. Random butthole thinks he's entitled to my medical history. I want to preface this by saying that it's appallingly common for disabled people to be asked personal medical questions by total strangers, and that nothing about that is okay. Just don't do that, like ever. Far too many able people seem to think that being disabled in public means that my life story is public property, and it makes going anywhere far more stressful and tiring than it should be. To anyone who does this, your curiosity does not justify or excuse your rude, invasive questions, regardless of your intentions. 1 in 4 people has a disability. Disabilities and disabled people are normal, and I'm sick to death of being treated like a sideshow curiosity. Now, with that context in mind, I'm sure you won't be surprised to know that I had absolutely zero patience for today's entitled butthole's accusational nosiness. I was in a pharmacy with my walking cane, and as the person being served before me was taking some time, I went to sit down in one of the chairs they have for people waiting on prescriptions. I dropped mine off earlier in the day, so I was only there for pickup. As I'd been standing around, I'd noticed an elderly man, can't have been younger than 75, on a mobility scooter, scrutinizing me. When I sat down, he drove his scooter over to me and, without so much as a hi, he asked, "What's a healthy young thing like you doing with one of those?" gesturing at my cane. His tone was actually accusational and full of suspicion. As I said, this is something that most disabled people often have to deal with, and that goes triple for young disabled people. So many older people seem to think that young people just can't be disabled, I guess. It makes zero goddamn sense, but whatever. My point is that after years of experience, I've got a list of well-rehearsed responses to draw from. So, without missing a beat, I told him, my medical history is none of your business. He seemed pretty taken aback and scoffed, saying, "I was only asking, there's no need to be so rude." Again, having been here before, I said, no, you asking a total stranger invasive questions about their personal, medical situation, that's rude. Me declining to answer is not. It's called having reasonable boundaries. He scoffed again and glared at me for a bit, seemingly unable to think of a comeback. But then he did the thing that prompted me to post this otherwise run-of-the-mill encounter here. While maintaining eye contact and glaring daggers at me, he slowly reversed his scooter, beeping all the way, back towards the far end of the front counter, where he'd been to start with. Only he bumped into the woman who'd been ahead of me en route, ruining his bizarrely dramatic exit and sparking an entirely separate argument. It was honestly farcical. Not much happened after that. His prescriptions were ready first, but this guy insisted on glaring at me the entire goddamn time. Of course, I gave him a wave as he departed, and he flushed red with rage, but said nothing. Moral of the story, disabled people don't owe you anything. Leave us the heck alone, and for crying out loud, don't ask us personal questions like you're entitled to our medical histories. Now look, I'm not the sort of person that would randomly go up to a disabled person and ask them how they got their disability. That is very rude. But even me, knowing that I'd never do that, it's still important to hear from a disabled person how annoying that can be. I mean, maybe you're with your mate or, a family member and they do it. And you think about this story and you think, you know what, I'm going to intervene here and tell my friend, relative, whatever, to not ask these horribly intrusive personal questions that they have absolutely no business of knowing. Also, with the Paralympics on at the moment, I thought I'd bring you guys this story to help raise a little bit of awareness among our small, viewership community about disabled people and how they feel when they get asked very personal questions. Look, I imagine some of you watching right now are disabled. Comment down below. Is it very annoying? I imagine it is. And now moving on to our final story of today's episode. Lady gets mad because I'm speaking Norwegian to a tour group. in Norway. First of all, I think my English is pretty good for it being my second language, but I still may make mistakes. Second, this took place a couple of years ago, so my memory and translations may not be exact, but you should get the general idea. And thirdly, all conversations are translated to English, especially the ones between the director and me. Background and story. About 2 years ago, when I was in university, before the virus, I worked as a tour guide in Oslo during summers. We would take groups out on a bus through the city, then get on a boat and continue the tour from there. When the group first formed, I would ask if there were any English speakers who didn't understand Norwegian. If there were, I would conduct the tour in Norwegian first, then give the English equivalents. If there weren't, I would just do the whole thing in Norwegian, but also point out in English, we all speak English, right, that there was an audio system they could listen to in multiple languages. So, Germans could hear it in German, French people in French, etc. I think there are about 10 different languages in all to choose from. I eventually learned how to say each language we offered in their native language, and then motioned to the headphones and guide in front of them that said how to turn the audio to their preferred language. So, I asked my group and a few people raised their hands. I don't recall if this lady was one of them. So, the tour started and I would point out the sites and describe them in Norwegian, then English. However, as I was giving the Norwegian explanation, this lady would yell out, "English!" After a couple times, I finally stopped myself and said, "In a minute, please wait," though I'd already spoken English on the trip, including the opening talk. This woman, though, continued through the entire tour. Though this was not a supper cruise, which we had in the evenings, we still had a waitstaff that circulated around and got people snacks and drinks. They normally ask first in Norwegian what people want, then switch to English, or in some cases Swedish or German, until they learned which language went with which customer. When they got to this lady, she gave her order and then said, "Make the guide speak English. Me and my kids can't understand her." When they pointed out that I was speaking English after the Norwegian, she said, "How do I know she's saying the same thing though? She should just speak English the whole time." The next day, my director, I don't know the exact translation of his title, called me to his office before I began my first outing of the day and said that he had received a comment card about me not speaking English and that this had ruined the tour for a woman and her kids. He asked me if this was true, and I said no. I spoke both Norwegian and English on the trip after I found out there were some non-Norwegian speakers. Since the tour for the day hadn't gone out yet, I got 2 servers, including the one who had served them, who came up and verified that I had spoken in both languages. My director just shook his head, tore up the comment card, and told me to move on with my day. I wish I'd gotten the chance to have a direct confrontation with this lady. Many people would stop and thank me or ask questions as they left the boat at the end of the tour, but this lady was not one of them. She just resorted to speaking badly about me on a comment card. Oh, look, I'm not positive it was her, but the clues all point in her direction. So, that is the story of how I got in trouble for not speaking English in Norway. Again, I'm sorry for grammar mistakes and thanks for reading. Pretty sure there was 0 grammar mistakes in this entire piece, and that is a point that I'm going to touch on right now. Alright guys, some of you may know if you've been on my channel for a long time now that I actually went to Norway. I think it was 2 or 3 years, well it can't have been 3 years ago, 2 years ago. I might put a picture up right now, and yeah, I think it was actually before COVID. Well no, it definitely was. So yeah, about 2 years ago I went to Norway, and of course, as you can probably imagine, I speak no Norwegian. What a massive shock. However, because of the way the world works, I guess, or just these people being very, very selfless, people in Norway are taught English at school, and pretty much everyone that you'll come across in Norway speaks English. It's pretty incredible, to be honest. So that meant that when I went there and I knew I could speak no Norwegian in Norway, I was really fortunate that Norwegian people could speak English so I could at least interact with them. I felt very guilty, to be honest. I knew none of their language. They knew everything of my language. And like OP right here, they speak it really well, write it really well. Their grammar is perfect. And to be honest, a lot of foreigners' grammar with English and their, general dialect is actually a lot better than a lot of English people. Sorry to say that, but it is true. The point is, this woman should be grateful that this Norwegian person in Norway can even speak English in the first place. That's the point. Why should she speak English to you? That's a real question. You know none of her language. Why should she know yours? You're just being an absolute ignorant pig. That's my opinion. You should feel lucky and fortunate that you don't have to spend years of your life and time learning someone else's language because they've put in the hard work and learnt yours. Crazy, I know. Entitled Facebook Parents demands library removes all mentions of the LGBTQ+ community. This text shown below was taken from a Facebook post, which I came across moments ago, and immediately thought of this subreddit. Enjoy. So, here is the beginning of the post. Am I being paranoid? This was supposed to be a post about a wonderful new library that we found on our way back home from school. Instead, this is a call for help. More than ever, we need to protect our children from this evil indoctrination. Let me give you a little background. You probably all know how much we love libraries and books. With that being said, when we learned that the brand new West Perry Library finally opened their doors, we immediately headed over there. We found this awesome, almost magical place with a huge children's section. It is amazing. The kids just went crazy over the beautiful furniture, the toys, the decoration, and of course, the crazy amount of colourful children's books. We started going there almost every day. They no longer wanted to go to our other favourite places. No more playgrounds, pools, other libraries, or even the museum. All they wanted to do is go to the new library. But my excitement died quickly. Now I'm horrified and deeply upset. I want you to take a look at all the rainbow books that we have found in this magical place. Tons and tons of these materials, they are everywhere. In the kids section, in every bookshelf, even the baby shelves, the teen section, adult section, Spanish section, there's even a designated section for LGBTQ teens. Am I going crazy? Am I being paranoid? Do you see what I see? Are you concerned too? Please, tell me this is not normal. We've been to other libraries, even during Pride Month, and we've never seen so many books normalizing this lifestyle. Never. Dear rainbow people, as my kids respectfully call you, isn't your sexuality something private that you're free to live in your own terms behind your door? Why are you trying to impose this on my children? Why? Dear concerned parents, please help me call this library or your local one if you've seen these books on every shelf as well. Help me make a respectful request to withdraw this material from our kids' reach. Us parents should be the sole educators of our kids in this important matter, and not beautiful, colourful, innocent books from our public libraries. That is not what our tax money should be used for. And that was the end of the Facebook post. Oh my days, what a roller coaster. As you can imagine, the replies were not what the person expected, and the page has given up responding to any comments that are posted. There are many other entitled posts on their page, as well as many homophobic ones. Let me know if you'd like to see any more. Like, honestly, what am I even supposed to say to this one? Seriously. Like, there's nothing that I can even say. It's the most stupid stuff I've ever read in my life. It is so dumb. On a public platform to write that. Like, to believe it is one thing. To write that as your views and expect other people to agree with you and say, yeah, you're so right. Let's get rid of the rainbow books. Are you dumb? Well, clearly you are. It's unbelievable. It really, really is. Okay, look, it's actually a great comment. I'm just going down the comments of this post. Librarian here. I've always said a good library has something to offend everyone. Everyone has the right to read what they want, and no one has the right to tell someone what they can't read. True. A library's got something to offer everyone, and a library's also got something to offend anyone, because, you know, it does offer something to everyone, and obviously not everyone's going to like everything in a library. Obviously. Jeez. Don't go putting it on Facebook though, you idiots. Now moving on to our next post. Entitled parent steals my badge and risks jail time over a gallon of milk. Alright, so maybe it's cliche, but let me start by saying that I've been a long-time lurker and literally never expected something like this to happen to me. I regularly giggle to myself about how exaggerated or made up the stories on here are, because no one actually acts like this, right? Well, apparently I was very mistaken about just how entitled people can be, because this story happened to me yesterday. Please enjoy. A little background to start off. I started a new job with the county about a month ago. I was hired to be a juvenile correctional specialist. It's not a glamorous job, but I absolutely make sure my clients are safe, afforded every right they're entitled to, and I treat them with respect and dignity. That being said, I don't live in a great area. and my uniform looks a lot like a police officer's uniform, so I never wear it outside of work if I can help it, just because I don't want to deal with potential issues, which seems to be the right call after this incident. It is also important to note that during my orientation, my training officer spent a literal hour explaining the many ways that are appropriate and inappropriate when it comes to representing oneself. For instance, in our county, I'm considered and therefore legally allowed to refer to myself as an officer of the peace, an officer of the county, an officer of the court, and a correctional officer. At no point and for no reason am I ever legally allowed to represent myself as, or even imply that I am an officer of the law, a police officer, or any other title of that nature. If someone assumes I am a cop, I legally have to correct them, or I could potentially lose my job, be fined, or even be arrested based on the situation. I will point out, however, that my uniform and badge carry the same legal obligations and repercussions when it comes to damage, theft, etc., because it's all considered county property. So yesterday, I get done working a double and get ready to leave work. I hadn't expected the forced overtime, so I hadn't checked the weather for the evening shift. Lo and behold, I had left my windows cracked through a rainstorm, and my extra shirt and jacket had gotten soaked. This would have been fine because it was dark, so I wasn't worried about someone seeing me go from my car to my house. But we were out of milk, and I really needed to stop at the Mart of Wolves. Normally, I just take off my uniform shirt and badge and throw on my extra shirt. But I didn't really feel like donning a soggy top or going into the store in the tank top I wear under my uniform shirts. Plus, it was 50 minutes till close, and I was just running in and out, so what's the worst that could happen? Famous last question right there. I ran in, grabbed the milk, grabbed some ice cream because why not, and headed to self-checkout. The line was pretty long and wrapped around towards the entrance, so I was in a random entitled lady's direct line of sight when she stepped through the doors. Now, while she didn't fit the mold of the traditional Karen, I think she still counts. She was an older woman, probably in her 50s, in heels and a rather low-cut sundress, fake tan, fake hair, and clearly fake boobs. I clock her making a beeline straight for me in my periphery and continue staring straight forward because something about her seemed a little off. Maybe it was the odd gait with the slight stumble every few steps, or the fact that she was kind of mumbling to herself, but I had a feeling she was under the influence of something. She got about 5 feet away and I could smell the alcohol emanating from her. She then reached out and firmly tapped my shoulder. The following is our conversation, nearly word for word, as best as I can remember. "Excuse me, I'm so glad I made it before they closed." "That's great," I say, continuing to stare forward, attempting to ignore this woman. "Well, I just came in because I really need milk for my kids' breakfast tomorrow. Do you think you could help me out a bit?" "Sure, the milk is on the wall at the back of the store. Just head straight back down that main aisle and you'll walk straight into the dairy section." She looks at me dumbly for several seconds. "Well, that's not really what I meant. You see, I noticed that you have the same kind of milk that my family drinks, so I thought maybe you could let me have it. That way I can get home to my kids sooner. You know what, I'm very tempted to go and down a beer so I can enact this woman better, but I'm not going to do it. No thank you, I'm good." "Wait, what does that mean? I can't have the milk?" "That is correct. You can take 3 minutes to walk back and get your own milk, just like I did. That's how groceries work." Again, she stares at me for several moments, trying to process the situation through the haze of intoxication. "You are being incredibly rude, and you shouldn't even be in here." "How do you figure that?" "Well, my tax dollars aren't supposed to be paying for the police to go shopping while on duty. Now give me that milk, and I want your badge number so that I can talk to your superiors about your inappropriate behavior." "Mom, I am not a police officer, and I am not on duty. I just happen to be coming home from work and I still have my uniform on." The woman then started to shriek and attract attention. "You're obviously lying. I can see your badge right there. I won't let you get away with lying just to protect your job." At this point, she begins to claw at the badge-shaped patch that is sewn onto the upper right shoulder of my uniform shirt. Not wanting to escalate things further, I took a step back and grabbed my real badge to show her. Now, it's not like a metal badge or a jacketed ID like cops or detectives carry. It's literally just a laminated card in a clear pouch attached to a retractable clip on my belt. The pocket also contains my electronic access card to the jail itself. The whole jail, not just the juvenile side, which was about to become a huge deal. I hold up my badge and show her. See how it says correction specialist, not police officer? Bold as anything, this crazy drunk reaches out, snatches my badge out of my hands, and rips it off my belt. Now at this point, the bystanders that had been nervously standing and muttering amongst themselves went silent, because like most sane and rational human beings, they realised that it's never a good idea to take the badge of someone in a uniform, whether they're a cop or not. I myself took a moment to respond, because I truly could not understand the idiocy of stealing anything, let alone a badge, over a gallon of milk. I would have been within my rights to grab her and force her to give it back. But again, I didn't want things getting out of hand, so I decided to reason with her. Mom, I don't think you realise the consequences of what you've just done. That is the badge of a county officer, and stealing one is a misdemeanor if you're lucky. However, behind that badge is my swipe card for the jail. You've literally just stolen a key to the county jail, which is a felony with a potential 10-year sentence. This is absolutely true, by the way. I think you should probably hand it back to me right now, because I don't think a gallon of milk is really worth a decade of your life. The entitled woman now starts to look a little nervous. That's not what I meant to do. She looks at the bystanders for support. You guys saw how she was being rude to me, right? I was just trying to get her information and she wouldn't give it to me. I didn't do anything wrong, right? Unbeknownst to either of us, one of the customers ahead of us was either an off-duty cop or retired. I couldn't tell which. He piped up with, "Mom, I'd do as the officer suggests if I were you. I can't slap cuffs on you right now, but I've got a few guys on speed dial that would happily do it for me. And since they patrol this area, I'd say you've only got a couple of minutes to make your choice." And with that, he pulled out his phone and started swiping. Wait, sorry, so this guy just went on Tinder, randomly. I thought he was going to call his police mates, but swiping, hey, hopefully he found someone to match with. I don't know. All the colour drained out of the entitled parent's face, and she basically flung my badge at me as she jerkily rushed out of the store, ranting, mumbling loudly, something about how it was just a goddamn gallon of milk. I thanked the older guy and told him not to bother calling anyone. Everyone got through the checkout like responsible adult human beings, and I got to go home and enjoy my ice cream, having learned that I should really just do my shopping on my days off. Wow, a Karen plus alcohol is a deadly combination. I mean, look, you thought entitled people were bad. Give them a bit of alcohol as well, and wow, that's another level. Incredible. By the way, guys, comment down below, what did you think of my drunk entitled Karen impression? Was it good? I can't say it's based off experience, but I thought I'd just, try and slur my words a little bit. Let me know if it was good or not, or just sounded like I was about to have a stroke. It's either the two. Let me know down below. As for this story in particular, I mean, again, what can I really say apart from, you just don't do that. You just don't steal someone's badge. It also doesn't even matter, what it is of theirs. Don't steal anything from anyone. Why is she trying to take your badge off you? I don't get it. I really, really don't. Now, I do agree with her. Obviously, she wasn't trying to steal your jail key card, but still, don't steal anyone from anyone ever. What's the point? What are you going to gain? Are you going to try and sell the badge on eBay? What's the point? I don't get it. Wait, sorry, I've just clocked. Did this post say at the end that she got back in her car? Wait, sorry, she jerkily rushed out of the store. Did she get back in her car? She must have driven to the store, right? I assume this happened in America. Normally people drive to stores, do they not? To put your grocery away when you're finished with it. Otherwise just walking home, right? Did she get back in her car? If she did, that's a DUI right there. I can't work it out from the post. It's annoying. OP hasn't said it, but if she got back in her car, wow. Entitled parents want me to fake my vaccination card. I am an 18-year-old woman, and I still live with my parents, who are anti-vaxxers, and since the pandemic, also COVID-idiots. In my country, they are called Kwerdenka. My mum is especially against all COVID restrictions. She doesn't believe that COVID is dangerous, and she thinks that the government only wants to control and kill us. She said repeatedly that we're living in a dictatorship and that the vaccine is going to kill us all. Also, since the pandemic, she's started on various protests and is heavily active in conspiracy groups on Telegram, Facebook, etc. What a woman. Now, my father isn't as extreme as her, but he also believes that the vaccine is going to harm us because there hasn't been enough research yet. In my country, I have to be tested nearly every day in school in order to avoid infections and online school. So does my brother, who is an 18-year-old. My father also has to be tested every day at his workplace, and if anyone is COVID positive, all of us will have to quarantine for 2 weeks. If you're working, you don't get paid during this period of time. This could be avoided if you get the vaccine. We wouldn't have to be tested regularly, and we wouldn't be quarantined if anyone in our class or family member has COVID. That's the initial situation of my story. The father of my best friend is a doctor and also an anti-vaxxer. He is allowed to vaccinate patients, but he just uses it as an excuse to fake vaccinate himself and his family. That's his daughter, son, and wife. My family is really close to his. I've been friends with his daughter since elementary school, and we live in the same neighborhood. He knows that my parents are also anti-vaxxers, and he made an offer to my mother approximately 2 months ago. He would also fake vaccinate us, my parents, my brother, and me. Oh my god, you're telling me a doctor is giving out fake vaccines? What is going on? Now, my mother has been afraid that I'm going to get vaccinated because I don't believe in all this BS about the government and COVID. I think COVID is dangerous and deadly. She knows my opinion and is deeply afraid that I will get killed because of the vaccine as soon as I turn 18. Guess what? 1 week after my birthday, I got vaccinated without them knowing. 2 months ago, she told me about the doctor's offer, and I clearly declined. Back then, I was still 17. It is a crime. In bad cases, you have to go to jail for 5 years, and I don't want to infect innocent people because I'm not really vaccinated. I said all of this to her, and at first, she tried to make me feel guilty. She wouldn't be afraid anymore that I got vaccinated, she's done so much for us, etc., but I still declined. She hasn't brought it up since then. 1 week ago, my parents wanted to talk to me and my brother in private. They shut down the internet and brought our mobiles into a different room. I immediately knew what they wanted from us. Apparently, my mother told my father about the doctor's offer because he has enormous pressure at his workplace, getting tested every day, the risk of being positive and quarantining for 2 weeks without payments. My father told us about his problems at work and said that it would be disastrous for us, me and my brother, if he tested positive, because both of us are going to be graduating this year, and missing 2 weeks of school is really bad. I just thought he was going to tell us about the offer and leave the decision up to us, but I thought wrong. He and my mother decided that either the whole family is going to get fake vaccinated or nobody is. I understand that my father is under enormous pressure, and I wouldn't say anything if he does accept the offer, but he said he won't do it if any of us decide against it. The problem is that he really wants to do it. I said again that I won't accept that offer, but I also won't stop them. Now, the fun begins. He started to blame me because now he wouldn't be able to do it. He said that we will do it as family, but is angry that I'm against it. He's decided that. He can also decide to just do it with my brother. I didn't agree with his decision in the first place. At that moment, he's shouting at me, trying to guilt trap me. I just wanted to go and said I was going to think about it. 4 days ago, that's 3 days after the first conversation, I told my mother that I still won't do it. During dinner, my father brought the topic up again. I still declined and told them they can do it without me. He didn't accept my answer. He started shouting again and also insulted me. How dumb I am, how stubborn, and that I think I'm so much better than them. He said he was disappointed in me because he thought that I was smarter than that, etc. That hurt me. I don't think I'm dumb. I'm one of the best of my class, and I'm currently doing the German version of A-levels. And I absolutely don't think I'm something better than my parents. I just don't agree with them. After that, he started to have some kind of breakdown, I think. He started crying and saying that he was worried that he wouldn't be able to provide for us anymore if he gets quarantined, because he won't get paid during this period of time. He admitted that he is putting enormous pressure on me, but he doesn't care. You have to know that I quickly have a remorse for the simplest things. Just when I think about hurting the feelings of others, especially my family members, and making them feel anxious, bad, etc., my conscience intervenes. Now my father is telling me that I could take away his and my mother's fear if I do what they want me to do. But I still refused. This caused a major feeling of guilt and remorse in me. Since he started insulting me, I hadn't said anything, and his reproach made me feel so bad. I nearly started crying. After that, I got up, went to my room, and cried. My feelings were so mixed up. I've got a strong sense of justice, but I felt so guilty and also so betrayed. As soon as I won't dance after the tune of my parents, they start to insult and guilt trap me. Needless to say, I didn't sleep well that night. Since then, my mother hasn't brought this topic up again, but my father won't speak to me. He's ignoring me, giving me the silent treatment. But I have to admit that I don't really care anymore. I don't know what he's going to do, and I also don't understand why I've got to be a part of all this. It's my decision. He can decide differently if he wants to. But I know that if I give in, they'll use this method every time I say no to something. This is the first time that I do something against the will of my parents, and my behavior in this situation will determine how they treat me and my decisions in future. Just to clarify, my parents don't know that I am already vaccinated, but my friend told me her father, that's the doctor, would cover up for me and wouldn't tell my parents anything. First of all, OP, fair play to you for getting your actual vaccine and not listening to your, honestly, pretty dumb parents. Look, I get it. Some people don't want to get the vaccine. Fine, it's not ideal, obviously, but it's their choice. But whatever you do, don't get a fake vaccine and put everyone else in danger from a doctor who, for some reason, is willing to risk prison time. What is going on there? Seriously, if the dad feels so much pressure to get vaccinated, I have an amazing solution for him. Just get the vaccine, bro. It's not that hard. You absolute freak. And now moving on to our second story. Karen thinks she owns the sidewalk because she didn't train her dogs. I used to have a leash-trained cat named Eva who loved going on walks. I would take her to this nice little trail that looped around a pond but only had street parking. So I would have to park my car a little up the street and walk maybe 60 feet on the sidewalk to reach the beginning of the path. I was leaving the path and we were on the sidewalk heading back to my car when this happened. When we turned off the path to the sidewalk, I spot an entitled lady walking 2 golden retrievers heading towards us. Since Eva didn't give a dang about being around well-behaved dogs, we continued walking in her direction to my car. We were about 80 feet away when the dogs notice Eva and they start going nuts. They were barking, pulling at their leashes, and trying to lunge forward to get at her. The entitled lady wasn't doing anything to try and control the dogs. She didn't try moving them off to the side, shortening their leash, telling them to stop, anything. Instead, she let them pull her towards us and even started doing a little trot to let them run at us. I have Eva heel and stay near my feet so I can pick her up, just in case. They get closer and she's still not doing a dang thing to hinder them. So I move off the sidewalk and into the streets. She then began letting them off the sidewalk to angle towards us. At that point, they're almost on us, so I scoop up Eva. Only then, when they're snarling and lunging at me, does the entitled lady try and control them and hold them back. I was trying to get the frick out of there when the shrill harpy decided to open her gaping maw and yell, "Leave! You can't be here!" What the heck did you just say? You can't have your cat here! I was already walking away from her, but then the lady turned around and let the dogs follow after me to continue trying to attack us. This was all yelled at my back as I tried to get Eva to the safety of my car. But this is public property. No, this is where I walk my dogs. And this is where I walk my cat. I have my cat in the car at this point, and I'm yelling this through a cracked window while her dogs are jumping at the side of my car, still trying to attack us. Illegally, you can't have her here. What the heck are you talking about? Your cat's hurt dogs. You can't be here. Don't come back. The rest of our exchange was her trying to say that it was illegal for me to walk Eva there because it excited dogs, and she'd walked her dogs there for years and she lived nearby, so it was her sidewalk. By saying my cat hurt dogs, she was referring to the strain the collar put on their necks when she was holding them back from attacking us. She said she would call the cops on me for walking my cat, and I told her to go ahead and call them so I could report her dogs for being aggressive. That stopped her for a second, but as I was driving, she was screaming threats at me about bringing my cat back. Not gonna lie, I'm petty. For the rest of my time living in that crummy town, whenever I passed her walking her dogs, I'd slow my car down, honk my horn, and set the dogs off, and then flip her off and set her off. It always gave me a smile to see her getting yanked around by her Goldens while screaming at the top of her lungs. Yeah, probably some of the dumbest logic I've ever heard there. My dogs are attacking your cat, pulling on their lead, and therefore your cat's hurting my dog. I mean, make it make sense. What is that? Seriously. Go back to school. Get an education, you clown. I don't even know too much about dogs, but I thought that golden retrievers are some of the easiest dogs to train. I guess that just shows that this Karen is negligent, doesn't really care, thinks everyone else should pander to her. Just go away. And now for our final story of today's episode. Mum invites herself to my graduation. Grandfather's girlfriend tells me to uninvite her. This will be a pretty mild story, but I'm still mad about it, so now I'm making it the internet's problem and amusement. For some backstory, a few years back, my house had gotten foreclosured on because of my parents' questionable financial decisions. I was too young at the time to fully understand the situation, but I can tell you that my mother rarely decided to have a job. So, after the foreclosure, my older sister, who's 9 years older than me, was gracious enough to let me, my mother, my father, and my brother move into her basement rent-free, on the condition that my mother get a job and we get an apartment or find somewhere else within 6 months. If I recall correctly, Mum stayed 6 months, my father and I stayed 8 months, and my brother is still there, but now pays rent. Why did my mother stay 6 and my father and I stay 8? Well, because at some point, my mother decided that was the best time to separate from my father. She came into the basement, gathered me, my father and my brother, and announced that she was leaving because your father is worthless, a lost cause, and also OP, your brother is useless and lazy. This coming from the woman who sat at home and cross-stitched all day, never helping her children with school, driving, or getting jobs. And yet, off she went to go and live with her co-worker. So, within the next few months, my father scrounged up a bit of money by taking extra runs at work as a truck driver and getting help from his father, and the two of us moved to another state in an apartment close to his father. I went back to school and honestly did better there in that 1.5 years than I'd ever done with my old school. Why? Because my grandfather's girlfriend had talked to a friend of hers and talked her into tutoring me. For one thing, I have undiagnosed ADHD, and because of this, I have a huge difficulty focusing and retaining information. But I did it. I graduated 1.5 years late, but I did it. Now, I had to make a decision. Did I want to invite my mother to the graduation? Did I want her to be there for this milestone of my life that she not only didn't help with, but almost stopped me from reaching because of her unwillingness to be a parent? Well, fortunately for me, I didn't have to make the decision. She decided that she was invited without asking, by asking me what day the graduation was, so she could schedule her vacation days. Without answering her, I went right to my father and asked what he thought. How did he feel about her coming? Was he going to be okay with her staying for a few days? He was pretty emotionally messed up after she decided to abandon us the way she did. But he insisted it was fine and tried to make sure that I was okay with it. Now, I didn't really have enough of a backbone to tell her how I really felt, so I just told her the day I was graduating and kind of left it at that. I was pretty annoyed that she felt entitled to come to my graduation, but I didn't want to fight about it. While at my tutor's house with my grandfather to work on some stuff, graduation comes up, and I tell them that, yeah, my mother is coming. They both have some feelings about it because they know the history, but ultimately it's my decision and they leave it alone. However, then my grandfather told his girlfriend when he went back to his house to pick up some tools. So, his girlfriend then calls me and decides to give me her 2 cents. Mind you, I have known this woman for less than 1 year, and in that period of time, she's asserted herself to be a strong-willed woman who absolutely does not approve of my lifestyle and has tried to change several things about me. Her 2 cents are essentially, your mother is coming? Why? What does your father think? No, really, what does your father think? Are you sure? Well, what do you think? What does he think? I think you should uninvite her. For his sake. You need to uninvite her. I'm still pretty spineless, but I managed to stand my ground enough to tell her that my graduation is my event, and I decide who's coming. I explained that I've already talked to my father, and he's expressed that he's fine. However, just to be sure, when my father came home from work, he and I talked about it again, and he assured me that it was fine. Eventually, when the topic of a celebratory dinner was brought up, it was decided that rather than have everyone attend one, my grandfather was going to bring me to one with me, him, his girlfriend, my father, and my tutor, whom I'd invited, and my father was going to host another with me, my mother, my sister, and her 4-month-old. It was annoying me that these 50-plus-year-olds were acting like the 4-month-old, but 2 dinners was enough to shut me up. The graduation ceremony and the dinners went without hitch for the most part, aside from my grandfather's girlfriend whispering to me that she wants to punch my mother while hugging me. That was very cool. So, not a terribly eventful or horrible story. Fortunately, no screaming Karens, but I hope it was a relatable enough story to be enjoyable. A few too many entitled people involved in this story for my liking. I thought it was bad enough at first with just your mother acting like an absolute cow, but then your grandfather's girlfriend who's known you less than a year gets involved. Wow, keep out of it. It's my graduation. F off? I mean, seriously, any normal family would say, yeah, it's your event, invite who you want, we'll do what you say. But no, not this family, not these 2 women. They've got to get their nose involved and do what they want. Brilliant scenes. Stop. Please. Get some help.
Stop it. Get some help.
Don't text and grocery shop, folks. Greetings and salutations. I'm excited to report that I've experienced a grocery store Karen. This is a first for me, not because they're a rare form of Karen, but because some time ago, my grocery shopping privileges were revoked. A few years back, I was sent on a mission to the grocery store with a list of stuff missing for an upcoming dinner. I came back with everything on the list, except I wasn't aware unsalted butter was the stuff of nightmares and tasted of sadness and failure. Ever since, I've been relentlessly mocked at family gatherings and permanently banned from grocery shopping unless it's a dire emergency. In the event of such an emergency, I'm given a series of pictures of things to find, and I have to reply with a picture of what I found before I'm given approval to actually pay and leave. What the heck? I mean, I don't know whether to laugh or cry at that. That's kind of sad. That being said, I am a grown-ass man and can go to the grocery store if I feel like it. Okay, this guy's an adult. Yeah, that is kind of sad. Anyway, these occasions are very infrequent, and my basket will usually elicit a raised eyebrow from a cashier. A basket filled with ice cream, sugary cereal, soda, and candy will do that. Everyone else is on a diet, don't judge. Earlier today, I retrieved my basket and started meandering my way through the aisles of the store, stopping occasionally to grab some tasty treat that caught my eye. I think it was the 2nd or 3rd aisle when I spotted my nemesis. She was stopped with her forearms resting on the cart handlebar and scowling ferociously at her cell phone, tapping away. I detoured around her and proceeded on my probably going to give me diabetes trip. Next aisle was soda and energy drinks, and I paused and had a moment of existential crisis. Red Bull or Monster? If Monster, which flavor? Comment down below, by the way, guys. I wasn't stopped there overly long, but before I could come to a decision, a cart plows straight into me. She wasn't going quite fast enough to knock me flat, but I did stagger a little. By the time I got on balance, I was being scolded by this woman for not watching where I was going, and that I was so careless I made her drop her phone. Based on the look on her face and the logical fallacy that was her reaction to careening into a bystander, I figured I'd just let it go, because there's no sense shouting into the wind. She retrieves her phone and resumes texting and operating a shopping cart. Being not like that dislodged the angel on my shoulder, and a tiny Zoidberg took his place. Red Bull? Monster? Why not both? Existential crisis averted. Proceed on mission. I skipped the aisle Karen is currently haunting because it's all healthy rubbish anyway. I think I got a couple hours of clearance from that woman, and then I hit the cereal aisle. Oh man, this is gonna take a minute. I'm stood there slack-jawed because this is not a frequent decision I have to make. And there are so many options. I could sense my nemesis approaching. A thud, followed by a younger female saying, "Ow, what the heck, lady?" accompanied by the soothing sounds of a recently crashed into toddler indicate her approach. Her shouts of indignant outrage moving away from the collision indicate the time is drawing nigh. I'm so very close to making the right decision, but I know she's coming. So, I put one foot out to stop the car I know is coming, and stand there with Cap'n Crunch in one hand and Lucky Charms in the other. Do I want cut gums or green poop? I'm braced for impact when this woman plows into me a second time, and my foot stops the cart successfully. Before she can wind up and start shouting at me, I look her dead in the face and said, in a tone reserved for people I wish ill upon, but lack a desire to cause a scene, "Watch where the F you're going, lady. Get your face out your phone. Nobody else is playing bumper cars." I'm rewarded with a surprised Pikachu face, and I decide Lucky Charms is the way to go. I replace the Cap'n Crunch box on the shelf, and I move on. I very nearly complete the rest of my shopping trip before she catches up to me again, only with reinforcements this time. She's drafted a confused-looking stock girl and a woman about my age I assume was some form of manager. The tie and the name badge that said manager sort of gave that away. I don't know what her exact role was, because looking intently at a random woman's chest is generally frowned upon, especially when the chest merit stares. Not that I looked. Anyway, the Karen cries, "There he is. There's the man who swore at me and assaulted me. He cracked my phone screen." Probably for the best, I was still deciding if getting mini sundae cones was worth the potential trouble I get in for tempting unsuspecting dieters in my house, as this could take a minute. Manager lady comes over to speak with me and asks me what happened. Stock girl decided discretion was the better part of valor and disappeared while the Karen was distracted. I'm not terribly sure what exactly the Karen expected, but I do plead guilty to swearing at the woman after she'd negligently crashed into me with her cart. Twice. I suggest that her phone might have been broken when she crashed into the woman with the now screaming toddler, as she didn't say anything about her phone being broken after the first crash, and she didn't drop her phone in the second. Manager lady grabs a radio clipped to her belt and starts speaking retail into it. I didn't think I was going to get in trouble, and I assumed that the manager was summoning security, so I figured I'd buy some time for the cavalry to arrive. I admitted I shouldn't have sworn at the woman, in tones positively dripping with sarcasm. Oh, woe betide how wrong I was to have said such harsh words to such an enlightened and observant woman. Her face went from surprise to smug, and then just a touch of confusion before transitioning into rage. Her entire head actually seemed to be changing to a nice, deep red shade. The manager's face was also bright red, but that was from trying to keep it together. The security dude shows up, and the Karen is actually stunned when they ask her to come with them, as she is being excluded from the premises. She only begins pitching a fit when she's halfway frog-marched out of the store, saying that everyone involved with this would regret treating her this way. Blah, blah, blah. Once Karen's out of earshot, the manager lets out a sound I have never heard out of a human mouth before. Some weird hybrid of gasp, giggle, and wheeze, accompanied by a few titters before she's collected herself and asks if I need anything else. I say I think I'm all set, and I take out a box of the big boy sundae cones, feeling I've earned them. She looks at what I've got in the basket and asks if I'm finished shopping. I feel judged, so I explain that everyone else is on a diet. She gives my defense a smirk and says that she doesn't care, she just wants to comp my purchases. I stop defending myself and proclaim my mission accomplished. Turns out, free really does add a wonderful flavour to foods. First of all, I just want to say, OP, thank you. Really, from the bottom of my heart. That is the best story I've ever read on Reddit. That's not even a joke. So well written, really interesting, funny. I just love everything about it. It's just good. Yeah, just really good. If only more stories are like that, I would love it. I really would. If you're an amazing writer, get in the mixer. I'm rambling, who cares? Subtitles have gone. It's just like jibber jabber at the bottom now. It's just letters. That's all it is. Just screw it. Just great story. Loved every second of it. I'm going to read more from this bloke because, wow, that was electric in every single sense of the word. I loved it. I mean, genuinely, if this guy wrote a book, I would read it. That story was that well written, that interesting. Justice for Karen, but justice for the English language. That was how good that was. And now moving on to our second story, the title and thumbnail of today's episode. Entitled Parent Causes Car Crash Because She Couldn't Get Any Petrol. Quick bit of backstory. I work at a supermarket and we have a petrol station just up the road. Normally, I work on the tills, but I was asked by my manager to head up to the petrol station and direct traffic on the tarmac due to the fuel shortage and amount of cars queuing to get in. So, I'd been standing out on the tarmac of our petrol station for around 25 minutes, telling all the customers that wanted fuel that we only had unleaded petrol left and no diesel. Most people were understanding and simply drove on. and others looked like they wanted to tear my tongue out of my mouth. I was expecting this. However, it was at this point I was told over the speaker system to no longer let cars in, as we had entirely run out of all fuel. And this is when I started getting grief from just about everyone. About 30 minutes after we ran out of fuel, I met the entitled mother of this story. At this point, it was around 4:30 p.m. and she pulled up to me, rolled down her window, and screeched out, "Diesel!" "No, sorry darling, we ran out about half an hour ago," I replied. Now guys, this story actually happened in the UK recently, so for that reason, I reckon this Karen is an entitled British chav. "Oh, that's absolute bull. My friend came here earlier on and got fuel. You need to sort it out and get some more now." We did have fuel earlier on, but we ran out thanks to how busy it's been. At this point, one of our delivery vans pulled into the petrol station and went to the pump they have reserved just for delivery vans. And the entitled mum didn't approve. "Why the F does he get fuel?" That's a pump reserved for our delivery drivers. That's how they fill up before and after their runs. "I'm using that pump." She then rolled up her window and swerved her car to try and drive around me to get into the petrol station and towards the pump. She did this without indicating at all, and she was promptly hit by another of our vans that was also coming to fuel up. I made sure that she and the driver were okay, and when they both agreed they were fine, I headed inside, called my manager, and left the rest to her. I don't know what the result was of the accident, but the damage wasn't too bad from what I saw. Well, listen, Karen, take that said it better than I ever could. Just have a little patience. Come on, it's not that hard. For those of you that don't know, there's a big fuel shortage in the UK right now, and no one really can get fuel for their cars. But I tell you what won't help. People like this, jumping queues, trying to get ahead, causing crashes. Nah. And now moving on to our third story, guys, and to be honest, this Karen is actually a little bit more calm, relaxed, chilled out, more normal than the first two Karens in this episode. I'm lying. She's not. American Red Cross Karen calls me selfish for getting tattoos instead of donating blood. Here we go. Hey guys, this happened earlier today. I'm a 26-year-old woman in New York, and I'm a bit of a tattoo addict. I've got a total of 6 so far, with my next appointment being next month. Earlier today, while I was getting ready for work, my phone rang. Not really paying attention to caller ID, I picked up. "Hello? Good morning. Is this Miss OP?" "Yes, it is." "Great. Well, my name is Karen, and I'm calling from the American Red Cross. Did you know there's a blood shortage right now? With your next donation, you could potentially save dozens of lives. Can I schedule your next donation now?" Sorry Karen, but I can't donate right now. I just got a tattoo about 2 months ago, and I've got another tattoo coming up real soon. I would love to donate, but I'm gonna be unable for the next few months at least." "Oh, well, then perhaps you wouldn't mind rescheduling that next tattoo so you can donate at your 3-month mark." No, thank you, Karen. My artist is months behind in her clients, and I actually got really lucky with getting an appointment so soon. I'm so sorry, but I can't donate right now." "What? You're really gonna choose tattoos over saving someone's life? Really? Wow, how selfish can you be?" And with that, she hung up. Okay, first of all, lady, you can't force anyone to donate blood. That's obvious. Second of all, and I might be wrong here, but the fact that this person has your number in the first place and has called it a 3-month checkup means that I'm pretty sure OP has given blood before, right? So she's already done something selfless, given her blood once, but no, apparently she's now too selfish to give again? Like, surely if you are this Karen, you would then target other people who have never donated in the first place and not call someone selfish who's already donated in the past and just doesn't want to this time? That makes no sense to me. And now for our fourth and final story of today's episode. Sister copied my 5th grade book reports. Evil Mama Bear lets her get away with it. This happened when I was 13 and in middle school. My sister was 10 and in the 5th grade at the time. 3 years earlier, when I was in the 5th grade, I did a book report on a light novel I don't really remember, and I got a B+ on that report. My dad had a habit of filing all the return school assignments of myself and my sister, and he catalogued them by day, month, year, and topic. I thought his doing so was a bit overzealous, but I didn't really dwell on it. Yeah, kind of agree. What a weird thing to do. Fast forward 3 years, and one day I noticed my sister came home from school whining about having to do a boring book report. I told her I did a few of them for school in her grade, and they're really not so hard. Just pick a book, read it, and then write about it. Then I brought up the name of the book I'd done a report on at that time and said it might be a good choice for her, as it was an easy novel to read with big fonts printed on the pages. She had 2 weeks to do the book report, but I never once saw her reading any book at all during that time. And I repeatedly reminded her. She just brushed me off and said, "I got this." Then, one day, my sister comes home all proud of herself that she got a B on her book report, which was odd to me since she really didn't read anything as far as I'd known. Plus, she didn't really care to apply herself. I knew she had the smarts, just not the drive. So, out of curiosity, I picked up the report and started to read it. And to my shock, it was just like one I'd written 3 years earlier. She didn't even change the title. I was furious, and I called her out for copying my work. She just ran into Mum's arms crying. "She copied my old book report. She doesn't deserve this grade." "No, she didn't," said my mum. "You're mistaken. My little princess wrote this all by herself. She earned that B." "Fine then. I'll just talk to Dad when he gets home and we'll see who's right." "Don't you talk back to me, young man. Go to your room." "With pleasure." This was before I got my Nokia cell phone. So, as I was walking to my room, I sneakily grabbed the cordless phone from its charger and called my dad from upstairs. He was upset and agreed to look at his records when he got home. Surprise, surprise, when he opened up the file cabinet that had my elementary schoolwork in it, it looked like it had been rifled through. We found the original book report pretty easily. It had been sloppily shoved back into the file and was crudely folded in half. We read the title, and sure enough, it was the same. We came out of the office, and my dad asked to see my sister's book report. Mum stood her ground and said that her little princess didn't do anything, but Dad was adamant. Mum tried to double down, but Dad told her if she was so confident that my sister didn't copy my work, then to let him read it. So, Mum finally handed him the book report without even looking at him, and Dad proceeded to compare the two. He got no further than reading the titles of both before my sister started bawling and confessing to what she'd done. Mum came flying to her aid to hug and kiss her, then chastised us for making her cry. Dad said she ripped off my schoolwork, and if the school found out, she'd have her grade revoked and would likely be punished, which made my sister cry harder. My sister tearfully confessed that a few days earlier, she had gone into Dad's office and looked through my old school work files and found the book report. Then she just handwrote her own version of it that was almost identical and put the original back in the cabinet. After confessing, she then ran to Dad's leg and latched onto him while crying her eyes out and saying she'd never do it again. Sorry, let me just remember, how old is this person? Okay, so she's 10 years old and she's acting like she's 2. I guess my sister's tears made Dad sympathetic because he said that he wouldn't tell the school she cheated, but that she was still grounded for doing it, and he expected better from her from then on. Now, I was mad, but my dad told me there was no use, since my sister had already gotten graded on the reports and no one noticed. This just made Mum give me an evil smirk, like she was saying, "Ha, I win," because she never enforced my sister's groundings while Dad wasn't home. Then Dad took me upstairs and assured me from now on he'd make sure this didn't happen again by keeping better control of his files. My sister didn't get off completely scot-free though. That Sunday, Dad took me out for ice cream and a trip to the mall, but not her. She was screaming, begging to come with us, but Dad told her she didn't deserve it for copying my book reports. So in essence, it was my grade and not hers. I'd be getting that ice cream. That made Mum say that she'd go out and buy her a tub of whatever ice cream she wanted. But she just cried. It wasn't the same, and then ran to her room to scream and pout. That was the best ice cream I'd gotten all year. The following week, my dad got some brand new file cabinets with better locks on them, so nobody could get into them anymore but him. And for those who may be wondering why the teacher didn't notice the book report was the same, well, my old teacher I had back in 5th grade had moved on to another school by the time I was in 6th grade. And since it was elementary, it wouldn't surprise me if copied book reports slipped through the cracks on many occasions. There are a lot of students to keep track of after all. Interesting story there. I wouldn't personally rat out your sister to the school, but I would definitely enforce her being grounded. I mean, to do that is not great, is it? And it's probably best that she cuts that out earlier on in life than later. So in that respect, the mother here Bit of a weird one. I wouldn't personally have that reaction. But to be fair, your dad's also a bit of a strange bloke. Sorry. Why has he got this weird filing cabinet with all your old school reports to the date? That's a bit dodgy. And also, it's not really that deep, is it? I mean, everyone copies all the time, and she's 10. Who really cares? My abusive ex-stepfather asked me to call the police if I knew anything. So I did. I am a 29-year-old woman, and I live with my mum and her new boyfriend, we'll call him A-Hat, when I was a child. They met when I was 10 years old, but from the moment I met this man, I never liked him. He gave off the most terrifying vibes, and even as a child, I could instinctively tell that there was something wrong with this man. Fast forward 6 years, and my mum and A-Hat are getting married on my birthday no less. I have 3 new siblings in that time from their marriage, and this man for the past 6 years has made my life a living hell. He was physically and verbally aggressive almost every single day to me, my mum, and siblings. However, he did, and still does, have a particular dislike towards me. To this day, I'm still not sure why. He would exclude me from family events, force family members to not give me presents at Christmas and birthdays, and then humiliate me on those events and make a scene of me not receiving gifts. Body shame me? I was 11 years old when he did this, mind you, and called me a hoe for wearing a skirt. He also spent approximately $50,000 of my inheritance on himself, things like mountain bikes and the like. He would hide my phone for no reason, so I couldn't contact my father or friends or extended family. He wouldn't let me eat the yummy food, but would sit there and eat it in front of me. He ruined the very expensive 4WD I bought my mum as an adult out of my inheritance, and once he ruined it, left it at its demise place, which was out of town in the backcountry, down a steep slope, and in a creek, for me and my mum to sort out. And there's even more. Stolen cars and motorbikes, started a bushfire, tried to pin a break and enter of a friend's house in the middle of the night on my boyfriend, and that is just a snippet of the charms of this literally awful human being. I moved out of home very shortly after the wedding, and at 16 I was living on my own, juggling 2 part-time jobs, full-time school in a brand new state, and a brand new city. But it was a heck ton better than living at home. Fast forward again another 10 years, so I'm now 26, and my mum has finally had the courage to separate from A-Hat with my 3 siblings after years of further abuse from him. He still tries and terrorizes their lives and controls them and demonstrates very threatening behavior, but at least they're out. My 3 siblings choose to stay with my mum, for obvious reasons, but still had to have visitation with their father due to custody arrangements. A-Hat's always had a lot of resentment towards the children for this, but can you blame them? I certainly can't. Fast forward now to present day. I have full care of the oldest of my 3 younger siblings, as she wanted to escape A-Hat and move states to live with me. I fully supported this because I've always tried to help where I can. The youngest of the 3 stays with mum. The middle child, my brother, was very traumatized by his dad's behavior and consequently has a lot of untreated trauma and behavior to go with it. I tried to take care of him and let him live with me and my family at one point. However, he also was too violent for me to handle. A-Hat actively stopped my brother getting the mental health help he needed. I believe this to be that it might have held him accountable if my brother told anyone anything too incriminating. My brother moves back to my mother and younger sister. He is also too violent for them to handle. Side notes, I understand my brother's behavior is not okay either, and unfortunately a lot of it is learnt behavior. And when he has sought out help, A-Hat quickly stopped that. I'm hoping in the future he can hopefully and finally get the help he needs. Anyway, last week, on Sunday, my brother assaulted a family member when at my mum's house. He was escorted off the property by police and taken to A-Hat's house to live now. I get a message from him on Wednesday for the first time in years saying, "Your brother is missing. The police have been called. If you know anything, call me or the police." Instant panic sets in. I feel like a scared child again from a very benign message from this man. I sat looking at this message all night wondering what to do about it. That's when it came to me. A-Hat asked me to call the police if I knew anything. He didn't specify what I had to know and tell the police, just that if I knew anything to call them. So I did. I called the police and I told them that I felt I had some very important information to tell them regarding my missing brother. I told them everything. All the abuse that had happened to me and my family at great lengths. I told them that if they return my brother when they find him to Ahat's house, that they will be putting him in direct danger. I told them absolutely everything. The police were very interested to hear this about Ahat and put me on hold while the police officer I was speaking to went to discuss something with her superior. When I got taken off hold, I'm talking to a more senior officer now. He wants me to reiterate the story, which I do. He says someone will call me back. Okay, I think. I get a call back not longer, and they ask, if needed, would I sign a statement to what I had said? Of course, I agree. I go down to my local police station to sign said statements about what I've told the police. There is now an arrest warrant out for Ahat for a multitude of reasons. Seems there was more in his police file that I wasn't aware of, and I was told that under no circumstance would Ahat be getting my brother, when he's found, or any of my other siblings back in his care. So, not the juiciest of entitled parents on here, but I did maliciously comply with my butthole ex-stepfather's request of calling the police if I knew anything, and now he won't be able to hurt my family anymore. So, that's worth smiling over. It's been a slow burn to see any kind of justice come to this evil, entitled, terrible human, but my patience eventually paid off. Now, OP has actually given us some clarifications and a couple of edits to try and, give us a little bit more insight into how this story is unfolding. Number 1, I am from Australia, which might clarify some confusion. Our police system works a little differently down here, where we can go to our local police station regardless of what state we're in, as once the job number has been created, it can be accessed and also acted upon on a federal level. That means accessed across the entire country. Number 2, the police have reason to believe, however, they aren't able to disclose the exact reason why they believe this, that my brother is safe and fine, and have said as much to me. But again, they haven't elaborated on this. I believe that my brother and Ahat probably had a triggering event transpire, and that my brother ran away and has gone underground or into hiding. He has done this before, however, it never reached a police level. There were some people in the comment section of Reddit saying that it was strange that I was here posting the story onto Reddit about the incident while my brother was still missing, and I can understand where they're coming from. However, being states away from my brother, specifically on an island state, and with COVID restrictions, I'm unable to get to his states. So for now, I've done everything I can from where I am. I've also contacted and disclosed everything to child safety, which I've done so many times before. This is the most I can do from where I am. Unfortunately, yeah, makes complete sense to me. To be fair, OP, as long as the police are saying that your brother is almost definitely okay, I think, yeah, you're doing as much as you can. No need to get worked up about it. He's done it before. I'm sure he'll be fine. Update number 3. My sister, the oldest of the 3 that lives with me full time, has made contact via social media with my brother today. Okay, so there we go. My brother was very vague and secretive to my sister and wasn't willing to disclose where he was, which I can understand. We've all experienced the length of Ahat's secretive nature, so by not telling us anything he knows, Ahat can't manipulate, intimidate, or threaten us to get any information out of us if we don't know anything. I can confirm that it was most definitely our brother, as he used a safe word that we have between us 4 siblings, as Ahat would often take our phones. So we'd always use that safe word so we'd actually know it was our sibling we were talking to, not potentially Ahat's. The same goes for dangerous situations. If we'd ever need assistance, we would say the safe word for help as to not alert anyone we were asking for help. Very good idea for anyone else experiencing a similar experience. How sad is that though? That you have to even go to that extent to have a safe word from your own father, your own stepdad. That is, terrible. Speaking of, number 4, no word on location or outcome of Ahat. As he is no longer a direct family member, I'm not going to be informed until it is public knowledge, I imagine. The officer did say that she would contact me if there was anything else I did need to know, however. It may be a bit of time until we hear any outcome for him. In the 19 years I have known him, he has almost always managed to wiggle his way out of any repercussions of his actions. So I'm not holding my breath that this time will be any different, but I still have hope. It's better than resentment and negativity. And finally, number 5, I just received another text from Ahat saying, "Obviously no concern of yours, hey, big sis. Thanks for caring. Only for yourself." I haven't replied to his original text, and I won't reply to this one either. this text has rattled me just like the first one. No matter how far you physically remove yourself from the person who has traumatized you, it can very quickly come straight back to take you back to feeling like it's happening all over again. Deep breaths and keep on. And lastly, I've been so blown away by everyone's support. Nothing like this has ever happened to me, with so much support and kind words from so many people. It's been so amazing, humbling, and beautiful that people have taken the time to wish me and my family well wishes and love and strength. It's people like all of you that give me hope and motivation to not harbour anger towards people and the world for the rubbish situations I've gone through in my life, because there is so much good out there. Thank you so much. And look guys, this post has, over 6,000 upvotes at the time of recording, but insanely it has over 160 comments as well, and they are all, to be fair, incredibly positive. I'll just go through a few. I mean, look at this one. Good on you. Hope your brother's found safe, and AHAT didn't do something to him, and only called you to start building an alibi. Yes, I really hope that's also what happened. I mean, look, what a comment by Stella Manatee. I'm in awe of your bravery. Not easy to come from such an abusive step-parent to work and live your life at such a young age and still manage to be there for your siblings. An absolute standing ovation for telling the police everything you knew, as your butthole ex-stepfather requested. All the best to you. I hope you have a happy, peaceful life. And guys, you have to understand, look, OP has been through a lot. Seeing these insane comments of support probably just makes them feel amazing. And it's vindication, right? They now know they've done the right thing. If they were unsure, comments like this can really help them to understand that. You know what, guys? Let's get involved. It doesn't have to be just Reddit. It can be our community as well. Let's get down in the comments and give OP some messages of support to let them know that they definitely are doing the right thing here and that they've done something amazing. If you've got any advice or tips, maybe past experiences that you've had, or just, general empathy, comment down below. Hopefully we can get OP to see this video and see the insane support that you lot can give. And now moving on to our second story of today's Entitled Parents episodes. Being hated for being free. Hello everybody, new member here. I'd just like to share an experience I've had recently. It's a long read, but one I believe many of you will likely relate to. As a 27-year-old man, I have many friends with children, mostly in the toddler age group, as well as many friends without children, like myself. Now, don't get me wrong, I love being the fun friend, uncle, whatever, but I've always stood firm in my decision not to sire children. To that end, most of my friends with children have grown to accept that, and we just don't bring it up. No cause to, right? I think my friends just expect that one day I, and whoever I may be courting, will announce a pregnancy, to which end I know they'll be disappointed, but that's okay. See, being a single, childless young man, I naturally have quite a bit more freedom in life than my friends with children. I can still live life on a whim. They can't. I can roughly predict what the next 2 weeks will hold. They can't. If I want to have kids later in life, I can reverse that decision, would likely adopt. They can't. Of course, most of my friends with children are still wholesome and loving friends. They love to see me traveling to exotic places, and they adore the small trinkets and lengthy stories I bring home with me. One set of friends, however, has shown their true colours lately. See, over the past few years, I've helped them left, right and centre, financially. I don't mind because they have mouths to feed, and I know how it feels to struggle. So I don't want to see my friends and their children doing the same. The most notable expense was the 1.8k I shelled out to literally buy them a running vehicle. Bear that in mind, that 1,800 will be important later. The friends in question have a 3-year-old together, and the girlfriend has a 9-year-old from a previous relationship. This couple in particular has turned very bitter to me lately, almost as soon as they found out that I'm planning a month-long trip to Brazil in June. My friend's immediate response was, "Oh, you should be saving that money so you can buy a house and start a family." And I replied, "Well, I have no interest in reproducing, and I'm not ready to set an anchor. We've discussed that." And his girlfriend pipes in, "Yeah, whatever. Must be nice to just fly off all over the world. Maybe one day you'll know what it's like to be responsible instead of only thinking about you." Excuse me. I've worked my fingers to the bone to save for this vacation and all my previous voyages. And to that end, I'm not done yet. I've been strictly budgeting my money for over a year to make this happen. I even gave up both cigarettes and soda to save a few more dollars per week. No eating out, no buying video games, basically nothing outside of the essentials. I work more hours per week than both of them combined. Not judging, look, they've got kids to care for, but still, I earn this. And then for them to act like I'm a lesser man because I didn't accidentally reproduce right out of high school, to me, that was both laughable and pathetic. Now, even at this point, I had chalked it up to, okay, they resent me for it in the moment. I guess I understand that, because I know that neither of them has ever gotten to do such a thing, and I do feel somewhat like a jerk that they have to watch me fly off to Brazil knowing they can't afford to do much, because, well, raising children is expensive. But then, they take it a massive step further and ask me to borrow $3,000 so they too can do something this summer. She even whipped out her phone and pulled up the resort they wanted to stay at on Table Rock Lake, Missouri. As soon as I noticed she'd entered the info for a 14-day stay totaling $2.4K, I realized they had planned to ask for this money all along. I was honestly speechless for a moment. So eventually, I said something along the lines of, look man, I've been saving for this for over a year. I can't afford to loan any of that money out, or I won't be able to afford to go on my vacation. And to be honest, I still have to recoup that 1.8K I loaned you guys before my plans are even back in the green. So I'm sorry, but the answer is no. And they just lost it. All you single buttholes ever think about is yourself. You have no idea what it's like. We never get to do anything. Some friend you are, you'd rather go off by yourself than help our kids have a good summer. At that point, I simply left without another word. It's clear to me now that all I ever was a piggy bank. In truth, I guess it was my fault for being proud of my frugality and occasionally mentioning my savings. Like, hey man, I hit 10K today, 2/3 of the way there. This all happened last weekend. And even today, I received another text. Are you sure we can't all just go to the lake together? The kids really need this. It's not like you can't go to Brazil another time. And this, friends, has been a hastily written and hurtful example of entitlement. Takeaways. 1. Don't discuss your finances with anyone that isn't directly affiliated with them. Yourself and or your partner, maybe your parents, but not your friends. 2. Never loan money to friends. Treat it as a gift that you will not see returned. If you do see it returned, yeah, treat it as a nice surprise. And 3, thank you for reading, and feel free to share discourse or similar stories in the comments. Alright guys, comment down below, what are your thoughts on those 3 takeaways there? You know, I'll put them up on screen, you don't need to see my ugly face. Takeaway 1, don't discuss your finances with anyone that isn't directly affiliated with yourself. Yeah, okay, I agree with that. He actually says here, not your friends. I don't know, maybe if they're like your very, very, very close friends, then you can. I mean, personally, we have done. I think that's absolutely fine. People you trust. But yeah, not people that you really, really don't know amazingly well, that's for sure. 2, never loan money to friends. I actually do agree with this one. Even my best friends, I wouldn't loan money to expecting them to pay me back necessarily. I'm not saying like just a small amount of money, but you know, a proper chunk of money. If you're going to loan that to a mate, yeah, realistically, don't expect to see it back. Obviously, you would hope it comes back, but yeah, he's right. If you do see it return, treat it as a surprise. I completely agree with that. And 3, yeah, comment down below, fellas. What are your thoughts on this story? Personally, again, loved it. I can't believe the entitlement, though. Like, yeah, it's your money. You've chosen not to have a kid and not to have a partner. Obviously, you're going to have more money for yourself then. Obviously, you can spend it on stuff that you want to do. It's so weird, isn't it? Like, yeah, look, don't get me wrong. I want to have children someday and a family, but you can't really abuse people for not wanting to do that and then spending their own money on themselves and having a good time. That's not selfish. That just makes sense, right? I don't understand that logic at all. Like, it is actually just mental. You owe them absolutely nothing. You've done very well in your life to be able to go away and, you know, have a nice vacation that you deserve. You've been, you know, penny picking for ages, gonna make it happen, so fair play to you. But yeah, just because they've got kids and have obviously much more expenses, they can't do that, and that's their choice. Psycho entitled parents breaks into a house, holds a girl at gunpoint, and then lies to the police. Okay, first of all, this didn't happen to me, but a friend of mine, so I'm writing it in the third person as I heard it. 2, I know how fake the title sounds, but she showed me security footage of the event that transpired, and yep, it was real. It actually happened. So basically, let me set the stage. I'm going to be using fake names to protect identities, of course. Person this happened to is Elizabeth. Elizabeth's mother is Christina. The entitled parent is Karen, and the entitled teen is Darren. This happened around 4 years ago. Basically, Christina had a computer that she let her neighbor's kid use from time to time, as long as Christina was there to watch them. If she was gone, then she would tell her daughter, Elizabeth, who was about 16 or 17 at the time, that they weren't allowed to use the computer. But usually, if Christina wasn't home, neither was Elizabeth. Now, here's a key fact. Before they go out, they would always lock their doors. But at one point, they thought they kept forgetting to lock their front door. So, one day, Elizabeth was actually home alone because Christina was at work and they don't allow kids where she works, at the hospital. And Elizabeth was on vacation, so she didn't have any school. She hears a knock at the door and answers it. Who's there? But Karen and her demon-spawned Darren. This is the conversation that follows. "Hello? Darren wants to use your computer," said Karen. "Sorry, but my mum's not home right now. Come by later and see if she's home then." "Look, I know she said we're not allowed to use the computer if she's not there, but you're here, so you can watch us." "I'm sorry, but my mum said that I can't let you in." "Oh, come on, your mum doesn't have to know," said Darren. "I'm sorry, but no means no. And I don't want to get in trouble if my mum comes home and he's still playing on it. Just come by later." Karen let out this exasperated groan and just dragged Darren away. Now, you would think that that's the end of it, but you've seen the title. We have 3 criminal charges here. So, about 10 minutes later, Elizabeth hears the door open and thinks her mum is home early or something. But when she goes downstairs to say hi, instead she's greeted with Karen going from a 1 to 100 and pointing a freaking gun at her. Here's what follows. "You're going to let my angel play on your computer now." Elizabeth kept her arms up, trying to de-escalate the situation. "Okay, calm down, put the gun down and take your kid to the computer." They later found that the gun wasn't actually loaded and belonged to the husband. But when someone is pointing a gun at you, I don't think you're going to want to call their bluff. Elizabeth then decided to go back up to her room, but Karen grabbed her. "I'm not freaking done with you, you brat. Where do you keep the duct tape?" This is around the points I thought that she might have been making up the story, but she then showed me what happened on her security camera. Now, I would show you guys the footage, but she wasn't comfortable with me showing it. So, Elizabeth shows Karen where the duct tape is, and Karen, I kid you not, ties Elizabeth to a chair and tapes her mouth shut. She said it had been hours before her mum showed up, and by then they were gone. They called the police immediately, and when they confronted Karen about it, she said this. "But that's my house. They're just renting it out." Yep, she bald-faced lied to the police. All it took was showing them the security footage, and she was then charged with breaking and entering, making a threat, pointing a gun at Elizabeth, and wrongful imprisonment. I can't remember what happened to the son, but I think he might have been put in juvenile detention since he was 16. It honestly astonishes me how psychotic this entitled parent was that she felt it was worth it to break and enter and wrongfully imprison a 16, 17-year-old girl just so her kid could use a frickin' computer. I mean, I wish I was making this up because this is insane. Now listen guys, that is the end of the story, and I know what you're all thinking. That sounds like absolute bull, but 1 second, because OP has actually given us a little update. She says, "I wasn't expecting this to pick up so much steam, and I do want to say a few things. 1. The people who don't believe it, I can't blame you. This is very much a story that's asking for you to take my word for it, and I'm not going to ask you to take my word for it because I really don't care if you believe me or not. But I do want you to consider that, as I said, this took place 4 years ago. So if there are any holes in my story, they're most likely details I forgot with time. I'm only human after all." Wow, didn't know OP was a massive Rag and Bone Man fan, fair play. And 2, the people who believe it, there's a surprising amount of you who believe this story. Honestly, even while typing this, I said to myself, I still can't believe this actually happened, because it was escalated in an unbelievable way. You know what guys, I just don't know. Is this real? Is this fake? Look, you comment down below, let me know what you think. I'm undecided. To be honest, without the security camera footage, it is quite hard to believe this one. It does seem pretty exaggerated and unrealistic. But hey, I wasn't there. I don't know if it happened. Maybe it did. All I will say is that if I do look at the comments, every question that is being put to her, she is answering and making it sound as if maybe this did happen. I really don't know. Comment down below. And now moving on to our second story of today's episode. Stepmom purposefully ruins my sister's birthday and trash talks me to my own mum. So, a little backstory here. My parents divorced when I was 4 and my sister was 2, but they always stayed on somewhat friendly terms for our sake. My mum had our custody, but we spent 1 weekend out of 2 with my dad and half of the vacations. When I was 8, my dad got together with the entitled mum of this story, my stepmum, and they stayed together for over 10 years. Now, she and us did not get along. To give you an idea, in high school, if I referred to her by her name to my friends, they wouldn't have any clue who I was talking about. However, if I said female dog, they knew instantly who I was talking about. So, it was my sister's 15th birthday, and around that time, my sister wanted to reduce her meat consumption, and I told my parents about my interest with yaoi to have permission to buy some. My mum said okay, my dad didn't care, so I had some at both places, and everyone knew about it. One issue that came back often with her and my dad is that they kept forgetting what me and my sister didn't like to eat. Probably a story for another time, but one of my sister's big no-nos is foie gras. She finds it unethical, she hates the taste and the texture. Unfortunately for her, we're French, and foie gras is a staple of holiday meals. That year, we went to celebrate Christmas with our stepmom's family, and for a starter, we got a few litre of apple and foie gras. My sister declined, explaining that she didn't like foie gras, and we moved on. Her birthday is on Valentine's Day, so what I'm about to tell you took place less than 2 months after that. So, my mum always insisted that we celebrated our birthday with both her and my dad at the same time. It worked well, and my stepmum wouldn't always be there every time, because there would be too many guests. It was always my mum organising it, and my mum's family would always be there. My father's family lived in the south of France and couldn't go up to Paris, so it wasn't a real issue. But this year, my dad insisted that the birthday be held at his place and that he would take charge of it. Therefore, my stepmum ended up being in charge. Yikes. My sister asked for an apple crumble as a birthday cake, and my stepmum tells her that it's too much trouble and that she'll make an apple pie instead. Like she couldn't have just bought one, or that my mum hadn't proposed to do it instead. She got her nickname for a reason. So we agreed that on Valentine's Day, we'll meet up at my dad's place. I am the first one to arrive, and my stepmum and dad are setting up the dinner. Now I saw my stepmum cutting up some foie gras and the apple pie next to it. I thought that must be for the starters. Oh, hi stepmum. Did you forget that my sister actually hates foie gras? And then she looks me straight in the eye and says, your sister is such a pain in the butt. Then she started to drop foie gras onto the pie. I was so shocked and fuming that I went to my room until my sister arrived. I wanted to tear her a new one so bad, but I knew that my grandma would probably bring cakes from the bakery, so I stopped myself from causing a scene. When I came down later on, she was talking with my mum, and I overheard her saying how she didn't understand how she could approve of me reading yaoi. Now look guys, I don't know too much about manga, but I think yaoi is manga. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Clearly I don't know. My mum told her that I was old enough to buy what I wanted with my own money. Stepmum then noticed me and left. Yeah, that's right, you better run. My mum just confirmed what I'd overheard and warned me and my sister about the pie. And we're all annoyed and apprehensive the rest of the evening. And then comes the dreaded moment of cake and gifts. My sister ignores the pie and gets served a slice of what my grandma brought. Then she got her present from my dad and stepmum. A photo shoot. The thing is, stepmum offered the same thing to her daughter for her birthday. And my sister found the pictures too adult for her taste. The flyer for the photo shoot was full of almost nude female models. So my mum, to spare my sister from refusing the gift herself, said that she didn't think it was age appropriate. Sorry, just trying to work out how old your sister is. You said at the start that your parents divorced when you were 4 and your sister was 2. When you were 8, your dad got together with the entitled mum and they stayed together for over 10 years. So that means that the maximum age that your sister could be at the moment of this story is 16. Yeah, that's a bit too young for a almost naked photo shoot. What the heck? Anyway, my stepmum nearly blew up when my mum said that and passively aggressively dismissed my mum's concerns, implying they were stupid and ungrateful. My sister ended up going to the photo shoots, but she got some pictures done more to her taste. And that was the last time that my stepmum was invited to our birthdays. Yeah, but genuinely, like, what is your dad actually doing? Like, your mum seems so nice, but this new stepmum is just like terrible. Why would you go from that? Why would you just downgrade that much? You know, I don't get it. I don't get it. I'll never understand men. That's the thing. You know what? Yeah, great logic shown there. Let me swap out someone who is really nice, I get along with well, and, you know, has a great relationship with our kids for someone that's just horrible and my kids hate. It makes a lot of sense. It really, really does. And now for our third and final story. Have a look at this for a title. Drunk Karen ruined a party, runs away drunk, and then freaking dies. 0 to 100 real quick. How about that? This may sound too good to be true, but at least hear me out, okay, if I have to. So, it's 2016. I was 19 at the time, and the adults were having a party. They decided to invite me since I'm no longer a minor. So before the story, I'm gonna have to tell you a little bit about the entitled mum. She is an alcoholic single mother. She is almost always seen with a bottle of Jack Daniels every time. She has 2 kids. They're treated well physically, but not mentally. She's pretty rich, but she's a bad mother. She sometimes pours a bit of alcohol into her son's glass because of how drunk she is. I've been planning to call the Child Protective Services, but my dad told me not to and that he can handle it himself, which he never does. My dad's friends also refuse to for some reason. So Karma decided to help us in this story. So this was back in 2016 New Year's. My dad threw a large party, inviting my family and friends, even the entitled mum, because he thought that this could be a chance for her to stop being an alcoholic by talking her through it in an attempt to send her to therapy. Boy, was he wrong. So the entitled mum came with her children and the party started. My family friend had prepared 2 bottles of wine and 1 bottle of Munker Shoulder whiskey. Not much, because my family is never really a fan of alcohol. They usually just drink fresh juice and sometimes a homemade cocktail. A bit of mango juice, orange juice, Yakult, and a bit of whiskey mixed together. Sounds nice. So while everyone is talking and having a great time, the entitled mum is just busy drinking the alcohol she brought, along with the ones brought by my relatives and friends. I was just playing my trusty PS4. And then, soon enough, the entitled mum got drunk and everything started going down. Her kids were just playing hide and seek with my little cousins, and the entitled mum went upstairs and saw me playing Mortal Kombat X on the upstairs living room. And then the entitled mum saw me do something very violent, finish him if you know the game. At that point, she starts to yell at me and throw a hissy fit, knowing full well that I am a grown adult. Then, after hearing her scream, my dad and his friend came upstairs to see what was going on. The entitled mum proceeds to make a speech about how the game I was playing is torturing his brain with poison or something. So then she yeeted my controller to the stratosphere, breaking it. That was a custom that I'd paid good money for. Now, before she could get her hands on my PS4 itself, my dad yelled her name and told her to leave. The Karen wasn't buying it though, and kept trying to break my stuff. So my dad threatened to call the cops. She just didn't care. So we did really call them, and the entitled mum ran outside, took the car, forgetting her kids. And if I recall correctly, because we live in the suburbs, the entitled mum was going full speed and crashed into a security gate. Driving in the suburbs at night was like Mario Kart Rainbow Road. If you're going slightly too fast, one wrong move and it's game over. It was nighttime and there are very little streetlights in the suburb. One security guard was injured, and the entitled mum actually passed away soon after, either by brain damage, neck got cracked, or heart attack. I think it was both neck and head. It turns out that my dad wasn't actually calling the cops. He just knew that the entitled mum was too dumb and was gonna fall for it. But he didn't expect her to go off with a bang. Thank God her kids stayed, or else there would be 4 victims in the crash. The entitled mum's kids weren't entitled, so my uncle actually ended up adopting them, and he now has 3 kids. I don't have the heart to tell my uncle's adopted kids that their mum died being a freaking idiot. When the crash happened, the kids were just at home playing my PS4 with a spare controller. I had actually left my PS4 on when I was rushing to see the crash with my bike to the gates. You see, kids, this is what happens if you drink too much alcohol. You become a Karen. Sincerely, an alcohol enjoyer. Wow. Wow, again, what a roller coaster of a story. Comment down below once more, real or fake? What are you thinking? I don't know. To be honest, I did actually think this was all like a load of rubbish, and who knows, it might be. But then OP said the line about, thank God the entitled mum's kids stayed, or else there'd be 4 victims from the crash. And when he said that, I was like, yeah, a bit of emotion. Maybe it's real, who knows? I've got to say though, as someone who does enjoy a little bit of alcohol, don't drink and drive, fellas, or to be honest, you deserve to die. Don't do it. To be fair, the more I look at this story, the more it's pretty obvious. It almost definitely isn't true. But you know what? Who cares? Cool story. I kind of enjoyed it. It was fun. Okay, not necessarily the bit where the lady died. Although, to be fair, did she deserve it? Yeah, justice. Entitled mother tried to get my mother fired for being white with black kids. So, I am a 21-year-old woman. My parents are both white. They have kids, and I am number 6. They adopted my little brother and I when we were babies. My brother and I are mixed, but what some call light-skinned black. Anyway, this story happened when I was in elementary school. First of all, some backstory to help you understand my family. Being black and having white family, plus growing up in a prominently white area, had its challenges. Like my brother and I had swim passes, so sometimes my mum would drop us off at the pool and my dad would pick up and frequently would be stopped, asked for proof that he was our dad. It also didn't help that my mum was 48 when I was adopted. She had her last kid at 40 years old. So with that, my oldest brother is 20 years older than me. So I've got a nephew only a year younger than me and a month younger than my little brother. We get weird looks when we're out in public with my brother and I'm calling my mum, and my nephew calling her grandma. So a lot of times people thought my older siblings thought my sisters were my mum. But anyway, now you're all caught up. In elementary school, my mum worked as a Title I teacher, which basically means she goes to one class in whatever grade a day for an hour to help kids read. She still does this, and did the whole time my brother and I were in school. Now, most of my friends knew I was adopted. Figured they'd probably just ask their parents why I looked different. Well, one day, when I was about in 4th grade, my mum came into my class. It was the first time for the school year, so people didn't realise she was my mum. I had a bad headache, so when she came in, I was relieved and shouted excitedly, "Mummy, can I have some medicine?" Some kids looked confused, but before I could explain, an entitled kid in my class said, "Sometimes when a white woman and a black man make a baby, it comes out black." I was shocked, and as a little kid, I didn't really know how to respond. So I didn't. I went over to my mum and she gave me some medicine that she had in her bag. Cue the entitled kid. "I need some medicine too." My mother explained to her that she couldn't give her medicine because it was against school policy, and that she could give me medicine because she was my mum. She rolled her eyes and huffed back to her desk. Now, we thought that was the end of it, until the next morning. Each morning, all the Title I aides would meet up in the library to organise their stuff and chit-chat. I would come and sit with them a lot, because I would get pretty bad earaches from being outside. And that is when the kid's entitled mum comes in. Now guys, the word that this entitled mum uses in this sentence is extremely offensive. So offensive that I'm not even going to bother censoring it, just going to blank the whole thing. You can probably use your imagination though. "You must be the blank lover." All the aides' mouths dropped. I didn't know what that word meant at the time, but I could tell it was bad because of everyone's face. My mother told her not to use that language in front of me. The entitled mum rolled her eyes and began to demand to know why she wouldn't give her daughter some medicine if she was giving me some. My mother explained again. Then the entitled mum said, "So because you chose a blank and made a child, they get medical help over my baby?" I could see my mother getting upset. "Again, if you continue to use that language, I'll have to get the principal involved," she said. The entitled mum smiled and said, "Fine, let's do it." So my mother and the entitled mum left, and I didn't understand what had just happened, so I called my dad and tried to explain it. Now my mum is the nice, soft-spoken type. My dad, on the other hand, had intense RBF, and when angry, is very angry. Oh, today I learned that RBF stands for resting female dog face. Didn't know that. So my dad told me he was on his way. I waited in the front office for my parents. My dad got to the school before my mum came out and knocked on the door. The principal opened the door and then the lady saw my dad. When seeing my dad, my mum said, "What are you doing here, hun?" The entitled mum's face looked like she'd seen a ghost. So, is her daddy the milkman? Again, I didn't know what that meant, but I could tell by my dad's face he was not happy. The entitled mum then said, "How else would she look like that?" gesturing at me and then turning to the principal. "I mean, she obviously isn't a good example for the children, so you should fire her for the children's sake." My dad started laughing, which I knew wasn't a good sign when he was mad. He told me to go and find my brother, get my stuff, and then they closed the door. The bell had rang already, so the front desk lady gave me a note, and I went to my brother's class and got him. We both agreed to be on our best behavior since Dad was mad. We sat on the bench, waiting, and then my parents came out. "Are you fired, Mum?" I asked. Then my mum smiled. "Of course not, but we are going home for today to talk." Sweet, ditch day. My parents took us to Denny's for breakfast since we missed it because our school provided it. They explained to us that some people just don't like the colour of our skin, and that it was never okay for us to be called that. We got to stay home. The next day, I noticed that the entitled kid was moved class and found out that the entitled mum was kicked off the PTA. I have so many other stories about stuff like this, but this was the first big incident. Well, guys, to be honest, I don't even know really where to start with this story. I don't know what just happened. That's unbelievable. The first thing that springs to mind is, why is this mum not just being banned from the PTA or whatever? She should also 100% be being reported to the police. It's just racist. You can't say that. That's not legal. And also, is she just flat out stupid? I mean, clearly she is. But does she not know that, people can adopt kids of other races, or that two people of different ethnicities can get together and have a mixed race kid? It is unbelievable scenes. I know that, but clearly it's something that she just doesn't know. You lot that know me well will know that I'm a quarter Mauritian. So my granddad was born in Mauritius. If you've not seen him before, this is what he looks like. If you want to see more pictures of him, by the way, he dominates my Instagram. So, yeah, link in the description for that. So he is clearly dark-skinned. My granny is light-skinned. And then they produced this man, my dad, who's also on screen right now. Don't worry about him riding a camel. He's just doing his thing. All right. And then, yeah, look, it's me. Super white. My mum is also pretty white. But incredibly, I have different ethnicities and races running through my family. It is unbelievable that it could even exist. So that's on the one hand. And then second of all, I mean, yeah, adoption. Have you heard of it? You don't have to adopt someone that looks like you, for God's sake, just ridiculous. What a story and what a start to the episode. And now moving on to our second story. Entitled mother wants me to apologize and go home because she doesn't want to wash the dishes and clothes. Father flies back and releases hell on her. So, a little background. I left home after my aunt confronted my mother about the lack of punishment on my brother for filming me change and sharing that video with his friends. Honestly, I mean, what a start to a story. Wow. My mother called the police on my aunt, and I'm now currently in a youth home, which no one knows where it is except my aunt. My family has cut contact with her and my brother. What a paragraph. So into this story. So are we just gonna... Okay, fine. I've been going low contact with my mother and no contact other than leaving my brother on red. My mother has been spamming my phone, telling me she will let me come home if I apologize for making a scene, and to apologize to the rest of my family for making them go through this. I ignored her. She later calls me, and here is how it goes. Come home. Your tantrum has gone too far. You need to apologize and get a grip and come home. I just listen. I don't reply. I said come home and apologize now. No. I cut the call. She calls back after 15 minutes. I pick up and listen for a while until this hits. Come home now. I don't want to wash dishes and do laundry and cook while I work. It's tiring. You used to do all that when your grandma was not here, and she's not here, so you have to do it. I'm just silent. Do you hear me, you ungrateful child? You better... I cut her off. No, you listen to me and you remember. I will never go home to you, and I'll never go near you and him ever again. Take this as a courtesy notice. I'm no longer your daughter. You'll never see me or hear from me again. I hang up and blocked her number. 2 days later, my aunt messaged me and told me my dad was at her door. Now, I've not seen him since I was 5, after my parents got divorced on the grounds of his affair, and my family hates him for that. My aunt was fuming that he showed his face at her door. He asked nicely to know where I am and to go and see me. My aunt, of course, in her fashion, laid into him about his affair. He took it and apologized and asked again for my whereabouts. My aunt messaged me to say if I was okay with my dad knowing where I was. I told her it would be fine if we met at a cafe or restaurant nearby. So we met today and had a nice breakfast. He asked me what was wrong and why I'd run away. Now I thought he knew, so I said, "What do you think?" He said that my mum told him that I got scolded and grounded for something and was annoyed, so I ran away. And it was probably teenage angst, according to my mum. I was freaking dumbfounded. I told him that's not even close to why. I told him everything. everything that happened after, what she did, or more like didn't do, and how she reacted when I tried to tell her I felt unsafe. He was freaking fuming. He was annoyed for the fact that he didn't know about it earlier, and for the fact that my entitled mum tried to lie and get him to coerce me into going home. After the meeting, he told me he was going to her house and that he was going to confront her. He said he would take me away with him and threatened to sue her for abuse because some of the things that she did to me were clause for emotional and psychological abuse. He's also threatening to cut off my brother's education fund and transfer it instead to me for me to use. He left and I don't know what happened afterwards, but I think he's going to speak to his lawyers and me soon. Alright, little update here as well. My aunt told me my mother and father have both been arrested. Apparently, my father went to my mum's house to tell her he isn't going to help control his child. She said he's going to have to be a good dad and get her daughter to come home so that they can be a happy family. And she added, "That's the least that you can do for us." My dad blew up at that comment. He said something like, "You are the one that needs to pull up and protect both your children, not only one, and I couldn't see them because of you too." This led to a screaming match and the neighbors called the police. They came and separated both of them and took them to the station. My dad called one of his friends to bail him out, and my egg donor called her sister, my other aunt, who refused to help her and bail her out. So, egg donor stayed in the station overnight, while my brother spent the night at the station as well. I'm not sure if this is right, but I believe that OP is now calling their entitled mum egg donor, trying to distance themselves as much as possible from that relationship. Now, it's also come to my attention that some of the comments on this post were right. Egg donor got a restriction order on my dad citing mental instability. He had PTSD from a work incident that happened to him when he was 25. Egg donor 1. The stipulated guideline was he couldn't have contact with us unless contacted first. She never gave us his number or means to contact him, unless it was when she passed me the phone to call him to ask him to give her more money for our children, which I don't even know what happened to. Egg donor then made up lies, telling us that he abandoned us. I freaking hope that night in jail gave her a hard slap to the face. And now guys, don't even think about clicking off this episode because look, we have an update to this story. Just 4 days ago, OP has posted this. Egg donor and father got arrested and the truth about their divorce came out. The truth came out that my father did not actually abandon us. Egg donor had a restriction order on him based on the fact of his PTSD from that work incident 20-ish years prior at the time of their divorce. The order stated, as we already heard, that he cannot contact us unless we contact him first. Now guys, just to confirm, OP is indeed talking about her mum here when she is using the term egg donor. So she goes on again to say about how her mum didn't even give them a contact number, and at the end she adds, "She told us and her family he left the country and didn't want anything to do with us. So to a 5 to 6-year-old girl, it sounded as if he dropped us and ran, which he didn't willingly do. Actually, she forced him to leave the country because she kept threatening, physically and emotionally, him and his job and his circle of friends. She then proceeded to tell us and the whole family that he'd fled and had no intention of coming back. From my father's side, he said he was wrong to cheat and that it was unfair on my mum and his children. But because egg donor threatened to kill him or send him to jail for life if he ever returned, he had to leave. But he did set up education funds and other funds so that we were set for life, or at least until we were 21 or 25. Now he has full control over them and we get control of them when we graduate university or when we decide to stop studying and presumably start to work. The leftover funds will be given to us to use as we see fit. But after this event, I am meeting with a therapist and I get a report to say that all the things my egg donor and brother did has given me some kind of trauma and has affected my mental health. Yeah, I'm not surprised. This report will be a better and more solid evidence of her actions. My father is also meeting with his lawyers to change his will, to give the egg donor nothing and my brother a little money so he can't dispute that he was cut completely. I'm also going to meet with another of my dad's lawyers to potentially charge my brother with non-consensual prawn or sexual harassment, and my mother with emotional and psychological abuse. Wish me luck. And if I win, I'm moving out of the youth home into a house that my father is willing to rent for me until he can get his affair in order to come back to our country. But he is willing to pay for my expenses until I graduate uni, which is at least 2 to 3 years away. Okay, wow, just like what an insane post that is. That two-parter, oh my god. I mean, the thing is, it's not even close to being done, really. There's so much more that still has to go in that story. Can't wait to find out what happens. That is actually insane. Guys, I'm tempted to say, you know, get 2,000 likes on this video and I'll follow up with the next part, but I don't care. I'll do it for my own sake. I'm that interested in the story. So if we can hit 1 like on this video, I will bring you the next part when it's posted. That's a promise. It's just like, it's actually mental. What your brother did was bad enough. I mean, it's like shockingly bad. Your mum protecting him, crazy. Then it being revealed that she was the one who actually forced your dad to leave the country and that he didn't willingly ditch you guys at all. Oh my god. I don't even know how you would live with this sort of stuff. Of course you have it like mental. Oh, insane. Insane. What a story. I'm so sorry that you had to go through all of this, OP, and that you're still going through all of it. But yes, I wish you the best of luck with it. I can't wait to hear what happens. And to be honest, I really, really think and hope, obviously, that you're going to be successful. You've got a great case. Good luck. Lady defends son's trashy TikTok trend. Hello, I am a 14-year-old boy, and I go to a middle school, elementary school, basically both combined. And due to the TikTok trend, Devious Lick, a 5th grader, who I will call Isaiah, grabbed my phone and ran off, shouting, "Devious Lick mother effer." I chase the kid down and smack him. I start shouting at him about how he shouldn't be doing that type of stuff. He then runs off towards the direction of the main office. When I get home that evening, he messages me through his computer or phone and starts talking smack. "Lol, you so weak, kid." And I respond to him, telling him to F off. Then he immediately started to say that he would deck me with his friend. Next day, I go to school, only to get called into the front office, and the kid with his mum are there looking at me. Then the dean tells me to apologize for smacking the kid, and I argue that he tried to steal my phone. The lady then immediately starts a screaming rant, including, "You Mexican cholo, apologize." I tell the lady that her trashy son tried stealing my phone, but she says, "Okay, but you didn't have to do that. It was just a harmless prank that you kids like these days." And that is why I have a 2-day suspension. Alright, so before I even talk about the story there, first of all, I don't know what the Devious Lick trend is, and I need to know more. So I'm going to watch a video on it and see what it is. Oh, am I really clicking on this? Devious Lick's TikTok compilation. Okay, just hit this absolutely duplicitous lick. Principal ain't going home today. And what's he got a drill? And for the benefit of those listening on audio, all he's done there is just unscrew some bolts on his principal's car wheels. You guys are all still doing these small licks? Is it just like annoying people for the sake of it? Is that what it is? We've got this guy now attacking a... He's just stolen a police car. What is this trend? First week of school and already hit the most despicable lick. Are this just stealing? What are they stolen? A car door? What is this trend? Just hit the most ungodly lick. You stole someone. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, that one's actually like semi-funny. I mean, put it in the bin. Oh, okay. That was actually semi-decent. I'm not gonna lie. I hope you gave them back, is all I'll say. What a trend. Just stealing stuff. TikTok, man, it's so elite. Alright, so I kind of get the trend a little bit. Like, I've seen better trends, is all I'm gonna say. But weird trend. Weird app. Let's be realistic. Now moving on to our second entitled people story. Sister tries to have me arrested so she can go party, then tries to break in and steal our stuff. We come from a big New York Italian family. My older sister and I are total polar opposites. She was boisterous, very well endowed from a young age, very popular, very full of herself, and self-obsessed. Never finishes anything, never finished school, can't hold a job, etc. I was very small, thin, tomboyish, uncoordinated, clumsy, very shy, bookworm. I didn't have many friends, and I usually wandered alone somewhere or I was reading. I've had a job since I was 13. Long story, but this all ties in as it's only within a few days of it all happening. So moving on, we are both adults and are both married. My sister has a son, and I'm pregnant with my first child. After giving birth, we moved back to the city my family lives in. My older sister is having marital issues and is actually getting ready to leave her husband. My husband and I had a decent-sized house that we were renting from my uncle. A friend of ours from college was staying in one of the rooms. After a discussion, we decided to invite my sister and her son, who was almost 5, to move in with us as a live-in nanny. We let her know that she wouldn't have to pay any rent or utilities, and that she would need to watch my daughter whenever we needed to work. She readily agreed. My husband and I worked opposite shifts, so this was perfect for us. We moved her in right away. We had her sign a paper agreeing to the whole thing. Nothing technically legal, but just something that we could refer to later if needed. Things went south pretty quickly. I'll be paraphrasing, as this was a long time ago and exact wording won't be possible, but it's pretty spot on. Firstly, let me note that my older sister had gained a substantial amount of weight, which made certain areas of her upper torso much larger than before, like double G large. We get up one morning to make coffee. Our roommate is already up. My sister comes out wearing nothing but a very baggy tank top and underwear that was much too small. Things were hanging out everywhere. My husband spit his coffee out. Our roommate walked in and then immediately walked back out, and I told my sister to go and put on some clothes. She huffed, put her hands on her hips, and loudly yelled, "This is my house too. I'll dress how I want." I told her to take some pride in herself and go and put some dang clothes on. She stomped off like a little kid, dressed, and came back out. My husband asked me loudly, on purpose so that my sister would hear, "This isn't going to be a problem with her going forward, is it?" I looked her dead in the face and said, "It better not be, right?" She looked at me, rolled her eyes, and said, "Fine, but that just means that these idiots," pointing at my husband and roommate, "don't know what they're missing." Still full of herself. Fantastic. Now, this has only been about 2 weeks since moving her in, by the way. The next day, our roommate came to us and said that he believed my sister may have taken money from his room. He stated that he'd only left a small amount of cash on his nightstand and it was now gone. His door was always closed, but it was open when he came home. My sister, unfortunately, has stolen cash from me many times when we were kids growing up, so I knew it was probably her. I went to confront her about it, knowing full well that she took it. Again, she immediately started off by yelling as loudly as she could, "I did not steal anyone's money. You always blame me for this, and you never have any proof." Her son came running around the corner with a fistful of dollars and a big smile. "Is this the money, Mama? The money you said we could go and get McDonald's with?" I stared at her and then at my nephew. She walked over to him, took the money from him, and told me, "This is my money. I already had this before I moved in." The one thing she hadn't noticed was mixed in with the US dollars, some Mexican pesos. Our roommate's family lived in Tucson, Arizona. His father was a professor at U of A and was of Mexican descent. They would often go south of the border to visit as they had a very large extended family. I quickly snatched the money from my sister's hands. I examined it, and when I pulled out the pesos, I again stared at her. I said, "And just what did you think you were gonna do with these?" She slammed her fist on the wall and told me to go F off in Italian and stomped off and slammed her door. My nephew stood there, almost in tears. He was scared and upset. He and I had a wonderful relationship, so I sat him down and told him that everything was okay and not to worry. I'd bring him to McDonald's and get him the best Happy Meal ever. This brightened him up and he went skipping off. The next day, we started our work week. I gave my sister our schedules. I went over everything with her. As my daughter had been premature, there was a little bit of extra care involved. She was a few months old now, but she was very small and had a severe lactose allergy. My sister then mentioned that a friend of hers wanted her to go out and party the next night. I told her that she knew she had to watch the baby. She knew several weeks ahead of time what my schedule was, and that she'd agreed to it. She said, "I never get to go anywhere, and now that I'm free of that man, I want to go party. Can't you have that guy who lives here watch her?" I said, "That guy is our friend. He's not in town, and it's not his job to watch our daughter. It's literally your job. You agreed to live here rent-free to watch her whenever we need it." She rolled her eyes and stated, "This is ridiculous. It's one dang night. Can't you figure something else out?" I said, "If you would like to pay for a babysitter to come over, then fine. But if not, then you will do as you agreed." "Fine," she said. Everything went fine the first night. I came home, baby asleep, sister and nephew asleep. Note on the fridge from my husband stating that all seemed good. I go to bed. I'm woken up about 3 hours later to hear several children screaming and laughing. I get up and go out to the living room to see that I have a house full of children and some of my sister's friends, including the one friend that wanted her to party, sitting on the couch and chairs. I immediately said, "What in the heck is going on?" My sister and her friends look up. One of the friends say, "Uh-oh, party police." I grab my sister's arm and pull her to the kitchen. "What in the F is going on here? I am trying to sleep." She replies, "Since I cannot leave, I invited my friends over to have some fun." I'm really irritated at this point. Your friends need to leave immediately. You did not ask if you could bring all these people here, and it's a workday night for us. Have some freaking respect. And you know my daughter can't have a bunch of people around her. She's still too vulnerable. My sister waves her hand and replies, "Oh, give it a goddamn rest. She's in her crib, no one's near here, and I need my friends. I need to socialize. I haven't been able to have fun in years." I insisted again that her friends leave now. I reminded my sister that no matter what she thinks, this is my house. She stomps off again and asks everyone to leave. I get up to go to work that evening. Everything seems to be fine. My nephew bounces in, happy as always, thrilled with his Happy Meal toy we got him the other day. My sister brushes past me, literally bumping my shoulder. I stare at her again. She mumbles something under her breath and heads to the kitchen. I walk in after her and she turns and stares at me. She slams a jar on the counter and immediately starts yelling at me. "I didn't know I was going to have to watch your dang kid all the time. I want to go and do my own thing." Shocked, I asked her at what point did she not understand that she'd be a live-in nanny to watch the baby whenever we were working. "But that's not the dang point. I know what I said, but I didn't think you were serious." I said, "Fine, we'll talk when I get home in the morning from work and figure out where we need to go from here." I got my things and I left. 2 hours later, I get a call at work from someone identifying themselves as a police officer. They're asking me to come home due to an incident at the house. I arrive about 30 minutes later to see 3 police cruisers, lights on, several officers milling around my home. My older sister is standing next to an officer, talking, and my roommate, who appears to have just come back from out of town, is talking to another officer. My husband is also now arriving back from school. A police sergeant walks up to me and asks my name, and I tell him who I am. He asks me to follow him over to where my sister is. While following the officer, I notice a few dozen yards away, the friend my sister wanted to go party with, parked in her car, watching. The officer directs me to where my sister is. I wander over, and immediately my sister starts yelling at me, "How could you do that? How could you just leave her like that? What is wrong with you?" I stand frozen, not understanding the situation yet. The officer looks at me and asks me where I've been. I tell him I was at work. The officer asks if I make it a habit to leave my infant alone at home while working. It finally dawns on me what is going on. I tell the officer, absolutely not. Never. My sister here was hired to be our live-in nanny and was to be watching her tonight. She watched her last night as well. She has the schedule in detail and we've discussed everything at length. My sister immediately shouts, "That's a lie! I had no idea you were going to work. I was leaving with my friend to go out for the night when I heard the baby cry. I had no idea you left her here. I figured you guys had gone out for the night." Our roommate and my husband join us. My roommate says he came home to find my sister on the phone with the police, saying that I had abandoned the baby. And my sister's friend was in the house telling her to hurry so they wouldn't miss the drink specials at a local bar. My husband goes in the house with an officer, shows him our work schedule on the fridge, my sister's room, and the baby's crib in her room. He then shows him the paper we had her sign with all the agreed to info. Another officer goes over to the car parked down the street and tells the friend to come over. The officer starts to question the friend about the phone call. My sister immediately starts yelling, "She has nothing to do with this. She came here to pick me up and we both heard the baby crying." I tell the officer that this is par for the course with my sister. She made all this up. My sister again starts screaming at the top of her lungs. "This is all a lie. I don't know what she's telling you, but it's a lie. I had no idea the baby was here alone." And then she starts to fake cry. And just as things seem ridiculous enough, my nephew is brought out crying, telling the officer holding him, "But mummy said it was okay to leave the baby. that Auntie would be home soon and we were going to go out. I started to laugh. I almost bent over laughing as my sister reached for her son, saying, he doesn't know what he's saying. But my nephew just said, Mummy, don't lie. You said you were going to go play. That was awesome. The look on her face and the officers' faces was priceless. My sister had fabricated this ridiculous story and called the police, all so she didn't have to work and could go out drinking. The crib was in her room. The work schedule and the signed paper, plus, out of the mouths of babes, my nephew telling his mummy not to lie in front of a half-dozen police officers. Yeah, I was annoyed, but I was laughing now. The officers were pretty angry now too, realizing the situation. I told them I wanted my sister off my property. She wasn't on the lease. They escorted her into the house and had her pack up the few belongings that she came with, which wasn't much. Just clothes, hygiene stuff, and a few personal knickknacks. I walked up to my sister with the signed agreement, tore it in half, and handed it to her. I told her that she was never welcome back and I wanted nothing to do with her ever again. She could go with her friend. She was escorted off the lawn. I told the officers I didn't want to press any charges. She had no money and nowhere to go other than her friend. That was more than enough. The police eventually left. My husband, roommate, and I go and sit in the living room staring at each other. We have no words. We just sit for a while. The next day, my husband is off at work. My roommate is sleeping in. I take the baby to go to a doctor's appointment and the grocery store, then to stop at my dad's place for a brief visit. I left a note on the fridge letting my roommate know where I was. Just as I arrive at my dad's, he jogs down the driveway and says, "Better go home, your roommate called." It takes me about 15 minutes to get home, and standing in front of the door is my sister, screaming at the top of her lungs, with 2 police officers on either side of her. I drive up and get out of my car. My sister immediately tries to rush at me, screaming obscenities in Italian at me. Now, we didn't even learn that much growing up, but we can cuss like truckers in Italian. The officers stop her. My roommate comes around from the backyard, having come out of the back door instead of the front where my sister was. I ask what the heck is going on. Neighbors are now coming out to see what's going on. So my roommate had called the police because my sister tried to kick in the door. She said that we had all of her electronic equipment in there and that this was her house and that we illegally removed her. When he wouldn't let her in, she began kicking and pounding on the door, screaming at the top of her lungs. My husband had a very nice stereo setup with a multi-disc CD player, speakers, subwoofers, tuner, several dozen CDs, and more. We had a new large TV with several video game consoles, VHS players, and a bookshelf full of movies and video games. Yeah, by the way, you lot, comment down below if you know what a VHS player is. And if you don't know what a VHS player is, try and guess what it is. I'm actually interested. Anyway, turns out my sister was attempting to break into the house and steal all of it. She was unhinged at this point. She was so incensed that spit was flying from her mouth when she was screaming. "How dare you do this to me? These are all my things you stole. Everything from me. You're a liar and a thief telling the police on me. I'll get you for this. I'm gonna have you evicted. I'm calling Dad. He'll have his brother kick you out. You'll be on the streets. On the street, you dogs." The police ask us if she's on the lease. We tell them no and give them the report from last night. The officer looks at the report, nods, and says, "Oh, this is that place. Yeah, we heard about this. Is this the same lady that called in the false report last night?" I tell him, yep, same person. He then asks if I would like to trespass her, and I told him absolutely. He turns to her while his partner takes out some papers and starts writing. He gives her the spiel regarding the trespass order. The officer looks at me, and I walk over and quietly say, "See that car parked 2 houses down? Yeah, that one. Can you issue the driver a trespass order too? That's the other person from last night." He then walks over to that car. They tell my sister if they have one more incident with her, she will be under arrest. She stomps off down the street to her friend's car, literally screaming at the top of her lungs every obscenity you can imagine in English and Italian. We thank the officers and they take off. I talk to my neighbors and apologize for the trouble. Most of them are elderly and very understanding. A retired Navy officer next door says that he'll be happy to keep an eye on the house for us when we aren't home. I thank him profusely. He pats his truck and says, "Your sister is a nut." I agreed. I head back over to my dad's place to visit and go over the last 2 days' events. While my baby is inside sleeping, my dad and I go to his garage to do some work on a project car of his. Now, being the only kid of his who knows how to work on cars, this is our thing. We bust a few knuckles, have a couple drinks, and shoot the poop for a while. A couple hours later, we hear a car screech to a stop in front of his house. He has a very long dirt driveway, so the car was still on pavement. Out jumps my sister, red-faced and fuming mad. She immediately starts stomping down the driveway, fists balled up. My dad and I are sitting on the edge of the car near the engine, hood up, staring at her. She starts screaming. Did she tell you she kicked me and your grandson out on the street? Did she tell you she lied to the police about abandoning her daughter? Did she tell you she called the police on me when I tried to get things she stole from me? I am the victim here, not her. I want her evicted from my uncle's house. I want you to call him now and kick her out. She's got no right to do this to me, no right to be there. My dad looks down at me, and I shrug. My sister stops about 30 feet in front of us. She literally starts jumping up and down. I want her kicked out now. Now. Seeing a 25-year-old woman jumping up and down, screaming like a 2-year-old, was quite the sight. My dad looks at her. My dad can look at you and make your bones freeze. My sister immediately stops. He says, no. That was it. Just no. He then just turns around and starts working on the car again. I smirked at my sister. Enraged, she starts screaming obscenities at me again. My dad slowly turns around, takes 2 steps towards her, and, in a deep, loud, reverberating voice, says, Basta, which pretty much translates as, enough. You will not behave in this manner. You will not talk to your sister until you can be civil. Go away now. You do not disobey my dad, ever. My sister, still red-faced, turns around and walks off to the car and gets in. Her friend revs the engine of her very old, beat-up sedan, screams F you both, and takes off. My dad turns around and says, well, how about some pizza? Takes another drink and goes back to working on the engine. I literally haven't spoken to my sister since this event, and my daughter is now 27. Well, the first thing that springs to my mind there is that I really hope your nephew is okay, because he actually sounded like a pretty good kid, just has a horrible, horrible mother. Best of luck to him, because it's going to be a tough life. Anyway, the first 18 years, that is. But hey, hopefully you can get through it. Seems like a nice kid. You get on well. Maybe just take him away from his mum at some point, or don't do that, but you know, help him out. I mean, to be fair, I'm just looking through the comments, and someone has said, can I ask what happened to your nephew? Because obviously this was a long time ago. I hope he wasn't too traumatized and had escaped relatively unscathed from his entitled mum. OP replied, he is a fantastic man, and he grew up just fine. That's amazing. Head chef at a restaurant, kids of his own, we talk all the time, and he comes out to visit from time to time. Phenomenal news. Could not have asked for anything more. I tell you what, this is the good thing about stories that are really old. Like, how long ago did this happen? Over 20 years ago? And yeah, now we know the result. Brilliant. And here we go. Someone has asked what happened to your sister. Must have an inkling to know a bit. I completely agree. So, she lives in a very small town back east and is still the same. Always scheming to find the easy way out of being an adult. Last I heard, she was trying to figure out a way to get on disability so she didn't have to work. So just a terrible person, really. Yeah, we knew that already. Fair enough. It's pretty crazy though how in like 20 years she just hasn't changed at all. Why? Surely at some point you have a little bit of, you know, self-reflection. You're like, oh, actually I'm not been the greatest person over the last 2 decades. Who knows? I wouldn't pay my fiance's mother $5,000, so she ruined my life. Now I'm homeless. This story is extremely hard for me to tell because I'm still feeling the effects of it. However, I feel like I need to, because this story features the most entitled parents I've ever met in my entire life. This is the story of how my life has been ruined, because, like the title states, I refused to pay my fiance's mother $5,000. It started out simply enough. In August of 2019, when my fiance and I were dating, my parents, who I was staying with at the time to care for my stepmother after a surgery, another story for this subreddit in itself, wanted me to leave. because they couldn't have sex as often as they wished. They told me this in a very abrupt manner and expected me to leave fairly quickly, giving me no time to prepare. My fiance kindly asked his mother, who he was staying with, if I could live with them long enough for us to get an apartment together. He stressed to her that it would be difficult for us to get an apartment ourselves, just starting out, and that while we could cover all the monetary expenses, we'd still most likely need a co-signer. She promised both me and him that if we couldn't qualify for an apartment by ourselves, she would co-sign for us. So, I moved from Illinois to Florida. Within a week of being in the house, my fiance's mother made our lives a living hell. Despite me landing a job within a week and having to work late nights for that job, she'd come into the living room each morning at varying, stupidly early hours to tell us we needed to do something productive while she went back to sleep until 9 a.m. She would complain that we weren't cleaning the dishes we had used to make a meal that we had just made and were still eating. She'd gaslight and pick petty fights with my fiance, then play the victim like a true narcissist. It got so bad that a few weeks in, we decided to rent a hotel for the weekend, just to get away from her and have some alone time. We had our apartment picked out anyway. All we'd need to do when we got back was sign some paperwork and we'd be away from her, right? Wrong. After the weekend, my fiance's mother drove us back to her house. On the drive back, she sprung something on me. She wanted us to pay her $5,000. For context, my fiance was going to be receiving a $9,000 medical settlement a few months from that point. Before he met me, he told his mother that if he was still single, he would give her $5,000 towards a trailer that they'd both own and live in together. Since my spouse and I were dating, and very serious at the time, this was extremely confusing that she would now demand this. My fiance tried to explain to her that he'd only promised to give her money if he was single. She was having none of it and attempted to gaslight him about it. When that didn't work, she turned to me and requested that I pay her $5,000. Now, I only had about that much money in my bank at the time, so I couldn't do that and pay rent on an apartment at the same time. When she realized she couldn't squeeze blood from a stone, my fiance's mother finally declared, "Well, I guess you don't have a co-signer then." With my fiance being on SSI due to injuries that left him disabled, and me making minimum wage, her refusing to co-sign on an apartment essentially left us without any housing options. Florida requires applicants to make 3 times the price of the rent on any given place, and rent in our area is very high. Finding a roommate situation that accepts couples is nigh on impossible, and renting houses were out as well, once again due to not having enough income. My fiance's mother's behavior worsened. With nowhere to go, we jumped ship and moved to a local hotel. But only 3 months of this drained our finances. We then couch surfed with some of my fiance's acquaintances, but a lot of them were not good people, and we were used and stolen from several times. We ended up sleeping in the deep freezer of an abandoned Hooters until the building was almost torn down on us by construction workers one day. After that, my fiance's mother bought us a tent. A tent! Oh my god, how nice of her. And we ended up living in the woods while I tried to hold down my job. My word, a tent. Wow. We've been homeless on and off for 2 years now. I've been assaulted twice because being homeless has put us in dangerous and unsafe situations. I've witnessed someone almost shoot my spouse. My fiance's mother didn't care. It even seemed like she enjoyed watching us suffer. Finally, in early 2020, when we were practically begging on our knees, my fiance's mother co-signed on an apartment, a 2-bedroom model we couldn't afford, but she insisted it was that or nothing. But after everything was finalized, she told us we couldn't have roommates. We had to try and keep ourselves afloat during the pandemic, something that ruined my finances more than they already were. When our lease ended in April, my fiance's mum insisted she fulfilled her promise, so she has no obligation to help us, even if that action consigned us to the streets again. We're homeless again now, and she continues to lie about us to the rest of the family, saying we ruined the apartments, which we left in perfect condition, and saying that is the reason she won't co-sign for us again. So, to tie up this story, I found out recently that refusing to co-sign and watching our finances dwindle was very much intentional on the mother's part. During the weekend, my fiance and I went to the hotel for our weekend escape. His mother went to a family get-together. Now, we weren't invited to this event. My fiance has DID in addition to his physical limitations, and the rest of his family ostracizes him because he is crazy. He's a DID system who has well-behaved alters who all work well together, so this is utterly ridiculous, but they've treated him this way his whole life. DID, by the way, is dissociative identity disorder, so pretty much multiple personality disorder. During that family event, someone joked that I probably had more money than my fiance's mother. The woman gets $5,000 a month due to a combination of retirement pension and money she inherited from her late husband. I doubt it. According to a family member, she calmly said in response, "Let's see how much money that, insert gay slur here, has when I'm done with her." Alright, well, you lot know what I'm like. Normally I try and have a little bit of a joke with the commentary after the stories, but this one I obviously can't. That was actually mental. I can't believe that someone would put you through that. Buying a tent, that's just like nail in the coffin. I'm not going to help you get a house, but here, have this tent and go and sleep outside with my son, your fiance. What? Listen, I hope that you two can find a way to get some sort of long-term living arrangement and just not even have to think about your fiance's mother, because what a terrible, terrible person. I need an update because, it's just like you're just stuck in the moment. What can you do? You need her, but also she's horrible, terrible, absolutely terrible. I'm so sorry for you. And now moving on to our second story of today's episode. Mum says that I can't get a higher paying job, all because I would move out. If you think the title is bad, just wait. This is more of an event, so forgive me in advance. So, my mum had insisted that I stay with her for my job during lockdown. It's still going on where I live. So I did, and I regretted it, to the point that I'm losing more money than my job can pay me. I've got a job at Amazon in their distribution center. Basically, I sort the packages to get to the customer's residence. I have the night shift. It sucks. I have mental health issues, and the night shift, plus stress from mum, plus the drive, just made me look elsewhere for work. I found a good job that pays more, about $8.80 more than what I make now. It's in the daytime. That's the best bit. And that's where the problems start. So my current job has me drive 100 miles round trip and eats my gas and mileage like Pac-Man and his pellets. I get roughly $19 an hour, but the reason this is worse, Mum expects me to pay her $500 a week for rent. My paycheck is roughly $760. Take away that $500 and I'd have $260 left. After making payments on my car, which is $180, I have to pay $80 for gas. Gas where I am is $3.98 a gallon. I use up nearly $60 to fill up from when the gas light turns on to full. So yeah, I need somewhere else. Now my new job, which I start 3 days after writing this, is in the day and is remote. I can work from home as long as I have a computer of sorts, a smartphone and internet. The job pays more, and my mother saw my texts to my grandparents about it. Well, guess who decides to tear me a new one? If your guess was my entitled mother of a mother, you'd be right. Now my mum doesn't take care of the house, at least since I came back. I had to vacuum, fix anything that breaks, mow the lawn, cook, and take care of my sister. That doesn't sound like an entitled mum. That sounds like you being a member of the household, you cry. I know that's what you're thinking. Well, let's put her back to the ways of an entitled parent. Number 1. Mowing the lawn has to be done on Fridays between 9 and 10 a.m. My night shift doesn't let out until 11:50, and even then, it's a 40-minute drive if there's no traffic. With traffic, I'd be lucky to be home before 2:30 p.m. So I get chewed out for not having it done then. Number 2, I can't get any sleep until I finish my chores. Now I need to sleep from 5 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. so I can get enough sleep, but she won't let me go to bed until well after 9 o'clock. So on 2.5 hours of sleep, I have to drive 50 effing miles on a busy highway that's under construction, mind you. 3, I have no personal property. I have a phone that she bought me as a 17th birthday present. She's now handing me the bill for the dang phone. She bought me an iPhone XR, brand new for like $1,000. I got a military grade protector case and a shatterproof screen cover. She demanded that I turn off my passwords for all of my devices that I paid for. So aside from the $500 rent, I now have to pay $1,000 for a birthday gift to me. and she adds $50 a week for interest. Number 4, she has to read all of my emails, texts, see all of my contacts, hear every phone call on speaker, and can use my laptop as she likes. I had to purchase antivirus software after I got 9 on my laptop. She gets into my spam and clicks the links. You know, you won a free iPad, click here to receive it. I had to use money that I don't even have to purchase antivirus software that keeps the viruses off the system. 5. Any food that I buy, she eats. Instantly, claiming that it's her reward for raising me. And 6, my Nintendo Switch that I bought and have a 5-year warranty on was sold to a pawn shop. Instead of my login info, credit card, PayPal, about $259.98 in gift cards, and over $400 in reward points, and an $89 512GB micro SD card. My Switch was worth a lot, and she sold it for $50. Yes, $50. But thank God that when they booted it up, they saw my contact info in the account settings. I got called asking why it was sold with all of that still on it. I told them that I didn't sell it and that I had a warranty for another 3 years on it. Well, I got it back without any hassle. Now, the Switch itself was my purchase. Everything else was family members sending me gift cards after gift cards for it. Needless to say that this new job is my ticket out of here. I put in my 2 weeks notice already, so I'm ready for the new job. I just can't pay her the ridiculous fees and save up enough to get an apartment to get away. I'm going no contact with her. Not my sister, but her. Now, seeing that this new job is better pay, and in the day when she's at her job, she decides that I have to stay with Amazon because I can't do remote work from her house. So, apartment hunting I go. I got a car, but she holds the title deed. It's her car, but I'm shelling out hundreds a month so she doesn't have to pay for it. Well, guess who has to get a new car? Without her name on it? Me. I want to get out of this hellhole, but she's emotionally and mentally manipulative. She says that this new job isn't going to pay me this right off the bat. The paycheck is what management, HR, and I agreed upon though. Like it's in my contract, and if they violate it, that's a hefty fine. She then tells me that no, the hours are fake. Once again, agreed upon and in my contract, 38 to 40 hours a week. Any more and I get paid overtime. Now she's trying to get family members involved to get me to stay with Amazon. They all say she's crazy. Well, now that I don't have her crazy friend group on Facebook anymore that think I'm a minor, I can go and grab a beer whenever I want. So yeah, she's a mother of the year material. I hate her. Yeah, not surprised, pal. Sack that cow off as quickly as you can. Seriously. This is quite similar to the first story, actually. You're just in a much better position because you actually know that you can get a better job, you're about to start one anyway, and have the finances to actually leave, get your own place, live your own life, kill your mother. I mean, don't do that, but think about it. Seriously, think about it. It's an option, it really is. Promoting violence. Is that something that I stand for? I'm going to go with yes. Again, just like the first story, I'd absolutely love to see an update when, you know, it's been a bit of time to see if you've been able to get out of that absolute hellhole that your mother's created. My God, what a terrible, terrible person. Trying to get your entire family to say, no, don't get that promotion to a much better job that will massively improve your life. Stay where you are. What is with that? Do not take my memory of her. Before I begin the story, there is need of some context. I'm a male in my 30s living north of the state that this happened in. This story took place about 6 years ago, so my memory may be a bit fuzzy. I had only fallen in love with one woman, whom we'll call Samantha. Now, Samantha was perfect in every way. She was smart, funny, beautiful, and we had very close interests in the same things, such as the same type of music and food tastes and more. Plus, we enjoyed the casual live-action role-playing. She and I met in high school and had fallen in love months later. She was 4'11" and I'm 5'11", but our shirts and hoodies fit one another. This will be important for later. We were together for about 5 years, but she developed stage 4 neurofibromatosis, a nerve cancer, and died 2 months after being admitted into the hospital. What she had left that was in my possession are memories, and the only thing I have to keep some connection with her, as I live across the country from where her grave is. Now, onto the story. At the time this happened, I was in good old Southern California, dealing with the blazing heat and the burning sun. However, I was about to be moving to a cooler state, so I was doing some preparations. I went to several stores that sold cooler weather clothes and had no luck finding things that I liked. So I decided to go to one of those hand-me-down stores that you can donate old stuff and buy. Hint, it begins with a G. I was in a white t-shirt, blue jeans, combat boots, and for some reason a My Chemical Romance Black Parade hoodie. I'm currently wearing it as I type this out. This hoodie was special to me because it belonged to Samantha. It was old, holes were on the shoulders from homemade spikes she placed in there to look more goth with it, as well as on the sleeves. But the zipper worked and it kept me warm. Perfect for those chilly transit buses in the town I was in. Once I got to the store, I began to browse. Now, this particular day was very hot and the AC barely worked, so I took my hoodie off and tied it around my waist by the sleeves. While searching, I found this nice tan trench coat that was for sale, $25. Not bad for a used coat. It was in perfect condition. Slipping the hoodie off of my waist, I set it down on the shelf nearby so I could try the coat on. I liked it and wanted to take it, so I slid it off and draped it over my arm. I turned to grab my hoodie and it was gone. I looked on the ground and around and it was nowhere to be found. Okay, sorry. I love rhymes. I took the trench coat that I was going to buy with me and was about to go to the register, and that's where I found it. My hoodie, in the hands of one of them. A Karen. She had the exact look you'd expect of one. Blonde hair, messy makeup, skin that looks as if the wrinkles were ironed out, and a face that said, "I want to speak to your manager's manager." She'd taken my hoodie to the front, and she was going to purchase it. I stepped forward, and this is how the conversation went, to my best memory. "Excuse me, Mom, but I believe you have my hoodie." "Your hoodie? This is mine as soon as I buy it. I couldn't find a price tag, so I'm going to ask how much it is." "No, you see, that hoodie was mine. I set it on the shelf to try on this coat." I proceed to show her the trench coats. "No, it was on the shelf, so it was for sale." "No, Mom, it belongs to me." "What are you talking about? Are you trying to steal it from me because you want it? I found it first." "Please, give it back. It belonged to my fiancé." "No, I will not give you the hoodie." She screamed those words and drew attention from multiple people. One of the store associates notices the commotion and steps forward. She speaks softly. "Hey, is everything okay over here?" Before I could answer, Karen cuts me off again, shouting and pointing an accusing finger at me, saying, "This boy tried to take this jacket from me when I want to buy it. He tried to steal from me." I explain. "The hoodie belongs to me. I had it with me when I first came in, and I took it off to try on this coat. The hoodie belonged to my fiancé, who died of cancer 3 years ago." Karen then shouts, "Liar! You only want it because I have it." Oh my god. The employee turns to Karen and explains, "Mom, there is no need to shout." She turns to me and says, "Can you prove that it's yours?" By this time, a manager was called to come to the front to get an understanding of the situation. I nod and pull out my phone, finding a picture of Samantha wearing the hoodie with me in the picture, and I showed it to her. The employee nods and turns to Karen. "Mom, please return the hoodie to him." No, I will not. I found it on the shelf and I will not leave without it." By this time, the manager had heard enough and police were called. 20 minutes later, they arrive and Karen is still ranting about how unfair she's being treated and that she'll get them all fired for trying to force her to give up my hoodie. The officer pulled me aside and I explained my side, while another took her statements. I showed the officer the picture and explained that the hoodie belonged to my fiancé, who died, and of course, it meant a lot to me. It's one of the few memories I have left of her. The officers then were taken to the back to view security footage, and what did they find? Me coming into the store with the hoodie around my waist, and Karen taking it while I was trying the coat on. A few minutes later, and Karen is forced to give me back my hoodie and was told to leave. While being escorted out, she flips me off and stomps out. I got my hoodie back, and the manager apologized for the inconvenience, even offering to let me have the trench coat for free. I declined, because this company makes its money off of purchases here, but I did settle for 25% off the coats, which I then used to buy a cold Mountain Dew. Look, I can care less if you steal from me, but do not steal my memories with her. Honestly, guys, I don't even know where to start with this story. I think some of you maybe are thinking, oh, okay, don't be too harsh on the woman. She did ultimately find the hoodie on the shelf, and she probably did genuinely think that it was part of the store. And look, of course, there was no way of her knowing before that the hoodie did indeed belong to OP's fiance, who had sadly passed away. But as soon as somebody says to you, no, that's my hoodie, surely at that point you just give it back to them. Like, come on. Obviously, the whole situation is heightened because of who the hoodie originally belonged to and OP's memories associated with that person, but it shouldn't really believe you even got to that stage in the first place. Just, if someone says it's their hoodie, give it back to them. Pretty simple. I do have to say though, when you say to this Karen, the hoodie belonged to my fiance who died of cancer 3 years ago, and she then says, liar, you only want it because I have it, that is mad. Like, that is actually mad. And by the way, OP, I'm so sorry for your loss. I can't even begin to imagine what you've gone through. And now moving on to our second story of today's episode. I just thought the food was trashy. I just got back from a hot mess disguised as a blind date and wanted to get the details down. It might get a little long, but there is some relevant backstory. My fiance, whom I was in a relationship for 10 years with, died in a car wreck 3 years ago. The driver of the car was drunk. No, I have no desire to talk about it. Fair enough. When I was a teenager, I got a job working at a movie theatre. My last night working there, a plumbing emergency occurred, and raw sewage was backing up into the bathrooms and kitchen. I was issued a mop and told to get cleaning. The kitchen continued to serve food while there was sewage floating on the floor. Yes, the health department was called, and there was a legal kerfuffle. I now will not eat food at that theatre. So, Daphne, a friend of my fiance's that I've stayed in contact with, called me on Wednesday and informed me that she is upset with the state of my social affairs, and a girl she knows from work would love to meet me. I sort of sigh, because Daphne is the type of person who thinks the word no is a negotiation tactic and just requires finesse. She can be exhausting. Make no mistake, she means well, but what Daphne wants, Daphne gets. I ask when and where, and what the dress code is. I'm informed that it's a date, and I should try to avoid looking homeless, and the movie is an afternoon show followed by dinner, because Fred, Daphne's boyfriend, who by the way I'd get on much better with, has the night shifts. Myself, Daphne and Velma, who is the girl I'm going to meet on the date, all work from home. We make goodbye noises, and I immediately text Fred for pertinent details, because Daphne will gloss over anything that she feels could be problematic. Fred informs me that this chick is super hot, and nice and smart, but she's also a vegetarian. This raises an eyebrow because that's not something I really would find problematic. When pressed, Fred admits that Velma may give me rubbish if I order a steak. Fantastic. Well, I'll pretend I'm not a carnivore for one evening, and then we can all live happily ever after. I get myself prepared for interactions with other humans, which was a non-trivial process, quarantine life, and it's only on Thursday night that I realise something important has been forgotten. I text Daphne and make sure she remembered to ask Velma to not wear perfume, or at least not much of it. This is not because I'm opposed to girls smelling pretty, it's because I'm allergic to certain perfumes and colognes. It's not a lethal allergy, but it does make me decidedly uncomfortable. She breezily assures me that Velma knows, and gushes about how excited she is to ride in the mystery machine and see me again after so long. Honestly, these Scooby-Doo references, pretty incredible. The day in question arrives, and I assure Scooby, who by the way is my dog, that I'll be back soon, and I set off to pick up Fred and Daphne. They come down upon being summoned. Fred jumps in the back and Daphne in the front so she can direct me to Velma's place. Okay, so I guess it's a double date then. We pull up outside Velma's apartment building and Daphne texts Velma and moves to sit in the back with Fred. So we wait, and I start showing off some of the cool stuff my car can do. After about 10 minutes of waiting and showing, my inner 12-year-old seizes control and I start abusing the whoopee cushion thing my car can do. It allows you to make poot sounds come out of different parts of the car. Myself and Fred are about to pee ourselves laughing, and Daphne is trying to look stern, but her dimples are showing and she's about to crack. These farts sound raunchy. Enter Velma. She throws open the door and sternly asks, what the hell is wrong with all of us? Are we in kindergarten? Well, all sounds of merriment die, and we all immediately look like chastened schoolchildren. Awkward silence is rather awkward, but there's really no avenue of conversation available when you introduce yourself by berating everyone. After that stellar start, Daphne starts trying to fill the void and get the conversation going, and eventually everyone sort of loosens up, but it was just the harbinger of things to come. We get to the theatre, and Fred and Daphne order their tickets. I'm next and order mine, and before I can pay, I can feel indignant eyes boring into the back of my skull. And when I look, Velma's given me a look which clearly communicates I'm apparently buying hers as well. So I do. We make it inside the theatre, and Daphne, Fred and Velma make for the concession stand, while I go nowhere near, because I'll be danged if I'm going to pay $10 for a medium drink and a medium soda I have zero interest in consuming. We take our seats after concessions are bought, and Velma asked me why I didn't get anything to tide me over until dinner. I mentioned that the food here is kinda trashy, and she asked point blank how you can mess up popcorn and soda. Now, I've got zero interest in maintaining a relationship with this woman, so I regale all three with my tale of woe about sewage in the kitchen. If I'd cared, it would have been about the outrageous cost. Both girls turn an interesting shade of green as they were industriously munching on popcorn before I started the story. I assured them that I used the bathroom and saw no sewage. They were likely fine. Fred laughed when he was suddenly gifted 2 half-eaten popcorns, which he demolished. The Bond movie plays. Everyone liked the movie, and it was after the Italian restaurant for dinner. Everyone liked the movie. Are you sure? I mean, it's alright, it's a bit long, isn't it? We make it to the restaurant and get seated immediately, and are issued a basket of the excellent breadsticks this place is known for. Velma excuses herself to the bathroom, and Daphne, Fred and I are discussing the movie and what we want to eat. When Velma comes back, she can be smelled before she is seen, and sits back down at the table, smelling like she'd just been dunked in a vat of perfume. My eyes immediately redden. I can feel a migraine start brewing, and I fight the urge to cough, because allergies. Our waitress stops by and introduces herself and asks if she can get us drinks. Fred orders a beer, Daphne orders a cocktail, Velma orders a cocktail, and I order myself some delicious apple juice off the kids menu. The stuff is delicious and blends in better with the boozy drinks than a soda would. Velma is made curious by my selection and asks me if I drink. I assure her that I do socially, but not when I'm driving. She makes a puff sound and dismisses that with an airy wave of her hand and blithely informs me that I shouldn't worry so much. She drives all the time with a few drinks in her. Well, that's good to hear. I assure her I'm quite content with my apple juice and start counting in my head because there's no way this girl could know. Daphne frantically inserts herself into the conversation with an air of someone jumping onto a live hand grenade, and conversation is guided away from sensitive subjects and everyone starts to relax. Our waitress returns with drinks and begins taking everyone's orders. This restaurant helpfully labels different entrees with apostrophes for people with different dietary needs. Fred, Daphne and Velma all order their meals, and when it comes to me, I order a cheese-stuffed food, which I will not embarrass myself by attempting to spell, which comes with marinara sauce, labelled with a nice green apostrophe, meaning it's safe for leaf eaters. Waitress says the food will be here shortly, and before she's made it 5 feet, Velma starts in on me for ordering something with red sauce. Apparently, she did that once, and the server confused marinara with bolognese. She actually tells me that I should call the waitress back and reorder it with Alfredo sauce. I assure her I'm quite content with my choice, and if it comes back with meat, that's not really a problem for me. Fred's wincing by that point, and Daphne is desperately trying to get Velma's attention. Velma is evidently so incensed by my cavalier attitude, she actually has the nerve to ask me how I could be so disrespectful. I couldn't help it, I just laughed at her. When she asked precisely what's so funny, all the rage I'd been keeping bottled for Daphne's sake just goes cold and seeps out. In a tone that was so dispassionate it was unnerving, I asked why she expected respect but gave none herself. I started ticking points off on my fingers. Did this idiot not start with her berating us for having fun while she made us wait? Did she not give the impression she was entitled to a free movie ticket just for breathing? Did she not come back from the bathroom, doused in perfume which she was told I was allergic to? Did she not blithely endorse driving tipsy, considering a drunk driver killed the love of my life? And now she has the nerve to object to someone's food choice which was made with her preferences in mind, out of respect to her, mind you, because it might come back with meat. But I'm being disrespectful? Wow. I stood up and went in search of our waitress, so I could clear my portion of the tab. I guess I seemed pretty angry because everyone magically moved out the way, and the waitress definitely raised an eyebrow once I tracked her down. She rang me up and gave me my copy of the receipt, and I tipped her at least $20 over the total because this girl deserves it, given what I'd left her to deal with. I did mention that my table might need some extra napkins on the way out. Okay, that's it for the story, but OP has actually given us a little update. First of all, starting with some dog tax. And you lot might know that I'm not massively into dogs, but I do love the title of this post. I just told him he was adopted. I mean, look at his face. He looks devastated. And then, Fred texted me first and complimented me on my power move. Asked if my balls were okay because they were dragging on the ground on the way out. Daphne texted this morning, pleading for me not to hate her, claiming she knew her friend Velma was a little snippy sometimes, but had no idea she was that bad. I assured her that I do not hate her. but I did want to have a bit more of a say in who she introduced me to in the future. She promises this will be the case. We'll see if she remembers. Fred said after I left, he was trying so hard not to start laughing and making everything worse for Daphne. He even managed to keep it together while both girls tried to figure out what to do. Although he did completely lose it when the waitress brought over a mound of napkins, which caused Velma to burst into furious tears. He didn't know if it was him laughing or the napkins that started the waterworks, but it was bad. They got separate Ubers to go home. Well, there you go. Very entertaining story there. Look, obviously an absolute cow of a woman, but I don't really get it right. Daphne apparently is mates with her, but then was surprised when she acted like this. Surely if you're friends with someone, you know how they are, and you know that they could act like this. I just don't really get it. Like, if I brought a friend along to something, I probably would know how they were going to be, because they're my mate, and I know them pretty well. It's a weird one. Clearly, they're not very good friends. As for you, OP, I gotta say, legendary performance from you throughout this entire pose. Like, what a legend you are. Honestly, you handled the whole thing exceptionally well. Calm at first, but in the end, didn't want to get walked over, you know, trodden on. Just, yeah, say it how it is. Great stuff. I'd like to think I'd do the same in this situation. Again, same as the first story. I'm so sorry to hear about what happened to your fiance. That's actually insane. But yeah, you dodged a bullet with this one. Not that you needed me to say that. That was pretty obvious from the story. And I like as well that you just knew instantly, like, nah, we're not going to get along. I don't really like this girl. Let's just see what happens though, and tell her about the sewage story. That's the most important thing. $250 AirPods versus $50 dupes. A customer comes in to buy some Bluetooth earpods. I show him what we have in stock. Apple AirPods for $249 or a cheaper brand that is $49. The conversation goes as follows, a little summed up. What is the difference between these two? Well, the Apple AirPods are a higher quality. They've got a microphone and they would pair well with your iPhone. This brand is a more affordable option, but they have lesser quality sound and no microphone. They also sit in your ear a different way. Well, which is better? They're both wonderful for their price range, but of course the AirPods would have better performance. Do you own one of them? How do you like it? Yeah, I own AirPods, and they're really amazing. I've had them for a little under a year, and they are great. But I've set this other brand up for customers before, and they've all been very happy with them. How about this? I'll buy the $49 ones, and I'll give them to you as a gift. What? And then you will give me your AirPods as a gift back. No thank you. Do it. I'll have your AirPods and you can have this other brand and I'll leave a happy customer. Yeah, no. Don't you want me to be happy with the service here? This will make me happy. So happy. Now at this point, I start feeling pretty uncomfortable. Well, I'm sure buying either one of these will make you happy. They're both really great products. Well, I want to do it this way. This goes on for a while. He asks more questions about them, offers the exchange again, over and over, before he decides to buy the AirPods anyway, pulling out a wad of cash. He double checks with me right before paying as well. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what more to say about this story other than what a weird man. That's it. Genuinely, what else am I? Just move on. And now moving on to our second entitled parent story of today's episode. An entitled parent accuses a taxi driver of being the reason why his precious adult child passed out drunk and missed her curfew. This is a situation my father had in 2013. He was a taxi driver for years, and after this happened, he immediately quit and became a truck driver. Okay, so we know we're in for some sort of story here. It was Saturday night. It was well past midnight, so already Sunday, around 3 a.m. My dad had just driven one person home when the dispatcher called him. So, 3:03 a.m. My dad receives the destination and the fare. Disco club, 2 women, one of them called Anna. 3:08 a.m. My dad's at the entrance to the club. At 3:12 a.m., 2 girls enter my dad's car, one of them Anna. Around 25 years old, both of them, and also both drunk as heck. Anna gives 2 addresses to my dad. First, her apartment building, then her friend's house. 3:20 a.m., the car gets to the first address. The other girl says that she has money to pay the full fare, so Anna leaves the car. She's very drunk and insecure on her feet. There's no light at the entrance to Anna's apartment building. So my dad uses the headlamps of his car to shed light at the entrance of Anna's building so that she can find her keys, open the door, and so on. Now this is a common practice among taxi drivers. Always make sure that a woman arrives at the destination safe and sound. 3:25 a.m. The car leaves the first address and heads for the second. 3:32 a.m. The car arrives at the second address. In the meantime, the second girl passed out. If it wasn't for this first stop, the total time to drive from the disco club to the second address would have been less than 10 minutes, by the way. And this is relevant for the later events. At 3:33 a.m., my dad leaves his car, locks all the doors, and enters the courtyard. This is also a standard procedure. If your fare is unconscious, and even more so if the fare is a woman, do not touch her. If you are at her destination, call someone from there to pick her up and pay for the fare. If there's no one at the destination to help you with her, call the ambulance or police. So, my dad knew that it was Saturday night, that they were at a disco and had a lot of drinks, and he had no reason to call the emergency. At least not before he tries to get help from a family member. At 3:34 a.m, he rings at the doors of the house. At 3:36 a.m, the girl's father opens the door. "Who are you? And what the heck are you doing here at this hour?" the dad says. "I'm sorry to wake you up, sir, but I'm a taxi driver, and I've just driven your daughter home." "My daughter? Where is she?" "She's in the car, passed out. Please bring her in and put her to sleep. She'll be sober in a few hours." "But she's more than 1 hour late. She should have been here around 2. "Sir, I received the call from the disco club at around 3 a.m. Dropped her friend off along the way, and I'm here now with your daughter passed out in my car. Please, come to the car to take her in and to her beds." "What did you do to her?" he said, still standing at the doorstep and accusing. Nothing. I drove her here, home, to you. I'm a taxi driver, that's what I do." "But my daughter doesn't drink much. She'd never allow herself to be so drunk as to pass out in a stranger's car." "Sir, she and her friend were already drunk when they entered my car at the club. And I'm not a stranger, I'm a taxi driver." "No, she must have been given something." "Sir, I don't know anything about that. Look, I received the call at around 3 a.m. to pick up your daughter and her friend at the club. You can ask your daughter about it in the morning when she sobers up. Look, please, come and take your daughter out of my car and settle the fare. Tomorrow, you can speak to her and her friend, who will confirm everything I said." "No, she called me around 1:30 and she didn't sound drunk at all. She told me she'd be home by 2. And 2 hours later, she's unconscious on your back seats?" "I received the call from the club only at around 3 a.m, sir. You can ask your daughter tomorrow when she wakes up what happened at the club between 2 and 3 a.m. But right now, you should bring her in. I'm not allowed to have any physical contact with my fare, and she can't get out of the car by herself." "You're obviously lying, because you're telling me you needed a half hour to get to here from the club?" "What? I never said that." "Yes, you did. You said you picked up my daughter and Anna at 3 a.m, and now it's past 3:30. "I received the call from the club after 3 a.m, and I picked them up at about 10 past or later. And I also dropped Anna off at her address along the way. Sir, my car has a GPS tracker and you can check my locations at any given time during my shifts. You can call my dispatcher if you like and ask her for the timestamps. She'll send it to you first thing after I've made sure my fare has safely arrived at her destination." "No, she hasn't safely arrived at the destination. She's unconscious on your back seat." "Because she's had too much to drink, sir, before she entered my vehicle. That's not my fault or responsibility. I would have helped her out myself if I could, but I'm not allowed to touch my fare." "As I said, my daughter would never have too many drinks by herself. I want to know what was given to her." "Then bring your daughter in and to bed, and in a few hours when she sobers up, ask her what happened at the club or in my car. Ask Anna and my dispatcher as well. But right now, I need your daughter out of my vehicle before she throws up or something." "I'm not going to contaminate a possible crime scene." "Sir, there's no crime scene in my cab. Only your daughter who needs help to get out of the vehicle and into her bed. She'll be fine after some sleep. She's not the first fare to pass out in my cab during the ride home. It happens, and it's not a big deal. The important thing is that she's home safe and that you can check the last 30 minutes of my shift if you want, with no problem whatsoever. Now please, help your daughter out of my car." "I'm calling the police, sir. You know?" "Oh, please do." And then 10 minutes later, there were 2 policemen at the door. In the meantime, the lovely daughter on the backseat of the cab made a huge mess all over the place. She emptied her bladder on the seat and threw up on the floor and back seats and all over herself. The policeman called my dad's dispatcher and in less than 1 minute established that my dad was totally innocent, and that of course he did the right thing by asking the fair's father to help him with the passed out woman. They told the father to bring the daughter in, and then told him to leave my dad alone. The man was furious, but had to do what they told him. However, the story didn't end there. 2 days later, my dad's boss received a call from that same entitled dad. The boss already knew what had happened that night. "I demand the fare I had to pay refunded, as I'm going to press charges against your driver." "On what account, sir?" "For molesting my daughter. I've already spoken to my lawyer." "Feel free to do that, sir. I hope your lawyer informed you of the fact that we have timestamps for the vehicle in question and that the entire case can backfire on you hard, sir." "My daughter doesn't even remember that they called a taxi and that she ever entered your car." "Your daughter's loss of memory is irrelevant, sir, as the video surveillance at the entrance to the club confirmed that your daughter willingly entered the vehicle with her friend at 3:12 a.m. on Sunday. And I'm sure you already know that your daughter's friend herself called our dispatcher from her mobile phone. My lawyer told me that your drivers are responsible for their fares and their well-being while they're in your cars." "Exactly. And the only thing my driver did wrong was ringing at your door instead of calling the police immediately. He didn't want your daughter to spend a night in prison to sober up and wanted to avoid an embarrassing situation for her. So he made a mistake and asked you to help your daughter out of the car. I'm going to sue your butts for this. Be my guest." As I already said, and for the record, we're not going to refund the fare. We will, however, send you a big invoice for the car cleaning services and for the 24-hour loss of our vehicle and fares we lost thereby. Indeed, it happened as announced by both parties. The entitled parent sued the company and lost epically. The company won, and the invoice at the end of the story was big and now included legal costs and all possible fines the judge could add to it to teach this dad an important lesson about responsibility and false accusations and disrespect. My dad then decided to become a truck driver, as truck drivers never have to deal with drunk fares or entitled parents. I mean, come on, seriously, what is the point in even making a big deal out of this? Just take your daughter inside and send her up to bed. It's pretty obvious that she's probably had a few drinks and is just drunk. And also, like, she's in the back of a licensed taxi. Not saying that means that, you know, nothing could have happened, because yeah, sure it could. And look, I get that he's just looking out for his daughter, fine, but come on. Like, all the data and all the evidence that you would possibly need is there, and this is a proper taxi company. He's gone way too far with this, surely. Surely, am I wrong? I don't know. Let me know. And also, right, if he actually thought that his daughter was molested, why would he not then go and help her? As like, what did he say? It's a crime scene. I'm not going to go and touch her. But you're giving the impression that you thought your daughter's molested. This guy's just a joke. Like, I don't understand. I don't know what is even the play here. Trying to sue the taxi company, get some money, send this poor man off to prison. I don't get it. Very, very strange behavior from this man, who, by the way, doesn't deserve to be a parent. And look, even the comments are saying, yeah, all taxis in this country have to have CCTV in them just in case stuff like this happens. Also, like, I've seen a lot of YouTube videos from just terrible, terrible people in taxis. There are quite a lot of channels, you probably know the ones that I'm talking about, that obviously, you know, show their CCTV footage and show terrible, terrible customers in their taxis. I know this probably happens a lot, but my God, this was one of the worst examples, clearly. Entitled mother tried to take my friend's truck, stabbed him with a pocket knife when told no, and then the cops took her away kicking and screaming. This is not my story, but that of a friend who authorized me to post it here when I asked him. For starters, my friend owns a blue 05 Dodge Ram 1500. It's not the most reliable model of truck, but he's kept it in dang good shape and left it looking stock, save for some aftermarket alloy wheels. He tells me he was willed the truck from his grandfather when he passed away 7 years ago. Caleb isn't a mechanic, but he learned how to do a lot of work on the truck himself. I even helped him redo the undercoating on it and buff polish the paints. This story takes place around 3 years ago. My friend tells me this was really the one and only time he's dealt with an entitled parent. He described her as looking like a teapot, short and stout. So from this point on, the entitled mother will be referred to as Teapot. For the sake of giving him a name, my friend in this story will be referred to as Caleb. Rewind 3 years, and our story begins at a local supermarket, whose name rhymes with Stallmart. I don't get why people don't just call it Walmart, by the way. They're not going to sue you, don't worry. Caleb always goes out of his way to try and get as close of a parking space to the store as possible, and on this day, he managed to do so. He went in and did the bulk of his food shopping for the next couple of weeks, and everything seemed fine. But of course, now comes the enter Karen part of this story. Caleb was pushing his cart out when he saw an older woman trying to force open the rear door of the canopy on his truck, which is odd because you could clearly see inside that he didn't really have anything of value in it other than a few tools. She didn't seem to notice him until he was super close and said to her, "Excuse me, what are you doing?" Teapot jumped back like lightning struck, but then quickly started playing the little old lady card. Though this woman was about 50 tops, she put her hand over her heart and said in an over-exaggerated way, "Oh dear, you shouldn't sneak up on people like that, young man." Yeah, sure, okay, what are you doing though? "Well, I was just trying to get in my truck. I locked my keys inside by mistake and I can't get in." "Lady, that's not your truck." "Yes, it is. I just got it last year." "Oh, really? Then what model year is it?" It's a 2010. Just look at how clean and new it looks." "No, lady, it's an 05. I know this because it's my truck." Caleb then produced the keys and pressed the button on the fob to unlock the door. He said Teapot first went white, then red with anger. It's pretty much full stereotypical Karen after this. "Oh, well, listen here, you little idiot. You don't deserve a truck this nice. It'd be a lot better for someone like my son. He's a local college student, you know, and he needs a nice shiny vehicle like this to get around in." "Are you loopy, lady? My truck isn't for sale. And even if it was, how much would you even give me for it?" Teapot started to look smug and pulled a checkbook from her purse. "I can give you $1,500 for it right now." Caleb facepalmed so hard he said he hurt his nose. "Lady, my truck is worth several times that, and I've personally kept up with its maintenance for several years. There's no way in heck I'd take $1,500 for it. Plus, there's no way I'd hand over the title unless I was paid with cash. I do not trust checks." Teapot moved to get up in his face, which was funny because he was a full foot taller than her. She was about to speak when Caleb silenced her with a loud, "Don't even think about it, lady. My truck isn't yours for the taking. It never will be. Now, leave me alone so I can unload my groceries in peace and go home." He then did his best to try and ignore Teapot as she began screaming and saying she'd call the police. Caleb then just yelled back, "Well, call them then." And she actually did. She pulled out an old flip phone and began fake crying while speaking with the person on the other end. Caleb finished loading his groceries and locked the truck because he wasn't about to drive off with police on their way. When the police arrived, Teapot actually flopped down onto the ground and started fake crying like a baby while flailing her arms and legs around and pointing at Caleb, screaming, "He knocked me to the ground and stole my truck, and then he said he'd come back later and hurt my family. Arrest him now." The two police officers that had showed up were an older man with a mustache and a younger one that Caleb said he guessed was a rookie because the younger cop was immediately getting ready to aim his taser when the older one stopped him so they could assess the situation first. Caleb raised both hands and calmly stated that nothing Teapot said was true, and that she'd been harassing him since he caught her trying to break into his truck. Teapot, while still having a tantrum on the ground, yelled, "He's lying! Arrest him!" The rookie officer spoke with Teapot while the moustache one spoke with Caleb. Since he was so close to the store, Caleb stated that he bet that the security cameras picked up the whole thing. It was at that point that Teapot gave up on her act and started screaming like a banshee while running at Caleb with a small pocket knife she pulled from her purse. Caleb tried to back away and held his hands up, and the knife went right through his left palm, which he described to me as one of the most painful things he'd ever felt. She pulled the knife out and tried to stab him again when the rookie tackled her to the ground and tased her. Teapot flailed around and started screaming and sobbing like a baby. When she finally stopped moving, the mustached officer cuffed her while the rookie called for an ambulance. Teapot was loaded into the police cruiser, kicking and screaming, "Help! Police brutality! Someone help me!" Caleb was taken to the hospital to tend to the stab wound in his hand. It turns out he was actually incredibly lucky, as the knife had gone right between the bones, not damaging any tendons. Later in court, Teapot actually tried to plead not guilty, But the evidence against her was overwhelming, and she was charged with attempted murder, attempted grand theft auto, and a few other things. The judge sentenced her to be put in a mental facility because she clearly was not well. As soon as that happened, Teapot flipped out and began trying to charge at the judge. But again, she was quickly grabbed by the guards and hauled out of the courtroom. Also, during the trial, Caleb met Teapot's son. Turns out he'd gone no contact with her as soon as he was old enough to move out, because she was the most controlling and overbearing mother you could imagine. Ever since then, she'd been trying to show up at his apartment and bring him nice things he suspected she'd stolen just to try and get him to talk to her. I guess she figured that Caleb's shock would have gotten her back in her son's good graces or something. Now, despite happening a while ago, this story is only getting written now because Caleb decided to check up on Teapot by searching her name online. She's still at the mental facility, and he found out from her son through social media that she looks to likely be staying there for quite some time to come. Yeah, this story honestly just makes me sad because, it's just a terrible situation for everyone involved. Obviously, OP's been stabbed, so not great for him, but in fear of you guys telling me that I'm being stupid here, I genuinely feel bad for the woman as well. It's so clear that she's not well. It's a shame that it's taken this long for people to understand that mentally she is just not in a good place. Really, there should have been a way that she should have gone to hospital or, like a psych ward earlier than this. It shouldn't have taken someone being stabbed for people to understand that, she probably was not in the best place and she seems very, very ill. And also for her kid, imagine that upbringing, having to deal with this woman as your mother. Yes, she is mentally ill, but still, it's a lot of stress on him and it's a tough one. Honestly, I feel bad for everyone involved. OP, sorry it happened to you. Sorry that this mum is mentally ill and is looking for validation from her son. And I'm sorry that the son had to go through a terrible upbringing. It's a tough one. I feel terrible for all. And look, I know what you're all saying. This woman stabbed someone. Why are you being so nice to her? I'm not being nice. I'm just trying to be understanding and say that I don't think that she was in control of what was going on there. She is clearly in a terrible, terrible place. Doesn't excuse the fact that she stabbed someone, but she's now in a good place where she can hopefully one day recover and, get over any mental illnesses that she has. And now moving on to our second story. I know who put glass in your ice cream, and it certainly wasn't the staff. Many years ago now, I had taken my friends out to dinner at a friendly sort of restaurant. If you catch my drift, I don't, but I'm sure you'll explain. They serve greasy American food and a whole bunch of ice cream. Guys, if you're in America and you can fill me in on what that reference is to, comment down below. I don't get it. But anyway, on with the story. My friends were a couple with a baby, and we were all seated one table over from a group with a family that consisted of both parents, and I want to say 3 kids, who were so off the wall, they seem more like 5, and 1 infant. Clearly, this family instilled discipline using loud volume at home, which doesn't really work in a public setting like a restaurant. The kids were very obnoxious and very loud all through their meal. So the dad decrees that only the parents will be getting ice cream because they're the only ones who behaved. I will say in the parents' defense that they did try and keep control over their hellions. Lots of glares promising this discussion isn't over, that particular parental tone that one has when one would really love to yell but obviously can't because they're in public. But once the ice cream had hit the fan, even those techniques were not coming close to restraining the kids any longer. They actually take their protest mobile. Now they're running around the restaurant, being a gigantic pain in the butt. One of them actually bumps the high chair my friend's infant was in, and Monkey, the baby, went from peacefully snoozing to furious at the whole world. At this point, the mother ups her game and starts whacking her glass sundae dish with her metal spoon to get the kids' attention, and using the bell-like tone to draw the kids' attention so they know what's coming if they don't get back and sit down. It works, and the kids eventually come back, and the mum takes a bite of ice cream. Then she gets a look on her face like she went to fart and got a surprise and clasps both hands over her mouth, running to the bathroom. She comes out a few minutes later and whispers to the father what happened. And at that point, the few frayed bits of control he had over his temper just dissolve. He starts screaming bloody murder about the restaurant trying to kill the mother, how he's going to get this whole place shut down. The waitress comes over to see what exactly is going on, and she's blown aside and left sobbing in his dust. He is slowed briefly by the manager, and the guy homes in on the poor sap scooping ice cream. He grabs the front of his uniform and actually lifts him up off the floor with one hand, which I didn't actually think was a thing people could do. But the father was a large man, and the poor kid scooping ice cream was rather scrawny. Two other guys from the kitchen see what's happening and grab the father, because holy heck, this isn't a movie. They're at least successful in preventing the father from punching the poor kid, and the imminent violence ceases when the mother shouts, "I'm bleeding, we need to go." The father drops the kid, shakes off the two dudes who'd grabbed him, and the whole family skedaddles before the police arrive, promising to sue. The waitress, the manager, and the kitchen folks all have a brief huddle, trying to figure out what the heck all that was about. The father was furious enough to sound incoherent, and no one knew why the mother was bleeding. The police arrive at the front of the restaurant, and the manager goes out to talk to them, while our poor waitress gathers what few shards of dignity she has and asks how we'd like to pay for our meal. I go to hand her my debit card and say, "That was something else, huh?" I don't know how that guy didn't realize that she was the one who broke her own dish and put glass in her ice cream. The waitress freezes when she hears this, my card in hand, and asks me to repeat myself. I do, and she zips over to the manager and the cops, who walk over to me. I relate everything I saw, and the manager thanks me to an uncomfortable extent, and asks for contact information just in case they do decide to sue. I get my card and the bill, and found out the manager had comped our entire meal and given us each a free ice cream card to be redeemed whenever. I actually got a few phone calls about a year later from lawyers on both sides. The plaintiff's counsel sounded morose after hearing from me, and the defense's counsel sounded positively gleeful. Oh mate, I can completely understand why the restaurant and the manager are so happy that you've come up with this, because I'll tell you what, think about it from the manager's perspective. You have just saved that company, that restaurant, so much hassle, money, aggravation, stress, anxiety. A free meal is the least he was going to give you, mate. You've just saved them massively. Like, imagine if you actually hadn't said anything there and they genuinely thought there was actual glass in this lady's ice cream that they had caused. They'd be screwed. The lawsuit, everything, the money, it would have been terrible for them, and they would never have known that it was actually her that caused it because there was no evidence. So they would have been absolutely screwed. You've saved them so much, more than you could ever imagine. Well done to you for stepping up and, saying what really happened. Entitled Mother tries to get her name on my car. Hello everyone. I recently posted a story about my husband's entitled stepmother, and the encouraging responses I received have given me the courage to post about my entitled mother. If you read my other post, you will have a sense of how entitled the Karen in that story was. But my entitled mother makes her look like Mother Teresa, not kidding. I'm 46 now, but this story begins when I was 14. The backstory is long, and the story itself spans 18 months, so this is going to be a very long one. Sorry in advance. Don't apologize, here we go. First off, the backstory. I'm the youngest of 3 kids. I have 2 older brothers, and my mother really shouldn't have had children. I later realized that she is a sociopath. But as a kid, I only knew she was a huge manipulator and was a great actress. She did evil things and could turn on the tears when appropriate and play the victim. My grandparents were wonderful people and sadly were just blind to their children's bad behavior. My mother was the oldest of 3 children, and she had 2 younger brothers, and they were all terrible adults. My grandparents built a second house on their property for my mother and stepfather, who was just as evil as my mother. We technically lived with my mum and stepdad in that second house, but it was my grandparents who really took care of us. They paid the bills for both houses, grew a garden, and put food on both tables. My grandparents bought our school clothes and were the ones that got us Christmas presents from Santa each year. My grandmother would actually get up each morning, walk to our house, get us all up out of bed, dressed, and walk us to the bus stop, and made sure we got on the bus. We'd come home from school and go to grandma's house for snacks, to do homework, play, and we wouldn't really go to the second house until it was time to go to bed. My mother and stepdad both worked a job and knew how to blow through money and cry poor to my grandparents, who would pay the bills for the sake of the grandkids. My grandparents were wonderful people who really loved us, but were sadly just plain naive about my mother and the abuse she subjected me and my brothers to. When my mother married my stepfather, me and my brothers were very young, and I don't have but a few memories of my biological father. My mother enrolled us into school with the last name of my stepfather, and I just always assumed that my stepfather had adopted us. It wasn't until my oldest brother got his driver's permit and I saw that his last name on the license was that of my biological father's that I started asking questions. My oldest brother was 3 years older than me and told me that his birth certificate said his last name wasn't that of our stepfather's. And so I asked if mine and my other brother's name were the same. He just told me that he didn't know. But I did some sneaking around when no one was home and found my birth certificate and social security card, and they both showed that my last name was that of my biological father's. That meant that I was 12 years old when I found out what my real name was. As we grew up, I watched as my mum would take my brother's earnings from their jobs, and even though each of them had bought their own vehicles, she got her name on their titles, and then would threaten to take away their cars if she didn't get what she wanted. So now you have an idea of who she is, and this now leads me to my story. I got a job waiting tables when I was 14. Yes, I was technically not old enough to work, but sometimes you do what you have to do. I was paid in cash for my hours and of course my tips. My grandparents made sure I got to and from work, and I saved every bit of cash I could from my mother. She took some of my money, unfortunately, but I was able to hide away most of it. I worked 40 or more hours a week and went to school as well, and made good grades. I didn't mind working so much because it got me out of the house, and the more I worked, the more I made. Fast forward a year, and I'm at my best friend's house, and we were having a conversation that went like this. I'm going to get my permit in 6 months, and I need to figure out how to get a car. I've saved quite a bit of money, but I'm not sure how to actually get one. My best friend replied, I don't know either. How much money do you have? Well, I've saved about $2,000. By the time I'm 15 and a half, I should have at least 2.5k or more if I keep working the hours I work now. That's a lot. You should be able to get something with that, surely. Yeah, but I don't know much about cars, and I can't ask grandma or grandpa because they'll tell my mum, and then she'll take the car from me. Now, my best friend's dad, who has been listening this whole time, gets involved in the conversation. Hey, OP, I have a motor and transmission sitting in my garage that I can't use. Didn't you once say that your grandfather has a garage? Yeah, he's got a large garage that he uses to fix his cars, tractors, and other mechanical things that need fixing. So if you had the parts, he's got the space and tools to fix a car? Yeah, I suppose so. What are you doing this weekend? I'm having to work the morning shift on Saturday, but I get off at 1 p.m. Can you come over after you get off work? Yes. Why? I think I can help you with your problem, but don't say anything to anyone. Okay. So Saturday rolls around and I get off work. Now, when my grandpa picks me up, I asked if he would drive me to my friend's house so we can do some homework. I was good at maths and she was good at science, and we'd help each other out with homework because I sucked at science and she sucked at maths. He said sure and drove me over and dropped me off. I go in the house and there is my best friend and her dad both ready to go out. The dad said, "We're going shopping." "This is going to be great," said my friend. "But what are we actually shopping for?" I questioned. "I'll tell you in the car on the way. Let's just go." We get into the car, and as we are driving to town, the dad explains that the transmission and motor in his garage had come from a family member's car who had died, and the car itself was trashed, but they were able to pull the motor and transmission, which were fine. Now, they scrapped the car, but they didn't really have a use for the motor or transmission. He said that he spent $100 to replace a few parts on the motor that needed replacing. He said that if I wanted the motor and transmission, he would sell them to me for $100, and that our trip to town today was to find a car that would fit it. I told him, okay. This wonderful man drove me and my friend to a local junkyard to find a car. He had connections with several junk car owners and knew that one of them had a car that would fit the motor and transmission he had and was in great condition, and he was actually thinking of buying the car for himself. But when he heard about me trying to get a car, he thought it would be better for me. We arrive at the junkyard and I'm thinking there's no way I'm going to get a car here. But way in the back of the yard was this 1979 Chevy Monte Carlo that was beautiful. It was just a shell of a car, no motor, transmission, tires, or anything, but the car itself was perfect. No dents, and the paint was still in great condition. I actually couldn't believe how pretty the car was. A metallic brown. The dad explains to me that I can get the car, motor, and transmission, and he would take me to town with a parts list and I can buy all the parts. He would arrange to have the car and all parts delivered to my grandparents' house, but only if I thought I could convince my grandfather to put it together. I told him that I was on board. So, I bought the car shell and had to get the front and rear axles and rims from another car at the same junkyard. The dad made sure that the owner listed me as the buyer on the bill of sale. This will come into play later. And then, for the rest of the day, he took me to parts stores to get all the parts I would need, including tires. Now, I did offer to pay the dad for gas, but he wouldn't take any money from me. I was nervous about going down this route, but the dad knew exactly what he was doing. And he even helped me to track down the original owner of the car to sign over the title to me. Now, I'm still not sure why this was wholly necessary, but something about having a real title instead of a junkyard title was important. I paid for all the expenses, and the dad walked me through the process. This was a Saturday, but it took till the next Saturday before the dad could get everything arranged for delivery. So, Friday nights, I tell Grandpa what I did, but I wasn't really sure how he was going to take the news. So, in wanting to protect the amazing dad in case things went badly, I told my grandpa that I had been the instigator in wanting to buy the parts, and the dad had simply helped me, thinking it was okay with my grandpa. To my utter amazement, my grandpa started smiling, and we had the following conversation. You're telling me that tomorrow, the dad is going to be delivering a car, transmission, motor, and other car parts here, and you just want me to put the car together for you? Well, yeah, I figured it was cheaper to buy the car this way, and since you have the garage and the tools, you could do it. The boys, my brothers, could help too. I know I didn't ask, and I'm asking a lot from you, but I don't have to borrow any money from anyone to do it this way, and by the time I get my driver's permits, I'll have my own car. My grandpa had a sly smile on his face. How much have you spent total on everything? I've spent $736.27. I'd already totaled up my receipts, and this was for everything. I still remember the total to this day. Really? And you've got everything we need to put the car together? Yeah, I believe so. But if I've missed something, I can get it, and you'll tell me what I need, I'm sure. Well, you've already spent the money, so there's no going back on it. I actually wish you would have taken me with you so I could make sure everything you bought is what you need. I guess your brothers are going to be busy tomorrow. With this, I gave him a huge hug and thanked him profusely. I knew he had his doubts and was thinking I probably got taken for over $700, but he was willing to see how things panned out. The next day, just as my friend's dad had said, a truck arrived with the car and all the parts. My friend was with her dad in another vehicle behind the truck, and my grandpa directed the driver to the garage where he watched everything get unloaded. My brothers were there, and everyone was just amazed when they got a look at the actual car and the condition it was in. My grandpa went over and shook my friend's dad's hand and thanked him for helping me. And then my friend and her dad left after I thanked him repeatedly and again offered him money for the gas, which he again refused. My grandpa came over to me and just winked at me and told the boys to get to work. My entitled mother showed up a few hours after the work began and was being filled in by my grandpa on what was going on. Needless to say, she was very upset that she wasn't involved in the process and kept saying that it wasn't going to work. It took about 3 weeks for my brothers and my grandpa to get the car put together because they didn't work on it every day, mostly on Saturdays. I kept asking my grandpa if I needed any more parts, and he said that I got everything and that I made a very savvy decision. After 3 weeks, my car was in running condition, and my grandpa began to show me how to check oil, change tires, and basic things I would need to know about owning my first car. Fast forward a few months, and I'm now 15 and a half, and I go to take my test for my learner's permits. Now, I didn't mention this before, but my grandparents had a farm, so I was able to learn how to drive in my car on the farm without endangering people on the streets. So I felt prepared for my test. After passing my test and getting my permits, I now needed to get some insurance. After work one day, I walked a half block down the street to the insurance agency that my entire family used. I knew I was a minor, and I was dreading having to ask to be put on my mother's insurance, so I was going to ask if I could be put on my grandparents' insurance. I walk into the insurance agency and have the following conversation. I greet an insurance agent inside. Hi, remember me? Of course, you are so-and-so's daughter and the granddaughter of your grandparents. Yes, I just got my learner's permit a few days ago and I need to get some insurance. You sure do. Come into my office and let's take a look. As I'm following him into the office, I say, do I have to be on my mother's policy? I was getting ready to ask if I could be put on my grandparents' policy, But before I could ask, the agent replied, "Well, you can have your own policy, but it's expensive. I wouldn't advise it." Wait, what? You mean I can have my own policy even though I'm a minor? Yeah, this state has licensed you to drive and also requires you to have insurance. Therefore, you can get your own policy if you'd like. But most kids get insurance on their parents' policy to save money. But I can get my own policy in my name and no one else's. Yes, but I wouldn't advise doing that because it is very expensive. Even though you've got good grades and are a girl, it would be very expensive. But I do want my own policy. Are you sure? Absolutely. So, after getting the information together about my car and explaining liability insurance, he gives me the quote for 6 months, and then the quote for what it would be for month to month. I wrote him out a check to cover the 6 months, and his mouth just kind of dropped. He once again tried to give me a quote on what it would be if I was to go on my mum's policy, but I never gave him the chance. I wanted my own policy. I left that day with an insurance card, and I was feeling very good as I walked back to the cafe that I worked at and waited for my grandma to pick me up. When she picked me up, I told her I took care of insurance that day, but didn't tell her any details, and told her that I wanted to go to the tag agency in 2 days to have the title of my car transferred into my name. I asked her if she would be willing to put her name on my car since I was a minor, and she told me that if I wanted that, then she would do that. I thanked her and told her we would do it in 2 days as soon as I got off school, since I didn't have to work that day. Fast forward to 2 days, and I get home from school, walked into the kitchen to find my grandma cooking. I asked her if she was ready to go, and she turned to me and said the following. "I was talking to your mother, and she said that since she is your mother, that her name is the one that should be on your car, and she is coming by to pick you up and take you to the tag agency." My heart sank a little bit, and I was annoyed that my grandma had been talking to my mum. "I don't think it has to be an actual parent. I think it can be any adult," I replied. "Well, she is your mother, and it is more appropriate that her name go on your car than mine." As soon as my grandma said those words, my mum pulls up and honks her horn. I am so mad at this point, and I just walk out the door and get into her car. "Did your grandma tell you what we talked about?" my mum said. "Yes." "Good. You've got all the paperwork?" "Yes." On the ride over, I was seething. I vowed her name wasn't going to go on my car. She had done this to my brothers and had repeatedly denied them their cars when she got mad and wanted control over them, even though she never spent a dime to buy their cars or insurance. I vowed to myself that I would put my grandma's name on my title even if she wasn't with me. We get to the tag agency and wait in line. It gets to my turn and I lay the title, bill of sale, insurance card, and my ID on the counter, and the nice lady picked them up. She takes a few minutes to look over the paperwork and then addresses me. "So your name is spelled like this, correct?" It is an odd spelling, so I understand that she wants to make sure that it's spelled correctly. As she gets to the third letter, my entitled mum interrupts her. "Excuse me, she is a minor and my daughter, and my name needs to be on the title." I'm about to say something about putting my grandma's name on it when the lady says, "Well, your daughter's the only name on the bill of sale, so her name is the only one that has to be on the title. Thank you to my friend's dad for that." "But she is a minor and can't have a car in her name. I'm her mother and my name has to go on the title." That's not actually how it works. The only name that has to go on the title is the name that appears on the bill of sale. It doesn't matter that she is a minor, she can own a car in her own name. My mum is getting red and very mad at this point. "But I am her mother and she is a minor," stressing each word slowly as if she's talking to a small child who just doesn't understand. The tag agency lady now looks at my mum irritated. "That doesn't matter. She can have it in her name if she wants." I could have jumped over the counter and hugged and kissed this woman at this point. "But..." The lady cuts off my mum and looks at me. "Do you want your mother on your title?" "No." "Okay then, let's carry on. So again, you spell your name like this?" And she begins to repeat back to me the spelling of my name, leaving my mum furious at being cut off and not getting what she wanted. After the lady verifies all the information, she informs us she has to go to type up the paperwork and that it will be a few minutes. She isn't that far from the counter, and I know that she and her co-workers can hear the following conversation that then happens between me and my mum. "You know, you won't be able to drive the car if you don't have insurance." "I know, but I have insurance." Not if I cancel it, then you can't drive. But I have my own insurance. No, you don't. You're a minor, and you can't have your own insurance. You have to be on my policy. Nope, I got my own insurance. All right, well, I know you're lying. When we leave here, I'm going to cancel it. We just stood there in silence, waiting for the agency lady to get finished with my paperwork. And I'm just vowing that she is not going to cancel my insurance, and I can tell she is seething that she didn't get her name on my title. Now it's clear she's in a hurry to get to the insurance agency so she can try and cancel my insurance. The lady returns to the counter and smiles very sweetly at me and says, "Here is your paperwork, and you should get your title in about a week. Congratulations on your car and good luck." I turned and saw that at that point I was by myself because my entitled mum had already left the building and was getting into her car, ready to leave. I leave and get into the passenger side and I don't say a word as she speeds out of the parking lot. The insurance agency is less than a mile down the road, and I swear my mum was doing 80 to get there. As soon as we pull into the parking lot, she gets out and practically runs into the building, and I was just trying to keep up. I was ready for a fight to keep her from cancelling my insurance. She got into the building before I could get there, and when I entered the building, she was already shouting for the insurance agent who was exiting his office as I entered the door. "My daughter says she has her own insurance." Yes, she does. "But she can't have that. She's a minor. It must be against the law." "Mom, she's been licensed to drive by our states, and they require her to carry insurance. It doesn't matter that she's a minor. She can have her own insurance. It is the law." "But she is a minor." She says the word minor very slowly, like again, she's trying to explain to him the meaning of the word. "That doesn't matter. She is required by a law to carry insurance. Fine." And I tried to talk her out of getting a policy in her own name because it's expensive, but she insisted. "Oh, that is ridiculous. I want you to cancel her insurance right now." She is still screaming at the top of her lungs. "Mom, the policy is in her own name, and the only way her policy can be cancelled is if she fails to pay or requests to cancel it herself. Since she's already paid for the policy in full, then only a request from her can cancel that policy." I finally interject at this point. "I don't want to cancel my policy. She is a minor, and this is against the law." "No, Mom, it isn't against the law." Without another word, my mum turns on her heels and heads out the door. I mouthed "I'm sorry" and "thank you" to the agents and turned to run out the door myself. She was trying to drive out the parking lot before I even got in the car, so I rushed to get in the car because I did not want to walk the 10 miles back to my grandparents' farm. On the drive home, she was driving whilst hitting me in the passenger seat, telling me what an ungrateful girl I was, that if I died, no one would be able to do anything with the car since no one's name was on the car. I just endured the hitting and actually didn't feel most of it. I couldn't believe that I actually ended up in a position where she couldn't take my car and had no hold over me. I was so happy inside. When we got to my grandparents' farm, I had to actually jump out of the car while it was moving because she wasn't going to take the time to drop me off. I walked into the kitchen where my grandma was still cooking. "How did it go?" "It went well, Grandma." "Did you get everything settled?" "Sure did." I walked over and gave her a kiss. All my anger from earlier had disappeared. Had my grandma taken me to the tag agency, I would have probably put her on my title. And somewhere down the line, my entitled mum may have convinced her to sign the title over to her. I know this. This is one of the rare times where my grandmother's naive nature about my entitled mum had actually worked in my favor. That car saved my life. Literally. I was able to leave the farm just a few months later since I now had transportation and no one had the right to take it away from me. Sorry this post was long, and I'm sad to say this is only one story of many, but it was one of the few times where I came out on top. If you're still reading, thank you for your time and have a great day. I couldn't echo that more. Wow, where to even begin with this story? What an absolute marathon. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It was definitely a long one, probably one of the longest stories that I've ever read, longest single stories I've ever read on my channel. But you guys have been asking for longer stories, and I thought, you know what? Let's give the people what they want. So I hope you guys enjoyed this one. As for OP, as I always say with these people, you know, it must be so hard living with parents like that. Pretty much just, you know, stealing and thieving and just using your own kids for their own goods, right? This mum has nothing to do with this car. She hasn't, you know, got any of the money for the car, hasn't paid for it, has nothing to do with the insurance, nothing. It's her kid's car, it's OP's car, but still she wants her name somehow associated with it so that she can control her own children. It's mad. If your child has done well enough and has worked their butt off to get enough money to buy a car at the age of 15 and a half, which I guess must be legal in whatever state this is in, then just please, like, surely you have to be, you know, really proud of them and say to them, you've done an amazing job to do that well at 15 and a half. Not try and, you know, ruin it for them and steal their car and have control over it. It's mental. But hey, that's an entitled parent for you. Entitled mum calls the police on me because of my cancer. For some backstory, I live in a small, rather dodgy town near the coast of England, which naturally comes with an unusual amount of entitled chavs and 16-year-old entitled mums. This incident occurred a little over 2 years ago. I hadn't yet been diagnosed at this point, but I was just 1 week later. I'm also noticeably autistic, and anyone who actually pays attention to an interaction with me can easily tell that something is off. Thankfully, I'm high functioning, which means I'm able to function relatively normally in society, but I still have a lot of difficulty being completely oblivious to social cues and such, as well as some few tics here and there. Anyway, on to the story. I was with my mates, we'll call them James and Harry, and it was a relatively sunny day by British standards, so we decided to go into town. All three of us had taken our skateboards with us, thinking we could go down to the beach in the evening and skate along the old concrete docks when it had cleared out for the day. In the meantime, we decided to go get a coffee and then head out to the skate park. Enter the entitled mum of this story and her children. Now, when we arrived at the skate park, we all immediately noticed 3 little crotch goblins. The oldest looked around 6 at most, running around, climbing up the ramps, etc. Now, I am by no means a professional at skating, nor are my friends, but I knew that having 3 little kids running around while we skated was not safe. We were mostly concerned for their safety rather than ours, as we could take a tumble. How else do you learn to skate? But the kids could really get hurt. So I decided to go and ask the eldest kindly where their mum was, and if they could move to the children's park, which was empty and right next to the skate park. Just to interject quickly, guys, I've never been massively into skateboarding myself, but I've been watching it at the Olympics the last week or so. It's been amazing. It's so good. If you haven't seen the Olympic skateboarding, go and watch it. Get the highlights. It's unreal. Now, I hadn't even finished the first word to this kid when all of a sudden I heard a screech from behind me. I turn around to see what's happening, and that's when I see her. Typical chav mum. Badly dyed dark red hair, cheap earrings, hoops so big a gymnast could use them, dressed in a dirty pink onesie. That's what we call single-piece jumpsuit, like pajamas in England. A cigarette in one hand and a cheap Stella beer in the other, furiously walking towards the park. She's looking straight at me as she gets closer to the park, and I decide to ask the kid if that was his mother. Big mistake. As I turn back to face the kid, she suddenly yells, "Get the F away from my kids, you freaking nonce!" Wow, for those of you that don't know, if you're American, nonce is pretty much someone who likes kids, to, you know, put it plainly. At this point, I realize I'm in it for the long run. My friends tried to calm her down and explain, and I was simply asking the kid if he could move to the dedicated kids park, which I repeat, was right next to the skate park. She calms down a bit, but not much. She's still very irate, saying we've got no right to talk to kids at our age. We were barely 16 at the time. We again explained that I was simply asking to know where his mother was, and I would have gladly come to her first if we knew whose kids they were at that point. Now, she's calmed down a little bit, but she's still shooting glares that feel like daggers, and she insinuates, once again, that I am a kid lover. Very strange. I'm annoyed, but to be honest, I'm kind of used to these types of interactions in this town. She gathers up her little hex spawns to, quote, make sure they're safe, again shooting me daggers, and tells us her kids have the right to play here. Now, we answered that yes, of course, technically they do, but having them around could be potentially dangerous, as, you know, we could hit them by accident while skating. Well then, why don't you just skate somewhere else? My mate James said, well, this is the only skate park in town, and the council built it specifically to stop people skating elsewhere and potentially injuring others. I continue. Listen, we just want to make sure your children are safe. There's a park with swings and proper slides instead of having them go down ramps. It's right there. I point next to the skate park. This is the only place that we have to practice safely. And to be honest, I'd even be fine with the kids staying here as long as you keep an eye on them and they don't get in our way. Fine, she says. While I kid you not, blowing cigarette smoke directly into her youngest face. The day goes on without much more happening, just the kids getting in the way occasionally and then crying about not being allowed to use our skateboards, which the mum did make a small fuss about, but it wasn't that bad. Until I sit down at the bench, exhausted from the skating and feeling a migraine coming on, as well as being pretty dizzy. Now, although by this point I hadn't been diagnosed, my doctor previously believed I had high blood pressure that caused these chronic migraines. As a result, I've been given medication that I carried in a small pill box, as I had to take them regularly, as well as some ibuprofen, which I was told to take as soon as I felt a migraine brewing. I'd also started the habit of keeping a few mints in the other compartments of my pill box to wash out the disgusting taste of the pills. James and Harry both came to sit with me, as they knew that I had not been very well recently, having passed out a few times in school and constantly being plagued with vertigo and migraines. I pulled out my pill box, took my meds with a big gulp of water, and then took a mint, which I offered to both my friends. Then, as each of them took one, that was when we heard it.
Oh my god, how dare you take drugs in front of my kids?
At this point, knowing I'm exhausted, Harry takes the lead. This is just his meds. He's got chronic migraine.
That is bull. You chat more poop than my nan's bar. I freaking saw all three of you take them. You're all so freaking disgusting, doing drugs in a kid's park in front of my freaking kids.
Bear in mind, she is spewing all those swear words that I can't say because YouTube will hate me, right in front of her oh so delicate children. At this point, Harry has had enough as all of the previous small pestering has built up and he was done being polite. He actually just burst out laughing.
Bruv, those were sweets, you mental idiot. Now please, leave us alone.
We were kind enough to not purposefully slam into your kids, even though you didn't keep an eye on them like you said you would.
They did the exact opposite of staying out of the way.
Then the entitled mum replied,
"How dare you talk to me like this, you..."
Wow, that is actually going to have to be censored. Mad word. She then pulled out her phone and said,
"I'm calling the police."
All with a huge grin on her face. Meanwhile, my migraine had taken a turn for the worst, yet I'm not really surprised with all that shouting. I hear her in the background, yelling loudly like she was in mortal danger about some kids doing drugs to a poor 999 dispatcher. At this point, I start puking. Like, seriously puking. The vertigo had kicked in, and my migraine was at full strength. As I heard her screech,
"One of them is ODing right in front of me and my kids. You need to send an officer over here right now."
Harry and James quickly come to my help. Harry trying to keep me from falling over as I am dry retching to the point it's making my throat bleed, while James goes to get my water bottle. The entitled mum, upon seeing me unfortunately puke up some blood, looks at me and says,
"Oh, that's disgusting."
At this point, Harry was trying to get her to calm down and actually help, as I was in a much worse state than he'd ever seen me, asking if she had napkins. She looks at him with the same daggers she'd shown me at the beginning of the day and says,
"No. Besides, that's what he deserves for taking drugs in a kid's park. He can die for all I care."
Thankfully, this not being the biggest of towns, the police station was just around the corner of the park. And the officers, yes, 5 officers in total, drugs and violence are quite common around here, so they'd taken the call very seriously, had arrived just in time to hear that last interaction. Although they didn't understand the full situation yet, they were still baffled by her words. I passed out right then and there as I saw them approaching me. I came back to relatively quickly, I'd say about 20 to 30 seconds later, and the entitled mum was droning on and on about how I'd clearly taken drugs and was having an overdose or something. Harry and a policeman were now standing over me, while James explained to another the full story. Harry handed me my water bottle along with my pill box, which the policeman took to inspect. In one compartment was the ibuprofen, clearly identifiable by the bright pink sugar coating on it. In the UK, at least, we have that. I don't know about elsewhere. And in the other, Tic Tacs. Yes, those drugs we supposedly took were none other than Tic Tacs. The officer just looked confused as anything and handed me an ibuprofen, watching me down a full litre of water before checking me over for any injuries and asking if I was feeling okay, to which I nodded and slowly got up. By that time, James had explained everything to the 4 other officers, and they were understanding and patient, considering behind them was an irate woman telling them that he was a freaking liar and that we were so obviously high. In the end, the 5th officer showed the pill box to the 4 others, who had found nothing while searching my bag. They all looked at the Tic Tac compartment dumbfounded. I heard James say that they are clearly Tic Tacs, and one of the officers just took one out, put it in his mouth to test it, and just smirked. They then walked back my way and handed me the pillbox. The officer then pointed out that I didn't look well at all and was very pale and just offered to walk me back home as he didn't feel comfortable leaving me to walk that far alone. I gladly accepted the offer and made a big show of offering all the officers a Tic Tac as I left. I'm not sure what happened to the entitled mum, as me and my friends all decided to just go back to mine so I could rest and we could duke it out on Smash Bros. But the 4 officers did stay behind, so I think she got a stern talking to. A few days later, I was brought to hospital where they discovered that the supposed chronic migraines that had made me pass out were in fact due to leukemia. My days, what a story. Honestly, this is probably one of the most disgusting entitled women that I've ever come across in any of these stories. And what's worse is that being from England myself, I can completely picture and, even hear her voice like rattling in my brain. If you live in England, you'll know exactly the sort of person that OP has met here. Just a horrible human being. That's all I can say. A couple things that I wasn't completely sure on. First off, with the police officer just trying the Tic Tac, I'm not sure if that would happen. Maybe he smelt it or something and was like, no, this actually is a Tic Tac, or could determine it from the shape. But if I was a police officer there, I probably wouldn't, want to actually risk taking an actual drug. It'd be weird for someone to offer me one, but you never know. Some kids in England are very strange, a little bit risky, but maybe it happened. I'm not sure. What do you reckon? And then secondly, I know the title is Entitled Mum Calls the Police on Me Because of My Cancer, but to be fair, she had no idea that you did have cancer at that point. Neither did you. So I think that's a little bit of a stretch of a title, but we do actually have an update from OP about his cancer and what happened after this, as of course, when this story happened, he didn't even know that he did have cancer, and we only just got to, understand at the end that he was diagnosed a week later. So OP says, with so many concern about my health, I feel I should just make a main comment to reassure everyone. I'm 2 years into my treatment now, and I'm much better. The migraines are gone, and I'm almost a whole year post bone marrow transplants. I still take a lot of medication, such as painkillers, antibiotics, and supplements to treat the side effects of the very aggressive treatment I had to undergo due to a specific mutation, as well as some oral chemo as maintenance, both to try and keep me from relapsing, as well as keeping my graft versus host disease in check. Well, good to see OP that you're all right. I mean, that sounds disgusting. Jesus, I'm so sorry. But yeah, good to hear you're on the mend. Entitled parent demands a different waiter because I stutter. About 2 years back, I worked as a waiter at a local restaurant. I was about 16 and, as mentioned, had a stutter. Add to that a Romanian accent on top, and I know a waiter probably wasn't my best option for a job. But the stutter didn't really cause many problems. Most people were very patient with me, and it never seemed to bother people, aside from a few every once in a while that seemed a little annoyed. But there was this one lady that made a huge scene out of it. She looked like the typical Karen, middle-aged blonde lady, and she had 3 children, all between 5 and 10. The typical I want to speak to your manager lady, and funny enough, we'll come back to that. She came in with her kids and her husband and sat down at one of the tables that I was in charge of that night. I came over and asked if they'd like something to drink, stuttering on a word or two. Immediately, the torture begins. She gives me this confused, unimpressed look and no answer. This was my worst fear. I didn't want anyone to be mad at me for my stutter, so I just followed it with, "Sorry, I have a stutter." She said, "It's all right," in a pretty annoyed tone. They ordered their drinks, and she rolled her eyes in the end as the cherry on top. I went back to get a table or two and their drinks, but I couldn't get it out of my head. I tried to not let it bother me, but I always felt bad when I thought I was unconvincing a customer, and at the time, I thought that that's how people saw me, and that they were angry with me in their heads. For most of this story, I thought that I was in the wrong. That is mental. I came back with the drinks after stopping at those 2 tables, and it seemed the woman was also upset that I was taking a while, because as I was walking over, she said, "Finally." My heart was racing. I knew something bad was going to happen. We were about halfway through their order when one of the kids wanted macaroni. Problem was, his entitled mum said that last time he tried macaroni from this place, he didn't like it, so to get something else. He couldn't decide on something else, so she yanked out of his hands to order for him. She asked for chicken tenders, so I asked, 5 pieces or 3? 5 pieces, just whatever, just hurry. Of course, I was getting nervous, and that then made it harder for me to speak. So when I turned to the entitled dad, it took me even longer, and I was interrupted by the entitled mum. Oh my god, can you please just go to your manager and get us a different waiter? Because we're starving and we don't want to wait half a year for something anybody else could do in 2 minutes. The entitled dad added to my misery. Why would you even become a waiter if you can't speak? He says, letting out an annoyed laugh, shaking his head. I had no idea how to respond. I was lost for words and I felt like just leaving. But again, I thought this was all my problem, so I told them I'd see what I could do. That is the horrible thing about this. People like these entitled people making an innocent waiter who has a stutter feel bad about his stutter that he can do nothing about. It's just disgusting. So I went to the manager and told him about it. He seemed pretty confused, but said he was too busy to do anything, and told me to see if one of my co-workers could take care of it. I went to my friend Dan, another waiter, and told him that one of my tables asked for a different waiter. He looked just as confused and said he couldn't do that at the moment because he was already working on 6 tables. He told me that if they're really that upset, they'll just leave. I tried going to the only other worker that day, other than the cooks, but he was walking out the door when I saw him. I didn't know what to do, so I just took a few seconds to work up the courage to go over and tell them we couldn't do anything. As soon as the entitled dad saw me walking over, he let out a frustrated, "Oh my god." I told them we were a little busy and that I was the only waiter available. The entitled mum told me quite quickly to bring over my manager. I went in and told him they wanted to talk to him, and he got up and I followed. I just stood there as my manager, Mr. Carlson, asked them, "Is there a problem?" "Yes, your worker here, he's taking forever and seems like he doesn't even care about it. We can barely understand him." "Well, what has he been doing?" "He's taking forever, and now he says he won't bring us a new waiter or even just speed it up a little. He doesn't even care about us." "Well, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you want me to do. It's pretty busy today. We're just trying to make sure everyone gets their food." "Gets their food?" says the entitled dad. "At this rate, we should have cooked our own legs and it would have been quicker." "Yeah, why would you have a worker like that out on a busy day like this?" "I'm sorry, there's just not much we can do," said my manager. "What you should do is get us a different waiter. A normal one. As I said, we're very busy. I can't do anything here. All the waiters are working right now." "Oh, this is ridiculous. What kind of a business makes their customers wait half an hour for food because the waiter doesn't know how to speak?" Mr. Carlson turned to me and tells me to wait in the kitchen. I grab some dishes left over from a nearby table and take them back with me. I didn't get the rest of that conversation. After I set the dishes in the sink, I walked to the back where nobody else was, and I just started crying. In my head, it was all my fault. I thought I was going to get fired and I felt horrible. Dan overheard me and came in to talk to me and give me a hug. When I went back outside, Mr. Carlson and the entitled parents were arguing, and Mr. Carlson was telling them to leave. I started wiping down the table I just grabbed dishes from and caught them just at the right time to see them leave. Mr. Carlson told them that he was going to call the police if they didn't go, and they finally got up and started to head out. The entitled mum, though, told me on her way out, "You need to go get a job you can actually do." It cracked me again and I started bawling. I couldn't even speak or even think. Mr. Carlson gave me a hug and told me I could go home. I immediately went to my car and ended the day. I just couldn't stop crying when I got home. I felt like quitting, but I stayed there for another 2 months, I believe. Luckily, nothing ever came up as bad as that again. Now that I'm older, I realize just how awful these two were being, and that I was not at fault there. I don't think anyone should be treated like they were treating me. Yeah, listen guys, as I said halfway through that story, the saddest part about that entire event is that OP actually thought it was his fault that he had a stutter. Just horrible to hear. Look, ultimately, you are going to get some horrible people on the earth. It just happens, unfortunately. I'd love it if it wasn't like that, but you know, it is. But it's when they start negatively affecting the nice people like OP and making them question themselves as a person and thinking that it's their own fault that they have a stutter, making them feel bad about it. That is when it's just way, way, way too far. That is horrible. Tell you what, it's good that your manager stood up for you. I was worried there for a second that no one really seemed to be helping you at your office, and I was thinking, please don't let this poor man deal with this on his own. But thankfully, you had your colleagues to help you and make you understand that it's not your fault. And thankfully, again, OP has said at the end, he now realizes that having a stutter, it's obvious for me to say looking from the outside, but having a stutter is not his fault. It's just, something that he was born with. Oh, man. Entitled people. Terrible. Now moving on to our second story. Entitled parent asks where my handler is. I'm in a wheelchair and then tries to grab my chair and wheel me off. So, I have to start with some context. I am a 25-year-old female and a full-time wheelchair user due to a rare condition. This condition makes my legs extremely painful from the knees and down. So painful that even if wind or rain touches my skin, I want to cry. Rain feels like 1,000 needles pricking my skin all at once. Oh my god. Another thing is that I can't feel the cold very well. This is important for later. Due to the extreme pain, I'm therefore not able to wear shoes, socks, or anything covering my legs. I have to wear shorts all year round. I'm originally from Norway, but I currently live in South England. So the winter in England is nothing compared to what I'm used to. Yeah, that's for sure. I'm from the south of England and I have been to Norway, can confirm. Anyway, now onto the story. This all happened at some point during the winter of 2019. I'm very independent and I do all my shopping and errands by myself. I needed some new winter clothes and went off to the nice cheap retail shop in England. If anyone wants to know. Primark, okay. I'm listening to my music with my headset on and I'm not really paying any attention to the people around me. Another thing to note is that literally everyone stares at me. I've seen multiple people walk into things, walls, pillars, etc., just because it's so strange to see someone in a wheelchair with no shoes. Now, I have gotten used to this as I've been in a wheelchair for about 10 years now, so I'm used to people staring and constantly asking me if I'm cold. Most days, I've got no issue ignoring these entitled people, but this one lady stood out. I was looking at a jumper when I saw a nice child looking at me. He was maybe 4 or 5 years old. Now, I understand that for small children, it can be a bit strange to see someone in a wheelchair, so I'm always happy for them to ask questions, and they're happy with simple answers. Most kids are genuinely trying to understand and learn. They're not being nosy or rude as most adults are. So the kid asked, "What happened to you?" "My legs hurt and now I can't walk on them." "Oh, is that why you're not wearing shoes?" "Yes." And then the kid just runs away smiling, and I'm thinking he's happy with the answers I gave him. About 5 minutes later though, someone pokes me in the back. I turn around to see a lady trying to get my attention. I turn my music off to see what this is all about when I see that same nice kid behind her. The conversation goes something like this. "My son is saying you're not wearing shoes during winter because your legs hurt. Well, you must be freezing. You can't be dressed like that during winter." Yeah, he asked why I was in a wheelchair, and I answered him, and he seemed happy with what I said. Look, it's okay, I'm Norwegian, plus I can't really feel the cold, and today isn't even that bad. I also have a condition that makes it impossible for me to wear shoes. As you can tell, I'm trying to be nice to get her to go away from me. A lot of times, people leave me alone once I answer a question or two. "But you can't be in this shop and not wear shoes or more clothes. It's setting a bad example for my child, and he's gonna think it's okay to not wear shoes. This is unacceptable." "Well, I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do about that." I'm about to roll away when she steps in front of me. "I have never heard of any condition that would cause that. You must be lying." Yes, lady, it would make complete sense for someone in a wheelchair in the winter with no real clothes on their bottom half to be lying about that. Seriously, guys, what the heck? No, I'm not. And it's none of your business how I'm dressed or what's wrong with my legs. You can't speak to me like that. Where's your handler? They can't just leave you alone, dressed like this in the shop. How are you supposed to get home? I need to complain to this handler that they are not taking care of you properly. It's so funny that this Karen genuinely thinks she's being a help here. She's like, "I'm gonna help you and get your handler and tell you what's wrong." It makes no sense. Keep yourself to yourself. "Excuse me, I'm here on my own, and what you just said was extremely rude. Even if I had someone helping me, they're not my handler. You don't get to tell me what I can call people, helping people like you. Either way, you need to tell me where they are right now." Poor kid. He's currently trying to pull his mum away. I feel bad, so I come up with an idea. Yeah, well, I think my handler is upstairs. They're in a red shirt wearing a blue hat."
Fine, I'll just have to find your handler and they'll deal with you. She's smiling like this handler is going to punish me or something. It was super creepy and weird. It's so unprofessional to leave someone like you all alone. Never mind not dressing you properly. They should be fired. Then the entitled parent tries to grab my chair and take me with her. I shouted at her to get her hands off me and put my brakes on. Then a nice retail worker comes over to see what's happening. And before I can explain, the Karen shrieks over me that the worker has to look after her son while she's getting my useless handler. Then she walks off, leaving the kid with us. I quickly explain what actually happened and that I just want to leave without confronting her again. The worker tells me that she will handle it and look after the kid until the mum gets back. The nice kid actually seems really sad, so I make sure to tell him that I'm not angry at him for asking questions or anything else. This seems to brighten him up a little bit. A bit of a boring ending, but I still can't believe someone asked me where my handler was. The entitlement of some people. Guys, other than OP, the person that I really feel bad for in this story is the kid, because he's now going to think that he shouldn't be asking questions. He shouldn't be curious because his mum got angry at him for it. Or, you know, it led to a bad situation in which his mum started shouting. Ultimately, if you have a kid yourself, you probably want them to be curious, right? It's a really good trait to have. But, you know, even in this situation, OP completely understands that he's just a 4 to 5-year-old kid questioning the world, questioning something slightly different, and then that's absolutely fine. But the fact that his mum has just started this whole, you know, drama because of him asking a question might make him think twice about that in the future. And it might, you know, make him go into his shell and be really quiet, which is not really what we want. Ideally, you want to be asking questions, learning about the world, being a bright little kid. But unfortunately, that might not happen in future. Pretty much, I just think that if this kid is now not going to express himself because of his horrible mother and, you know, her just shouting over him whenever that happens, that is just such a loss to the world. To be fair though, like, this mum, despite the fact that she thinks, and I actually think she actually does think that she's trying to help here and that she is helping by going to get a handler, I genuinely do believe she's that idiotic that she is genuinely thinking that she's helping. She's ultimately ableist because she's saying to OP, who's in a wheelchair, that in her opinion, she does not think that she is capable of going out, living on her own, being independent. That is pretty much what she's saying, right? By saying, no, your handler must be somewhere. No, OP can be in a wheelchair and be absolutely fine on their own. Obviously, it's just ableist. Weird woman believes sailboats are public property. I'm a 43-year-old IT guy, divorced with 2 kids, a 9-year-old girl and a 7-year-old boy. I'm also a member of a yacht club, and I own a smallish 34 Bavaria cruiser from 2008. Next to my kids, she's my pride and joy. Every year, I take 3 weeks vacation along with my kids, and we go cruising for the better part of those 3 weeks. We've got a small dinghy that basically serves as our pickup truck or food haul. Now, because of COVID, we couldn't go anywhere outside our home country. So we said, F it, we'll be tourists in our own country. And we went for a cruise to all the small, cozy harbours that we normally don't see. So, cruise is a go. My son knows about the lines and knows how to dock and whatnot. My daughter is the dinghy skipper during this. She loves that thing. We always have our club pennant flying as well as the Jolly Roger. The Jolly Roger means kids on board, come and play. We leave our home ports and spend a day and night at sea to get the sea legs growing and sharpen up on our boating skills. Retired Navy, I can't help it. On our 3rd day, we arrive at a smallish marina, roughly 200 berths. In my country, calling ahead on VHF is not a thing, so the only thing to do is either go in with the boat or send in the dinghy to spot for a berth. Now, occupied berths are marked with a red sign. Available is a green sign. My kids know this, and they are also learning to spot a fitting berth. Our boat is 3.6 meters wide, and the berths are different in width. So the trick is to spot a berth wider than 3.6, but not wider than 4 meters, because that's the golden difference. Any berth wider than 4 meters costs a ton of money and is meant for bigger boats. Well, Captain Dinghy was volunteering, as always, to scout ahead, while me and the executive officer of my boat, my son, were watching from just outside the inlet. She's equipped with, of course, life jacket, radio,
not VHF since that requires a certificate, and a good idea about how wide 3.6 meters really is. Our dinghy happens to be 3.5 meters long, so as long as she can fit the dinghy from end to end between the posts, the boat will fit, including the engine. Now, most people that hang around marinas are used to seeing children in dinghies and wouldn't raise an eyebrow over a 9-year-old girl in a small dinghy wearing a life jacket and looking for empty berths. However, not all people are like that, which we would soon find out. She found one and radioed that back, saying, "I've got one, Daddy. It's the Jeep here, and I'm waiting for you here. Over." I reply with, "Good job. En route now. Daddy out." The owners of the boats on either side are the caring, nice older couples, and especially the portside neighbours are completely stunned by Captain Dinghy and her professionalism. They're small talking when we arrive to the berth and help mooring, for which I pay with a cold beer and a soda for the kids. Happy days all around. On the opposite side of the pier, a couple of boats are also flying the Jolly Roger, so the kids are off after a quick lunch. The berth directly opposite us is also available, but knowing from experience, that will soon change. And how right I was. Later in the afternoon, we saw the arrival of HMS Karen and her sailing circus. They arrived while the nice grandparents next door and I were discussing nice marinas to visit, and as a matter of course, we stood by to help receive lines and help with mooring. To simplify their docking, well, it was a trash show. They had a trimaran, a boat with 3 hulls. The outer 2 can retract when you dock and extend when you sail. They knew nothing about the boat, so it was clearly a rental boat. After 5 or 6 attempts of docking with one side retracted, the other side retracted, then no side retracted, full power plus screaming came all around. The harbour master even came down to join us. So now we stand 8 guys plus 1 harbour master, and we're just looking like, what the F are you guys doing? Even my 7-year-old son comes by with some new friends and they say, "Are they for real?" Grandma to our port side quickly provided some ice and soda for the kids. She was amazing. We managed to convince them, the wrecking crew, to throw us the forward lines, and we could pull them in after they retracted both pontoons. Now this took the better part of 1.5 hours. When they finally docked, they acted like they invented boating. I know that docking in a foreign port can be quite difficult, but when you need 8 people to help you, well, one might keep a low profile, you'd think. But not that couple though. They were totally clueless about how to get shore power, water, and how to register with the harbour master, who, by the way, happened to stand right in front of them when they docked. So, the harbour master is now trying to guide them in how to register, what to do regarding that shore power and water. And boy, did they listen. Well, no, they didn't. HMS Karen started to full yell instead about how they'd paid a lot of money to rent that boat and how they expected harbour fees to be included in the rent, and then threatened to report the harbour master to the rental company they used and somehow get him fired for trying to extort money from them. After her endless monologue, there were about 8 to 10 guys laughing. The harbour master just looked at them and went, "Okay, these are the rules. Each marina requires a fee for docking. That fee covers power, water, and the space you occupy. It includes access to bathrooms, cooking facilities, and cleaning. Your rental company does not own any marina. Is that clear?" The circus husband understood, but failed to convey the last part to HMS Karen, something we found out later the next morning. Next morning, we prepare to go underway. Kids are saying goodbye to their new friends. My son is pampered with cookies from Grandma Port and Starboard. Broken hearts from the young girls in the marina. He's got blonde hair with curls and green eyes, a true heartbreaker. And Captain Dinghy is getting ready to go underway. She's dressed in the uniform for the part. Unicorn PJ pants, swimwear, and a life jacket. Now here is where the title, which I remind you guys is Weird Women Believe Sailboats Are Public Property, comes into play. We're finishing our stay, meaning pulling our shore power cable, testing our lights and systems, testing our bow thruster and prop, VHF and dinghy. But while I'm standing at the stern, ready to single up the lines, so my curly-haired executive officer will have an easy job, HMS Karen comes running up to me. "What are you doing?" "Good morning. Yeah, we're gonna get underway now. We're going to an island recommended by our Grandma Port. Enjoy your stay here." "What? Well, you can't leave?" You're pretty sure I can? Sorry, why wouldn't I?" "Because we want that boat."
What? You want my boat? Lady, my boat's not for sale. So, excuse me, we have to go. What? No, all boats are property of the rental company, and we called them yesterday and chartered that boat. Now hand it over or else. Lady, you're nuts. I then say to my son, clear forward lines, and to my daughter, meet up outside the marina, docking starboard side. Now we are not attached to the marina anymore, and my son is rolling up the bowlines when HMS tries to grab the push bit to keep us in the marina. Well, she lost that battle. All stop, I say. Man overboard. She came up yelling and screaming. Starboard Grandad guided her on board their boat and asked her what the heck she thought she was doing, while Port Grandad called the harbour master. Is she okay? Yes, we got her. Enjoy your trip, and we'll see you at the new port. We leave and head for that port. And oh boy, did I hope that she was a one-time Karen. But guys, as I said in the intro, unfortunately, that post right there is just the beginning of the story. Look, the scene has now been set. There's a Karen on the high seas, right? That's all we know. She's already, completely mental. That's clear to see. But amazingly, this story does not stop right here. Let's move right into part 2. So then, moving on to the second part of that story. Weird Women Believe Sailboats Are Public Property, part 2. When we left the marina and recovered Captain Dinghy and the dinghy itself, we set sail for the island suggested by Grandma Port. The sail itself was pretty uneventful. The executive officer of the ship, my 7-year-old son, caught a fish, a nice 2-kilogram cod. Wow, that was dinner. That is not uneventful. That's a great catch, mate. Next morning, we had an equally uneventful docking next to a nice young couple that were on their first cruise in her parents' boat. A nice 30-feet boat, beautifully maintained. Now, because the marina had floating docks, we reversed in and lowered the stern. After the usual post-docking exercise, fenders, lines, power, and check-in, we greeted the young couple next to us and checked out the marina. The Jolly Roger was still flying, so there were a couple of young pirates, kids, awaiting to see who the new recruits to the playground were. After a quick lunch, the kids again were off. I was about to shut down the stationary VHF when I heard a call from the Coast Guard advising all mariners to keep a lookout for a stolen boat in the area, with a description vaguely matching my boat, as well as a couple of hundred others. Now, that is not something that happens every day, but I know that a few human beings get confused about the mine and not mine concept, so I took a note of it and turned off the VHF. At around 4 o'clock, I recognized a boat coming in, and was pleased to see Grandma Port from the first post, standing at the stern looking for a spot. I hailed them and saw a spot opposite ours, but with a red tag. A quick call to the local harbour master later. It was owned by a local, but was available for 2 weeks. They just forgot to turn the plate. 15 minutes later, and both of them were sitting in the cockpit of my boat, having a drink with our new friends from next door. I've got to say, guys, boating like this, just, meeting new people, chilling, having a great time, inviting them onto the boat, sending your kids off to other boats, sounds amazing. It sounds like a whale of a time. Anyway, during this drink, we get to hear Grandma Port's story. So, after we left, and they got HMS Karen onto the dry land, she was raging, the Karen that is, that we had tried to kill her, that we'd stolen our own boats, and that she would throw them into a prison cell and throw away the key. Grandma Port just giggled and told her to calm down, that she did that to herself, and what was she thinking grabbing a boat that was pulling out? Grandpa Port told her to get on their boat, change into something dry, and enjoy herself, instead of making a fool of herself in front of her circus husband and their child. Now, I'd never seen that child, but apparently they had a toddler with them, but not a life jacket or vest in sight. As one does, I checked in on the Book of Faces, and about 5 minutes later, I got a text from a guy I used to work with back in the Navy, asking me if I could supply a cold beer in about 10 minutes when he got off shift. One short trip to the mast and flags, Bravo, Echo, First Up, Romeo was flying, my friend arrived, in uniform, and asked where the heck his beer was at. We've known each other for the better part of 20 years. So he expected to get the "where the heck have you been, shipmate" back. After the hugging and the "how the heck are you" talk, I introduced him to my new friends and the grandparents. He definitely had Grandma Port on his good side because of the uniform.
even Grandpa Port started telling stories from back then in the Navy. I never told them that I did other than IT, so they didn't know much about my naval background, and they were actually quite amused when my friend told them that I was his old petty officer. After the second round of flags, I asked about the call earlier from the Coast Guard. He's the chief petty officer at the nearby coastal watch station, and the way our Coast Guard and Navy works is that the Navy is in charge of the sea, but the Coast Guard enforces inside coastal waters. And oh boy, he got a call from the local police reporting the theft and possible hijacking of a sailboat from the last port that we were at, as reported from an enraged woman with a description of a boat similar to ours, and that the harbour master knew about it. Grandpa Port just about let out half his drink through his nose when he heard that, and started to raise his voice at my friend, in my defence, and told him what actually happened. That HMS Karen was nuts, that she tried to grab my boat after we pulled out of the slip, and that she was a complete waste of air. Thanks, Grandpa. My friend said to me, "That was you? I don't know. Oh my god, that was you. So now what?" No worries, I'll call it off and talk to my captain in the morning. Great. I then notice a police officer walking towards our boat. Yeah, can you do it now? Now, have any of you ever heard the phrase, "the Navy is a small place"? Well, it turned out that my friend was the officer's instructor at boot camp, as I was his. So the officer said, "Sorry, Chief, are the Navy handling this?" "Oh, hi, mate. Yeah, how are you? Care to explain?" Well, we had a report of a theft of a boat, and the harbour master told us that a boat fitting this description pulled in this morning. Well, let's check this out then, shall we? OP, you have your certificates and proof of insurance and ownership with you, right? Yeah, I do, sure. I hand the officer my binder with certificates. Well, nothing to worry about here, but have you by chance seen the boat in question? Before I can say anything, Grandpa Port interjects. "Officer, if that report came from a wet, loud, and wide woman, I have a story to tell you." Of course, he then explains the story from the previous post. Okay, Chief, are you backing this up? As sure as you wouldn't like another go at the pits at boot camp. Yeah, right, Chief. Sorry to bother you guys, but you know how it is. He left after that, and things turned back to normal. The kids got home, dinner, bedtime, sundowner with the neighbours, who now had a lot to talk about. Weird Woman Believes Sailboats Are Public Property, Part 3. As mentioned in Part 1, my boat is a Bavaria 34 cruiser. It used to belong to my grandparents, but when my grandma had her stroke back in 2012, my granddad stopped sailing. They passed in 2013, 3 weeks after each other. Now, Granddad wasn't ill or anything, he just gave up after Grandma passed, after her third and last stroke. Before they passed, they willed the boat to me, because my parents already have a boat, and they knew that I love sailing in her. So it's not that I'm a rich, spoiled brat who just got a boat, but there's many emotions involved when sailing her. I grew up spending summers on their old boats, learning from both Granddad and my dad as how to sail, which eventually led me to my naval career, ending in my retirement from the Navy when I turned 35 and my contract expired. The point being that I always need to convince myself if Grandma would approve if I tried to change something or upgrade. In my mind, it's still their boat in many ways. This year, I spoiled the boat and myself rotten by buying a new chart plotter that integrates all sensors, depth sounder, Windex, autopilot, and AIS. AIS is a system that shows information on other boats as well as your own, similar to what airplanes use. As we already planned to stay for at least 4 days, I thought that this would be the perfect time to upgrade my existing chart plotter for the new one. And as luck still was present, Grandpa Port was an electrician before he retired. So, off to the supermarket I went for the purchase of liquid monies to pay said electrician that I just hauled out of retirement for 1 day. Now, the marina we're staying in is rather large, meaning that I either have a long walk followed by a heavy walk back, or I'll have Captain Dinghy give me a lift to the old port and join me for my shopping needs. The supermarket is basically 100 meters from the old port. So, off we went. Her at the helm, I'm in the front acting as a ballast. Exo, my son, the executive officer of our ship, was with friends and knew his way around. Also, he knew he had an abundant supply of ice cream available. Thanks again, Grandma Port. We arrive at the supermarket and all is well. Then my daughter just lets out a Oh, freak. It's HMS Karen yelling at her poor circus husband because apparently the item she wanted is sold out. Now look, I'm not a fan of my children swearing, but this time I think she had a point, so I let it slide. We ducked the heck out of there and went to the checkout, where we found a small gift basket style flower arrangement with a bottle of wine and some chocolate for Grandma Port. We also picked up some cash and a small refill for the pantry. When we'd bagged everything, we left for the dinghy. If only we had run the red light at the crosswalk outside the supermarkets. HMS Karen spotted us. Hey, you! I kept walking and said to Captain Dinghy, not happening. Now you get in the dinghy, get your life jacket on, and throw me the rope we used to get goods aboard. Dad, she's nuts. All right, I'll hook your life jacket up as well when I throw the rope. Hey, I'm talking to you. You're the guy who stole our boat. Don't even think about moving. I'm not letting you get away. I acknowledged the lady. Lady, the mental hospital is not that far from here. I don't know, but it just seemed like the right thing to say. I'm sure someone there would be able to help you. I'm putting on my life jacket and lowering the goods into the dinghy. All I need to do is get onto it via the ladder that we tied up to. That's when I suddenly found myself floating in midair right next to the dinghy. She pushed me. The maniac pushed me off the frickin' dock. Our life vests are the manual type for adults, which means that I have to pull a cord for it to inflate. But the kid vests are the automatic kind that inflate if they get wet. A small chalk tablet that dissolves in water makes sure that they inflate. Very clever. But it still means that I have to unwrap it, test it for 24 hours, and then repack it. And also that means that I'm one life vest short for 24 hours. And I have to replace the CO2 cartridge because it's been in the water. That's no biggie, to be fair. It's only about $6. And I've got a small supply on board the boat. But it's the principle. 2 steps up the ladder and I'm on board the dinghy. Captain Dinghy was amazing. She started the engine and used it to push the boat into the ladder, so I'm on board in no time. What are you doing? Don't even try to escape. And you, little girl, don't even think about trying to touch anything. That's nice, says my daughter, and she reverses out and floors it out the old dock. On our way back to the marina, my daughter just shook her head and said, "What a female dog." Again, she's got a point, so I let it slide. Back in the marina, we tie our boat up and I got a change of clothes. The only casualty was my work phone, so I've got to go back into town to get a new one. Luckily, that's a work expense, but it's a bit annoying reconfiguring everything, including credit cards and such. And I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to finish this in part 4. Okay, what the heck? This is actually now getting really weird. Like, what a coincidence. Not only am I on a boat right now at the same time that you're listening and watching this video, but secondly, my phone also got wet and I had to like delete it and restore it and pretty much get a new one like the other day. What's going on here? Am I OP? That's my question. But anyway, guys, that is the end of part 3. Part 4 still to come. Somehow, this Karen is still involved in the story. I guess maybe the OP and their family are just like choosing a pretty normal tourist route, and Karen and her family are kind of going along the same route, just maybe a day or 2 behind. But the fact that you are just continuing to bump into this Karen is very, very funny. Actually kind of reminds me of when I was a young kid on holiday and I was in Sri Lanka with my family, and we kept bumping in and going to the same hotel as the Sri Lankan cricket team for some reason. So it looked as if we were just following them. Bit of a weird story, but yeah, that's what came to my head. Anyway, part 4. So then, now getting into the final part of this incredible story. Weird woman believes sailboats are public property. Last part. I'm almost sad because, you know, it's been such an adventure, but hey, everything good, I guess, has to come to an end at some point. Here we go. When Captain Dinghy and I returned from the store and got on board, Grandpa Ports was trying to teach my son, XO, how to splice a 3-strand rope, and remarking the fact that I was soaking wet and the captain was bone dry, that had we used a lifeline like that in the dinghy, I wouldn't have fallen off. Thanks, Grandpa Ports. Well, as I went below for a change of clothes, my faithful companion told the grandparents what had happened. Grandma Port hugged Captain Dinghy and asked if she was okay, which was enough to make XO roll with laughter. The grandparents offered to invite us over to their boat for dinner, which we happily accepted. Now, their boat is a bit smaller than ours, but their salon below deck is somehow bigger. Go figure. Seeing as this had been an eventful day, the kids were given free roam to the playground, probably to plot the overthrow of the free world by pirates with the other kids. provided that Captain Dingy brought the small radio we normally use for docking, so we could call them back when dinner was ready. Grandpa brought out a generous glass of his favourite rum while he and I discussed terms and conditions regarding the chart plotter replacements and the price in liquid money, and also what the heck happened during today. Grandma Port interjected during her hard work in the galley, supervising us preparing potatoes and cleaning the fish that would be our dinner, that I should call that nice young gentleman that came to visit us on our first day, and maybe ask him if he could help. Grandpa was giggling when I asked if it was a dinner invitation, and if so, was the dress code uniform or casual? Grandma's rolling eyes and the following, "Oh God, men," was enough to make all three of us share a laugh. A quick call to my friend from before, and we were 6 persons having dinner in the nicest environment one could have. Grandma, that salmon was cooked to perfection. My friend then invited Grandpa and me out to a small place that served liquid monies in tall glasses, provided we didn't stay out late. My friend's fiance was getting along perfectly with Grandma and the kids, so off we went. We arrived to a small house of fluent currency and found a table. Why not just say, bar, alcohol, I don't know. Anyway, my friend bought the first round and Grandpa told the story about my impromptu flying lesson in the port, at which my friend had this odd look on his face. He excused himself for a minute and brought over a familiar face. Apparently, he spotted his private police friend while ordering and wanted to hear what the options were regarding HMS Karen. Well, as he told the story, the police got a call regarding theft of a boat, assault, and underage sailing of a dinghy. He and his partner was assigned to the call and they responded. When they arrived, they were met by an enraged woman claiming that she'd been assaulted, had her sailboat stolen, and that the perpetrator was aided by an underage girl. When they asked her to elaborate, she started yelling at them. "I already told you, now do your job and arrest them." Now, as she was testing the hearing of people the next town over, a couple of fishermen who had docked further down the pier approached the partner and asked if this was about the assault on the guy who she threw off the pier. This got the attention of both the partner and him. They asked her about the incident and she replied with, "Yes, that's what I've been trying to tell you. We found out that our first boat was too difficult to dock and then we rented a new one. But the previous renter wouldn't give us our boat. Instead, he insulted me, stole our boat, and had an underage child drive him." Mom, as I recall, you claimed someone hijacked your boat. We even had the Navy looking out for them. Did you return your rental to the original place? And did it happen there? But what difference does it make? We rented a boat bigger and better. They had one. We paid more. All boats are owned by the rental company anyway. We had the right to get our boat. Sorry, this woman thinks that every single boat is owned by the same rental company that they used to rent their boat in the first place. Sorry. Absolutely ludicrous. Mom, as I just heard from these people here, you just assaulted a person, not to include risking his life. Now, I need to see some ID, because if we get a report about this from the victim, you're gonna face the charges. Understand? Don't talk back to me unless you have our boat. I'm not accepting your excuses. Get me my boat. And so, HMS Karen got a free ride in a smaller, land-ridden boat, but with pretty lights on top. Our new police friend ended his story by saying she was an absolute dog, finishing his pints. Well, no need to say it. Anyway, I got up, went to the bar, and opened up a $100 tab for our new friend in law enforcement. We left right after the "no, I can't accept that" and whatnot, but my friend was firm. When we got back to the marina, the kids were sleeping on board our newfound grandparents' boat, and Grandma and my friend's fiance were laughing like teenage girls. Next morning, the kids said their goodbyes to their new grandparents, exchanged addresses, and we left the marina. We hope to see those ports again next year, but if not, we'll come visit them. I don't know how to end this incredible story better than stay safe, listen to reason, and just because you're a Karen, don't push people into water. And there we go, guys. That is the end of this incredible 4-part, well, I guess 4-part for OP, 2-part video series for me entitled Parent Story. What an amazing adventure. I just want to say a big thank you to OP. Their username is in the description down below for this incredible story. Brilliant stuff. I mean, brilliant stuff. Again, as I mentioned earlier on in the video, right now at the time you're watching this video, if you watch it on the day it was released, I'll be on a boat quite similar to this at the same time, which is why I wanted to read the story and why it's, you know, a little bit convenient that I'd read this story at this time. And if I've taken a video or something or a picture, I'll chuck it in right now. And I also may have put one in earlier in the video as well. If you want to see more on that, go and check out my Instagram, which is linked down below in the description. I'll be posting stuff there on my story of my trip on a lovely boat. Susan the Snack Stealer. I used to work with a super entitled woman once upon a time. Her name was Susan. Susan liked to get to the office earlier than everyone else, but I didn't find out why that was until I'd worked there for a few months. She was the sort who liked to help herself to the snacks people had in the communal fridge. She'd also take individual sodas from the case my cubicle neighbor kept under her desk, and had a real thing for stealing either my chocolate or my good granola bars, depending on what I had stashed, right out of my desk drawer. She got her comeuppance one year at the office Christmas potluck. We had a lady who did Greek cooking and was magnificent at it. This particular year, she'd brought in an enormous tray of mini spanakopita, the spinach and feta cheese in phyllo dough, each roughly the size of an Oreo cookie. Literally hundreds of these little beauties stacked too high on the tray, just waiting to be devoured. And then along came Susan with the Tupperware of holding. I kid you not, she scooped fully 1/4 of the contents of that tray into her Tupperware, looking around furtively to make sure that no one would try and stop her. She brushed the phyllo crumbs from her fingers, popped the seal on her Y-sized Tupperware, and turned smugly away from the buffet table. And every single person in the office was glaring at her, fit to set her permanently ablaze. Our office manager was particularly salty because she was the Greek chef who had provided these delicious morsels. She spoke, and it was with the voice of a vengeful goddess. Susan, what in the heck do you think you're doing? And then the foot tapping began. Tap, tap, tap. And the hand on the hip. And finally, the finger of doom did aim at Susan. Thief of treats, hoarder of spanakopita, and Susan did meekly open her Tupperware wide bowl and return unto the tray roughly 90% of the pita. Thus was the office manager appeased, and thus was Susan forever snack shamed. There's always that one person, isn't there? Whether it be, you know, a colleague at work, a student, a classmate at school, anyone. When someone, you know, brings in cake to celebrate their birthday or brings in communal snacks, they'll take just a little bit more than everyone else. And they know what they're doing. They're being cheeky. They're getting away with it, but it's kind of frowned upon. However, what I've just read right there, that's a new level. That is nuts. Taking 1/4 of the communal, you know, food for everyone that the boss has brought in and chucking it, not just eating it, putting it in a Tupperware for later? Are you joking me? Well, are you? Now moving on to our second post, entitled Cousin Demands Me to Cover Up. Little things you need to know. I am a 26-year-old female with a curvy body type, and I have a huge vertical scar from just below my sternum to my navel. I was given the scar because I needed emergency surgery. My life was at risk and there was no other way. Unfortunately, the surgery was botched. I only recently found this out a whole 2 years after it happened. Now, I needed that surgery because I had a perforated stomach ulcer that was at risk of leaking stomach acid into my abdominal cavity. It would have been a smaller scar, but the surgeon accidentally sliced my liver while cutting me open and caused blood to spill out. I lost 3 liters of blood. This meant they had to open me up further than planned. Anyways, long story short, I could have died that night, and my scar is my battle wound. I'm quite proud of it. It shows that I survive, and I think it's sexy. It's also been 2 years since the surgery, and the scar has healed nicely. It's not nasty looking, and it will fade more in time. Now back to the main reason of this post. I went to visit family a couple of days ago, since restrictions in my area aren't as bad anymore. It also helps that my family agreed to only invite the vaccinated members. Well, my aunt's house has a pool in the backyard, and I was wearing a bikini. It was tasteful and not overly revealing. You know, not a thong bikini that my aunt decided to wear. but it of course showed off my scar, which I didn't think was an issue. Everyone was having a good time when my second cousin, Melanie, came over, pointed her finger at my stomach, and gestured in a vertical sense, clearly referring to my scar. She then made a face and said, "Can you cover up, please? Your scar is triggering me, and it's not okay for children to see because it represents violence." I'm just standing there with my other cousin, Shannon, both of us wide-eyed over her phrase. I'm sorry, what violence does my scar represent? I asked her how on earth it was triggering her. Now, I'm autistic, and sometimes obvious social cues don't make it to my brain, and my whole family is aware of this. And she full-on says, so your scar is just ruining the atmosphere, and my children won't stop asking me questions about it. Like, not everything has to be about you. I told her that I was sorry it made her uncomfortable, but that she and her kids didn't have to look at the scar, and that I was not going to cover up because I wasn't ashamed of it. She then huffed at me like the big bad wolf, who was never invited in the first place. There's a reason why no one invites her, and yells at me in front of my family. "I asked you politely to cover up your ugly scar. Don't you understand how rude you're being to me? I told you your scar triggers me, and you should just try, for once, to not think about yourself. You're obviously trying to be the center of attention at my family's pool party by flaunting your accident at everyone. We all know you only had that surgery to get reactions from people." Oh my god. Then she stormed off like a toddler would. I went back to hanging out with our family, and everyone just laughed her behavior off. She was being a brat, no surprise there. I get it, my scar isn't pleasant to look at, but my aunt was in a string thong bikini showing off her giant C-section scar, and Melanie didn't say anything about that. But because my scar didn't bring life to this world, it's okay to complain about? Okay, Karen. I brushed it off, but every time Melanie had to walk past me, she would say, "Ooh, ooh, ooh, ooey," over and over, so everyone could hear her tantrum. Finally, I had enough when I heard her loudly explain to her children that their mummy's cousin has Munchausen's. That I pulled her aside and flat out ripped into her, in front of everyone and her kids. Now guys, I actually had to look this up myself. Munchausen's, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, is a psychological disorder where someone pretends to be ill or deliberately produces symptoms of illness in themselves. So I guess kind of going along the lines of what this person was saying, in that OP is just looking for attention and got her scar, not because she needed it, but because she wanted a reaction or the attention. Crazy thing to say. Yeah, and the definition continues. Their main intention is to assume the sick role so that people care for them and that they are the center of attention. Jesus. Surely she knows that her liver was cut and she was pouring with blood. Oh my god. I said, "You know what, Melanie? Grow up. You're 37 years old and you're being not only a bully, but a complete butthole. You're clearly ruining this get-together for your own personal gain, and I'm sick of your BS. Either grow the F up and get over the fact that people have lives that don't involve you, or get out and leave. Nobody wants you here anyway." She then started to fake cry. It was so obviously fake it hurt, and boo-hooed about how mean I am and how all this could have been avoided if I hadn't have shown up in the first place. Later on, when she was leaving, her daughter walked up to me and said, "Mummy told me she wished you hadn't survived the surgery because you ruined her life today." Like, wow. Most of my family agree that she'd crossed the line, but say that I shouldn't have snapped at her so publicly. I do think it might have been tactless to yell at her in front of her kids, but I did suggest for them to run off and get their shoes while I spoke to their mum. They just didn't listen. Nah, sorry, to be honest, I disagree on that. Like, if someone is being that much of an idiot, they deserve to be called out. Don't care who it's in front of. Like, that's about you. At the end of the day, you're getting bullied, picked on by your, who even is she? Melanie? Some like random bimbo off the street. Don't care about her. It doesn't matter if her kids are there. They need to know as well that their mum is an absolute fraud. Like, seriously, don't even tell their kids to run off and go and do something else. Make sure they're there and make sure they're listening. That's what I'd say. It is very, very ironic though, isn't it? I mean, Melanie bringing up, what was it called? Munchausen syndrome? Hope I'm pronouncing that right. When actually she kind of has that herself. Not that she's pretending to be ill or anything, but she is definitely trying to be the center of attention. You know, the fake crying, making it all about her. The exact thing that she's accusing you of, OP, is clearly what she's doing herself. It's mental. It's absolutely mental to even suggest something like that. She nearly died, man. And you're saying that? Have a look at yourself, Mel. Why am I still holding that? I don't know. And now moving on to our final story of today's episode. I need a new seat. So, I'm sitting in the Toyota dealer, waiting for a tyre. The wife managed to get a second screw in a second tyre in the span of 10 days. Apparently, she's been taking her RAV4 off-roading through whatever place used hardware goes to die. But anyway, I hear this exchange between an overly entitled customer and the poor guy who gets paid to take her rubbish. Obviously, I came in during the middle of this conversation, so I have to guess at the reason. The service guy was saying, "Mom, even if ketchup stains were covered under your warranty, we would only replace the upholstered seat cover, not the entire power seats." "But it's not what I paid for. It's not in factory condition, so I want to replace before the warranty runs out." Warranties aren't supposed to keep your vehicle in showroom condition. They're supposed to guarantee your vehicle works. Your power seat is working, and we have no reason to replace it. "But I can't sell it in that condition, and I want it replaced." Again, we're not responsible for cosmetic issues, especially when there isn't anything wrong with the vehicle. "If I lose money when I sell that vehicle, I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you, this dealership, and I'm going to sue Toyota. I'll sue all of you, and I'm not going to stop until they fire you, because you're useless, and I'll tell them you're not representing their brand." "I'm sorry you feel that way, but there's nothing I can do for you." "That's it. I'm calling my lawyer." Again, I'm sorry you feel that way. Have a nice day. "No, but I'm serious. I'm calling him as soon as I get home, and he's gonna have your butts." Have a nice day. The temperature in the room dropped about 12 degrees when he said that. The entitled hag storms out, digging in her body bag of a purse for her phone. The guy looks up and calls me over. "Let me guess," I say. "She's threatened to sue before?" "Oh, last time she was going to demand that Toyota not only fire me, but that they sue me for all the money they've ever paid me, so I would die penniless in a ditch." Oh wow, okay, here's my business card. If she starts telling them you said some horrible stuff to her, have your boss give me a call. And there we go, a quick little story to end off today's episode. Yeah, honestly, OP, good lad by the way for doing that at the end, because you know what, like, as I've said multiple times in multiple stories, the customer's always right, all this rubbish. I mean, personally, I'm not a fan of it, but I get it. That is, you know, what stores kind of have to do. And because it is just this one worker's word, probably, against this woman, yes, there may be some security cameras or whatever, but really, it's one person's word against another. It's so important what OP did at the end, you know, by giving him his card, saying, "I'm going to back you up," and makes him feel confident that, you know what, he was doing his job right, he's got backup if he needs it, and yeah, he's not going to get fired for something that he didn't do. I mean, one word just completely describes a woman. Mental. Entitled dad leaves me with his children on a plane. So this happened last weekend. I was flying out of JFK Airport in New York, aka one of the worst airports in the US, trying to not catch the plague. Double mask, F yeah. When I was in the TSA line, I was surrounded by two families. A mum and her son behind me, and two parents with two boys in front of me. The mum in front of me was tired, like she was sitting on a big carry-on bag while her husband wheeled her about, tired. The dad was so focused on the mum not falling off the suitcase that the boys were just darting about and trying to play with the boy behind me as well. It's 6:30 a.m. I'm on 2 hours of sleep, so the world is just too much for me. But I also worked at a special needs preschool for 2 years prior to becoming a therapist, so I know how to wrangle kids on minimal sleep. I go into crowd control mode, asking the boys about their interests, but reminding them we have to be quiet to talk about them. I find out the brothers are Eric, a 9-year-old, and Daniel, 6, and they are really excited about going on a plane. The boys start having a quiet convo about Minecraft. The mum behind me thanks me, and we actually have a nice chat about me previously working in the special needs school and how fun it was. An hour and a half later, I am boarding my plane, and I see the tired mum, like 5 rows back from where I was seated. She's at a window seat, and she's already passed out. I sit, and about 5 minutes later, I see the dad and the two boys coming on the plane. The first kid, Daniel, sits down next to me, and the dad pauses for a moment, just staring at me. After a minute, I'm just like, is something wrong? I kid you not. This man proceeds to take the boarding pass out of his second son's hand, swap it with his, and tell his son to sit in the aisle seat. He then bolts to the row his wife is in. Once the disbelief wears off, the boys start asking me questions about the plane and snacks and the TV mounted in front of them. I am so exhausted, I don't even fight it. Alright, so pretty much I think what's just happened is that this family was supposed to be sitting in 2 and 2. So, you know, the dad with one kid, the mum with the other. But the dad just said, you know what, screw this. I'm going to go and sit with mum. Let the boys sit together with OP, pretty much just leaving them with her all alone. I show the older one how to turn on the TV screen in front of him, and I tell him that, you know what, I'm also really sleepy like your mum, so I'm going to take a nap. Both of them tell me to have a nice nap, and I pass out. I wake up 2 hours later to my tray down with a mini water bottle and a bag of cookies on it. Apparently, my new friends thought I would want a snack when I woke up. Great kids. 30 minutes before we land, there's commotion behind us, and what sounds like running. All of a sudden, formerly asleep mum is very much awake and looking over both kids to make sure they are all right. Both of them mention how they have been watching Moana, so they are perfectly fine. Mum then shoots her husband the neutral face of displeasure. If you don't know what that is, Google the fresh off the boat clip of it. Alright, well, we'll insert it right now.
Oh, speaking of, she wanted me to give you a message.
The neutral face of displeasure.
So, when we get off the plane, Mum follows me to the bathroom to apologise. Apparently, she took some medication to help ease her anxiety with flying, but it just knocked her. I guess you can't be anxious if you're unconscious. Her husband was supposed to sit with the younger boy while the older one sat with her, yet that makes sense. She freaked out when she woke up and saw her husband, and in her drowsy state, she thought her husband forgot the children back at JFK, hence her panic. Apparently, her husband thought it was a good idea to leave them with me because he heard me talking about working at a school and figured they'd be fine with me. She apologized, and when we got out of the bathroom, she made her husband apologize for abandoning our children with a stranger. The whole walk out to the pickup area, she was reminding her children about stranger danger and how they need to be careful in big places like this. Daniel gave me a paper heart he folded out of a New York City brochure, so I have a new best friend now. To be honest, OP, the way you've handled that is unbelievable. Like, put me in that position. Some random parents have left their kids with you on purpose. You're gonna be a bit angry, aren't you? You're gonna be like, what's going on here? This is my holiday, this is my plane trip. I want to chill and rest, you know, and have a nice time and relax. Not have to deal with your kids while you're too busy just sleeping and not bothering with them. But the way that OP dealt with it, so good. Even from the first interaction, so good. The parents, on the other hand, what are they doing? Absolute mugs. The mum I don't blame because she's put the responsibility on the dad. Clearly she doesn't like flying and, you know, gets anxious. Fine. But the dad, you know what? Screw these kids. We'll just leave them with this random stranger on board. And to be honest, yeah, I probably should have left them at the airport. That's what he's thinking. Mental. Now moving on to our second story of today's episode, and this, to be honest, is even wilder than the first. Narcissistic mum thought she was immune. I have to put my foot down. My mum lives with her husband and my aunt, about 4 hours away, and has been whining the entire year that we don't go visit her as much as we used to. I can't quite express in one post just how stressful and entitled she is, but she is the type of mum you read about on this sub. I moved away with my husband because her toxicity is so bad for my mental health. I just can't deal with her, and the more I distance myself, the worse she's gotten. She is my mother though, and I do love her, and she has her good traits, but I just can't spend my life arguing with her. Well, currently I am 38 weeks pregnant, and with COVID, I haven't felt safe traveling, especially because she and her husband refuse to get vaccinated. She's also a smoker, so she is pretty high risk herself. Well, about a week ago, all three of them got sick, which they kept secret. I only found out when they called a few nights ago, complaining that her Vegas birthday trip had to be cancelled because they were all sick. My aunt is elderly and high risk. She's fought cancer twice in the last 2 years and couldn't talk or breathe past coughing. They only called me because I have a friend who works at their hospital, and they wanted me to demand that my friend provide special treatment for my aunt when they finally decided she was bad enough to take her to hospital. Well, surprise, aunt has COVID. And not only have they been ignoring the clear signs, they've been going around town to shops and restaurants and the casino daily and probably spread and infected who knows how many others. I told my mum it's absolutely non-negotiable at this point. She cannot come and visit my baby without a COVID test. So she got one just to prove a point, and lo and behold, she tested positive too. She is a huge Fox anti-vaxxer who touts her immunity and claims the virus is a hoax. Well, now she and my aunt, and likely her husband, have it, and she thinks she can sneak by without telling me to meet my baby? Her birthday was yesterday, and she whined about how it was her worst birthday ever because I didn't throw her a party. While I am days from giving birth and she has COVID, she expected me to drive 4 hours and throw her a party. She also told me she plans on going out with my cousin to dinner and gambling tomorrow to make up for my worst birthday ever. So she has zero plans to isolate. When I expressed my concern and disapproval, she yelled at me and made me feel guilty for nagging her on her birthday. The whole pregnancy, she's panicked about how soon she can come to visit me before the birth, and even went as far as inviting herself to stay with us for a month afterwards. At least this diagnosis gave me a clear reason to put my foot down and give her a solid no answer to visiting us right now. I just think it's insane that she's willing to put her own daughter and only grandchild at risk. By the way, my husband and I, as well as my husband's family, got vaccinated around 20 weeks into my pregnancy. So I do feel relatively safe around them, but I'm still a bit worried, especially since my family is so clearly careless. She's just so selfish. She put so many people at risk this week. She's part of the problem, and I can't have her around us right now. All she cares about is getting to hold a baby. She doesn't even give one single care for anyone's safety. But to be honest, I don't care how many guilt trips she's going to give me and how many times she'll whine or cry. I need to protect myself and my baby from her. I'm actually worried that she's just going to show up or do something just as dangerous in the future. I'm tired of arguing with her. She still doesn't think she's wrong and thinks her positive test results are a lie. But I don't care. She's not getting in my house, she's not getting in my hospital room, and she won't be holding my baby until she gets a negative test result and a vaccine. Now, OP, you're probably not going to like what I'm going to say here, but there's actually a really easy solution to this. Well, at least a short-term one anyway, that will at least make your mum think a little before doing what she's been doing. Just report her to the authorities. She's breaking the law by not isolating, having COVID. Literally, that's breaking the law. Now, I don't know what country it's happening in, so I can only really speak from experience in the UK. But if you have COVID and you don't isolate, that's breaking the law and you're going to be fined, you know, so it's going to at least make her think. If she has some sort of criminal stuff put up on her in whatever country she's in, and again, I don't know the rules, but you know, just report her. Just make her know, make her realize that what she's doing is illegal. I mean, you're right as well. Like, think about it. There's nothing to stop her just rocking up at your house or, you know, at the hospital. Clearly, she has no care for her safety or anyone else's. She's just lying to herself and the world and putting people in danger. Genuinely, you need to report her, not just for everyone else's safety, but for your own and your baby, because that's mad. What she's doing is just absolutely crazy. Entitled parent calls the cops because I'm too skinny. So for some background, I'm a 16-year-old male and I have a high metabolism. Now, for everything I eat, I really don't gain that much weight. So I'm pretty skinny, 107 pounds. Now, for those of you like me that don't work in pounds, that is under 50 kilograms, about 48.5 kilograms. So yeah, that is pretty light. This happened about 2 days ago. I live in a big city and my family and I don't go out to eat often because of COVID. But since everything is starting to calm down, we decided to go out and eat. As we were ordering, I see a lady with a Karen haircut. I joked to my brother, who's 19 years old, and we had a good old laugh. Little did we know though, it was actually a Karen. Enter the entitlements. What do you mean you're out of chicken? One of the staff members dealing with this Karen said, "I'm sorry, Mom, the delivery hasn't come in yet." "I don't care. I deserve this chicken right now. Give it to me or I'll call your manager and get you fired." Again, "Sorry, Mom, the delivery will be here in 3 to 4 hours. I really can't control that." The entitled parent, still fuming, went off to the side and we ordered. I order, and that's when the entitled mum went off on me. "What the F, kid? Why are you so skinny? Do you ever eat?" I eat a lot, but I have a high metabolism, Mom."
I don't care. You need to eat more and gain weight. I don't care. Again, I eat a lot. I just don't gain that much weight. My brother then intervenes. Mom, leave my brother alone. He's telling the truth. Who the F do you think you are talking to me like that? I think I'm myself telling you to leave my brother alone. Oh yeah? Well, shut your freaking mouth, you dog. I'm calling the cops on you and your parents for starving this young boy. 50 minutes later, the cops arrived and asked what had happened. They took the entitled parent off to the side first, and she claimed that my brother tried to assault her and that he kidnapped me and was starving me. Then they took my side of the story, and I said that she's an old crazy bat because I was here with my brother and we're just trying to get some food to bring home for my family. I then explained my high metabolism and that my brother didn't even attempt to assault her, and that if they wanted to check, they could ask the worker or just check the camera. So they asked the worker and checked the cameras. When they told the entitled parent that there wasn't a problem, she went ballistic. She actually ended up kicking one of the officers in the privates. She got arrested for assault of an officer, and we pressed charges for harassment. We're still waiting for the court dates. I mean, seriously, lady, I know 48.5 kilograms or 107 pounds, that is genuinely very light for a 16-year-old boy. There's no getting away from that. But still, some people do just have crazy high metabolisms, and some people just like being skinny. Like, who knows? The guy might have been a runner, might have been crazy into his fitness. He's not necessarily malnourished just because he's lighter than you might think a typical 16-year-old boy would be. Also, it's just none of your business at all, really. I mean, you've gone to enjoy a meal. You sit there, enjoy your meal, let OP and his brother enjoy theirs. Everyone's good. If you really care that much, you can have a look at their table and see how much OP's eating, but it's none of your business. Again, leave it alone. Now moving on to our next story. This one is taken from r/entitled people. Woman demands to know tragic backstory. This happened a couple of years back, but I still cringe when I remember it. Throughout my teens and early adulthood, I had it pretty rough. My mental health was not the greatest, and as a result of bad coping strategies, I have severe scarring throughout my body, most noticeably on my left arm. Due to the extent of the damage, literally hundreds of keloids, most people assume I was in an accident and have the good sense to avoid the topic. It's no secret to my friends, but it's not exactly something I'd like to discuss with strangers. And by the way, those of you that may not know, I didn't either. Keloids are a type of raised scar. They occur where the skin is healed after an injury. Okay, so that makes sense. Probably quite a noticeable, ailment, I guess. A good friend of mine wanted to go shopping for clothes and asked me to tag along to keep her company. I think we were both in our early 20s at the time, and I still had severe social anxiety. We were having a good time, but while she was in the changing room, I wandered off by myself to browse. A little kid comes up to me and asks what happened to my arm. Now, kids are curious, that's fine, but I'm not able to disclose the truth though, as I feel it's A, highly inappropriate, and B, quite uncomfortable. So I tell him I'm not really comfortable saying, and immediately start rifling through shirts to appear busy. The kid goes away and comes back, teary-eyed, with mum in tow. She demands I explain to her child exactly what happened to my arm, as they are curious. The following conversation takes place. No, mum, I don't really feel comfortable talking about it. Please respect that. But my kid wants to know. That's all well and good, but I'm entitled to my privacy. What I understand is you're a rude, selfish, little... What followed was a veritable verbal battering as the woman got increasingly agitated and took turns calling me impolite and demanding answers. It escalated to her grabbing my arm and telling her kid to touch it as much as they wanted. At that point, I, already on the verge of a panic attack, started to freak out. I practically screamed at her. It doesn't matter whether I was a lion tamer or kidnapped by pirates. You don't get to know my life story just because you want to. My friend came back about then, having heard the commotion. She is a petite, soft-spoken creature, and I can count on one hand the number of times I've heard her raise her voice in the 30+ years we've known each other, and I still have fingers left. She descended on these two like an avenging Valkyrie, and with language that would make a sailor blush, gave such a thorough verbal lashing, the lady was rendered momentarily speechless. We took the opportunity to leave and could hear her shouting about rude kids on the way out. I was a bit shaken up at the time, but to this day, we laugh about how bad of a lion tamer I must be. I hope for the kids' sake, their mum learned some chill though.
Although that story didn't really involve much harm or violence or anything of that sort of ilk, it did involve one of the most entitled people that I can remember in my recent time of reading out stories. Genuinely, to go up to somebody and say, what happened to your arm? Them to say, you know what, I don't really want to tell you. I'm not really comfortable telling that sort of stuff to strangers. I kind of keep that between me and my family and my friends. And then to say, no, I don't care, tell me. That's another level of entitlement. Genuinely, just thinking about that. That is mental. And then trying to, go off and say, oh, these kids these days are so rude, not telling me what serious thing happened to them. That's the reason they've got loads of scars on their body. Like, what are you on about? What sort of example are you setting to your kid? That is a madness. Seriously, that is a crazy, crazy story. And now moving on to our final story of today's episode. Why would she work here if she's just going to act disabled? So, for some context, I have a lot of mental issues tied with anxiety and pressure. When I get too overstimulated, I start to twitch, stutter, say intrusive thoughts out loud, hum, and shake. At the time of this story, I was working at a popular fast food place. Before I had started working, I informed my boss and my managers I'd be working with about this, and got permission to listen to music during work since I worked the fry station. The orders on the fry station came up on a little screen, and I didn't really have to communicate with anyone as long as I was fast enough to get the orders through before they needed to ask. Normally, I would work with a pair of Bluetooth earbuds in, just loud enough to barely hear what was going on, just in case I'd have to listen. However, these two girls I worked near would loudly talk about me, assuming that I couldn't hear. It was the normal stuff that I usually heard at work. Why does she get to listen to music and we don't? She must be their favorites, etc. Classic female dog stuff. One day, however, I realized that I'd accidentally left my earbuds at home. My manager that day was really sweet, but we were short-staffed, and I didn't want to ask to go home and grab them. I also didn't have the guts to ask anyone if they had some I could borrow. So I decided to toughen it up and work my shift without them. Being in the kitchen without music was loud, and the two girls gossiping really didn't help. I started to shake and hum already. However, since this was the first time they'd ever really gotten to talk to me during work, they jumped at the opportunity. We had a conversation that went something like this. The first female dog said to me, "Hey, OP, can I ask a personal question?" Shoots. "What makes you so special that you can listen to music on earbuds, but we can't even play it out loud on our phones?" I do fries and don't like talking. You don't do fries and do like talking. Then the second dog got involved. "Are you saying we talk too much?" "No, I'm saying I don't like talking and I don't have to talk to you to do my job." I just think it's funny how you get to D-sucking female dog. Excuse me? What did you just call her? Our manager then walks in and she's heard the last bit at this point. Don't mind her, she can't help it. But she's never done this before. Look at her. She's acting like this to get out of work early since she doesn't have her special needs music today. Guys, that's really uncalled for. I just say, wet paint. We just want to know why she would work here if she's just going to act disabled. I'm a college student on my own. I need a job to get wet paint food. Then the second female dog asked me, "Are you just, insert R word here, why don't you go on disability or something?" At this point, my manager gets really mad and yells at them to stop. I'm breathing really heavy and I'm on the verge of a panic attack, so she takes me to the freezer in the back and hands me a bag of liquid ice cream to squish. We've previously talked about how I enjoy the weird bag feeling and thought they were fun to hold. She also has a brother with similar problems to mine and knows that sensory stimulation is helpful to some. I don't know why squish squish ice cream bag is funny, but it is. She leaves and comes back a few minutes later and tells me that I can clock out for the night and not to worry about them. So I do. The next night, I come back, and the first female dog was put on a week-long suspension, and the second worker was fired as it was her final strike for causing workplace drama. I mean, once again, I have no real issue with these two girls kind of, asking the manager or asking UOP, how come you get to listen to your music whilst we don't? Because, on a job, I'd like to listen to music. And if some of my co-workers were listening to music and I wasn't allowed to, I'd probably want to know why. So that's completely fine. But surely as soon as you go to the manager and get an answer or ask OP and they give you an answer, You're like, well, okay, that makes complete sense. Fair enough. You just get on with what you're doing and I'll leave you alone. You don't go and do all this like madness and start abusing them and ending up getting fired and getting suspended and that sort of stuff, which, by the way, they fully deserve for being so abusive. Surely at that point you just accept it. I don't know. I mean, look, put it this way. Would you rather have the issues that OP has and be able to listen to music at work, or would you not be allowed to listen to music at work but be completely fine? I mean, I'm not like being that deep about it. I know which one I'd rather have. As long as OP is getting to do the work and is doing that okay and is able to deal with that even through their issues, then listening to music is a great thing. And yeah, I wouldn't substitute being completely okay and not having mental issues for having mental issues and then being allowed to listen to music, if that makes sense. OP's going through a lot right now. These two girls aren't. Let her be, surely. Entitled dad nearly gets his daughter's arm torn to ribbons. For background, this happened last year while I was volunteering at a local zoo. I was heading to the lynx enclosure to feed them when I heard some commotion coming from where the caracals and servals were. For an idea on how the layout of the enclosures were designed, the medium-sized wildcats all each have a fence and a set of bars to separate them from the visitors, with the fences on the outside as a way to signal people to avoid getting into scratching distance of the cats. I went there to check, and there was a man, the entitled dad of this story, alongside a girl that looked to be around 5 or 6, who were both past the fence, and the girl was sticking her arm inside the caracal enclosure, and one of the caracals was hissing and growling at them, while a second one was sleeping on top of a cat tree-like structure that was built inside the enclosure. "Hey, miss, please remove your arm from the cage," I say. The entitled dad replies, "Why? She just wants to pet the kitties." "Sir, these animals are wild and they're clearly not enjoying her presence." "Well, she likes cats, so she'll enjoy them anyways." "Look, these aren't domesticated house cats. They're a wild cat and they're not used to humans. Miss, please step back now or you're gonna get hurt." After I raised my voice, the girl snapped her arm back and looked at me, crying. "You will not threaten my daughter," the dad said. "I'm not threatening her, I'm warning you that these cats are not suitable to be pets." A passerby intervened. "She's right, you idiot. You're endangering your own child by letting her get this close with wild animals." "I'm not endangering her. It's a cat. They like being pets." "No, it's a caracal. They look like cats, but they're a completely different animal. You wouldn't let your daughter pet a bobcat, would you?" "Of course not. But this isn't a bobcat." "It's like the same freaking thing, you idiot. There's a reason why these animals are behind cages and fences." "Oh, F off. Daughter, you can pet that cat as much as you want. Don't listen to these idiots." At this point, the girl looks way too shaken from the conflict and doesn't want to pet the caracal anymore, thankfully. The man then stormed away with her while threatening to report me to my superiors, which he did. But thankfully, the zoo's obviously siding with me, and then I resumed the feeding schedule while the servals looked at me in your typical cat judgmental way after thanking the man that helped me stand up to the entitled dads. I've dealt with plenty of entitled people while working at the zoo, but holy F, I never thought I'd actually meet one that gets annoyed at me for not letting them touch a dangerous zoo animal. Yeah, I mean, that is just astonishing, really. Genuinely, like, what would his excuse have been had the caracal come over and actually bitten off his daughter's arm? Because let's be realistic, as OP says, they are completely wild animals. You're in a zoo. They're not trained. They're in cages for a reason. What would he have done if the cat had just come over and said, "You know what, screw this girl. I'm a wild animal. I'm going to eat her arm." You could have had no excuses, nothing to say, "Oh, you didn't warn me" or anything. Just brainless. I just don't get it. Now moving on to our second post. Entitled mother does nothing when her kid lets his dog poop all over my lawn. Gets a nasty surprise in her mailbox. This happened about 1.5 years ago, before the whole COVID thing. I had moved into a new home a few months ago, and one of the reasons I especially liked this home was because of its nice lots and close parks. Anyways, one day a few months after I moved in, I noticed that there was a piece of dog poop on my front lawn. I looked around and I didn't see anyone walking their dog. Quite a few of my neighbours had dogs, and I figured one of them had forgotten to pick up after their dog. I got a plastic bag and threw the poop in the trash, and I thought nothing of it. Imagine my surprise when, 2 days later, there was another dog poop on my lawn. This time, I saw the entitled kid of our story down the street walking his dog. I wasn't sure it was him, and his mother seemed kind of nice, so I thought I'd see if it happened again. A few days later, I was about to leave the house when I saw the entitled kid with his dog again, dropping a steaming pile of poop onto my lawn. I took out my phone and recorded a video, and after I got back, I went to his house. His mum answered, "Hello miss, I'm sorry if I'm interrupting something, but I was just wondering if we could talk about your son and his dog?" "Of course, what's up?" "Well, I noticed your kid walking his dog outside my house, and I saw that his dog, pooped on my lawn, and he never picked it up. He carries bags when he walks his dog, and I'd appreciate it if you could ask him to pick up after his dog from now on." The entitled mum then switched into full entitlement mode. "That's nonsense. My son would never do anything like that. Ask anyone. He's the most well-behaved child in this neighborhood." "I'm sorry, miss. I'm not saying your son is a bad child or anything. I just want him to pick up after his dog. I even have a video of him walking away after his dog pooped on my lawn." "Humph. Fine. I will talk to him. Now go away." She slammed the door in my face, and I thought that would be the end of things. Boy, was I wrong. I didn't see the entitled kid walking his dog outside my house for a week or so after that. But around 10 days later, I saw another pile of poop on my lawn. I'd had enough now, and I went back to the entitled mum's house. "Miss, this is really unacceptable. You said you'd talk to your son, and now there's another pile of poop on my lawn." "That wasn't my son. He's an absolute angel. He said he'd never do it again, and he didn't." The kid then came to the door. "Kid, did your dog poop on this man's lawn again?" Obviously lying through his teeth, he said, "No, never." "Well, that should be enough for you. Now, don't come back again." I was having dinner at my new neighbour's house, and the topic of the entitled mum came up. My neighbour told me that pretty much everyone hated this lady as she was always borrowing stuff and claiming she never took it, filling other people's trash cans instead of paying for a special pickup. You get the idea. I finally broke when her dog pooped. Not once, not twice, but 3 times on my lawn in the same day. I got an epic idea. This time, I used a plastic bag to pick up the poop, but instead of throwing it in the trash, I kept it out in my backyard. For the next week, I collected poop from the lawn like a scientist, bagging every one. I'm sure if someone saw me, they would have thought I was crazy. After a week, I had around 4 bags of the entitled kid's dog's poop in my backyard. On Friday night, I went over to the mailbox of their house and absolutely caked it in their dog's poop. I got the sides, the top, the bottom. I completely covered the thing. The next day, I was treated to the sight of her husband hosing their mailbox off with a look of utter disgust on his face. After that, her kid mysteriously stopped walking his dog in front of my house. A nice little r/entitled parents, r/petty revenge crossover there. Completely justified, of course. If you can't pick up after your dog, to be quite frank, you don't even deserve to own one. It's just disgusting. Like, there's a reason why it's the law in the vast majority of countries that I've ever been to anyway, that you have to pick up after your dog. And if you don't, I know for sure in England this is the case, you have to pay a pretty big fine if you are caught. Honestly, go to the police next time this happens. I mean, clearly it's not going to happen again because of that fantastic revenge. But if it ever does, on the off chance, go to the police in your area and let them know what's happening with the video footage. Honestly, the entitled family will have to pay a pretty big fine, I'm pretty sure, and it'll be well deserved. And now moving on to our final story. If you don't let me in my son's room, I'm calling the police. For some background, I own a 32-unit facility that houses felons who have finished their sentences and need some help returning to society. Each unit houses 2 clients. We do stuff like teach them computer skills and help them learn to cook, build a resume, stuff like that. 6 a.m, about 2 hours ago, my night manager calls me and tells me there's a lady pounding on the front door, insisting she needs to talk to whoever is in charge. So I tell him to give her my number. Before I'm even off the phone with him, she's calling me. Before I can even introduce myself, she goes off, accusing me of kidnapping her son. This man is 34 years old and here 100% on his own free will, and forcing him to work for me. Now, he doesn't work for me, he works at the recycling center. Then she goes into how, as his mother, she needs to see what kind of conditions he's living in. But he refuses to let her visit. According to her, he would never refuse to see her unless he was under duress. So what she demands that I do, is to come to the facility and unlock his door so she can go in and look around. I told her that that's not going to happen. I'm not letting her into someone else's home. She is not a resident here. Her son is not the only person who lives in that space, and I would need permission from both her son and his roommate to let her in. She has no right to be here. Now please, get off of our property or we will have you trespassed. This caused her to shriek, "How dare you!" into the phone, and tell me that if she isn't let into the room within 10 minutes, she was going to call the cops and have me charged with kidnapping. I tell her, go ahead, and I hang up. I wasn't at the facility, but from the security camera footage, it appears that when the cops that she had called showed up and she explained the situation to them, her son came to the door and told the cops he didn't want to see her and that we didn't kidnap him. She went into a rage and attacked her son, but he didn't get hurt. He just backed up and slammed the door. The cops took her away. I don't know what's going to happen to her, but dang, seeing that dude's mum, he didn't have a great start in life. Oh my god, yeah, you're so right, OP. No wonder he's a convicted felon. If you've got a mother like that, Jesus, you're up against it, aren't you? When you're born into this world and you've got a parent like that who's meant to be looking after you and teaching you how to be and live your life and how to act, and it's someone like that, yeah, there's no wonder that he ended up doing some criminal activity. The great news is, though, that he's obviously decided that he never wants to see this woman again for quite obvious reasons and is on the way back to rebuilding his life. He's in a really good place from now with good people like OP, and I wish him the best, and I wish his mother the worst. Entitled man gets angry at my mum for not getting a suit for cheap and then tries to steal it. Hey guys. My mum used to have a job as a manager of a suit tailor, and she told me about a time when a very annoying man walked in expecting a suit for a way too low price. So, one day, my mum was on her break when she overheard someone yell, "This freaking shop, unbelievable!" She quickly ran over, and in her professional voice said, "I'm sorry sir, what's the problem?" "You're telling me that this is 200 quid? "Yes." "What the F? It should only be 50. "Sir, here at our store, we offer the finest business suits, so this is practically a bargain." "That is BS. A freaking bargain?" "If you're upset with our prices, then you should go somewhere else to buy it or just rent one." "No, this one's the closest shop to my house, and it's still far away." "I'm sorry, sir, but there's nothing we can do. I recommend you leave." "I will not leave until I get a suit." "Sir, leave now or we will call the police." "Alright, fine. Trashy shop." My mum thought she was dealing with a mildly insane customer, but what he did next was insane. He grabbed the £200 suit and made a run for it. Now, it's a good thing that there was a doorman watching the entire situation unfold. As soon as the thief tried to sprint out, he got tripped up by the doorman and gracefully fell over. He was knocked clean out. My mum didn't want to press charges against him, so now his reputation isn't that guy who got arrested for attempted robbery. Instead, now he has to live with the shame that he was tripped by a 55-year-old man after trying to steal a suit. I don't know about you guys, but I think £200 is, yeah, it's expensive, but I think it's a pretty reasonable price for a really nice suit, you know, a top tier suit that you're only going to wear on special occasions. Not £50. I mean, £50 is still a lot of money for a suit, kind of, but I mean, you wouldn't expect to get, you know, a nice designer suit for £50. That's just ludicrous. Then trying to steal it, yeah, I mean, that's criminal. I really don't understand, OP, why you didn't press charges. That's what I would have done because, you know, it's not exactly pressing charges. It's more, you know, reporting something illegal where they were trying to steal a suit from your store. Seems obvious to me, but hey, you didn't. Your choice. Now moving on to our next post. Entitled patient tried to lie to my boss about me, so I got her discharged from the hospital. I always listen to these stories on YouTube, and I never thought I would have a story to post here. But here I am. For context, I work in a hospital that specializes in elective surgeries. Therefore, a vast majority of the patients that come into my office are people willing to pay thousands of dollars out of pocket to fix physical but not life-threatening issues. My boss is considered the best in his field throughout the entire world, and it is particularly difficult to schedule an appointment with him unless it is months in advance. I received a phone call from this woman. Let's call her Entitled Jerk, and the conversation was as follows. Doctor's office, how can I help you? I need an appointment so I can schedule surgery, and I was told by the doctor through email to call to be scheduled next week. I'm confused. I'm sorry, I'm not too certain what you're referring to. The doctor's not going to be in office next week, and their next availability for consultations is not until May. What are you talking about? They told me in the email to call and schedule it, and I'm a sitting judge, so I need an appointment next week. Okay, Mom, give me one moment while I look into this. I put her on hold and walk into my supervisor's office and ask if my boss had sent word about a last-minute patient being added on that I was just unaware about. They say no, but to ask if the patient can forward the email so we can confirm that it was the boss who said that. This is a common practice in the office I work in, as there are instances where the boss talks to a patient but forgets to inform the staff. If we're overbooked for a day, my supervisor has to open a specific time frame in order to schedule any last-minute patients. I then take her off hold. I'm sorry, Mom, but are you able to forward the email to me? It doesn't seem that there's any record of you coming into our office for an earlier appointment. I just need to confirm before I schedule. For some reason, this statement activates some secret emotional bomb in the back of this woman's brain, and she immediately becomes more hostile. No, I will not. I'm a sitting judge, and you asking me this is extremely rude and unprofessional. I spoke to the doctor through email. Are you actually doubting me right now? Well, to be honest, yes. I can't believe this. I need to have surgery on this date, and you're gonna give it to me. I'm 1,000% over this woman at this point. Okay, Mom, I'm gonna ask my boss to send me the email when he's out of the OR. So I'm unfortunately gonna have to get back to you about your appointment dates. Thank you. And just as a word of advice, watch your tone the next time you speak to me. Okay, click. A few hours later, my boss comes back to the office and tells me they have received an email from the entitled jerk, stating that I was rude and unprofessional to her, and that I was refusing services to her because I wanted to invade her privacy and she said no. Luckily, the whole time I was on the phone with this patient, my supervisor was in my office listening to the entire call on speakerphone. Otherwise, no one would have been able to confirm that I was not being unreasonable and rude to this patient. My boss goes on to explain that they never promised an earlier appointment to her in the first place, but to check with the office to be put on the wait list for an earlier date. Now, knowing that the entitled jerk is nothing but a miserable liar that throws tantrums when no one believes her, I asked my boss if it was really worth it keeping her as a patient, to which he said, well, no. While I was happy with this decision, because I don't have to deal with this woman anymore, I felt bad for any other physician that is going to have to deal with this lady in future. What I didn't know at this point was that my supervisor called patient advocacy, essentially an HR that handles awful patients, and they agreed that her behavior warranted her not to be accepted as a patient by any physician within the hospital. So now my boss, supervisor, and I have to call her tomorrow to inform the hospital's decision to discharge her. Honestly, karma is not something you should F with. The major issue that I've got with this woman, and by the way, there's nothing wrong with asking for an earlier appointment, that's absolutely fine. It's just when you feel like you're more entitled to an earlier appointment because of your position, because of who you are, than other people. Ultimately, if there isn't an earlier appointment, to give to you, that means someone else has that appointment. Theoretically, then, I guess this woman is saying, you know what? Promote my appointment, make me have my surgery first, and we'll just delay someone else, even if they might need it way more than this woman. That's the major issue that I've got with her anyway in this story. I mean, not to mention the fact that she completely lied about having emailed your boss. Clearly that just didn't happen, and that was just her way of trying to get an earlier appointment, as well as, flexing about her job. But yeah, the problem that I've got is that clearly in this situation, if she was to get an earlier appointment, if OP and the doctor were gonna, fold and say, fine, just come in early, someone else would have to, be sacrificed, and that could be really dangerous. Who knows? Now moving on to our final story of today's Entitled Parents video. Karma hits entitled Kevin. I've heard that a Kevin is the male version of a Karen, so that's what I'll be calling the main character of this story. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, OP, to be honest, because I think a Kevin is more of a person who just doesn't understand what is going on in the world, has no common sense, and makes truly awful, crazy decisions, but they don't mean it. They're not an entitled person. I think Chad is a better name for a male Karen. I mean, to be fair, if you guys have seen my videos on r/stories about Kevin, you'll know that Kevins, the name that we give them anyway, are not entitled. They're just dumb.
But anyway, OP's called him Kevin, that's absolutely fine. Let's get into the story. I've worked retail management for over a decade, and I've dealt with my fair share of Karens and Kevins. But this one particular Kevin sticks out. The setting of this is a retail drugstore chain. He was always complaining about everything. Everything from a customer smoking in the parking lot to having to wait 5 seconds for the cashier to acknowledge him. He once called me a greedy businesswoman when I refused to sell him the display model for a fan. There were plenty of those fans in their boxes. The main problem was that he needed our pharmacy. He took a multitude of prescriptions and he had our state's version of Medicaid insurance. Medicaid is government-funded insurance for the low income. Although it's free, it comes with a lot of restrictions and paperwork. One of the main restrictions was that it will only cover generic medications, unless authorized by a doctor. To get this authorization, we faxed the doctor a TAR form. Kevin demanded we give him name brand, claiming the generics didn't work. Every time we explained to him that Medicaid doesn't cover name brand drugs. Every time we faxed his doctor a TAR form, and every time his doctor rejected it. His doctor even asked us to please stop faxing him. Kevin swore we were trying to kill him and that he was going to sue us. He would specifically mention how high his blood pressure was and that this stress was worsening his cancer. We politely told him to call his insurance and to please take his business to our competitor across the street. Our competitor asked us to please stop sending him over because he was banned from their store. Several times he did call the Medicaid offices and they confirmed that they would only cover generics. That calmed him down for a month, but then it was back to being a Kevin. After over a year of dealing with Kevin, his attitude finally cost him. To get your prescription, you can either come inside the store and get in line, or you can go through the drive-thru, similar to fast food. This particular day, Kevin was in the drive-thru getting his prescriptions. Then he started to demand bread, milk, eggs, and other groceries. We told him that the drive-thru is for prescriptions only, but he kept demanding that we get him his groceries because he's old and disabled. After 5 minutes of him refusing to leave the store, my manager comes up and asks if we get him his things, would he please leave? Kevin said yes. Then it pretty much turned into a hostage situation. Kevin made more demands. The manager had enough and just decided to call the police. I was going to say, it's very risky even giving Kevin one thing that he's not supposed to have, because surely at that point he's going to just ask for way more like he did right here. What happened next depends on who you believe. According to the police, when Kevin refused to leave, he appeared to be having a heart attack, so they dragged him out of his car. According to Kevin, the police took his keys away so he couldn't drive. Whatever happened, Kevin was in the back of a police car and his car was parked in the middle of our drive-thru. We called a towing company to please remove his car. Kevin was unable to pay the impound fee, so he lost the car and had to rely on friends and public transport to get him everywhere. The irony I see in all of this, Kevin constantly complained about his blood pressure being too high. Maybe if he wasn't such a Kevin, his blood pressure might not have been so high and he'd still have his car. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear from this story that this Kevin just takes life way too seriously. I don't know if he's just that sort of person or whatever, but it doesn't really surprise me that someone like this has such a high blood pressure when they just get so stressed about everything, make so many demands, put themselves in so many toxic situations. Like, I'm sorry, Kevin, but you're not really helping yourself, are you, pal? I mean, instantly at the start of the story when he's like, you know what, no, I don't want the normal medication that is covered under my insurance. I only want name brand stuff. Literally, it's the same medication. Surely everyone knows this. It's the same medication, just with different packaging. Maybe, it's got a little bit of a different covering on it. It might be a bit sweeter or something, easier to swallow. Doesn't matter. It's the same stuff. It has the same purpose and it does the same thing. I don't know why he cares so much. It's not going to change your life, Kevin. Just get what you're insured for free. It's pretty simple. But no, he wanted to go above and beyond that. And then the funny bit is when he started asking for groceries at a prescription drive-thru. That got me, not gonna lie. But hey, maybe Kevin, this is all part of his big plan to just get drive-thru food. Seems unreasonable though, doesn't it? Yeah, what a weird bloke. I got a male Karen, a Chad, arrested. I, a 20-year-old woman, run a retail store with only one other person, another 20-year-old woman, and some guy came in and cussed at her. Literally, the first thing he said to her was, F you. I immediately took over and told the man, somewhere in his 50s I think, that we wouldn't help him if he was going to be swearing at us. He made fun of me for telling him he couldn't swear, and I just ignored him and gave him the solution to the problem he was coming in about. I watched him run outside to his truck. check his backseat multiple times. Now, this is important to remember. And after about 15 to 20 minutes, he came back in. He sat down and just glared at me. My coworker was helping someone else. I asked him what he needed. He said he'd tell me after our only other customer left. I told him he could tell me now, but he stood up and said, "I will leave when she leaves." I responded saying, "Listen, I've been nothing but pleasant with you your entire time of being here, and you've been incredibly hostile. I'm giving you two options. You can either talk to me right now so I can try to help you, or you can leave. Because at this point, what you're doing, sitting down and saying nothing, is loitering." He was fuming. He got right up in my face to intimidate me and gave me the most evil look I'd ever received. I stared right back at him. What's it gonna be? He broke eye contact and said, "I'll leave." He walked out the door, but he didn't leave. He sat in the front of his truck and kept looking through our window at us, waiting for our only other customer to leave. I pointed this out to both my coworker and the customer, an older woman. The older woman told me to call the cops immediately and that the man was not mentally sound. I was hesitant, but she was right. I called the cops, but in the meantime, the man kept checking his back seat over and over again. When the cops arrived, they said hi to me first and then went outside to speak to the man. After about 5 minutes, I saw Mr. Karen trying to fight the cops. One of the cops came in later and told me the situation. So, he's going to jail tonight. There was something in the backseat of his truck that he's going to jail for. He was actually a wanted man. Are you all good here? One of us can stay here if you don't feel safe. I told him we were fine. He had me write up a witness report. It really makes me wonder just what was in the back of this guy's truck.
Alright then, you lot, comment down below, what do you think exactly was in this guy's backseat? Most interesting / you know what, funniest answer, funniest idea, I'll pin as the top comment in this video because, you know, I want to see the most ludicrous suggestion. What do you reckon someone would have in their backseat that they're so protective of for 15 to 20 minutes and then end up getting arrested over? I want to hear your funniest ideas, let me know down below. Now for our second story, Mum steals my tickets for her kid. This happened pre-COVID. I was at a Dave & Buster's with the husband for date night. I'm playing one of those games where you shoot a coin down a slot and hope it results in pushing multiple other coins off the edge to get tickets. However, Dave & Buster's no longer gives tickets. You have to insert your game card when you're done playing to receive your ticket credits. I am the only one playing one of the machines. There are 5 other empty machines that others could sit and play at. All of a sudden, a woman is standing behind me and she says, "Excuse me, but you've been playing this game a while, and my son, who is probably about 6 years old, deserves a turn." Of course, I point out that there are 5 other identical games available, but that's not good enough for her. She says, "I see you have well over 400 points on this game. It's clearly the lucky one." I try to stick it out, but she's breathing like a dragon behind me, so I decide to leave. It's not worth it. I'm not even halfway out of my chair before the little kid is trying to get into it. No kidding, we touch butts as I'm sliding over. The mum pushes me out the way, and I say, "Excuse me, but I need to put in my car to get my tickets." The freaking dog, though, takes her son's card and shoves it in, looks at me and says, "Sorry, he's playing now, and they are his tickets. You are clearly too old to be here anyway. A child deserves them more." I was 24 years old at the time, and this is D&B. It caters to adults. It's not some friggin' Chuck E. Cheese. Yo, shout out Chuck E. Cheese, by the way. I remember when I went to America when I was young, and we went there a couple of times. Unbelievable spot. Now, I'm not one to cause a scene, but I'd spent a lot of my credits on that game. Of course, I went to security and threw a fit. They went over to the woman and told her she needs to let others take their tickets before playing. But of course, she played dumb. In the end, they gave me twice as many ticket credits as I was supposed to get, but they also let her keep the one she stole, most likely to avoid a huge blow-up. I just can't believe how arrogant some people are. Yeah, to be honest, guys, I'm pretty sure that was his mum's intention the entire time. It's pretty obvious, really, in my opinion. She was just going for the tickets. That was it. I think it's pretty clear that she just made up some absolute bull about, oh, you've been on it for so long. This is clearly the lucky arcade machine. There are other machines, and one's not going to be more lucky than other ones, is it? I mean, let's be realistic. It was just a great play to try and get some tickets, steal some tickets, and get her kid something nice that he didn't earn. Pretty good stuff. It's a shame, you know, because she actually got her way in the end. Yes, OP got twice as many tickets, which is great, but Karen still stole. Not great. Now moving on to our third story. Double book seats with an entitled couple on a 12-hour flight. Oh my god, that sounds horrific. This happened back when I was a kid, but there are stories here that reminded me of it. The situation. We were on a flight from Miami to Bolivia as a family of 5 with 3 kids under 12. We're getting on the flight, sat down, when an entitled woman and her entitled husband come up to my row. I'm sitting there in the same row as my brother and sister. The woman says to us, "Excuse us, you're in our seats." Now me, my brother and my sister have all been well versed in child travel by this time, so we pull out our individual boarding passes and show her. We're also assigned these seats. The husband says, "No, you're wrong, let me see those." We don't give them over. My dad comes over to see why strangers are talking to his children. "Excuse me, why are you talking to my kids?" "Or they're in our seats, look." That's their assigned seats. They know how to read a boarding pass. By this time, we've attracted the attention of the flight attendant, who confirms that indeed, those seats have been double booked. The entitled woman and her husband are irate, demanding their assigned seats. The flight attendant leaves to go see what I can do for you. This whole time, the entitled woman is making a big show of trying to store her bag in front of ours in the overhead bins, and complaining loudly. The flight attendant returns and says, "Thank you so much for your patience. It was double booked, but it looks like we have enough seats in first class available for your party. If you could please follow me." The entitled woman and her entitled husband sigh, relieved that finally someone will see reason. The woman gathers her bag, and as her husband steps forward, the flight attendant holds up her hand. "No sir, not you. If you 3, looking at me, my brother and sister, will please join us up in first class, we'll make sure you're taken care of." Oh, the lemon-sucking look on the entitled woman's face as we politely grabbed our bags and moved to the coziest laps of luxury our young selves had the fortune of lucking out on. I remember the meal making me have a headache, but the reclining seats, warm blankets, and sleep masks sure helped with all that suffering. Now, before reading the story, guys, I thought there was nothing better than a free upgrade to business class or first class on a plane when you've only paid for economy class tickets. But I was clearly wrong. What's even better is when you get the free upgrade and someone else who thinks they're going to get the free upgrade doesn't, and they're entitled, arrogant, and just overall not very nice, and you pretty much get to spit in their face as you make your way up to the front of the plane. Incredible scenes. Wow, just an amazing story, and yeah, well done to those kids for being polite, because honestly, that's probably the reason why they got the seats and not the entitled couple. The flight attendant was probably like, you know what, we have 3 seats here. Either we could give 2 to this arrogant, horrible couple that are just picking on kids and being overall rude unnecessarily when I'm just trying to do my job, or we'll give it to the 3 nice, polite kids who were just sitting there, being calm, you know, not causing a disturbance. I wonder which one I'm going to go for. Good stuff. Now moving on to our final story of today's episode. Karen and husband with no tickets demand to enter the gallery 5 minutes before closing. So I worked at an art gallery that was mostly for VIPs, but anyone could enter as long as they had tickets. It's a pretty strict gallery and we only allow online booking. We're always sold out, so it's almost impossible to buy physical tickets. For our last day, the timings were only up to 7 p.m. At 6:45, our manager told us that we cannot let people in anymore as we were already taking down some of the artwork that had been bought. We did still allow some of the people who had tickets in though. Now, mind you, before you get to the desk to scan your tickets, there would be ushers who would approach you and ask if you have tickets. In this case, the ushers were instructed to tell people that they cannot enter the gallery anymore. At around 6:50, 10 to 7, Karen and her annoying husband try to get inside. They talked to the ushers for at least 5 minutes and were very angry to hear that they were closing. By the way, they didn't even have tickets. The ushers just couldn't handle the Karen and her husband, so they sent them to the manager. "What is this stupid system? Why aren't you letting us in?" The manager responded, "We're very sorry, but the gallery is only open to 7. We don't allow any more people in." "Then why did your website say it's up to 7? said the husband. At this point, guys, it was already around 6:54 p.m. "Yes, sir, we are only until 7. There are only 5 minutes until that, and even if I let you in, the guard just wouldn't let you in, to be honest." "Then just tell them to let us in. You hired them, so you can tell them what to do." "I'm also just staff here, sir. We were instructed that we cannot let people in anymore."
Okay, listen here. Then why did you put on your website that it was until 7? You guys are giving us false information. This is bad service. We always go to restaurants before closing and they let us in every time. Listen here. Next time, if you're late to the movies and they don't let you in, then you'll know what we're feeling. And they both walk out. I just couldn't fathom how stupid and entitled some people can be. Like, who the heck doesn't understand what until 7 means? Anyway, the manager was really chill the whole time. Good thing Karen and her husband walked out, or else they get slammed on the floor by our guards, which would have been interesting to see. Well, to be honest, after hearing that last line, I kind of wish they had, put up more of a fight and said, you know what, no, we are coming in. We're before 7. I'm coming in to see some lovely art, just so we could have enjoyed them, getting slammed to the ground. Because that would have been fun, Entitled people getting decked is what I personally live for. And I know a lot of you guys do too, so, yeah. Oh well, maybe next time they'll be a little bit more entitled and we'll see them get absolutely shoved on their faces. Brilliant stuff. My mother ruined my graduation party. This happened a few years ago, but I was browsing Reddit and thinking about my mum, so I thought I would post it. This story is about me, an 18-year-old female at the time, my dad and my mum. They'd been divorced for a very long time. My senior year, I was taking dual courses in college, so I was not that excited about my high school graduation. My dad and stepmom decided that they were going to throw me a small graduation party to celebrate. It was very small. Only my grandma and siblings were invited. It was more like a barbecue, to be honest. But I had no idea it was happening because they wanted to surprise me. My father reached out to my mother and told her that they were going to have a small thing for me and that she was welcome to come. My mother, though, became outraged that I did not call and personally invite her. She called me one night and screamed at me for a solid hour. Here is part of the conversation. Hey mum, what's up? Why didn't you invite me to your party? What party? Your graduation party. Don't act like you don't know. I'm not having a graduation party. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't you lie to me. I know you're having a party and I want to know why you hate me so much. This is your graduation. I should be there. Mum, seriously, all I know about is the ceremony. And as far as I know, you've already been given an invitation. Fine, I won't come, but I just want you to know I care about you, and it hurts to know you don't care about me. I was upset and went to go and talk to my dad about it. He said that he was sorry, but my stepmom and him were planning a surprise party. He invited her to be nice, but didn't think she would react like that. So it wasn't a surprise anymore, but I was happy for the thought. A few days later was the graduation ceremony. After the ceremony, I met up with everyone up front for pictures in my cap and gown. My mum had purposefully dragged mascara down her cheek to make it look like she'd been sobbing. I knew it was on purpose because not only did she have a waterproof mascara, but her makeup was perfect despite the little bit running down her face. We took pictures and she refused to smile in any of them. She made sure that every picture she was in, she frowned as hard as she could and scrunched up her face. She looked like a toddler having a tantrum. She decided to not even go to the party afterwards. She did, however, call me every 20 minutes to express how left out of my life she felt. It was not a large party. It was fun, and I have many smiling pictures of my dad and me. I mean, goodness me, if you're gonna call OP every 20 minutes, you might as well have gone to the party. You're pretty much there already, woman. What the heck? I mean, seriously though, it's so embarrassing ruining someone else's, your own daughter's graduation, just because you're a little bit unhappy at the situation. I mean, first of all, there's that. Frowning in pictures, dragging your mascara down your face, acting sad when you're not really, you're just trying to ruin someone's day. And secondly, then ruining the surprise when you know it's a surprise because OP's dad would almost definitely have told you it's a surprise. Why are you going out of your way to just ruin your own child's day on a pretty important day for them? Graduation's a big thing. Come on, what are you doing? Seriously, woman. Now moving on to our next post. No, Karen, I won't let you take my steak. So last year was my mum's 60th birthday. With lockdown, we couldn't do a big party, but instead I did a social distance meal for her, my dad and me. She wanted a steak dinner with all the trimmings. I went down to the supermarket a few days beforehand. Said supermarket has these specially cut steaks in vacuum packs and a deal of 3 for £10. I was choosing steaks and noticed a woman close by doing the same and picking up several. I took my 3, put them in my trolley and moved on. I went along, got the remainder of my list, then thought of getting wine. I moved away from my trolley whilst choosing. When I turned back, that customer from before was leaning over my trolley. Hi, this is my trolley, you know? Oh, I know. I'm just taking one of your steaks. What? I chose those. You were there too. I saw you pick some up. Right, but I got 14 and I need one more. I have 3. You're not taking one of mine. I deliberately pulled my trolley away from her at this point. You have to. I need it for the multi-deal. And I need it to feed 3 people. No. She's red in the face by now. I'll go and get the manager then. Go ahead. She runs off and I finish choosing my wine. 5 minutes later, I'm waiting to get checked out when the lady comes over with the manager. She stood back with this smug look I could see through her mask while the manager came over. Mom, this lady says you stole one of her steaks. Is that true? No, I picked up 3 at the freezer and later on I found her leaning over my trolley and she said she'd take one. She said she needs it for the multi-deal. The manager sighed. I knew it. She does this. I'm sorry to trouble you. Enjoy your day. You too. Good luck with her. The manager sighed again and walked away. As I checked out, I saw him guiding her away from the till points. A few minutes later, I heard a security to the meat aisle announcement as I was leaving. The steaks were lovely, but not worth stealing from someone else's trolley. My god, 15 steaks? Who are you feeding? An entire village? Seriously, why get 15 for the multi-deal? Why not just settle on, 12? Let other people have a couple steaks as well? This guy is just getting 3. I mean, seriously, you're stealing from his trolley when he has 3 and you have 14? Wow. Wow, any of you ever bought over 14 steaks? I mean, even if you're doing a barbecue, for a lot of people, you wouldn't need that many steaks. You get burgers, sausages, other stuff as well, surely. Not 14 steaks. 15 steaks you wanted? Jesus. Wow. Now moving on to our final story of today's episode. Karen insults my wedding ring to my face. First of all, some backstory. When I first met the man who became my husband, we were not well off. He moved across the country to come and live with me and had not a penny to his name. He proposed to me without a ring, which I was perfectly okay with. It was incredibly romantic. He actually popped the question spontaneously, and it's still one of the happiest days of my life. He promised me when he was better off financially, he would buy any ring that I wanted. A while after our engagement, the day came where he surprised me by taking me to a jewelry store. He had saved a $5,000 budget, plus a little wiggle room for some credit if needed. He told me to go nuts. It was so fun and romantic. I tried on dozens of rings. Diamonds, platinum bands, lesser gemstones, etc. Then I saw a set of steel, titanium rings. They were originally designed for the grooms, not for the brides, but I'd never been a big diamond fan, and I preferred simple flat rings to mounted stones. I ended up falling in love with a super simple black titanium ring with angled grooves. It was gorgeous. It was exactly what I wanted. And best of all, they were cheap, less than $200. My husband liked them too, so much that we got him a matching band. We decided to use them as both the engagement ring and the actual wedding ring. We had to special order them, as the jewelry store didn't stock our sizes on hand. I got a surprise when they arrived to find that my husband had requested engraving on the inside of mine. It said, "My precious." I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan. I love that ring to death. I wear it to this day and it still makes me smile. So then, the story. This took place 7 years after I got married. I worked at a chain sandwich shop where we assembled the sandwiches in front of the customer. My store was next to a yoga studio, CrossFit training, and plastic surgeon's office. So we got our fair share of Karens and holier-than-thou rich people. It wasn't uncommon for somebody to drive up in a $100,000 sports car, toting a Prada bag and sunglasses that cost more than my rent. They almost always came in to order the most picky, complicated subs, then complain about the price. We were quite used to those kind of people. But this lady took the cake. Enter the entitled Karen and her bratty teenage daughter. They looked the part to a T. They proceeded to order the usual complicated, picky subs, asking tons of questions about the nutritional info of every item. To assemble the food, we wear clear plastic food service gloves. Because my ring is flush to my hand and won't rip the gloves, I had approval from the manager to wear it at work. While assembling this woman's sandwich, her teenage daughter notices my ring. "Oh, that's cute. Is that a promise ring?" "No, that's actually my wedding ring." Karen then scoffs loudly. "Are you serious?" "Yes, it's both my engagement and wedding ring. It has been for several years." Karen looked me dead in the eyes and said, "You have a cheap husband." I balked at her comments, but tried to remain professional. That may be your opinion, Mom, but I happen to like this ring. I picked it out myself. Honestly, managing to stay professional in that situation is something I could not do when being insulted like that. That is crazy, and to be completely honest, if that was me in that situation, screw my job, I'm going all out on this woman saying, how dare you say something like that to me about my ring? Karen replied, anyway, then you have a terrible taste in jewelry. She then turned to her daughter. If your father had given me a ring that ugly, I would have left him on the spot. Make sure your future husband gets you a ring that at least has diamonds in it. I was floored. I usually get a ton of compliments about my ring. I never expected someone to insult it, let alone straight to my face. I was so flabbergasted, I couldn't even continue working on her food. I excused myself and went into the back and told my co-worker to finish them up for me. I couldn't even stand to be around them. When I told my manager the whole story, he almost didn't believe me. We had to watch the security footage to prove it had actually happened. We never saw that entitled woman again. I'm glad she didn't come back. I still shake with rage every time I recount the story. I still have that ring on my hand today, and it's still the most beautiful, wonderful ring I could ever hope for. I love my husband very much. He's the best thing that's ever happened to me, and that matters far more than any jewelry. I mean, personally, guys, I've never really understood why buying an expensive ring is so important for so many people. I mean, surely if, like OP, you see one that you really like and it happens to be cheaper than you expected, just get it. It's still a great ring. Like, yes, it's not the most expensive ring. It's not $5,000 plus, but who really cares? Like, who's going to come up to you, apart from this entitled woman, and say, oh my God, that ring is so cheap. Why didn't you get a more expensive one? I mean, I say that. It did literally just happen in the story. So there's that. But still, this woman is like a once in a lifetime. Surely that is not going to happen regularly. Surely. I mean, ultimately, if you're happy with the ring, as you say at the end there, it really doesn't matter what other people think about it. It's just like baffling that people care so much, isn't it? To like say, oh my God, how does your husband not buy you a more expensive and nicer ring than that with diamonds in it? Who gives a shit? All right, we'll probably have to bleep that, but that's my general thoughts. Entitled mother demands my prize money. Where I worked, we would have a holiday party where we could play games to win money. The way it worked was that everyone would win at least $5. Well, one of the games was a speed round question type thing. Think Family Feud style. One of my co-workers, who was playing against me, loudly commented that she would freak me out and win. It's easy, I'm no competition, etc. She was so focused on making faces at me and trying to act tough, she completely missed the question. I answered correctly and she was out of the game. She loudly complained it wasn't fair and sat sulking. I won the top prize and she came up to me demanding I give her the money because she's a single mother and needed that money for Christmas gifts for her children. She then went on saying I'm horrible, don't need that money, I must hate children, their Christmas is ruined and it's all my fault, and more. She even tried to grab at my pocket where my wallet was. Our boss told her to back off. She also tried to rally other workers against me. It didn't work and she was written up. For months, I was called a selfish, child-hating female dog by her for not giving her the money. My prize money amounts? $40. Before all of this, she was bragging about all of the stuff she and her baby daddy bought for the children, including new phones and gaming consoles, so yeah, she didn't need it. And there I was thinking that OP had won a massive prize, like at least $1,000 or something that's like properly significant enough to, you know, spend a lot of money on a newborn baby. Not $40, man. $40? Everyone gets $5, but you're almost on your way to $40. Jesus. Seriously? $40? You're making this much of a fuss? Why? Now moving on to our second story. Entitled Grandparents' Horrible Life Revealed During Custody Battle. This one, guys, strap in is what I'm going to say. It's incredible. This story is long, but needs to be told. It was the darkest time in our lives. My husband and I met almost 11 years ago. At that time, he had not known where his only son was, and he'd not seen him for 2 years. Before the disappearance, my husband had been involved daily, taking him to daycare and even the mum to work, until her boyfriend was arrested and transferred to another state for charges he had there. My husband sold his motorcycle to help her pay bills, but instead she packed up and took off to use that money to bail him out and live in the state he was transported to. He tried for months to talk to her parents, but they claim they didn't know anything. We married right before his deployment, and I decided to start a search.
hoping he'd be allowed contact with his son before deploying. I was able to find the woman and discovered she was back in state and had abandoned their child with her parents. She allowed him visitation only if we paid for his birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese, so we did this gladly. My husband remained in contact daily until his deployment overseas. He continued trying to call when he had access, but they would not answer and eventually changed their number again, so he no longer had that access. We found out later that they were also telling him that his daddy didn't want anything to do with him. I continued to monitor my husband's son's mother's social media, and right before his return, I discovered that she had several charges in different counties and was actually on the run. So as soon as he returned stateside, we filed custody. We also discovered that she had abandoned her infant with her brother in another state, as her parents refused to take him and had called CPS to pick him up. They only wanted the child she had with my husband because he was paying support. Throughout this process, I'd been angry at my husband because he never fought for his rights. But what I learned, and what most men feel, is that he believed he had no rights and did whatever they wanted. He and his family would have to pay support in order to have any type of visitation with his son. He didn't know that he could go to court and file for his rights, as most men don't. The grandparents were both druggies, who eventually dragged their daughter into it, and they tried pawning her onto my husband because her habit had become too much for them. When my husband discovered their lifestyle, he left, and she showed up a few months later pregnant. At the time of filing for custody, they awarded the grandparents temp custody during transition, because the mother was a wanted fugitive and couldn't be involved. Our state doesn't even allow grandparents' rights, but judges here will give over custody to grandparents before they will a dad, because they want the government funding they get from collecting child support from dads. We went through a year and 3 months battling a judge that hates men, and straight up told my husband his military career made him look unstable, so she'd never turn over custody to him. So in response, he just gave up his military career. In this year and 3 months, these people would break every court order put in place and have zero responsibility for them. They wouldn't use a car seat, they were doing drug deals around him, he stayed sick due to the cigarette smoke in the house, they refused legal visitation time, and took off out of state to hide him. They wouldn't take him to school, they allowed the mother to be in the home, even though there was a no contact order in place for her. Being determined and maybe a little psycho when it comes to my kids, I'd managed to find things our attorney could not. We discovered he didn't have a bed there because they had too many people living in the home. We also found he had an STD at one point, which caused CPS involvement. They were abusive to their other grandson, calling him names and beating him when they'd visit because he was autistic, and they themselves had been arrested for making and selling meth. And the grandfather had been arrested for beating the grandma. The drug charge was not publicly known, I'm guessing because they ratted. However, there was a case in figuring out what to legally do with property that was forfeited after the arrest. I found this and proof of the bio mum being allowed in the house that resulted in us getting temporary custody. A year and 1 month in, and the grandparents failed a drug test. The daughter had twins that were taken by CPS immediately after birth due to drug use while pregnant and her current fugitive status. Still, the judge refused to give over custody to a willing and able father. Our attorney, also prior military, put pressure on the judge, and we had sent a complaint to the state Supreme Court, along with every single state official detailing how this judge was doing everything against the laws in our state. Eventually, the judge couldn't take the pressure and gave us custody. It came out that she was hoping the bio mum would get her legal stuff in order and she could give over custody to her instead. In August of 2013, we brought our baby home permanently. However, we were forced to give the grandparents visitation that lasted until March of 2014. They continued smoking around him, making him so sick he wound up on multiple medications. They took him to do drug deals, which he told his counselor about, and also told him he wasn't my husband's son and they were going to get custody back, resulting in lots of nightmares. They'd also been telling him my husband never loved him or had anything to do with him, which took weeks in counseling and pictures proving otherwise. They put this boy through hell. His teeth were rotted out of his head, and at 4 and 5, he spent his life in front of 2 TVs with just cartoons and video games. He only ate fast food and pop and was too weak to pedal a bicycle. He watched his mother get beat and a knife to her throat, and then she'd disappear for hours to go and do drugs, leaving him at 3 years old to care for an infant. They mentally abused him and used him for child support. The last time he came home reeking of cigarettes so bad, it threw my older daughter into an asthma attack, and that ended their visits. The things they told him and did have trickled out through the years. He remembered one of the times we were refused visitation was because his mother had taken him and hid in a hotel. He watched her steal things from stores, and she was arrested 4 times at their house through all of this. Yes, I called and reported it every time. These horrible people have not been part of his life since then. His bio mum has done a stint in prison and is once again running from new charges and her probation. He'll be 14 years old this year, and he's very needy with me because I make him feel loved and safe. This child is one of the biggest blessings I've ever had. He's so thoughtful and kind and tries to take care of me. His father is scared to let him go anywhere away from us because of the trauma that not knowing where he was caused, and then hearing what all he went through in that time. I've never met more horrible people in my life, nor have I ever imagined how resilient he would be after going through all this. He's so very smart, special, and a gift I thank God for daily. We both agree that even with my husband's deployments, which was a pretty bad one, this was far worse than anything else. We've spent years now fighting for fathers' rights across the country and been a part of some law changes in our state. We have to inform men of their rights. We have to give them the resources because children deserve both parents. It's disgusting how much it costs in legal fees just to be a parent, and maybe one day it won't be necessary. We've got people working on the government level to change these laws that created this inequality. My husband is an amazing father. Not only did he raise his 3 children from a previous marriage, but we've done youth and college-age ministry together, giving kids a family where they didn't have one before. We've provided a home, food, insurance, gas money, and phones. He will never stop caring and loving those that were abandoned. There are so many men out there that are amazing fathers, but don't get the chance to be. They take their lives daily. They have everything taken from them and are financially ruined when all they want is to love their kids. Children deserve custody of both parents. Alienation has to stop. Our now 14-year-old is our youngest. That may have been the worst thing we've ever gone through, but I'd do it again for him. I will never not fight for my kids, and I'll never not fight for other fathers going through this. If you know one, check on them, hook them up with groups that can help give information and encouragement. Courts are not fair, and men feel the loss of their children the same as a mother. They're hurting and grieving daily for a child that is still alive. They're losing hope and giving up. They're being made to feel guilty if they stop fighting because they're tired and broke. It's emotionally draining and leaves you completely depleted. These men eventually believe that it would be better for their kids if they just walk away. They don't want them in the middle of the fighting anymore. Maybe the ex and judges convinced them that they're not worthy, so their kids would be better without them. A very interesting theme there. I'll be honest, guys, I really don't have much knowledge or experience in terms of, custody, divorce, that sort of stuff. Unfortunately, my parents are still together and, I don't really know much about all that stuff. I'll be honest. So you guys probably can enlighten me in the comments down below. But I do know that, OP is definitely right. I mean, all the specifics in law are interesting there. And the fact that judges are still, some judges anyway, are still massively favoring towards women than men in terms of custody is definitely true. But I wonder why there is this stigma or this general feeling that men are less responsible than women when it comes to parenting. Maybe that's true as well. Maybe that is just a fact, but it is definitely unfair on men like, OP's husband in this story, who clearly is a great man, would do anything to, see their child and look after their son, but is not being allowed to. And in fact, it goes the other way. Clearly the woman, his ex, and their family are just completely mental. Why is the judge siding with them over the man? Is it just because she's a woman? I don't know. It's tough to say. Maybe there are other reasons that weren't disclosed in this story, in this post. I'm not sure though, because as it stands in that story, a severe lack of equality going on in this case in particular. And if this is a common thing, throughout court cases and custody and divorce sort of battles, then it's very worrying, isn't it? And I'm not really sure why it's going on. But as I say, please let me know down below if you know anything about this, have experience with it, or, are a lawyer. That'd be ideal, because I really don't know too much. But interesting stuff nonetheless. Hope you enjoyed that story. An entitled mum wants to get her entitled kid to drive my new car. I got into Redditor videos a few days ago, and I remembered an entitled parent story that happened to me about half a year ago. Well, first of all, OP, you're an absolute legend for watching my videos. Second of all, guys, if you're watching and you are new to my channel, please make sure you hit the subscribe button. It's totally free and it makes me feel incredible, so thank you. Anyway, sorry for that. Let's get into this story. So, for some context, I bought myself a Mini Cooper SE. The first fully electric vehicle by Mini a few weeks before this story happens. Where I live, in Germany, electric cars need to have a so-called AVAS, which is Acoustic Vehicle Alerting System, turned on when driving below 30 kilometers per hour. The AVAS makes a sound to warn walkers and bikers on the street because electric vehicles normally don't make much noise. The one on the Mini Cooper SE kind of sounds like a spaceship. Now, this will be important for later. Can I just say, I actually had no idea that this was the case. I didn't know that electric cars were required to make a noise when they're going at a certain speed, below a certain speed threshold. That makes a lot of sense to me, because I've always wondered, cars that are silent, surely they're gonna, cause some crashes. That is genius. Now, onto the story. About half a year ago, we celebrated my grandma's 60th birthday, and I took my new Mini to get to the celebration. I didn't know who else was invited, but I didn't really care at the time. The ride to my grandma's place was long, and I knew that I needed to recharge at my grandma's place, or else I couldn't make it back home. So I arrive and I see a few people, including my entitled aunt and her entitled kid, waiting for me in the driveway. To park in the parking lot that they'd prepared for me, the one next to an outlet where I could charge my car, I drove rather slowly, because I'd only done this a few times before and I was extra careful. Therefore, the AVAS system was turned on. I get out, plug my car into the outlet, and we go inside to celebrate. After about 2 hours, I wanted to go and check if my car was alright. Remember guys, it was rather new at this time, so this was completely normal, and to get some fresh air as well. I go out and see the entitled aunt and her kid looking at my car. The following conversation went kinda like this. Mummy, this car sounded like a spaceship. I know, sweetie. I don't know why it does that though. Guys, can I help you with something? Is this your car? Yes. My child wants to drive it. What? I can drive it for a bit and take him with me if that's what you'd like? No, he wants to drive it. It doesn't look as complicated as a normal car, so I'm sure he can drive it. For some context, the Cooper SE has only 2 pedals and no gear lever because it's electric. Also, when talking about my car earlier, I said that it feels like you're driving a go-kart. I can assure you that he doesn't want to drive it. It's way more complicated than it looks. But it sounded like a spaceship, so it can't be more than a little toy. I want to drive that spaceship now! Sorry, but I can't allow that. Why not? You're just being selfish. Sure, you can drive for a minute or two in the driveway just here. No, he's just a kid. Well, I bet you don't even own that car. It sure is stolen or someone else owns it. No, I've literally got the keys. I pull out the keys and open the car. Big mistake. Look, sweetie, and now you can get in. She picks up her son and puts him on the driver's seat. I'm very annoyed and angry at this point. Excuse me, what do you think you're doing? You've been very rude to me and my little angel, so he deserves to drive your car. Now, the kid obviously couldn't start up the car because it was still plugged in, but he was messing around with the electronics inside, and he tried to actually start the engine multiple times. There's a yellow obvious start switch below the GPS system. Would you please take your kid out of my car? No, he deserves it. That's where I'd had enough. I pushed the entitled mum aside and opened the driver's seat door. I take the entitled kid out of my car myself and put him on the floor on his feet. What does the entitled butthole do? He lets himself fall on purpose and then starts crying that I broke his arm while taking him out of the car. Of course, the mum then starts screaming and shouting about how close her son was to death. I really didn't use much force or anything. The other family members hear the entitled kids crying. Meanwhile, I unplug my car, get into it, and drive away. So OP's just off. He's out of here. That's actually quite a sensible solution, to be fair. If you stuck around and the kid was crying and it was 2 people blaming you, you could have been in a lot of trouble. So I think that was actually a very good idea. On my way back home, I had to recharge once, and that's where I called the others back and tell them what actually happened. They tell me that my entitled aunt tried to call an ambulance and actually was kicked out of the celebration. Oh, and also, just in case any of you are wondering if this story was fake or not, OP's actually said, if you tell me this is a fake story, I'll tell you that you're wrong. Thanks for reading. Well, that clears that one up then. Oh, and also, just in case any of you are wondering if this story might be fake, Opie actually says at the bottom of this story, if you tell me this is fake, I'll tell you that you're wrong. Thanks for reading. Well, I guess that clears it up then. He also says in the comments down below that the kid would have been about 6 or 7 years old, which honestly just makes the story even more mad because what are you doing, woman? I don't understand. Has this lady never been in a car before? I mean, what does this lady not understand though, really? Driving a car, by the way, is quite hard, especially if you've never done it before. Even for me, right? I passed my test a couple years ago and I'm still terrible at driving. In fact, I literally haven't driven since I passed my test. But yeah, it's tough to do, especially in a manual car. Like, even if it's an electric automatic car, it's still hard. You gotta be aware, you gotta have common sense. You gotta be, well, the legal age, 17, 18, whatever it is in Germany. I don't know, but not 6 or 7. That's for sure. And even on private property, even in a parking lot, you're going to have to making turns and that sort of stuff and being able to look over the steering wheel and see where you're going. It's an obvious no. Why? And now moving on to our second story. A wild Karen got arrested with a felony. For some background, I'm a 35-year-old father of 2 boys. I have PTSD due to time overseas and have the physical scars to match the mental ones. I have an incredible wife that knows me and knows what situations I should avoid. My children are amazing, but this story revolves around my youngest son and my service dog. James, my youngest son, has autism, and we share a special bond, because some things that set him off also put my teeth on edge. Spike is my English bulldog. He's my service dog. He's well-trained, lazy, judgmental, and overall uninterested in anything he can't eat. He's also very in tune to James and my emotions, and will provide a distraction when we get overwhelmed. Basically, he's like, oh, you're stressed? Here, scratch my butt. You'll feel better and I'll get attention. It's a win-win. So, now for the story. My family recently moved to Texas. Because we now live very close to an amusement park, we got memberships. Shout out to the park for being amazing when it comes to special needs. This particular park in Arlington, Texas has a special program for autistic people. They have rooms set aside to chill at if you're overstimulated, so you can relax, go back out, get overstimulated again, and around you go. That is amazing. With James, we also don't have to wait in lines. This is a huge thing, and the cause of this story. The park has a pass that lets you skip most of the lines, and they charge an arm and a leg for this. However, with that pass, you still end up in a line of the hundreds of people that also have that pass. But James gets no lines at all. We get a special pass, and we go in through the exits. The worker signs the pass, and we go on the ride. James has a favorite ride, the log ride. There have been days that we'd ride the log ride over and over, then eat. We also have the food pass, which we pay for, then go back to the log ride. On this day, Tom, my eldest, and James wanted to go on the log ride. So we made our way to the exit and left my wife and Spike in the shade, because someone's got to stay with him, and bulldogs and rides obviously don't mix. As we were going into the exit, a woman started screaming at us. I've absolutely no hearing on my right side. Thanks, high pressure wave. So I didn't consider it worth turning my head to listen to. Now, because we ride this ride almost exclusively, the workers on this ride know us by name and sight. James even talks to them, which is rare. We go in, show the pass, sit and ride. This time though, Tabitha, I'll call her Tabitha because Karen is overused, good point. The woman that was screaming at us as we were walking in through the exits made her way to where the speedy pass ends at the ride, where a red shirt will check her pass and let her go on her way. But she didn't even want to ride. She just wanted to yell about us going in through the exits and how we are abusing the system. Now, anyone that looks at James can see he's all in the world on his own, and wouldn't be surprised if he's literally reading the future or talking to aliens. He's awesome. The red shirt tries to calm her down. Tom is getting upset because he's a normal 9-year-old and adults yelling is uncool. James is making his excited sounds and waiting for the log to stop so he can get in. We get in, and as we float away, we still hear Tabitha screaming. The ride ends and we exit. We figured we'd never see Tabitha again, but obviously, as I'm posting this, it didn't really go that way. Tabitha appeared like a dark brother after making the sacrifice, Elder Scrolls reference, hooting and screaming. She was screaming that just because James is an R word doesn't mean we get extra rights. The screaming causes James to let out his super screech. Now, anyone that knows autism knows that autistic kids have superpowers. In James's case, it's a supersonic, ear-shattering, high-pitched screech that makes your eyes swim and makes it feel like things in your head are moving that really shouldn't. This whole time, Spike was lying on the ground in the froggy position, as bulldogs do, just looking at Tabitha like she's a rabid dog, but not worth getting up for. As we are being screamed at, I see two officers approaching from behind Tabitha. I smile. My smile must have broke Tabitha, because she then hauled off and kicked Spike. This flips my switch, because now my family is literally under attack, and I start to react. Before I can make contact, Tabitha is already in the air, being half carried, half dragged away while being cuffed. Now in front of me is a well-dressed and annoyed looking officer. He tells us he heard the screech and started heading towards it because they thought a ride broke or something actually bad had happened. I take the time to unflip that switch and examine Spike. He's limping and crying. I feel his hips and feel that his hip is dislocated. The officer asks what happened and we all explain what went on from A to Z. He asks if Spike is a service dog. I say yes. He smiles. I'm not really in a smile mood, but it catches me off guard. He explains that in Texas, to intentionally injure a service dog is actually a felony. By this time, park security arrived and issued a trespass order to Tabitha. The officers ask if I want to press charges. I look at Spike and I look back. Yes, I say. Tabitha and her tiny mouse-like husband start to freak out as Tabitha is loaded onto a golf cart. We hop on a cart too and leave to go to the vet. The vet fixed Spike and all is well. We went back the next day with Spike in a stroller. No one batted an eyelid and everyone loves the bulldog in a stroller. I let people pet him, he's a hoot, and the park is an amazing place. I've been contacted by the investigating officer and have given depositions. I may have to testify, but I look forward to sitting on the bench with Spike on my lap. Yeah, pretty extreme reaction there from this woman not getting what you want in a certain situation. I'm just going to kick a dog. Why? Well, I don't really know. It's not really something that I would do in that situation, and I imagine not something that many people would think to do, but she did it. Quite why she did it, I'm not really sure. A question, actually, for those of you that know about, the law and dogs in general. Is it therefore not a felony if you just kick a random dog? Does it have to be a service dog for it to be a felony? Because if that's the case, shouldn't it have the same sort of punishment if it's a dog or a service dog or just any animal? Kicking any sort of animal is a little bit mad, I think. But yeah, overall, Spike sounds like an absolute legend of a dog, and definitely sue this woman for as much money as she has, because kicking an animal, nah, that is just not on. I work in an antique store. Don't let your child climb in the vase. Seriously, if they break it, you have to buy it. A child, maybe 7 years old, got stuck in a very large, very expensive vase today. My boss was on the shop floor. He explained the policy about breakages to the parents of this kid. But he's a child, they squealed. My boss just shrugged and pointed to the policy poster. He pointed out the cameras that caught them lifting their child into said expensive vase for funsies. The stuck child began to panic. I came out of the back to a broken vase and parents threatening to sue. So my boss threatened to call the police. In the end, the parents did pay for the vase and took their uninjured child away, thankfully. Basically, don't put your kids in expensive vases. I feel this should go without saying. A cheeky little story to start off today's episode then. I mean, to be fair, if the kid had gone in the vase himself, you could say, you know what, they're just a kid. But the parents putting their own kid in the vase and then saying, you know what, we're not paying, and if you force us to, we're gonna sue. Why? Now moving on to our second story. My parents attempt to break up my relationship several times, culminating in the Thanksgiving from heck. Okay, this is a long one, but I hope it's worth a listen. My wife is a long-time lurker of this subreddit, and I've recently started reading these and listening to the stories, so I was inspired to post. My parents have long been a pain in my butt, but for now, I'm going to mainly focus on my Thanksgiving from heck and the incidents leading up to it. A few years ago, I met my future wife on an online dating app. We hit it off fairly quickly, and the relationship progressed really fast. I was in my late 20s, and she turned 30 soon after we met. We both had a good idea of what we were looking for in a partner, and had no interest in games. I met her parents within a few months, though I was much more reluctant to introduce her to mine for reasons that will become apparent. The problems began almost as soon as I told my folks I was dating someone. This was about 6 months into my relationship, as I was reluctant to inform my parents, due to the fact they tried to call the cops on my last long-term girlfriend. I might share that story later, please do. Myself, my brother, and my parents were having dinner at a local Mexican restaurant, and making small talk. They started asking me questions about my girlfriend, mostly the usual innocent questions, but at some points I let slip that she was Jewish. Boy, was that a mistake. My parents are hyper-conservative Christians. For years, they've been trying to get me to date a girl from our church, a good friend of mine, but we were never really a match to be a couple, and they always expected I would marry someone who was at least Christian. I am Christian by belief to this day, but I rarely have interactions with the church due to some incidents with the priest. No, not that kind of incident, but yet another good story for later. My dad, without missing a beat, told me I should break up with my girlfriend. He told me that I was going to marry a Christian girl, and that was that. I was fuming, and I don't remember the full extent of the rest of that conversation, but I told him that I wasn't breaking up with her, and the rest of the dinner was tense. The next couple of months went about as smooth as you might imagine, but I thought I was slowly wearing them down. At some point, they invited my girlfriend and I over for dinner, and I thought there was finally some progress being made. Nope. They got my brother to distract me in another room of the house while they sat down with my girlfriend and explained why they did not think she was good for me. They straight up told my girlfriend that she needed to break up with me because I was going to marry a good Christian girl. They even offered to pay her if she ended up leaving me. My girlfriend politely told them off and we left. Fast forward to November. My family is really big on the holidays, as I know many are, and we had very large extended family gatherings for Thanksgiving and Christmas. I think in my entire life, we only missed one of these events. I wanted to go and take my girlfriend to meet the rest of the family. My parents may have had their heads up their butts, but the rest of my family has always seemed great to me. The event would be at my grandmother's house this year, my mum's mother, with a small gathering from my dad's side the day before Thanksgiving. I talked to my grandmother, who was fine with me bringing my girlfriend up so long as she slept in a separate room. No problem. There's no way I'm gonna have sex with my girlfriend in my grandmother's house anyway. I decided to ask my mother as well. Not that I needed her permission, but I'm an optimist, and I hoped that she'd be on board and maybe seeing my girlfriend having positive interactions with the family would help the general situation. My mother was resistant at first, mainly because she was upset that we were getting an apartment together and did not want to encourage the relationship further. But eventually, she agreed. I should also note, I set some very clear boundaries with my mother about conversation for this trip, which she brushed off as unnecessary, but I had my guard up nonetheless. We head out to my grandmother's city, and frankly, the first day is nothing but pleasant. My girlfriend gets to meet both of my grandmothers, some of my cousins, and other extended family. We're having a fairly good time, and I think things are actually going to go well, until my girlfriend and I decide to go to a movie. We are going to go and see Arrival in theaters. My brother, who is 5 years older than me, wants to tag along. He rode up with my parents. My girlfriend and I came up in my car, so my brother has to ride with us to the movie. The three of us sit together, and my girlfriend and I snuggle through most of it. It was a fantastic movie, and the ending made me cry. My girlfriend held me as the credits rolled, but I think all the cuddles had not sat well with my brother, who was single. He got up, and I will never forget what he said, or the malicious tone in which he said it. Too bad mum and dad will never let you marry her because she's Jew. My brother jogged out of the theatre before either my girlfriend or I could muster up a response. We sat there, a bit dumbfounded for a few minutes. Eventually, the house lights went up in the theatre and we tried to formulate a plan. I have no idea where my brother is at this point, but he can't go too far considering we drove him. I decided to call my folks, considering I have no clue where he is and I really don't want to talk to him at this point. To my surprise, my mother sides with me and tells me it's alright if we just leave him. He can get an Uber back. We half consider it, but we find him on the way out. And my girlfriend, who is used to dealing with buttholes and children in her job, completely cows him with words. He silently rides back with us. We drop him off, and my girlfriend and I go have dinner by ourselves. We debate just leaving entirely, but decide my parents themselves have not crossed any of the boundaries we set, so we're gonna stay for now. It wouldn't take them very long though. That same evening, I was getting ready to watch some Netflix in bed with my girlfriend.
Nothing untoward was going to happen. She just likes falling asleep to the Great British Baking Show. As I walk past the living room, my mother calls me in and complains that I am not spending enough time with my family. I'm a bit angry at this common manipulation tactic from my mother, but I go and chat for my grandmother's sake. My mum tries to tell me that my grandmother is upset with me, that my girlfriend and I are planning on moving in together before we're even married. I decide that my grandmother does not need my mother being a mouthpiece for her, so I sit on the couch in between the two of them and face my grandmother. My grandmother and I chat. She's a bit worried about me moving in with the woman while unwed, but we calmly discuss the situation. She doesn't back down on her objection, but eventually concedes that it's my life. She likes my girlfriend, and she's happy for us, regardless. This entire time, my mother has been constantly trying to butt in on the conversation, but I am physically putting myself between her and my grandmother, which is just annoying her even more. Eventually, my father sees what's going on, and also butts in. Apparently, he can't contain himself anymore, and just goes off about everything he sees wrong with my relationship. I can't remember his exact gripes, I likely tuned them out, but I did call him a coward for talking rubbish behind my girlfriend's back. She was in her room, still waiting on me. This really angered him, and he stormed out to fetch my girlfriend. He came back with her in tow and proceeded to tear into her in front of me, my mum, and my grandmother, who was mortified that this was happening in her house. He said, "My son will be Christian. His wife will be Christian. His children will be baptized in our church." He was almost screaming at her. He also basically accused her of trying to steal my inheritance by getting knocked up by me, and added some very inappropriate commentary about how he knew my girlfriend was getting older and her biological clock was ticking down. Through the whole tirade, my wife stood there quietly. Like I said, she's used to dealing with buttholes, and she's tough as nails. Letting him finish up and run out of energy, my girlfriend turned to my grandmother and thanked her for her hospitality, before turning back to my father and asking him, "Why did you even invite us here if you were going to act like this?" My dad yelled again, "We did not invite you here. We never would have invited you here." At this point, I gleefully pulled out my phone and showed him the conversation I had had with my mother, where she literally agreed for my girlfriend to be here. My dad couldn't find the words, but just glared at his wife. At this point, I told them that my girlfriend and I were leaving. It was near 11 o'clock, but we packed up my car and left for our hometown. My dad got in one more word before we left, saying, "You two better have broken up by the time you get home. Have a long, hard think about your future." To which I just laughed as we got in the car. My girlfriend and I drove home on pure adrenaline. We alternated between angry, humiliation, and frustration at the absurdity of the whole thing. This story does have something of a happy ending though. In the days that followed, we got a lot of calls and messages of support from my relatives, who I hadn't told about the incident. It turns out my brother had made some vague social media post about how sad he was for me, and asking everyone to pray for my brother. Apparently, many of my relatives took this to mean I'd been hurt, and were all calling my mother and father. When my parents were forced to explain the situation, all of my relatives sided with my girlfriend and I. In the months that followed, this incident caused my grandmother to think back on how she acted with her own daughters. It turns out that my mother had been the only marriage, out of 3 daughters, my grandmother had actually approved of. This incident made my grandmother realise that she'd acted poorly with her other daughters, and she came to them to finally mend those old wounds. I had no idea. It always seemed like my grandmother and her daughters had a great relationship, but these were old wounds that had just scabbed, rather than really healed. Overall, my family got closer because of this incident. In addition, my father has had a dramatic change over the course of the intervening years, where once it seemed like we were not going to invite my parents to our wedding, my dad ended up actually being the happiest person there, when my girlfriend, now wife, and I tied the knots. This has been helped by the fact that he discovered some underlying mental health issues after that Thanksgiving, and the meds he is using are truly helping him. He started acting like the father I loved when I was a kid. My mother is still a problem, and boy do I have more stories, but she's mostly behaving because she knows my wife and I can and will block her from seeing her future grandchildren. Now this was a truly great story. Not very often do we see entitled people in the stories that I read to you guys actually,
improve their lives, understand the mistakes they've made in their past, and actually become better people. It's so crazy to see that has happened with the vast majority of the people that were the problem in this story, OP. I mean, your dad is one thing, but your grandmother to go back with her own daughters and say, you know what, I'm so sorry about how I acted and didn't approve of your marriages, and let's try and heal those wounds of so many years ago is amazing. So ultimately, I've got to say well done to you and your girlfriend for standing up to these people and, making them change their ways and really consider it all in a different perspective and go back and correct their mistakes. It's amazing to see. I wish the same could be said about your mother, but unfortunately, I don't think she's quite there yet. And if that is true about her just wanting to see her grandchildren, and that's the only reason why she's being nice to you and your girlfriend, your wife now, then that is very, very sad. I'm not going to lie. Hopefully, enough conversations with her own mother, with your dad, her husband, can make her understand that there's no reason to be like that. Just accept that your son is very happy in a lovely relationship. Just be nice. Entitled Karen wants free pizza forever. Gets banned instead. So, I'm a store manager for a large chain pizza place that charges a bit more than the competition, but makes an arguably better product. We try to always believe the customer and make them happy if something is wrong. We have a loyal base of regulars who order often, as well as a lot of other business from randoms in the several nearby hotels. So, it's Friday night, and Entitled Karen calls in an order a very simple pepperoni and jalapeno pizza. The driver delivers it. 30 minutes later, I'm asked to talk to an angry customer on the phone. It is the Karen. Is this the manager? I've been on hold for over half an hour. Now, that is impossible, but okay. I'm very sorry about that, Mom. What seems to be the problem? I'm at the hotel and your driver was so rude and my pizza is burnt. I'm very sorry to hear that the pizza was not up to our quality standards. Can I make you another and send it out? No, don't bother. You've already ruined my kids' dinner and they're crying now. Give me a credit. Now that, by the way, is a major red flag. Okay, Mom, I'll credit your number and when you order next, it will be free. I'm very sorry again. Have a good night. Whatever. Then she hangs up. I credit the number and think, whatever, that's the end of it. Roll on Saturday night. A colleague again says to me, hey, this lady on the phone wants to speak to a manager. Hello, thank you for holding. This is the manager. Are you all idiotic? How long does it take to answer the frickin' phone? I'm sorry, what? You've only been on hold for a moment while my employee got me. Don't frickin' tell me how long I've been on hold. I know how long I've been on hold for. I was groaning inwardly already. A fun customer. Yippee. I'm sorry, Mum. How can I assist you? My pizza is burnt, and you have the rudest frickin' delivery driver. They practically threw the pizza in my face. A light bulb clicked at this story. I've dealt with this lady before. I'm sorry to hear that. I'll definitely talk to the driver about it. Can I make you a new pizza to replace the one you said is burnt? No, give me a credit. Okay, Mom. To ensure our quality standards are being met, can I have a driver come and pick up the burnt pizza so I can talk to my production staff about it? No, we ate it. Wait, you ate the burnt pizza? Yes, we were starving and couldn't wait for a remake. Just give me a credit. What, for the pizza you ate? Well, it was freaking burnt. Let me speak to a manager. I am the manager. No, I want to speak to your manager. You're being so rude and disrespectful. It's because I'm black, isn't it? You freaking racist POS. Mom, 1, stop cussing. 2, I have no idea what you look like or who you are, and she cuts me off. That's right, you idiot. You don't know who the frick I am, but you're about to find out. She then hangs up before I can say anything else. Being as she was extra, I let my district manager know about a possible complaint on my behavior, and I said what actually went down. Just as I get off the phone with her, I hear yelling in the lobby. It was her! Where is that idiotic racist manager? I step around the partition and see a cow of a woman wearing tacky bright green and orange with red shoes. What an image of an outfit that is, by the way, guys. That is astonishing. Can I help you? I'm already done with this person because I know exactly who it is. What, you gonna say something to me now? Give me a dang refund for my burnt pizza, and I want gas money as well for driving over here. You didn't pay for any pizza. It was free, and we don't reimburse gas for people driving to the store. What, you think this is a freaking joke? You're gonna give me my freaking money or it's gonna go off in this building. Now, I am 100% done at this point. Get out. What the F did you say?
Get out of the store. You can't tell me to leave. This is a public space. No, Mom, it's a private business, and you are no longer allowed. I'm refusing to serve you. Leave now, or I'll be forced to call the police. F you! F you! She continued to bellow this until the police arrive. I had to hear every sing-song version of F you for about 5 minutes. The police said to me, "Do you want to trespass, sir?" Yeah, she isn't welcome here anymore, I replied. Now, the police in our town are super cool with us because we give them special discounts and occasionally donate a stack of pizzas to the precinct. The policeman, who was just outside the main door, easily heard me. "Okay, so you are now being trespassed," he said to the woman. "Do not come here, do not linger in the parking lot, or you will be arrested. This applies for every single chain of the pizza store, not just this one." The defeated look on her face when he said that was almost worth the cost of admission. Yes, not the most epic of endings, I know, but what can you do? I don't know, OP. Personally, I think that ending was pretty good, you know? Everyone got the justice that they deserved, and, you know, you got on with your day, and this horrible Karen was banned from your pizza store. Good stuff, no? I mean, maybe it might have been better had you got some sort of reaction out of her and, you know, had her actually arrested, but overall, pretty realistic ending to just say, no, you're banned for trespassing, do not come here again, and don't try and use the same techniques to get a free pizza time after time. How stupid do you have to be? Surely at that point, when you get the first credit for the pizza, you take the pizza and you run. You go to a different store maybe and try that technique again. You don't try it at the same restaurant with the same manager, the same staff. They're going to remember your voice. They're going to know who you are. They're going to say, oh, just the other day someone used the same technique and got some credit off me. I wonder if they're the same person. Oh, wait, yes, they obviously are. How dumb can you be? Take the free pizza and run. Now moving on to our next story. Entitled Mother Gets Her Parcels Delivered to My Home. This story is something that happened to me and my fiance fairly recently. We recently bought our first home together in a nice, quiet area in the north of England. If you're not familiar with the British postal system, basically we get letters delivered through flaps in our front doors, and parcels that are larger than the letterbox get handed to us if we are in. If we're not in, they get given to a neighbour, and we can collect them later. If no one can take them, they get taken back to the depot where they sit or are returned to the sender. So, last month, we were just settling into our new home and my fiance bought some clothes online for a local gym he wanted to join. I was in the house the day of the delivery, as I was expecting it, and I'm working from home. When the delivery lady arrived with the parcel, there were two. I thought nothing of it at first and put it in the garage for my fiance to open later on. When he came in from work, he rushes to open his delivery like it was Christmas, and to his surprise, the second parcel was not for him. It had our address on, but no name. We were both confused at this point, and thought it may be for one of the neighbours, and that they would collect it later. Time goes by, and we get a note through the door that reads, "Hey, my son got his parcel delivered to your house. Call me on insert number here, so I can come and collect it." Again, we thought it was a neighbour, so my fiance called the number for a woman to answer and say she'll be over shortly to collect the parcel. It turned out she lived across the town, and her son chose our address to have it delivered to. Look, we thought this was weird, but we assumed it must have been a mistake. Anyways, we thought that was the last of it. But the next day, I get 2 more parcels for this lady's son, again with no name, but with our address on the package. At this point, I'm thinking it was a mistake on their part, or possibly they used to live here. Anyway, they came to collect their parcels, and all was well. But guess what? More and more parcels over the next week arrive for this lady's son. At this point, I'm starting to get really annoyed by this, as even though I work from home, I can't leave meetings constantly to collect parcels that aren't even ours. So the next day, when the parcel lady comes, I just tell her, sorry, this isn't for me, and you're gonna need to return it to the sender. So off she goes and takes the parcel back to the depot. A few hours later, I hear a knock at the door, and guess who? The entitled mother is standing there with her son. Now, I hate confrontation, so my memory of the conversation is a bit hazy, but she was furious that we denied her parcel and now she had to wait for it to be re-delivered. I told her she needs to get her parcels delivered to her own home, as it's weird and inconvenient for me. Like, I don't even know this lady. She then tells me it's easier for her to get them delivered to my home, as I'm always in and she isn't. Now look, maybe this would be possibly okay if I was friends with her and she'd asked me beforehand, but she lives across town and chose a random address for her parcels. Anyways, she leaves, and I think that finally, maybe this is the end of the story, but parcels keep showing up, and for the next week, I politely tell the parcel lady they aren't mine and to return to sender. After a week of doing this, I stopped getting the parcels, so I guess she finally got the message. How entitled must this woman have been to think it's okay to get parcels delivered to a random person's home that she doesn't even know because it's easier for her? I really hope she wasn't doing this to someone else after me, but it was satisfying to know that she would have to wait twice as long for her parcels because they were returned to sender. Alright, now this one, guys, I'll be honest, I don't understand this at all, because how would you ever, initially find the address of this random person? So OP in this story, that's the address that this Karen has eventually found of somebody who's willing to open packages and have Karen collect them. But what if you were doing this just from the off? Like, when you first started doing this, you have to select a random address, right? I guess relatively near to you, but not too near that you know the person. How do you know? My point is, how do you know that the address that you're sending your packages to, the person who lives there isn't just going to take the packages as their own? Like, how do you know they're just going to hold them? Why would they not either take it as their own if they were a bit, naughty, I guess, or just say, no, that's not mine, and return it? How can you know for sure that the person is just going to hold the packages and wait for you to come there? I don't get it. And also, is it worth all this fuss just because you're not at home when the package might come to know that you're going to be able to get the package off the person who is at home? Like, as you can probably tell, I have a lot of questions here about this story. It's a very, very strange one, I think. I'm just a little bit shocked. I don't really know what's going on there at all. I mean, just looking at the comments here on Reddit, a lot of people, a lot cleverer than me, are saying maybe there was something illicit or illegal in the packages, and that was why this woman, this Karen, couldn't risk them going to her home. They were going to yours instead. And that would make a lot of sense, because I'll be honest, guys, I don't understand why anyone would send packages to a different address. It makes no sense to me, apart from if this might be the reason. If this is the reason, first of all, it makes complete sense. Second of all, OP, you're in danger, I reckon, because, you can't be too careful with this sort of stuff. And if you're accidentally carrying, or it looks like you're ordering illicit substances or whatever, you could be in big trouble. So, yeah, I reckon call the police on this one. This is why I read the comments of the Reddit always, after I read a story, because everyone there is much more clever than me. And likewise, all you watching right now, you're also more intelligent than me. So if you guys have any better idea as to what might be going on here, please leave your comments, your conspiracy theories, your solutions to what OP could do down below, and hopefully we can all find a common solution to what might be going on here, because it's very perplexing for sure. Mum books the ice rink for the wrong day and expects us to share. For some background, I am an adult figure skater, and I practice in a big group of other adults. There are skaters going from beginners up to former elite skaters. During Corona, the public rink we usually skate in has been closed, and occasionally we've rented a private rink for an hour to skate. It's a lot more expensive than our ordinary practice, but you do what you must. Also, it's incredibly hard to get these time slots since the demand is so high. Skating is a corona-safe sport, no worries. Only 8 of us go on the ice, and we all change outside. It's all correct by our laws. A few months ago, we'd rented the ice and arrived at our time. Since we are responsible and change outside, we couldn't see what was happening inside. Once me and one of the other skaters were ready to go onto the ice, we headed inside. But by the rink side, we found about 10 parents and something like 15 to 20 children aged 3 to 6 years. One of the mums, the entitled mum of this story, approached me with a worried expression. Are you the ones that rented the ice? Yes. You see, we were just informed that we booked the wrong day. Apparently we booked next week this time, but we're here today. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. What a bummer. The mum then looks at me and the other skater. Is it just the two of you? The others are still tying their skates on outside, and only the 2 of us had come inside at this point. No, unfortunately, it's a whole group of us. Oh, can't we split the ice half and half? No, we're not here to joy skate. We're practicing seriously. For several reasons. The first and foremost, it's incredibly dangerous. If I run into a child, I'm gonna hurt it badly, and I risk hurting myself too. But I mean, it's your kid. Do you want its face sliced up? Now, I would never, ever let my non-existing kids on the ice during a serious practice. Secondly, we rent the rink to be able to practice freely.
Half the rink only makes it impossible to practice your program. And thirdly, children usually drag a lot of mud onto the ice, either on their overalls or the parents on their shoes when they walk onto the ice to help them when they fall. Dirt and mud is a big no-no for skaters. It'll wear them out quickly and we'll have to pay for resharpening. Okay, so at this point, I kind of felt sorry for them. We all screw up sometimes and it sucks. It can't be fun to reschedule an entire event like this, and I get that. It's what happens next that makes this story entitled. The mum goes to the other parents, and I hear her saying silently, "I guess you could come next week if that fits you." Then she goes to the children, points at us, and says loudly, "These people don't want you to skate. They want it all for themselves," with a super accusing tone, like we personally were responsible for her mistake. I ignore her and step onto the ice together with the other skater. This commotion already cost us a few minutes of our short time. I see one more from our group enter the rink, and the entitled mum speaks to her too. I can't hear it though. This woman later confirmed to me that the entitled mum tried the same trick on her, guilting her into letting them share the ice, and then even asked if the children, who were now all out of their skates, could at least walk out onto the ice to touch it. Since they were all wearing shoes, and the mud rule still applies, my friend declines. Also, when the ice is newly resurfaced, it's crazy slippery and very hard to walk on. There's a big risk of falling over and hurting yourself. The rest of our group arrives and we start warming up. Half a minute later, the entitled mum opens the gate and lets two of the children run straight onto the ice. I wave at her to get them back off the ice, and she waits purposely before she tells them to come back. Only they don't listen. She lets them slide around however much they want. Eventually, she has to walk out on her muddy shoes to pick them up and go back. Not a sorry, not anything. And that's that. Not the worst entitlement overall, but it still boils my blood. Especially how this entitled mum tried to blame us in front of the kids. Kids are usually very fond of looking at us skating actually, since it looks cool. And when we skate publicly, we often show off whatever they want to see or teach them something. I hate to be accused of being the bad guy. Yeah, I completely agree with OP. Obviously, people can make mistakes, but just admit that you've made your mistake. Yeah, it's annoying because you brought your kids down, loads of other parents. I'm not really sure, to be honest, how that is going on during COVID times. That's something to think about, given that, OP has said that they only had 8 people on the ice. But hey, forget about that. That might be a problem on its own. But yeah, once you realize that you've made a mistake and OP and her skaters have only got an hour on the ice, get out of there. It's annoying, but I'm sorry, you haven't booked it. It's next week. You can always come back next week. Just get out of there, go to something else. Don't disrupt these guys' training, and don't try and, half do it. Say, yeah, give us half the ice and you can just have half. If they've booked the entire rink, they're going to need the entire rink. I mean, come on, that's only fair. And now moving on to our second story of today's episode. He was white, like everyone else. The other day, I was driving around town getting errands done. One of those was to get a new controller for my PC. I've got a friend who works at the GameStop in town, so I swung by. As I'm entering, I notice a woman with her child standing front and center at the counter with my friend at the register. I start to tune into the conversation. After all of this happened, my friend filled me in on the details, so I'll start right before I entered. The woman said, "I'd like to get my money back for this game. My husband bought it from here last week, but it isn't the actual game my son wanted." Now my friend, who was working behind the register, said, "Sure thing." The game was still in plastic wrap, unopened, and he started the process. "Do you have the receipt for this purchase?" "No, why would I need that? It's 2021. Everything should be digital now. You should have a record of it." Yeah, that isn't something I have. Do you have a reward card with us? It would show the purchase." Karen takes out her reward card. My friend checks it and only sees the initial activation of the card on her account. This is also about the time I entered the store. "I'm sorry, this doesn't have a purchase for this game." "Well, it was taken out of my credit card." She then takes out her phone and shows my friend her full purchase history of her credit card. "See, I made a purchase on my card." My friend visibly uncomfortably glances at the phone and sees an unitemized purchase at that store for a lot more than the purchase of a single game. "I'm sorry, this doesn't show this game's purchase, just that this card was used to make a large purchase here, and I don't think I could use this as proof anyway. What I can do is put the amount on a rewards card for store credits." Now, this is when the Karen starts to raise her voice. "What do you mean? So because I spent more money here, I'm getting screwed? I want my money back.
This is ridiculous. I want to speak to your manager.
My friend informs her that there is no manager in the store, that they are the only current employee on site. She doesn't take that news very well, obviously.
Then who do you call? You must have someone to call if this place blows up.
My friend then begins to call local stores for their manager, or see if one of the district managers happens to be there. Unfortunately, none pick up. I'm sorry, Mom, I can't get a hold of another store's manager, and our district manager is quarantined due to COVID.
Why can't you call them then? If they're quarantined, all they should be doing is answering the phone. All I want is my money back.
Okay, look, if I knew who you bought the game from, maybe I could verify it. Do you recall the employee's name?
I don't. He was white like everyone else that lives in this state. Oh, some guy, I don't know. Why would I need a physical receipt? It's 2021. Nothing should be physical. Look it up on your computer.
I'm sorry, but I can't do that. The most I can do for you is give you the store credits. I had by now decided that I would stay in the store to keep an eye on things and ensure she didn't accuse my friend of anything, as well as keep an eye on the child who was not being attended to and was just wandering the store. Mind you, her son was just hanging out, seemingly unbothered by the fits his mother was causing. However, I tuned out the conversation as an advertisement for a game came on the store TV that made it very hard not to laugh at the parallel. The advertisement went, "When someone thinks they're in the right, that's when the real cruelty in people starts to come out. So, what do you say? Are you really right?" When I tuned back in, Karen was accepting the store credits in a tone as if she'd won the argument. She then went on a rant about this all being her husband's fault, and that the store should be more open about options to return products. She took the digital currency and left with her son, who'd not said a word the entire time. My friend then turned and gave me an exasperated sigh. I was so done. I didn't even bother to ask if her or her husband had signed up for digital receipts. I mean, it's 2021 after all, right? Oh my god, guys, look, I'll be completely honest. If I was the employee in that situation, and look, I've said this multiple times now, I don't think that my sort of personality would do very well in retail, dealing with customers like this. But honestly, you put me in that situation, I should do that for a video. Go and work a day in retail and see what sort of customers, come about, because I don't think I'd do very well there at all. Pretty much what I'm saying is, I think I'd lose my temper and lose my head and just say, you know what, I can't be bothered with this, and just leave and tell the Karen to just get out of the store, because how can you deal with someone like this? It's 2021 after all. So as the Karen says, we're in modern times now. You should realize that of course you're going to need some form of proof of a purchase. Receipts are still a thing. I mean, come on, what do you expect this person to do? Say, oh yeah, I remember your face from that time 2 weeks ago when your husband bought this. It doesn't make any sense. How are they going to know that? It's just a mess, realistically. And I feel bad for the employee, and I honestly feel bad for the kid, because you know what is mad about the kid, yeah? Their lack of reaction is very telling, because it just shows to me that their mum does this sort of thing on the regular. Take me, for example, if I'm with my mum and she's a pretty normal lady and she goes up and starts, shouting at a store employee, I'm taking note of that. I'm going to myself, what is going on here? I'm not just wandering around the store willy-nilly, just, looking at the games. I'll be getting involved. Even if I was like 5, I'd be like, what is going on? My mum's doing something that is out of the ordinary. And the whole point is the kid doesn't care and is so oblivious to the fact that his mum's just ranting and just like, you know what? It's completely normal for me. Let's move on. I feel bad for the kid, the employee, and ultimately every woman called Karen, because they're being tarnished by people like this. My dad refused to buy food and starved our pet gecko. This childhood memory still keeps me up at night, which is why I'm currently up at 4 a.m. writing this. When I was around 13 years old, my dad bought my brother a leopard gecko for his 14th birthday. He wanted him to take care of the gecko to teach him a lesson in responsibility. Therefore, the duty of cleaning up after him and feeding the animal was left to my brother. At first, my dad bought some cups of mealworms for our gecko, but after a few months, he began to say that was my brother's responsibility. My brother worked at a fast food restaurant 1 day a week for a few hours, so he did have some income, but not much. He said that he didn't make enough money to buy the gecko food every week. Our dad also wouldn't drive him, so he had to take a bus to get to the pet store, which I guess further complicated things for him. Our gecko lived in the basement in my brother's room, and would go weeks at a time without his mealworms. In my desperate attempt to help the animal, I would go outside myself and try to catch bugs for him. I tried to find worms in the dirt, but the dirt in our yard was hard and I was never able to find any. We had a box elder tree that always had a good supply of box elder bugs, so I'd give him those. He ate them at first, but after a while he didn't show them any interest. I would have tried to buy worms for the poor guy, but I didn't have any income because I was too young to get a job. Remember guys, that OP is 13 at this time and their brother is just 14. Sometimes I would scrounge up some change, but I usually had to use this to buy reduced fare lunch at school. My dad at this time also stopped stocking the house with food. So, my brother and I, in addition to the lizard, were starving. We went through all the canned food and dry staples that we had. And once we got through that, we would beg our dad to get groceries. My dad would get really angry and scream at us that there was plenty of food in the house. We just needed to stop being lazy and cook it. One night, he brought home a bag of maize flour to make a point of encouraging us to cook. I made some corn tortillas out of it a few times, but they weren't the best because I had nothing to eat with them. I wouldn't eat anything typically on the weekends when I didn't have school. And then, during the week, I could purchase a meal of 2 tacos and a cup of rice for about $1.20. That was my one meal a day. Anyway, I felt like my dad was turning a blind eye to the fact that we had a starving lizard in our basement. So I decided to move the enclosure to our kitchen. That way, he'd have to see the lizard every day. I thought if he could see the lizard every day, he would feel bad and start buying him food. Well, this did not happen. Eventually, the gecko took a turn for the worst. He stopped eating the box elder bugs and started sleeping in his water bowl. At the very last minute, when it seemed clear that this animal was going to die, my dad went to the pet store and grabbed some things for him. He fed the gecko some white paste stuff that was supposed to help him, but of course, the gecko was way too far gone at this point. He died. Once he died, my dad said he was disappointed in my brother for not taking care of him. I'm still traumatized by what happened. I feel an immense amount of guilt for not being able to do more. I wish I tried to advertise the gecko online and sell him to someone who would take care of him. I wish I tried harder to find bugs for him to eat. I wish I tried to take him back to the pet store and ask them to take care of him. I wish I thought of calling the Humane Society and surrendering the gecko. I worry that the box elder bugs I gave the gecko may have hurt him, because I read that outside bugs can have mites and parasites. I also worry that moving the gecko from the basement to the kitchen may have put him in an environment that was too cold for him, since the basement stayed warmer. I looked up all the essentials when it comes to taking care of a gecko, and I feel awful about the enclosure my dad had for him. He only had a small heating pad on the side of the tank to keep him warm, and I'm sure that didn't keep the temperature high enough for him. I always feel sad now when I see geckos. Rest in peace, Steve. I'm so sorry for the life my family took from you. You deserved so much better. Honestly, guys, stories like this are just so sad to read because I don't know how old OP is. They don't mention it in the story, but to feel this way still, to feel this guilty so many years later, probably, when really none of this was your fault at all. I can say that as somebody objective looking at this from afar. This is all the fault of your dad. Like, you feeling guilt is such a shame because you tried your very best. Like, you know, you did everything that you could think of at the time. You even went outside to find bugs yourself. Dig for bugs for your gecko. Now, that's an insane level of commitment, something that your dad clearly didn't show. And the fact that you feel guilty about it is just sad because really you shouldn't. None of this is your fault at all. I mean, the terrible thing about this is that it's not just the animal that was getting rejected, it was you and your brother as well. You tried your best, as your brother did as well, to look after the animal, but ultimately, when a dad isn't even buying their own kids' food, yeah, they're probably not in the best position to look after an animal either. That is mental. I hope that, you know, some sort of repercussions came against your dad, or at least they can do subsequently, because not looking after your kids and their pet, like, that is crazy. What I would say though is instead of being cruel and hardened like your dad, it's good that it sounds like you're an empathetic and loving person, OP, and you have none of your horrible father's qualities. That's at least one positive to come from this, if there are any at all. My god, your dad though. What a terrible, terrible bloke. Now moving on to our next Entitled Parents post. Karen begs me to look after her cats and then claims to have moved on when the cats need medical attention. Last year, Karen, a 70-year-old woman, approaches me on Facebook and asks if I would take her cats and look after them. She was going to live in a camper van with her husband after she became very wealthy with Bitcoin and didn't want to stress the cats out by taking them traveling around Europe. She'd rescued them like a week before they decided to go on the road, and they've been in a cattery for the last 5 months, being looked after by someone else. When she delivered the cats to our farm, she made a huge fuss. Despite sending her photos beforehand, she absolutely refused to put the cats in the enclosure we had prepared for them to stay in for the first few weeks. Nothing else was good enough either. Our dogs were too big, the house was too small, there were no street lights, we live in the country, etc. I grey rocked her the whole time, successfully put the cats in their new home, and calmed her down. She had an entire car boot full of brand new cat accessories, like little harnesses and weird outfits. Farm cats don't wear tutus, and she cheered up a bit when we made the right noises, despite the ridiculousness. Then her husband turned up in the camper van that looked like the tour bus of a major rock band. It was huge and fancy. At this moment, she suddenly turned up the volume and started wailing and crying for her poor kitty babies, and her husband was pandering to her the whole time, wiping away the tears with his hands and supporting her as she half collapsed on the driveway. Eventually, they leave, and the next morning, they're posting pictures of themselves sipping champagne at the beach. Over the next few months, we regularly send updates to Karen with cute pictures of the cats, and she always replies about how grateful she is that we're looking after them. But she never writes to us to ask us how they're doing, even when our area is hit by a natural disaster. At some point, she planned to visit them, but it rained. So despite coming all the way to our remote town, she just kept driving. Whenever we posted pictures of the cats on Facebook, she would always comment about her cats. Last month, I wrote to her and said that the cats were doing well, but that they were suffering the cold a bit and spending all day on the couch by the fire. She replied with instructions that I should be keeping them warmer and make sure that I'm looking after them. I gave a non-committal response. Yesterday, I wrote to Karen to tell her that one of the cats was critically ill after being sideswiped by a tractor. I've been up all night keeping her alive, and now she was at the vet's awaiting life-saving surgery. Next thing, my phone's blowing up. It's Karen's husband screaming down the line, asking me, "What exactly are you getting out of upsetting Karen all the time with your messages?" I tried to answer, but obviously he hadn't called to listen. He proceeded to tell me that I was a sadist, a bully, and an abuser, and that Karen had given us the cats, so why am I upsetting her with these messages when she's moved on? I apologise for any offence given, and tried to explain that I only thought she would want to know, since they were her cats originally and she loves them so much. His answer to that was to demand I delete Karen's number from my phone and never contact her again, because she wasn't interested, and not to give any more updates on the cats. I said, "Okay, sorry, I'll no longer contact you about the cats," and then he hung up. 3 hours later, I get a message from Karen, all about how terrible this is for her. She can't cope with the thought of the cat being ill, and it's not her husband's fault for shouting. He's just trying to protect her from this unbearable pain. I told her I thought it was really unkind of her husband to shout at me, since I'm in the middle of a pet crisis, and I was only trying to do the right thing by keeping her informed. She called me a selfish prick, hung up, and blocked me straight away. Unfortunately, I didn't get the chance to tell her that since the cats are still legally registered in her name, she is liable for their expenses, and that the vet scanned the chip as soon as we arrived. We often bring in stray animals, so he knows that not every animal we bring in belongs to us, and it was her name that came up. I guess we'll cross that bridge later. In the meantime, the cat is doing well, and we hope that she lives because she's part of our family, and we certainly haven't moved on. Now look guys, some of you may know better than me what's probably going on here. Does OP run some sort of animal farm that looks after just pets in general? Probably. I don't really know. I assume that's what's going on. But anyway, the fact that it seems like you've taken in Karen's 2 cats for free, OP, are looking after them completely for free while she's off gallivanting with her husband doing whatever knows, probably something very naughty, I imagine, is one thing. Right, that's nice enough. It's actually kind of insane that you're doing that. But fair play, it's for the good of the animals, I rate it highly. But then, when she says, "No, you know what, I no longer care about them, just keep them," and also, "Oh, it's such a pain that, you know, one of them got hit by a tractor. Don't care about the medical bills though, you can deal with that. Like their food and, you know, their housing, everything. Yeah, you deal with all of that." It's embarrassing. I don't get it. You know what's good though? The fact that she is going to be hit by this bill. I imagine for life-saving surgery for a cat, it's going to be quite an extensive one as well. So yeah, look forward to that. But then again, if she has made a lot of money through Bitcoin, she probably won't care. An interesting story. And again, this is why entitled people and entitled parents should not be allowed pets in the first place. They're a disgrace. Friends cut my hair against my will. So this one time during lockdown, I decided to grow my red beard and grow my hair out because I wanted to see what it was like, you know. Now because I only live with my wife and my kids, I decided it was a challenge for myself to do it. My wife was fine with it, just with the occasional ginger joke thrown at me. Anywho, a friend of mine, let's call him Billy, invited me to stay at his house with 2 other people, Jane and Russell. Now, I'm not really that close with them, they're just friends with my wife, and we've hung out sometimes. So I get to the house and they immediately start to belittle me because of my new look, saying I look like a hippie and a homeless guy, and they tell me I should cut it. I say no, and the rest of the day was nothing but ginger jokes and insults. I was gonna leave in the morning, so I decided to get some rest on the couch. I took my sleeping pills and passed out. When I woke up, I saw a bunch of red locks of hair on me. And when I went to the bathroom, I saw my hair was cut insanely short. It was almost a buzz cut, and my beard was also shaven off to a handlebar moustache. I confronted them and they didn't deny it, saying how much nicer I looked and that the stash suits me. They then got sappy, saying that they were going to donate my hair to cancer charity and my red curls were going to make someone really happy. I left and never came back. My wife has also stopped hanging out with them as well. You know what? This story just makes me sad, honestly. It's just why? Why do that to somebody? You don't even know them. It's a friend of a friend, and you're first of all bullying them by saying that their hair and beard looks terrible. Why said it in the first place? That's a disgusting thing to say. Even if you think it, don't say it. Come on. Then secondly, actually shaving off someone's hair. Is that not assault or something? I don't know the laws, but guys, comment down below. Surely you can't just go and randomly shave someone's hair and beard off, can you? That must be some form of assault. It's just ridiculous. And I'm happy, OP, that your wife has stopped hanging out with them, realizing they are terrible people. At least that's some sort of positive. But yeah, I'm sorry this happened. Against your will, having your hair cut and shaved. Terrible. Now moving on to our next Entitled People post. My brother wanted to propose to his girlfriend at my upcoming wedding. I said no, and all of this happened. I am a 27-year-old male, and I'll start this off by saying that my wedding is scheduled for April, because my fiance, who is 25, has always dreamed of a spring wedding, and I really like the idea too. I've got an older brother though, who is 30, and last Saturday, I was called over to my parents' house to talk about something. For whatever reason, they refused to tell me what it was until I got there. Then, they sat me down with my brother and told me that my brother wants to use my wedding as the perfect day for him to propose to his girlfriend. I was instantly mad and told them absolutely not, but they ganged up on me. I ended up so enraged to the point that I, one man, somehow backed all 3 of them into a corner. I told them that if they want to do this, then not only will they all be uninvited, but I'll also cut off all the financial support I've been giving monthly since they paid to have my golden child brother go through college by taking out a second mortgage. I landed a decently high-paying job, and I've been sending $500 to my parents monthly to help ease their mortgage. And I didn't even ask for a stake in the ownership of their house either, because I really don't want it. It was entirely goodwill, and I can cut it off anytime. I left without speaking any more to them, but my brother came to my home the next day to yell at me that I ruined his big chance, because now our parents are siding with me and say they'll evict him if he tries to propose at my wedding. He said I was financially blackmailing our parents and that he just wanted a good chance to propose because he was afraid his girlfriend might leave him soon. I said that was his problem, not mine, because my wedding day is not about him. And if he tries to propose at my wedding, I will have him thrown out. That's not a maybe, but a definite. And I doubt his girlfriend would appreciate her proposal, followed up with being tossed out by a bouncer. He yelled a few choice words at me, then went crying to our only surviving grandparents, our maternal grandmother. And she called to try and ream me over the phone. No surprise, my brother heavily embellished the version of the story he told her, but she still sided with him even after I gave her the real story. She tried to hold her ground, but the verbal backlash I ended up giving her left her crying. That got back to my parents, who were angry at me for taking things so far. But I told them I only went that far because I had to, when they were all trying to get me to let my brother use my wedding as his springboard for a proposal. They ended up agreeing with me, but they still stated they feel like I'm crass. And my brother showed up at my home again to scream at me that I'm a butthole, and I hope I'm happy with myself for not allowing him the opportunity. My fiance knows what my brother tried to do, and she's very angry about it. she's almost ready to have him uninvited if he pursues this any further. Normally, I have a very mild temper, but when it comes to certain people, like my brother, parents, and grandmother, I can easily get short with them because of all the past favoritism. My grandmother especially, she always sided with my brother and believed his lies no matter what he did. She's the biggest reason my parents favored my brother too. She kept trying to convince me over the phone to let my brother propose at my wedding that I ended up losing it on her. I ended up speaking with my brother again and threatened to tell his girlfriend if he was still intending to propose at my wedding without permission. He took that poorly and called me an awful person, so I pointed out that my wedding isn't about him. Our parents were there for this, and they backed me up. I think my brother did a double take when they did that. My dad pointed out that he'd raised my brother wrong, and that was on him. So, from now on, my brother was to show them real respect, and they wanted to get an official lease drawn up for him to pay proper rent and utilities. He was only paying them $300 a month without contributing to any utilities or food. And if he doesn't want to pay, he can move out and they'll rent his room to someone else. My brother turned to our mum for help, but she just agreed with dad. He looked like he was having a conniption and then left the house. He came back a couple of hours later, but spoke to no one and locked himself in his room. 2 days later, my brother announced he was moving in with grandma because she invited him. And our parents basically told him that if he wants to live with her, then go ahead. My brother responded to this by saying we all hate him for just wanting to propose to his girlfriend. My parents pointed out that it's not that he wanted to propose, but where he wanted to do it, and he'd get no support for it. He's refusing to talk to our parents now. My grandmother did try and call me again, but it ended up with me telling her that my brother will not be allowed to propose at my wedding, plain and simple. So he can get over it or not come. And the same goes for her. I ended up calling her out on her favoritism towards my brother since we were kids, which she tried to deny at first, but couldn't keep doing so because of how much I'd pointed out. She ended up crying again while I told her that if she keeps trying to insist on this, then she won't be coming to my wedding. She begged me not to rescind her invite, but still said she doesn't understand why I couldn't let my brother have his way before ending the call. My fiance is 100% on my side, and he's fully ready to remove my brother and grandmother from the wedding. My grandmother hasn't called again, and she's not talking to my parents either. My guess is my brother went crying to her again to tell her mummy and daddy weren't enabling him anymore, so she offered for him to move in with her. But there's literally nothing she can do to sway me, and I think my last conversation with her made her realize that. I didn't wish to tell my brother's girlfriend, but she called me up on a Saturday about my Reddit post. She'd seen it read in an online video and then realized it might be me with the way I described my brother and grandmother. So yeah, now she knows. She ended up tearing my brother a new butthole, and he still tried to justify himself to her. That's when she told him they were through and cut all contact with him. My brother, of course, blamed me, even though his girlfriend said that she's been ready to leave him for a while now, and if he tried to propose, no matter where, she'd have told him no. So that's it. My brother showed up at my place one more time to have a fit and said that he's boycotting my wedding. He actually thought he had leverage that he and grandma won't go. But I said I wouldn't miss him and that he's in his 30s now and needs to grow up. Our parents have cut the umbilical cord and are no longer supporting him. And they're already repainting his room to rent it to somebody else. And they plan on renting out my old bedroom as well because they need the money after the financial hole he left them in after dropping out of college, just to mooch off them for a while and then get a degree with online college later, and then barely pay any rent while also making them pay for his food and utilities despite having a good paying job. They spent the world on him and he wasn't the least bit grateful. That made my brother just shut down and leave. And since then, we've not heard a peep out of him. That's everything that's happened from my original post up till now. I mean, guys, this story, as I'm sure you will agree, just is beyond belief. You can choose anywhere in the world and any moment, any time to propose to your girlfriend. But no, you think the best idea is to do it at your brother's wedding. I'm not even going to comment really on how ridiculous that is because it's just so obvious and just so dumb. You know what's even funnier and just kind of shows how dumb your brother is, OP? The fact that he wasn't even sure whether he was going to stay with his current girlfriend or not. And then he was like, oh, don't worry, if I get engaged to her, then yeah, we'll be fine. It's like, you're probably not in the best place to get engaged to someone when you're not sure you want to be with them in the first place. And then they subsequently say, and it's probably quite obvious at the time, no, I don't actually want to be with you, full stop. Let alone get engaged. Are you ridiculous? And definitely not at your brother's wedding. I'll be honest, I'm slightly confused as to how your parents' opinions changed very quickly from siding with your brother to suddenly siding with you and then realizing that they've brought up your brother wrong and all that rubbish. Bit weird. Your grandma, also very weird. At least she stayed with her opinion though. I'll back her for that. Overall, a very, very strange story. Why would you ever want to propose at your brother's wedding? I don't know. And now moving on to our third story. My entitled nephews stole from me one time too many. This time, I got them arrested, and now my sister and brother-in-law have to deal with the fallout. And I really don't care anymore. In a prior post in a different subreddit, I asked if I was the bad guy for wanting to call police on my nephews for stealing from me. And the overwhelming support I got made me realize that standing my ground was the best thing for me to do. About midway last week, when I came home from work, I noticed my shed door was open, and the padlock that I used to keep it shut was broken. And I had a lot of bags full of soda cans in there. I and my friends tend to drink a lot of soda, so I built up a lot of cans over the course of a year. And I was going to cash them in at the bottle drop soon because I like big payouts. It's 10 cents a can where I live after all. But there was more than just my bags of cans missing from the shed too. They took my gardening shears, a steel rake, 2 shovels, one of them being one of those folding camping ones, a full 2-gallon gas can, a cheap power drill I got for like $5 used, an electric hedge trimmer, a small electric chainsaw that was also used, and a machete. They didn't touch a lawnmower, weed whacker, extension cords, or the old radio I had in there. No idea why they took what they did, but I guess they figured they could resell it or something. I checked my camera footage, and there were my 3 nephews, ages 16, 15, and 14, breaking into my shed with one of their dad's large claw hammers. I recognized the hammer because it's bright yellow and black, and their dad has a bunch of them. It only took them a few hits to smash that cheap lock. After they first broke into my shed, they took what they could by hand. And then they came back with some shopping carts that I'm guessing they also stole. But it took them a few trips to get all of the cans, and they didn't even bother to try and close the door when they were done. My sister and brother-in-law first denied their kids stole anything from me. So I went to their house and showed them the security footage from my cameras. I'd not told them I'd had cameras installed. And the reason I had them in the first place was because of prior thefts by my nephews. It started with food and snacks, and then moved on to DVDs and video games. Then pretty much anything they thought they could smuggle out after that. And anytime I made them return stuff they'd stolen from me, I was treated like the bad guy and then got the fakest apologies I've ever heard. And they never got in much trouble from their parents either. The final straw happened last year, when my nephews broke into my house and stole 3 6-packs of my favourite blood orange beer from my fridge. They used my hidden spare key to get in, and also took a huge dump in one of my bathrooms, and not only didn't flush, but also peed all over the floor, and I'm pretty sure it was intentional. Wow. The beer they stole was hidden in one of their bedrooms when I confronted my sister and brother-in-law about them stealing it. And I was basically given an equivalent to boys will be boys when I wanted them punished. So I had the cameras put in and told no one, which was a smart move. When my sister and brother-in-law saw the camera footage of my nephew stealing from me, they seemed furious. But they were actually madder that their boys skipped school to steal from me. They spent all day making repeated trips to the bottle drop and cashing their cans by machine. The bottle drop also pays by machine. So they just kept bringing the cans in till they cashed them all. And then they bought video games and junk food with the money. Said money actually amounted to nearly $200. With that and the destroyed padlock, I told my sister and brother-in-law that they now owed me $200. My sister and brother-in-law went from being angry at their kids to making excuses for them, and then being angry at me for wanting that money back when I know they have 3 kids and a mortgage. I said it was either that or I go to the police and press charges. They told me to get out, and I said they have 2 days to decide how to pay me back before I go to the cops. I got back everything else my nephew stole, machete and gas can included, though they'd already used the gas for something. But over the next couple of days, my sister and brother-in-law were blowing up my phone with a ton of messages, both verbal and text. At first, they were calling me heartless because it was right after the holidays and they have 3 kids and a mortgage. Then they started gaslighting me. Then even threatening me. And all of this would go in a repeating cycle. My nephews chimed in from another cell phone and were sending me lots of messages of their own, which were more fake apologies and gaslighting. My eldest nephew even sent me a picture of himself holding a soda can and giving me the middle finger. So I guess they weren't taking my threats of going to the police seriously, because family. When I last spoke with my sister and my brother-in-law, they refused to negotiate any sort of method of repayment for what my nephews did. Even when I suggested they just sell the video games that were purchased with the money from the cans. Then they had the audacity to say I'd actually tempted my nephews by having the cans in my shed to begin with. Oh yes, I'm the devil snake that tempted my nephews with a shed full of cans that just screamed, money, money, money. So, that was it. I went to the police station that morning and filed the reports. I gave them a copy of the video footage of my nephews stealing from my shed. I gave them the broken lock they smashed. I showed them all the texts, which were screenshotted and also given as evidence. Heck, I even gave them a copy of the photo my eldest nephew sent me of him flipping me off. I did tell police that I found it worrisome that my nephews had taken the machete, but they classified it as a tool, especially since they took a lot of other actual tools. So fair enough on that, I suppose. But my nephews were indeed arrested on Saturday. Police came to their house, and my sister and brother-in-law were forced to let them in because they had a warrant. Apparently, all 3 of my nephews went from being cocky little idiots to crying like babies when they were being put in cuffs. I know this because a neighbor I'm acquainted with that's sort of friends with my sister was there to see it. And shortly after the arrest, my sister and brother-in-law were blowing up my phone again. They weren't able to get their kids out of jail until Monday morning, and now the boys are being charged with larceny, willful destruction of property, vandalism, and harassment. The police took this whole case pretty seriously, as there have been complaints about my nephews for some time. But nothing was proven until now. The past few months, bags of cans have actually been going missing all over the area. I don't know if it was all my nephews or not, but they're likely suspects. And with word spreading of their arrest, let's hope other neighbours with security cameras come forward with more footage. My sister and brother-in-law showed up at my house too. I refused to open the door and told them that this all happened because they are enablers who refuse to hold their kids accountable for their actions. That made them just scream and pound on my door more till I threatened to call the police on them too. And since I've done it already, they know I mean it now. So they left without any more trouble. But they then went back to blowing up my phone. I didn't block my sister or my brother-in-law. Instead, I decided to just save all of the messages they send me because I've made the decision to take them to small claims court over this. I don't really need or want the money, and I've already replaced a destroyed padlock with a much better one, but the kids aren't the only ones who need to be taught a lesson. In the end, I hope I put them in enough of a hole that they learn not to screw with me ever again. I also have the full support of my family on this. My parents, aunts, uncles, cousins, etc. They are all supporting me in this because my nephews have stolen from them too. And after banning my nephews from my house, some of them did the same. I'm going to push for my nephews to get community service. And the reason why isn't just because it's a good idea, but also because I know that they'll hate that the most. Whenever they're made to do any kind of work they don't want to, they just stand around griping and act like the whole world is against them. So, hardly anything ever gets done. Well, perhaps a few hundred hours of unpaid work will teach them some manners. They've been spoiled far too much. Well, yeah, OP, I agree with every little thing you said there, especially the fact that they've been spoiled too much. Look, clearly they're not nice people in the first place, but you have to put some blame on their parents, which is exactly what you've done. It's tough, because they're family, but I'm sorry, they're not good parents. And I like the fact that you're like, you know what? Yeah, we've got the nephews arrested, but now we need some punishment on my sister and brother-in-law. I'm sorry. They're the ones that have raised them to be this bad. Look, it's all well and good giving these kids community service. And look, hopefully they're young enough that they're going to understand and be educated and learn that stealing is not a good thing. And in fact, in most places around the world, it's quite illegal. However, for the parents, they're going to come back to them, aren't they? These kids, once they finish their time, they're going to come back to the house. If the parents haven't changed their ways of being a good parent and learning how to teach their kids not to steal and how to be good members of society, then what's the point? In reality, it's the parents that really need to learn. Although the kids need to as well, let's be honest. Entitled mother refuses to wear a mask, then lets her son poop in the middle of a grocery store. Gets arrested. I'm posting this on behalf of my friend. She's got many more stories like this. So, we'll call this store chain Bravigo, and my friend Bella has been working there for the past 4 years. This happened in early 2020, so the panda bear was in full swing with mask mandates, etc. She's working the self-checkout area right by the doors, and notices a woman enter with her screaming child, henceforth known as EM and EC. The entitled mum looks to be in her 40s, and her kid is wearing a school name class of 2020 sweater, so around 11 or 12. Right off the bat, the entitled mum is fuming. Probably from her goblin child screaming blue murder about how he wants McDonald's and waltzes in without a mask. Bella notices and heads over to nicely ask her to put one on. Welcome to Bravigo. Do you need a mask? What? No, I just need a few things. She tries to shove her way past Bella and into the store. But Bella places herself between the entitled mum and the rest of the store. Quick trip, eh? Yeah, I get that, but as per Bravigo policy, all staff and customers over the age of 10 need to be wearing masks in the store. Well, I don't have one. Bella points to a stand with hand sanitizer and mask by the door. Well, right over there we have some, in case people forget. You can get one for you and your son. Mum, I don't want to wear a mask, says the kid. Hush, sweetie, you don't have to. My son is 8. He doesn't need one. And besides, I don't need one either. Look, I just need to grab a few things. I'll be out in a few minutes anyway. The kid then says, Hey, I'm not 8. The mum glares at her kid to shut up, but he keeps whining about how he doesn't want to wear a mask. Look, I understand, Mom, but it's store policy. And if you won't wear a mask, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to shop elsewhere. The door signs clearly state you must wear a mask to shop with us. But I just need a few things. It's not like I'm going all over the store. I want to speak with your manager. Bella says into her walkie-talkie. Hey, manager, I've got a woman at the doors who wants to talk to you. I'll be right there. Is it about masks again? Yep. Okay. Keep her at the doors, please. Can do. And Bella turns to speak to the entitled mum. Please, wait right here and my manager will be right over. You better not keep me waiting. I've got a family to feed. The manager soon shows up and takes over. Good afternoon. How can I help you today? This child, Bella was 20 years old by the way, won't let me in. How am I supposed to feed my family if I can't even enter the store? Well, Mom, you are welcome to do your shopping here if you put on a mask. The manager then notices the class of 2020 shirt on the kid. And your son needs one as well, seeing as he's over 10. He's 8. No, I'm not, Mum. Stop saying that. Be quiet. Mummy's handling this. Don't yell at me. He's stomping his foot and screaming in her face. Don't you take that tone with me. Let me deal with these idiots. Then Mummy will get you McDonald's after. The kid shuts up real quick. The entitled mum says to the manager, smirking, I can't wear a mask and neither can my son. We have asthma and won't be able to breathe. I'm very sorry to hear that, but I'm afraid the rule goes for everyone. No entry without a mask. The entitled mum then frickin' explodes. I swear to God, we'll suffocate with masks on. Are you trying to kill my child? I'm gonna sue if you don't let me in right now. Please, don't raise your voice at me. I'm speaking to you like an adult and I expect the same in return. If you don't want to wear a mask, then you can shop somewhere else. I hear that Small Mart is allowing customers to shop without masks if you'd rather go there. I'll speak however I want. You're infringing my rights as a Canadian citizen to breathe freely. I don't want to go to Small Mart. I'm already here. Just let me do my freaking shopping. The entitled mum is panting like she just ran a marathon, and her crotch fruit pulls her down to whisper something in her ear. The entitled mum smiles like the Grinch after stealing Christmas and nods at her gremlin. He takes off into the store at a run and they lose sight of him in the aisles. The manager sends Bella after the kid while he calls for Bravigo security. Bella is now searching up and down every single aisle in the store and finally finds the kid in the frozen food section, all the way at the other end. He's got his pants around his ankles and is squatting in the middle of the aisle, dropping a massive pile of poop on the floor. He sees Bella and grins at her. Bella gets on the walkie and calls the manager over, telling him what is going on. At this point, the entitled mum has reluctantly put on a mask and storms over with the manager just as her entitled kid drops the last nugget on his steaming pile. He pulls his pants back up and trots over to his mum. There we go. We found him. Now I can shop in peace. Absolutely not, says the manager. You or your son need to clean that up immediately. Heck no. Get her to do it, pointing at Bella. It's her job. No, it's not. Either you clean it up right now, or I'm calling the police. Fine. Go and get me some paper towels. Bella, can you go and grab the cleaning cart by the cash, please? Yeah, no problem. Bella gets the car, and the entitled mum starts picking up the poop. I hope you understand, but once that's cleaned up, you'll need to leave. You and your son are banned for life. What? After this awful display from the both of you, you are not welcome to return. That's not fair. I've been a loyal customer here for years. You can't do this. She then flings the fistful of poop she's got at the manager's head. He managed to dodge it and it splattered on the freezer door behind him, running down the glass, smearing a stinky brown path towards the ground. The manager gets on the walkie and asks for someone to lock the doors and call the cops, while the entitled mum and her entitled kid make a beeline for the exit. Boy, was she fuming when she realized she was locked in. She's screaming at everyone. Her kid is complaining about the poop still stuck to his butt, and everyone else is staying the F away from the crazy lady with poo on her hands, screaming about lawsuits and how she'll have all the employees fired. I'm truly sad I wasn't there to see this poop show unfold in person. But Bella managed to show me the CCTV footage a few days later. I want to see that footage. The cops show up not too long after, in masks and gloves. The station was just down the street from the Bravigo, and the manager uses a side exit to go out and explain the situation. 3 cops enter and head over to where the entitled mum is still screaming like a banshee, sniveling Hellspawn in tow. Mom, you're going to need to come with us. Like heck I am! He's the one you should be arresting, pointing a poopy finger at the manager. He made me clean up some random kid's poop. Mom, you need to calm down and come outside with us, or we'll be forced to detain you. You can come peacefully or in handcuffs. It's your call. The entitled mum rushes the officers, probably to start hitting them or something. And a couple of cops grab her and pin her on the floor, while another cuffs her, reciting her rights. Her kid is scream crying now, telling the cops to leave his mum alone and trying to pull them off her. One cop turns around and grabs the kid in a bear hug, lifting him off the ground as he's kicking and screaming to be let go, and carries him out to the squad cars in front of the store. All while the entitled mum is screaming about child abuse and unlawful detainment and, "You'd better get your hands off my child right now or I'll sue you all to high heaven." The entitled kid is packed into the back of one car, the entitled mum in another, and one cop comes back to finish up with the manager and Bella, taking their statements and getting a copy of the CCTV footage. The entitled mum was charged with disturbing the peace, aggravated assault for the poo flinging, resisting arrest, and trespassing. She never came back to that store and was banned from all Bravigo locations for life, along with her son. The manager ended up cleaning up the poo, not wanting to make his employees do it. I mean, wow, guys, where to even begin with this story? That is some of the most disgusting stuff I've ever read. I feel so bad for all the employees involved. Bella, the manager, even the cops. I mean, having to carry that kid out to a car and put him in your cop car when he's just pooed in the middle of a grocery store. That is vile. As for the mum saying, "No, it's your job to clean up my own son's poop." What? More disgusting human for more reasons than one. I mean, then chucking the it's just crazy. It really is. Wow. What a start to my week. You know what I want to know though? When this kid was whispering into his mum's ear before he ran off and pooed on the floor, do you think he was saying, "Mum, I'm going to sprint off and go and poo on the floor. And she was like, yeah, son, great idea. Go and do it. Like, was that the conversation happening there? I don't know. These two are unbelievable. Let's move on. Tattoos? Why would you do that to yourself? I was at work today and was doing my normal thing. I work at a dessert place where most of my co-workers and myself are college students, and hourly isn't as good, so I try to be as polite as I can to earn tips from my co-workers and me. A lady comes in with her child and I do my usual thing. Hey, how are you? The child excitedly orders some ice cream. Their entitled mum looks at me up and down and pulls her child away from the point of sale. Please don't talk to my child. She then looks at her child. These are people you should avoid. Don't be like him. Then back to me. God, why would you do that to yourself? You look dirty. I have a forearm sleeve on both arms. A Japanese dragon to remember my dad who passed 4 years ago when I was 14, and Japanese clouds on my other arm as a reminder for my mental health to be free and open-minded. I carefully explained to her that these tattoos are to tell a story and they don't make me a bad person. I said this also to mainly reassure the child I wasn't a bad person. I didn't come for your life story, I came for ice cream. Now, can I order? Then I don't understand why your input was needed in the first place. It's part of my culture. And if you can't respect something you don't understand, then I suggest you go somewhere else, because I won't serve you. The entitled mum then begins to throw racial slurs until a family behind her starts arguing with her and defending me. I wasn't exactly too sure what was being said, so I just got my manager to help sort the situation out. The kid actually started crying because his mum was being yelled at by a whole family. Then another customer got involved and said, "Holy heck, can you shut your kid up?" The manager and I both realized the kid doesn't need to go through all of that. From here, my manager kicks the lady out, and that was the end of it. The family that stayed behind did tip me $20, which was pretty nice. Moral of the story, there's much more to someone's story than can be told, rather than from just their physical appearance. Listen, you guys know that I have a tattoo, and if you didn't know that, then check out this video on screen, because pretty much, for a video, I got a tattoo. And there's nothing wrong with tattoos. That's all I'll say. Look, I'm not the biggest fan of them, I'll be honest, but they're not dirty, and especially in this situation, where they mean so much to OP, they're pretty cool and they're pretty memorable. Like, they're there for a reason. It's not just dirt. I don't really get that, point of view. Look, even me, and I'm not a massive fan of tattoos, can say that I understand the reason for getting them, especially in this situation. Like, come on, keep yourself to yourself. Even if you don't like them, don't say this sort of stuff. It's not your business. Just sit down and shut up. Entitled parents won't attend granddaughter's Zoom birthday. My daughter is turning 2 next week. So a few days ago, I sent out an invitation to her Zoom birthday celebration. Due to the pandemic and everyone living in different cities, it will be over video chat. This was the case for her first birthday as well, and it went great. We opened presents, ate cake, and sang happy birthday. It lasted an hour. I was so happy to have mine and my husband's family celebrating our daughter. A day after sending the invitation, my father responds, "Zoom won't work for us. I'd love to FaceTime with you though. Monday would be best. It will be on Google Video Chat, just like last year. Unfortunately, we can't do Monday, it has to be Sunday. Can't, but would be happy to FaceTime." At this point, I needed clarification, so I decided to ask an open question to see if they'd offer up the real issue. Why FaceTime? "Well, it's not about FaceTime or Zoom, it's that we don't know your husband's family that well, and it's a little awkward being in a video chat with them. We'd rather celebrate just us and you." Oh, I would love some community perspective on this. Yeah, this guy's just being weird, sorry. Like, it's not about you and your relationship with someone else. It's about your granddaughter. And if you're too kind of stuck up to get past that fact, then ultimately you don't deserve to be on the Zoom call in the first place. It's just weird. Like, obviously, your daughter wants you there. Your granddaughter, of course, wants you there. It's her second birthday. It's just a bit weird not to go on the call because you don't know someone else that might be on the call. You don't even need to talk to them. It's about your granddaughter. It's not about you. Guys, comment down below on that one. Do you agree with me? It just seems a bit weird. Like, oh no, we actually are available, but on FaceTime, not on Zoom. What a weird lie. Mum wants me to go to school after I vomit all over the toilet. I woke up today to my stomach feeling like trash, so I went to the bathroom, sat on the toilet, and spent a whole hour on it. But my mum doesn't care. All she said is, "You're not sick, you need to go to school." I'm back on the toilet as I type this, because I am sick as anything. And she keeps telling me that I have to go. I keep trying to tell her that I'm sick and I can't go, but she thinks I'm talking back to her. I'm not trying to be rude to her, but she's being rude to me. How am I supposed to deal with this? Help! Now this one takes me back to the glory days of being a school student. I mean, come on. This happens, doesn't it? You know, once in a while, I'll be honest, I did fake being ill to get out of school. And I'm not proud to say that, but it's happened in the past. Well, maybe not fake, but you know when you're not feeling 100%, you know you could go in, but you're just like, I'm ill, I'm too ill, let me just lie in bed and chill for a day. Like, you know, we've all done it. But in this situation, when you're literally vomiting for an hour on the toilet, yeah, at that point, surely your mum goes, oh, you know what? Yeah, you probably actually are sick. How about don't go to school and don't infect loads of other kids? But no, this mum's like, yeah, you must be lying. Clearly not. Like, what do you want this kid to do? Puke on his own mum? Is that really the level that he's got to go to be able to stay at home when he's this sick? It's very strange. Entitled Grandpa thinks we should take his 5 grandchildren to Disneyland. My older sister Pam and her second husband Jerry, not real names, have custody of Jerry's 5 grandchildren. Jerry's son and daughter-in-law are currently serving prison terms for a white-collar crime. The children range in age from 15 down to 5. Pam has and had 2 daughters from her first marriage. I was very involved in my nieces' lives while growing up. My husband and I don't have any children, and we often took the girls together and separately on trips, amusement parks, camping, age-appropriate concerts, and other things. The girls were close in age and had similar interests, so it made things easy to take them places together. Unfortunately, the younger of my nieces died in an automobile accident when she was 18. The older niece now lives over 1,000 miles away, so we don't see her or her only child very often. At a recent family gathering, one of Jerry's youngest grandchildren came up and asked me when I was going to take her and her siblings to Disney World. I told her she must have me mistaken for another person, because I wasn't going to Disney World, so I wouldn't be taking her and her siblings there. She ran off to Pam and started crying. Later, Pam and Jerry asked to speak with my husband and I privately. They wanted to know why we don't take Jerry's grandchildren on trips like we used to take my nieces. It turns out they had told the children that we would take them all to Disney World sometime. Needless to say, my husband and I were shocked. We never took my nieces to Disney World. Most of our trips with them were in our home state or the neighboring states. Plus, we were younger and there were only 2 of them, so we could keep up with them rather easily. Not to mention the cost of taking 2 children is much less than taking 5. My husband and I have been cutting back on expenses and expenditures because we don't know what will happen with the economy and we don't want to jeopardize our own retirement plans. Also, we're basically strangers to Jerry's grandchildren. We didn't meet any of them until Pam and Jerry took custody of them last year, and this family gathering was the first time we've met all 5 of them. Jerry said that they expected us to take the grandchildren on trips like we'd taken Pam's daughters when they were children, because we had no grandchildren, just like we didn't have children. He said we should be happy to have this opportunity to play like we have grandchildren. When we said we'd pass on this opportunity because of the reasons mentioned above, and that these are Jerry's grandchildren and in no way are related to either my husband or myself, Jerry blew up and called us selfish, and said they'd expected us to help out when they took custody of the children, storming off. You know what, wow, just because you've taken other family members on holiday years in the past to places that are not very expensive, you must now take my 5 grandchildren to Disneyland it is mental. It really, really is. The logic, I've got to say, it shocks me to my very core. It really is the classic, isn't it? You have no children, therefore you've got loads of spare money, and we expect you to spend some of that on our children and our grandchildren because we have to spend so much on them normally. Come on. Pitch in. How about this? These people chose not to have kids because they wanted to keep their money for themselves. It really is an unbelievable thought process, isn't it? But some people just don't get it. Mental. Entitled Mum insists her son wasn't drowning. I was a lifeguard for 6 years at a municipal pool in my hometown. We had clear-cut rules, like a required swim test to go to the deep end, swim the width of the pool without touching the ground, and tread water for 1 minute, and no life jackets in the deep end. This was upheld for everyone. Swim team stars and visitors alike had to pass the test, and pass again if there was doubts. It was a small town, so the lifeguards knew who was who, and it was a simple system. Over the 4th of July weekend, my last year there, we had a family come into town, and they had this 4 or 5, maybe even 6-year-old boy who insisted he could swim fine enough to go in the deep end. I told him he had to pass the test first. The mum came over and told me that they were from a city and they let him swim in the deep end there and he could swim fine. I told her I didn't care. Rules were rules and he had to pass the test. She huffed and went and sat in the observation area. Her son failed the test more than once with more than one lifeguard, but the kid still ran and went to the deep end. He swam out to the middle, of course, where none of the tools we use to drag people to the side can reach, with just his face above water. Then he starts moving his arms to push himself under and back up, since he wasn't able to touch the ground, and starts paddling frantically but not moving anywhere. Where I was trained, this is active drowning. I was on the floor, so I jumped in and swam him to the side, him kicking me and yelling to his mum. I put him on the wall and said he had to stay in the shallow end. I got out and his mum was in my face yelling, "Why would you do that? He was fine, that's just how he swims." I simply told her that was active drowning and the other floor lifeguard backed me up. She took all her kids and left, not without getting the number of my boss, who just told her, "Sorry, my lifeguard saved your kid." I will never forget that. I kept my training for 9 years and that was the first and only time I had to jump in after someone. We usually could mediate another way, but mostly all the kids that came were very good swimmers because they were there daily. And the only thing the parent had to say was, "Why would you do that?" Alright guys, how about this? I've got a suggestion. Chuck the kid back in and just let them drown. And look, you might think I'm being sarcastic or joking, I'm not. People need to learn their lesson, and sometimes the only way of doing that is for kids to be murdered. Now look, you may think that's a bit too far, but you're just wrong. I'm sorry, but you just are. By the way, guarantee this woman would have sued if anything actually serious happened to her kid. She just seems like a terrible, terrible person. But yeah, you know, I do often wonder why some people even have kids in the first place if they're just gonna actively ask them to drown. It's very, very weird. Let's move on. This is why I didn't want your brat to watch my movie with me. I won't lie, I find this rather funny. Recently, my friends and I have been playing Predator Hunting Grounds, and I've become interested in watching the Predator movies. As such, I've rented the entire series so I can watch them. This Sunday, my mum told us that she invited the entitled mum and entitled dad of this story to come and visit. They are her cousins. Cool. Are they bringing their kids? I said. Yes. That won't be an issue, will it? Well, I hope not. Yeah, right, lol. By this point, I started the movie Predators and had closed my door. Partway through, I heard them arrive and decided to stay in my room. I wanted to watch my movie, and these super Mormons weren't going to like it. A little while later, I heard my door open. I hit pause. "Hey, you ever heard of knocking? I want to watch TV." It was one of the entitled kids. Not only no, I'm watching my movie on my setup. You need to leave my room now. The kid screeches in eldritch horror and then storms off. Frick. I make my way upstairs to avoid being shouted for, as I know what's gonna happen. As soon as I enter the living room, I get bombarded. "What is this about you telling my child that they can't watch TV?" Firstly, they barged into my room, and yes, my door was closed. Secondly, yes, I told them that they couldn't watch TV on my computer. I'm already watching something, and I don't like others using my computer. "Oh, just let him watch TV. He can finish your movie with you." Yeah, that's a very bad idea. Like a 10 out of 10 bad idea. "Jeez, are you slow or something? Just do what she said," said the entitled dad. Now, internally, I know that this is going to cause an issue, but I say full send. "Fine, only if you're sure." "Yes!" Okay then. The three entitled kids all get the same look of smug success. I make my way back downstairs, and the kid from before is going on about how he wants to watch all these children's shows. I just keep my mouth shut. I didn't want to teach him any new words. Upon reaching my room, I pull up a spare chair for him. I sit in my chair and hit play. A little bit of time passes, and the kid is looking a little bit scared. I hit pause. Last chance. "You really want to be here? Don't make me tell my mum on you." Alright, I hit play. By about this point, the protagonists enter an abandoned drill. They soon found out that the guy that led them is betraying them. The main character then attracts the predators to the drill. I'm keeping an eye on both the screen and the kid. He'd only heard the sound of the predators and was starting to freak out now. By now, the predators appear. The betrayer then gets blown apart by one predator's shoulder cannon. The kid freaked out. He shot out the door and right up the stairs. Hitting pause, I follow at a leisurely pace. Upon hitting the top, I start getting yelled at by the entitled mum. How dare you do this to my baby? You're a horrible person to watch something so horrid. I demand that you make it right immediately. Excuse the heck out of me? You demanded that I let your child watch my movie. But you never said that it was inappropriate. She then says to my mum, I'm shocked you'd let your son watch something like that. At this point, I've snapped. If I'm not mistaken, you and your husband dismissed me saying it was a bad idea, and you leave my mother out of it, so help me God. About 5 seconds of pure silence ensues, only to be broken by my phone going off. As my text tone fills the room on full volume, the kid freezes in fear. It was the Predator sound filling the room. Unfreezing, the kid breaks down crying, and my dad starts laughing. Well, I never. Wait, how did he? Said the dad. They then left, and that's all for now. Now guys, if you're a long-time viewer or listener of my channel, you will know that we've come across stories like this before. I just don't get it. Surely as a parent, right, the first thing you would do when your kid is about to watch a movie or watch a movie with someone else who's older than them is check what the movie is. Look, the idea of watching a movie with an older kid like this, I get it, it's nice. And I'm sure if OP was watching a movie that was, you know, rated not what Predator's rated, like a movie that kids can watch and enjoy, it would have been fine. And OP, yeah, maybe they wouldn't have wanted to watch it with the other kids, these entitled kids, but they couldn't really have had much of an argument, could they? But the fact that it's Predator and these parents just like, you know what, I don't care what the movie is, just go and watch it, mate. It's just strange. And then they have a bad reaction when something, you know, really gory happens and people die. It's just ludicrous. Again, the logic, it just baffles me to my very core. Let's move on. My birth giver. I want to start this by saying I'm not 100% sure if she could be considered an entitled parent by normal standards. But now that I'm older, I'm realizing almost everything she did when I was in her care was beyond not okay, and that she definitely felt entitled to treating me and my brother however she pleased. Quick warning for people sensitive to these topics, and any YouTubers like myself who might find my post and cover it, there are mentions of severe neglect and different types of abuse and manipulation. Some things also might not make total sense, as this is all either things I remember from when I was 3 to 6 years old, and things I've been told by my good family members. Also, some things might be a bit TMI, but it's to emphasize how bad the abuse actually was for it to affect me so severely at such a young age, as well as now. For starters, Rob, my older brother, and I were taken out of our birth giver's custody when I was 2 and he was about 9. Because I was found wandering the streets completely naked and alone by the police. I've heard from mum and grandma that when the police took me back to the house, my birth giver, her husband, and Rob were all asleep. The fact that doors and my playpen had been unlocked and I was able to get out, combined with the mess of laundry and dirty dishes and lack of proper food anywhere, was enough for the police to decide that the house wasn't a safe environment. I'm certain other things went into this decision, but I'll get to that in a minute. Anyways, combined with what was mentioned above, and the fact my birth giver didn't even show up to court to try and win custody over us, gifted Rob and I our great-grandma and her daughter, our great-aunt, as legal guardians, with 24 to 48 hour in-person visits with our birth giver and our husband a couple of times a month. These visits, now that I'm older, haunt me. Rob and I would be picked up about noon by our birth giver and driven to a motel in the same town. There we would spend our given time. We never had proper food, just Kraft cheese slices, which I would eat 3 to 4 at a time because no one told me no, and there was nothing else anyways. I also remember large parties with people I remember looking wide-eyed, being a little too friendly for my liking, and with many missing teeth. Now, I realise now that these people, who I think were friends of our birth giver, were likely drug addicts that she was willingly and regularly inviting around her 3 to 6-year-old daughter and 10 to 13-year-old son. Keep in mind that these visits weren't monitored, which means whatever happened during them, our aunts, who became our mum, and grandma had to rely on Rob and I to tell them about, since my birth giver and her husband clearly wouldn't. Thanks to about a year so far of therapy and thinking more about my early childhood behaviours, and the fact my memory of these parties would completely black out at a certain point, has led myself, my therapist, and mum, who's a counsellor herself, to believe I had been abused while in my birth giver's care, and very likely during those parties. During a recent session, Mum, who sits in with me due to anxiety of being away from her for too long, brought up how I couldn't be alone in the same room with Rob because neither Mum nor Grandma knew the extent of the abuse, and if Rob would continue trying to act out with me in a different environment. Now, it wasn't specified and I didn't ask, but I don't think my brother actually ever did anything. It was more just a precaution to ensure neither of us tried to act out what we'd seen or experienced on each other, which I've learned is what victims of childhood abuse often do. Wow. We don't know it's wrong, but we've experienced it, and we show that by trying to replicate it however we can. At first, my therapist tried to have the benefit of a doubt and point out that in any kid's early developmental stages, they try to touch themselves, or others because they're curious. But after it was confirmed by both Mum and I that I was the 3 to 8 or so year old kid that acted out multiple sex positions with my Barbies and repeatedly tried to myself with whatever I could find, her face visibly fell. When I first started therapy, I'd honestly hoped that I'd never have a story that would make their demeanor go from, this might be something normal, to this is really bad. Back to my birth giver. Her visitation rights were eventually taken away when I was around 5 or 6, after she tried to steal my brother and I back in probably the dumbest way possible. She asked us if we wanted to stay another day, and us, being kids who'd been told by her that our mum and grandma just wanted to keep us away from the person who really loves you, we agreed. So we stayed one extra night. Then she asked if we wanted to stay another, we agreed again. That night, the police showed up. Rob and I were taken back to Mum's house immediately. I remember staring out the window of a car, I can't remember if it was a cop or a family member, and just watching the police and the motel as we drove off. I've got no idea what happened to my birth giver and her husband next, but I remember the only contact she had with us being reduced to phone calls, maybe once a month, and within a few years, those stopped too. Not to mention, she also pierced my ears when I was a baby, let them get infected to the point they had to be removed, and during one of our visits, tried to shove a blunt earring through the completely closed up holes. What? I screamed and cried for a solid 2 minutes while her husband and Rob just sat by watching before she finally stopped because I was moving around too much. Not because I was in pain, but because my thrashing made it difficult. Take a minute to process that. It would be years before she even tried to reach out again. And when she did it the worst way possible. My birth giver showed up, uninvited, to a funeral service for my grandmother. It wasn't a normal funeral, but it was in my grandma's favourite restaurant, and there were friends and family and food. It was basically just a simple get-together to honour her memory, and it was the first time in a solid few years that I'd even seen my brother Rob again. Our birth giver's lies and promises of being better for him, and him specifically, had got into his head, and he'd moved out as soon as physically possible to try and find her. I was excited to see him again, and I was going over to greet him when my birth giver blocked the way. It's important to note that at the time of the funeral, I was about 10 or 11. So keep in mind, I hadn't even heard that woman's voice in at least 4 years. I didn't recognize her, and I was still trying to process my grandma's death. The conversation went like this from what I remember. Hi. You don't remember me, do you? No, sorry, I don't. I'm your mum. Guys, I didn't even have half a second to process what she'd said before Mum swooped in, putting herself between my birth giver and I and telling her to get the F out. She left the building but stuck around outside until Mum and I eventually left. And for the rest of the service, I wasn't allowed outside of the protective circle Mum's friends had formed around me. After my birth giver showed up, I couldn't even properly try to enjoy the food or the good memories of my dead grandma because everyone, including myself, was worried that I'd be kidnapped if more than 2 steps away from Mum or her friends. I'm sure there's more, I just can't remember it at this moment. Trust me, there's still a lot I don't personally remember because my brain blocked it out, and plenty of stories I've not fully heard from Mum. Also, for anyone curious, Mum is indeed my biological aunt, but I call her mum because she's been a better mother than my birth giver ever possibly could. I'm also much happier now and in a much safer environment. And there we go. That concludes possibly one of the saddest entitled parent stories that I've read for a very long time. I don't even know where to begin on this one. Just sad. I couldn't really believe what I was reading the whole time. It kept getting worse and worse as well. Look, the thing is, we're never going to officially know what happened for sure, but just a very, very sad story, and there's not much more I can add than that. I will say that very quickly, it is good that your aunt and your grandma stepped in and took care of you when your own birth giver couldn't, OP, and that you're getting the support now that you didn't get when you were a young kid. That is the only kind of consolation from this story. Otherwise, just dreadful. Now moving on to our second story. Now guys, I'll be honest, this one isn't much better than the first. Entitled mother smokes crack in my basement and insists she's the victim. I guess I need to vent a little, because dealing with my mother is simply mind-boggling. Buckle up, as it's rather long. For some background, I moved away from home over a decade ago. Low contact with mum, as she's just generally problematic. She's never wrong, plays the victim, can't respect boundaries. She moved to my city 3 years ago to be closer, and she genuinely seemed better. Spoiler, she's not. The high cost of living in our city makes it difficult for me to buy a home for my family. So we decide, me and my mum, to buy a home together with separate spaces that can be used for an ADU for her eventually. An ADU is pretty much just a secondary housing unit on a house. Now, I'm hesitant but desperate for a house. And I figure, worst comes to worst, she drives me and my husband nuts, and we sell in 3 to 5 years and move on to something else. Okay, so it's December. We just moved into our new house and things are going okay. I need some batteries, and my mum had mentioned having a bunch in her section of the house if I ever needed any. I asked my 5-year-old if he knows where grandma keeps the batteries, and he happily leads me to her small walk-in closet. I grab a few, pick him up, and turn around. My eyes immediately lock with a crack pipe and torch lighter hanging openly in a basket next to the door. I'm confused, shocked, and a little in denial. My spidey senses had smelled something off several times in the basement, her area, but I brushed it off as a weird chemical cleaner smell that I use on really gentle products. I figured I wasn't used to the smell anymore. Clearly, that was not the case, and the pieces came together. After discussing with my husband, we decide to talk to her about this after dinner when the kids are asleep. I gently explain the same story to my mother about what I discovered that day. She casually confirms, "Yeah, I use it to smoke coke." So, I'm flabbergasted, stunned. She then proceeds to tell me, "It's not a big deal. I'm not sure why we're even having this conversation." She goes on about how I knew this about her. No, I didn't. And while I may have bad experiences with it, she's an adult and makes her own choices. She even says, "I don't know what you want from me. To promise I'll never do it again?" Ha! Like what? If you don't want me around the kids unsupervised, I understand that, and I'm fine with it. I'll keep it out of the house, I guess, if that's what you want. Internally, I'm screaming, "Are you seriously acting like this is a me problem and willing to give up alone time with your grandchildren?" She didn't even flinch. Just straight, cold manipulation. I wait a few days to process. Clearly, treatment or intervention is not an option. Even clearer, I can't have grandma smoking crack in the house where my small kids live. I don't trust her to keep it out of the house, even if I were to agree to that insane proposition, as she insisted to me it was a once-in-a-blue-moon thing, but she was already using within weeks of us living together, and her crack pipe is stationed for easy access. I text her that we need to talk again. "I don't know what there is to talk about," is her response. We meet again after dinner, and I simply say, "We've thought about what you said, and living together is no longer viable for us." Cue a trash show. In her words, this equates to cutting your mother out of your life. She won't sell her share of the property to us. She'll force us to sell at a loss on the market. I will pay for my judgment. She's a good person, and what I'm doing is so wrong. This is my issue, and I should be able to handle it without treating her so horribly. There's no risk to the children. I know her better than that. She expected better of me. I calmed her down enough over the course of a few weeks to convince her selling on the market is simply vindictive without giving me the chance to buy her out, when buying her out is financially better for everyone. She relents, but with a steep price. She wants what she put in for the house. thousands in moving expenses, and money from a car she basically forced on me and had forgiven years ago. Fine. Still better than the alternative. We signed the agreement a few weeks ago and included free living costs until she moves. Yesterday, she accuses me of somehow secretly taking her off the deed or paperwork when we filed it with the county on purchase in December. She signed dozens of documents, and why would I be paying her over $75,000 if that was the case? Then, 30 minutes later, she asked if she can have my kids overnight at her new house in a few weeks. I break it to her that we don't want contact after she moves out due to her behavior. Oh, really? And what behavior is that? She asks. She says she's disappointed that I would choose to act so wrong, but she loves me despite my faults and would treat me better than my actions warrant. Sorry to interject here, guys, but I actually cannot believe what I'm reading. Jeez, I don't know, Mum. Maybe smoking crack in the basement while my kids are home? Lying and trying to manipulate me into thinking I'm in the wrong here? Calling me two-faced and accusing me of swindling you out of something while you walk away with a big bag of cash? Attempting to force my family into financial ruin? She responds, yeah, okay. Now, if you thought the first story was bad, guys, wow, that was insane. You know, the funniest thing about it, if you can laugh at a crazy situation like this, because if you can't laugh, I mean, well, it's too serious, is the fact that this woman is like, what are your issues with me? Like, she's just putting everything onto OP rather than thinking for 1 second, I'm the one doing crack in my basement. Maybe I'm the problem. No, you've got a problem with me. It's just so weird. Again, as I always say, the logic is unbelievable. And yeah, that's all I can really add. My entitled mum got upset with me for not giving her enough attention at my husband's memorial. She ended up calling the police on me. My husband passed away unexpectedly last month. It's honestly the worst thing I've ever had to go through. I'm now a single mum to children aged between 2 and 20. 2 days after my husband passed, my entitled mum came by, but brought her 3 dogs, knowing that one of her dogs isn't friendly with children, and knowing I also have animals. We had my husband's memorial at a local park where we had been married. I struggled to hold it together, and besides brief hellos, I only spoke to those helping set up, and then I gave my speech. I approached my entitled mum when I saw that she'd arrived, said hi, and let her know my brother, who's non-contact with her, was there. Later, I noticed she was gone without even saying goodbye. A few days later, my 20-year-old, he's my stepson, who my entitled mum has never paid any attention to before, gets a message from her, asking him to come and stay the week to paint her house. I spoke to my 20-year-old and my other children's therapists, who all agree it's too soon after losing their father for their brother, who lives with us, to be gone for a week. A few of my younger children are autistic. Later that night, I called my entitled mum to chat about it, and she says, "It's been 3 weeks, you need to get over it." With that, I saw red. I let loose and tell her I'll never be over it. I then threw at her that I noticed that she couldn't even be bothered to say goodbye at the memorial, to which she then had a go at me for having my brother there as it made her uncomfortable. I reminded her that the day wasn't about her. I let loose a lot on that phone call. In the end, I hung up the phone. The next morning, I got a call from the police saying that my entitled mum had called them and told them that I was trying to end my life. I was lucky as I'd spoken to the same officer only 2 days prior, and she told me she got the impression that I'd reach out for help if needed, which is why she chose to call instead of a home visit. Which, given my past history, which my entitled mum knows about, they would have taken me to hospital as a precaution. I've now got no contact with my mum. I fully believe, knowing her, that she only invited my son over as she knows that he has been one of my biggest supports, as retaliation for not giving her enough attention at the memorial. After I went no contact, I found out that she told my other stepson that she only came because it would have looked bad on her if she didn't. Others also told me she kept yelling at my brother and complaining that I wasn't leaning on her for support. I'm so glad I've got no contact. Wow. All I can say to that woman is what a heartless bitch. I'm sorry, but that's the first thing that comes to my mind. There are so many things that she did here that are just downright horrible. For example, saying that she only went to your husband's memorial because she felt like she had to, but calling the police, saying that you're trying to kill yourself, something so deadly serious, which could potentially get you sent off somewhere. I mean, I don't know what would happen in that situation, but it's pretty insane, that's for sure. That is the craziest thing of all. I'm just happy that you've got no contact. All right, now moving on to our second horrible entitled mum. Now, this story actually comes in 2 parts. Am I wrong for wanting to cut ties with my family because they keep being racist and constantly disrespecting my husband and my daughter? I am a white woman, born in Germany and immigrated to the US when I was a child. And my husband is Asian, born and raised in South Korea, and he immigrated to the US when he was in college. We've been together for 7 years, married for 3, and we have a 3-year-old daughter. Now, my family is very racist and never liked my husband, but he's never done anything wrong. They expected me to be with some white American European guy, just like my ex-boyfriends were. At first, I thought they'd get used to him, just like his parents wanted him to be with an Asian woman as well. But then they got used to me, and nowadays we get along pretty well. That never happened. They always treated him in a mean and rude way, made terrible racist comments and jokes about Asian people around him. Sometimes they'd ignore him, and they always treated him differently, comparing to the guys my sisters got married to. I just don't understand how that can be logical to them. This is the healthiest relationship I've ever had. He treats me right, he's a really nice guy, an amazing father to our daughter, educated, comes from a nice family, and if he was white, he'd be everything my parents wanted. When my daughter was born, I thought that things would get better. My mistake. My daughter looks as Asian as her father and nothing like me, so she became their least favorite grandchild, and they also treat her different and make jokes. That angers me so much. We've been trying to raise her speaking the 3 languages we know, English, German, and Korean, but she mixes languages all the time, and my parents freaked out when she accidentally said something in Korean in front of them. From that day until now, they've been telling her that speaking Korean is wrong, but when she mixes English with German, they think it's cute and adorable. They also tell my daughter bad things about the Korean culture to try and make up her mind. Of course, I've tried to talk to them many times, but they always play the victim and refuse to acknowledge they're being racist. We thought about it just recently. I got really angry and told them they're the type of people that would have followed Hitler and such. They're mad at me, and we spent a month or so not speaking. Last weekend, my parents invited me over for dinner, so I thought it could be a good opportunity to start speaking to them again. My husband and my daughter didn't go because they had other plans. When I got there, my mum started telling me about this guy, apparently one of her friend's sons, that just moved here, and how good he is. She said that she told him about me, and he thinks I'm cute, and suggested I should go on a date with him. That was enough for me, so I left and decided to definitely cut ties with them. My husband is extremely family-oriented, and he says I'm overreacting. They're wrong, but they'll always be family, and so on. Some of my friends told me the same thing, but I feel like I just can't stand them constantly disrespecting me, my husband, and my daughter, and now telling me I should cheat on my husband. I'm so mad at them that if I could, I would move to another city just to stay away. Am I overreacting? Now guys, feel free to get your comments in down below whilst you're listening and watching this, but I'm going to move on straight away to part 2 to get the whole story. My mother said the most hurtful things to me about my daughter, and I just want to vent and stay away from her. I'm mostly just venting because there's not much I can do besides cutting ties with my parents. So, a few weeks ago, I found out I was pregnant again. It wasn't planned, but me and my husband already had plans of having a second child in the future, so we were really happy about it. Days after I found out about the pregnancy, I had a miscarriage. When I told my mum about it, she told me these exact words. You need to start taking care of yourself and get into birth control or close your legs. You're not a teenager anymore. You already have an unwanted kid that looks like she has coronavirus. At least you were lucky to get rid of the second one. Those were the most hurtful things someone ever said to me. My daughter was also unplanned because me and my husband were being stupid, but we were already adults. We knew the consequences, and she was never a problem. She's our world now, and we're a very stable family. I don't know how this second pregnancy happened. I was on birth control, but again, it wouldn't be a problem, and we were happy about it. I never thought my own mother could be so mean to me and my daughter, and I feel really hurt. I know her opinions, but her racism towards my daughter was very subtle before, which isn't better, but it's less hurtful than when it's said out loud. She's never said anything like that to my siblings, and she absolutely loves her other grandkids. All of them are white, by the way. I'm sure this is pure racism, and that if it wasn't for the fact that my daughter and husband are Asians, my parents would treat them completely differently. I've tried being patient, talking, asking for respect, but they won't listen to me. All I want right now is to move to another city to stay away from them. Yeah, nuts. That's just blatant racism right there. Even if it's not, completely outright, subtle doesn't make it any better. I'm sorry, but your entitled mum is a filthy racist. That's disgusting. What's crazy to me is that it's racism even despite the fact that she knows how perfect this person is for you and she knows how much you love them. Now look, don't get me wrong, I'm not a racist, but let me try and put myself in a racist shoes for a second. I've got all these preconceptions and wrong opinions about a race. Fine. Surely those original thoughts then come crashing down when I see my own daughter marry someone who they love so much and is such an amazing person, right? I don't know, go with me here. This logic is crazy, but I'm trying to kind of understand it from this mum's perspective. But no, even then she's like, oh, he's Asian, screw him. I guess that's just the life of a racist. Ridiculous. And now moving on to our third story of today's episode. Mum doesn't want daughter to be independent. I am a 28-year-old woman and I've always lived with my mum. Currently, I'm a student at a university and I'm working towards a master's degree. Many people might think, high time to go out and live your own life. But my mum doesn't see things that way. When I was a teenager, my mum would threaten to throw me out if I was disobedient. When I became an adult, I openly talked about wanting to move out and get a job, but she is strongly against the idea. We live in a foreign country where she still hasn't learned the language after 15 years. I'm basically her live-in personal assistant. I do house chores, including repairs and shopping, and I handle phone calls, take dictation, and act as her translator and interpreter. Now, all of that still isn't enough. She's upset when I don't also organize vacations for her, but gets angry at me when I do, and the vacation isn't to her liking. She has no other relatives, no friends, and she has a chronic illness that acts up from time to time and gives her pain. I've always tried my most to support her and do things together to make her feel less lonely. I genuinely feel sorry for her, but I can't live my life out as a personal assistant. I'm a social person. I like to be around people, and I especially like to be with my boyfriend. But she gets extremely upset over any deviation from our daily routine, no matter how minor. If I befriend a new person, she belittles that person behind their back and tries to persuade me to sever ties with them. When I was a kid, I used to do that and lose lots of good friends that way, which she later on would use as evidence that I have no people skills and my friends were traitors. As an adult, I'm not so quick to defriend somebody just because she doesn't like them. And to this day, she still insults my best friends behind their backs and mocks me when I'm on voice calls with my friends, gaming together. It gets even worse when I try to date somebody. She doesn't care if I'm in a relationship, but she doesn't want me to meet up with or visit my boyfriend unless she is present. And if I insinuate that I'll go to him anyway, she threatens to stop paying my allowance. It's for my own good, she says, because she can't trust him yet, and probably never will. And it's her money, so her rules. There's an added level of irony there, because since I was a teenager, she's talked about how she dreamed of me getting married and starting my own family. Like with my friends, she finds new ways to spin things my boyfriend does into a mean light. He could be a prince in shining armor descended from the heavens, and she'll still find something to complain about him. Today, the pettiness reached a whole new level. I feel guilty and angry at the same time. The incidents. I came late for breakfast, so she ate without me and has since been giving me the silent treatment, which is the tactic I hate the most. She's done this quite often, and as a teenager, it broke me down a few times, and I wound up sobbing for forgiveness. Even now, it upsets me a lot. Even when I apologize for getting up late, she doesn't respond. Total hardcore ignore. It doesn't help that it's very hard to get to the bottom of why she's upset when she is. Won't she let slip that she's worried I won't take care of her when she's older? And I think it's a sign that she's afraid that one day her personal assistant will have her own life. And then she'll have nobody, because she had successfully pushed away many people with her meanness. And ironically, the more she clings to me, the more I feel like running far away. Having a heartfelt talk with her never works because she interrupts and yells and fixates on how I'm an ungrateful, deceitful leech who'll abandon her at the drop of a hat. Oh wow, every single characteristic of a narcissist is present in your entitled mother. Go and make friends, but also, I don't like your friends. Go and have a boyfriend, but also, you're only allowed to see him when I go with you. It's just crazy. Like, give this girl some independence. You know, it's just ridiculous, to be honest. My only advice to OP would be, you need to go and start living your own life. Like, you have to sack this woman off. I'm sorry, I know it's your mother, and I know it's easy for me to say, sat here in my bedroom with my keyboard. It's time for you to get out there, live your own life. Because as you said, you cannot be your own mother's personal assistant for the rest of yours. Oh, and by the way, if you are listening to this episode on a podcast platform and you didn't realize, I also post these on my YouTube channel. Just search for Redditor. And if you're watching this right now on YouTube and you can see my lovely room and my lovely keyboard, you're probably thinking, what are you talking about? I didn't know you had a podcast. Well, I do. Spotify, Apple, search for Redditor. I'm there. My mother-in-law locked me out of my own house 3 days in a row. I am a 24-year-old man, and my mother-in-law, who is 60 years old, was evicted from her house, and all of her other children have refused to take her in. My wife and I were nice enough to let her stay in our apartments until she got her housing figured out. This process was supposed to take 2 weeks, but it turned into 3 months. She hasn't helped around the house, and she started to eat our food that she doesn't pay for, and turned my living room into her bedroom where she nods out and watches my TV all day and night. Last week, my wife and I called her out for milking this entire situation. And now she's starting to barricade me from the house every time I come home from work, as well as hiding my work shoes and stealing my clothes. We tried to kick her out, but she's refusing to leave and calling us buttholes even though we took her in. I'm sick of the petty BS that this 60-year-old woman is playing when we were nice enough to let her stay while she figures things out. She is a sociopath, and now I understand why the other siblings didn't want her in their homes. Yeah. Wow. What a woman. First of all, start the eviction straight away. Get that bat gone. Because she is mental, clearly. I mean, seriously, what is she doing? I guess in future, if all the siblings are doing one thing and not letting something happen, probably go with them because they know best. Oh, wow. Well done to them for not letting her in. And yeah, now it's clear to see why they didn't. That is ridiculous. Now, I know it does seem a little bit extreme, and I get that this woman is your wife's mother, but she is locking you out of your own house. At what point do you say, nah, that's enough, I'm going to call the police now? It's getting there, isn't it? Let's be realistic. We're not too far away. Give them a ring. They'd love to hear from you. And now moving on to our third post. My parents threw fake money at me when I exposed their blatant theft to the rest of the family. This happened in 2015. I was 18 and about to move out on my own. Prior to this, I had a savings account my parents had helped me set up, and I've been putting money into it any way I could for 3 years. Birthday money, odd jobs, part-time after-school job washing dishes, all that stuff. And I'd managed to get a few thousand into it. I'd really been wanting to move out because I have 2 little brothers that absolutely drive me up the wall. My parents loved making me the live-in babysitter whenever I wasn't working, which is why I used the excuse to work as much as I could. When the time came that I wanted to move out, my parents said they wanted me to stay because they needed my help, and they were wanting me to start paying rent to help with bills. But I held my ground that I wanted to live on my own. I'd already paid the deposit and first month's rent on an apartment without telling them, and by that point I had a local full-time job. So I was set to move out after about another month. When they found that out, they freaked and told me to get out that day if I wanted to be on my own so bad. I packed what I could and left to go to my aunt and uncle's house. It was a 4-mile ride with a bicycle that I had a small trailer hooked to. When I told my aunt and uncle what happened, they were very angry and took me in right away. A couple of days later, I went to withdraw all the money from my accounts and saw that it was empty. My parents had come in the day prior and cleaned it out. All the bank could do was give me a balance statement saying so. Because my parents were co-signers on the account, that meant that they had access to the money too. I was livid and immediately told my aunt and uncle as soon as I could. They were beyond angry too. Then my aunt got an idea and started calling up other people in the family to tell them what my parents had done. It wasn't long before the poop had hit the fan. My other aunts and uncles, cousins and grandparents were all furious and let my parents have it. I don't know what kind of excuses my parents gave them, but it didn't work. The next time I saw my parents, they showed up to my aunt and uncle's house to yell at me. When they saw me, my mother threw some money at me and called me an ungrateful brat for telling everyone. My aunt then said it was her who told everyone, not me. I looked at the money they'd thrown and it was just some kid play money my little brothers had. I asked where the real money was, and my parents said they'd already used it to pay off a credit card. I said I wanted the money they stole back for real, but they refused and said it was their right to take it since they'd opened the account for me and I still have a job. My expenses at the moment were fine because my next paycheck was deposited in a new account, and I was able to save until the apartment was ready. But my parents took a lot of heat from my aunt and uncle until they left. My cousin also used to babysit for my parents when I was busy, and she not only refused to do so again after what they did, but told me she put out the word to other teen babysitters on social media to avoid my parents because they were thieves. By the time I was living in my apartment, my parents finally couldn't take the social stigma anymore and met me to compromise. They said they couldn't pay me back all at once and asked for a payment plan. Sorry, I have to interrupt here, guys. I'm really sorry. But getting a payment plan from your own parents, like what? Your own parents are demanding a payment plan so that they can pay you back for the money they stole from you. What is that? Anyway, sorry about that. I had to just say that. I had the exact number of the amount they've stolen and said that I wanted it all back. They actually tried to haggle me down to half the total, but I refused to anything but the full amount. They reluctantly agreed and gave me $200 a month in cash for 2 years before it was all paid back. Now I barely ever see my parents, let alone speak to them. And they clearly still blame me for what happened too, because their reputations in the family never recovered. But I don't care. They were thieves that paid the piper. Yeah, OP, too right. They're thieves. I don't care about their reputation. And also, who cares if they're your parents? They are literally stealing from you. They deserve for people to know about that. I'm sorry, but it's true. Guys, I actually had to laugh a little bit at that payment plan. Just one of the most ridiculous things I've ever said. Oh, we stole money from you and we can't pay it back. Oh, yeah. We're your parents, by the way. It is just ludicrous. And sometimes when something is as stupid as that, you have to sit back and go, what have I just read? And that's what I did there, okay? And it was funny. There you go. I'll tell you what, though. As some of the comments are saying on this post, it is a good thing that you do have the support of the rest of your family. Because, yeah, clearly your parents themselves are idiots. But the rest of your family, including your aunt and uncle, clearly seem like good people. The fact that your aunt and uncle were fuming, took you in, were like taking care of you, and then had to go and stood up for you when your parents came. Good stuff. Everyone else now hates them, as they should, because stealing from your own kid doesn't get much worse than that. 2 of them are wrong'uns. The rest of them seem all right. Just stay clear of your actual parents, and the rest of your family, yeah, have good conversations with them. Entitled Parents has their daughter swimming naked at a public pool. To start off, I go swimming at my local rec centre, which is pretty popular. I also mainly swim underwater because I find it much easier than holding myself up. This is important. This happened a few days ago. I was just chilling in the deep end, swimming underwater like usual. About 20 feet away, in the not so deep area, I thought I saw a small butt. Whatever, I've seen a lot of skin-coloured suits. I come up for air, and then when I look ahead, I go, holy snap, there's actually a naked child in this pool. I start feeling awkward, so I turn back around and just stand there for a bit. After a bit, I just go back to swimming. After about 30 seconds underwater, I feel myself getting pulled up, so I just push myself up to the surface. Now enter entitled mum. What the heck are you doing? What? You're looking at my child's parts. She's only 5, you pervert. I'm sorry? I saw you look at her a few minutes ago. Then you went underwater. Oh, I assume you're the mother of that naked girl? So you admit it. You did look at her. Yeah, by accident when I came up for air, I turned around. Then I get pushed underwater. The mum actually held me down for a bit. Next, someone jumps in the water to help me and I get pulled out. I then start hearing her screaming that she was assaulted and violated and other stuff like that. For the record, I wasn't really in danger, mostly because I was only under for about 3 to 5 seconds. Anyways, time for the entry of the absolute freaking legend, the lifeguard. Mom, why were you holding this man underwater? He's a pedo! He was looking at my daughter while she was naked. I'm sorry, naked? From what I've seen, he hasn't left the pool. Well, sure he didn't, but he went underwater while my daughter was naked. Well, yeah, I say, because I only really swim underwater. I can't even see that far underwater. It gets foggy. Wait, is your daughter in the pool? Says the lifeguard. Well, yes, but why does that even freaking matter? He's staring at her. No need for that language, but please explain why your daughter is naked in the pool. Because she doesn't like swimsuits. But that doesn't matter. Call the police and have this boy arrested. Excuse me, sir. Can I hear your side of the story? Well, I was swimming underwater, and when I came up for air, I saw a naked child in the pool about 20 feet away. I just turned around and after a minute or two went back under.
30 seconds later, this woman is pulling me out the water and all this began. Alright, I'm gonna have to ask you to get your daughter out of the water and clothes. Then we'll have to talk to my manager. Finally, something is happening towards punishing this pervert. The lifeguard just winks at me. It was at this point I realized this guy already knew what actually happened and doesn't intend to punish me. I had to go with them, cutting my night shorts, although it was worth it for the fallout. At the pool manager's office, the woman starts yelling the moment we got in about how I was a pervert staring at her naked daughter, the lifeguard assaulted her, the police needed to be called, blah blah blah. The lifeguard then explained what happened from his POV. I gave mine, and then she gave hers. This is everyone's story. The lifeguard said, I saw two people arguing, these two, and from what I heard, she was mad because he was staring at her daughter or something. Then she pushed him under and held him down for a few seconds until I pulled her off. She started screaming about him being a pedo and staring at her naked daughter, and I asked what she meant. She had her daughter swimming naked in the pool. Then I gave my account. I was swimming underwater, and when I came out for air, I noticed there was a naked girl. I turned around because I felt awkward, and after a few minutes, I went back under. Then, this woman came and pulled me out and started screaming. She basically just said what the lifeguard said, then she dunked me and got pulled off. Then came the entitled mum's version of events. He stared at my daughter's vagina, and when I tried to talk to him, he screamed at me. He tried to hit me, so I pushed him. Then the lifeguard came and pushed me and hit me, then screamed at me too, and Alright, so how about we now just check the cameras, said the manager. The mum became suddenly flustered. No, that's not necessary. Let's just let's just watch them so we can get proof of him being a pervert, said the lifeguard. Great reasoning. Let's do it. After this, the mum got in trouble. Not for the naked thing. She really was just told not to do that again. No, she got in trouble for assaulting me. She's not allowed in there for a year, and the police were called. I was asked for a statement, and I told them what I told the manager. I was asked if I wanted to press charges, and I said no. I'm only 16, and I don't feel like having to enter the legal world, as well as I don't want to completely ruin this lady's life. She then screamed, F you, at me, the manager, and the lifeguard. That was the last I saw of her. I'll be honest, parts of this story are quite tough to accept. For example, the lifeguard winking at you. I don't know much about lifeguards, but I do know that they don't often wink at people in the pool, because that is a little bit noncy. So does that happen in this story? Did that really happen in real life? I'm not sure. It does seem a little bit far-fetched, but I'll be interested to see what you guys think. Comment down below. Now look, even if this story isn't real, it still was very entertaining, and I've got to say, on behalf of this mother, why on earth is she telling her kid to go into a public pool with no clothes on? That is the real mystery of this post. Look, whether it's real or not doesn't necessarily matter. This mum is still crazy nonetheless. Now moving on to our next story. Parents get upset that I sold a lawnmower they lowballed me on. I can't sleep, so I guess I'll share this dumb little ordeal. Last year, I obtained a riding lawnmower from a tenant who was planning on moving out. His landlord required that he clear everything out, of course, so he asked me and my grandpa for help to clean out his yard. We did so, and I came across an older Craftsman lawnmower. The lawnmower had been sitting for 8 years, so it was pretty weathered. All 4 tires were flat, it even had moss growing inside the headlight somehow. That all being said, the guy said I could have it for free, so I took it home with me that day. I ordered new tires for the front. The back ones just needed tubes, $70. I ordered a new headlight lens, $30. Got a new starter gear, $10. A new carburetor, $20. Sharpened the blades, and gave it a quick power wash, and surprisingly, it was actually really nice under all the dirt and mold. The mower deck was very solid, not a single rust hole, which is common on many lawnmowers after several years of use. Overall, it was extremely nice for a 27-year-old lawnmower. The engine was a 13.5 horsepower Briggs & Stratton IC, a legendary engine. Its reliability is to be lauded. Despite sitting for 8 years, it was very easy to get it running. I had finally finished it up, and my parents had taken notice. It was September of 2021, so nobody was buying lawnmowers, so it wasn't for sale at the time. Fast forward to March the 1st of this year. I get the lawnmower started back up and tuned, ready for the spring. Once again, my parents take notice, and they want to buy it from me now. I listed the lawnmower for $400, definitely reasonable for the condition and amount of work and money that I'd put into it. The conversation went something like this. Mum asked me, "How much do you want for that?" $400. Dad scoffed. You must be joking, right? No? Unbelievable. Why is that such a problem? Because you got it for free. There's no way I'm paying $400 for a lawnmower knowing that you got it for free. Well, you seem to be forgetting that 1, I put over $100 in for parts and a whole day of work into it. And 2, it's my lawnmower, and I can list it for however much I want, despite how much I initially paid for it. Well, we need to think about whether or not we really want it. Well, alright then, that's fine. But I'm not going to hold it for you. Whoever gives me $400 first gets it. Yesterday, I got a message from someone who was interested in the Facebook Marketplace listing I posted for it. He ended up buying it for the requested $400. Later that same day, I told my mum and dad, guys, the lawnmower is sold. It's gone. But we wanted it. Why would you do that? Because you never told me your decision, and because you didn't want to pay the asking price anyway. But we're a family. You should have had more leeway with us. No, I shouldn't, especially with the way this has played out. I told you both that whoever gives me the cash first gets it, and you acknowledged that. You aren't entitled to cheaper pricing, mainly because I'm not made of money like you. I've got college payments, car repair bills, insurance and registration coming up, and other subscriptions to pay for. It's gone. Done with. I got my request of $400 that you didn't think I should get, so I'm happy. End of disputes. And that was the end of it. The reason it was unexpected is because they've never been like this. I've never seen them so perturbed by something so ridiculous. I'm sure that not many people know a lot about lawnmowers and how much one in a certain condition is worth, but I assure you, that one was worth every cent of $400 despite the condition it was in when I got it. Had I not needed the money, I would have kept it for myself. Yeah, knowing that I got it for free versus not knowing that can really affect how much it's worth to someone, but it doesn't matter. It wasn't in working condition when I got it, which is why it was free. When I was done fixing everything on it, it was in working condition, and it looked good as well. So, here's a logical analysis. Making it actually do its job, and do it well, will significantly increase its value. What a surprise, right? Anyways, that's about it. Yeah, to be honest guys, from what OP has said in this post, I think that $400 is just a very reasonable price anyway, and I know nothing, you might not know this, about lawnmowers. $100 for the parts. That's a flat fee, you can't really argue with that. Therefore, the minimum that OP is going to sell this for is $100, just flat. But then on top of that, the man hours and the technical knowledge of lawnmowers to get it up and running and looking good. It took OP a whole day to fix it. That's bordering on $300 anyway, isn't it? $400 seems very, very fair. OP should be able to make a little bit of profit from it. Yeah, seems reasonable. What is strange is that it's your own parents who you say have a lot of money not wanting to pay $400. So at what point would they then pay for it? $300? $250? Just pay the $400 flat. You're helping out your son anyway. You're keeping the money in the family. It's a bit weird. Don't really get it. And now for our third Entitled Parents post. Entitled Mum wants our upgraded seats for free. This happened a few years ago, pre-pandemic, when flying overseas from the US to Europe. My girlfriend and I were taking a trip to visit a few places in Europe for a vacation. This was her first time overseas, and the first time she'd ever flown on a long-haul flight of more than 3 or 4 hours. In the lead up to the trip, we decided to upgrade our seats from economy to whatever the premium economy variant was for the airline. Seeing as this was my girlfriend's first time on a long flight, I figured it was worth the upgrade for the extra room and perks. In total, we paid roughly $150 total for both of us to upgrade. We boarded the flight and got settled in our seats, which were in the last row of the premium economy section on the right side of the plane. There was no noticeable division or indicators between sections other than a small plaque above our row that said premium economy or whatever. My girlfriend took the window seat, and I sat in the aisle. Now, OP, I hope you don't mean you actually sat in the aisle, because that is very dangerous. The entitled mum of this story and her son, about 9 to 10 years old, then board, and are seated several rows behind us. But in the middle row of the aircraft, it was 2-4-2 seating. Her son has his nose buried in his switch, as you'd expect a kid his age to do. They barely get to their seats when the entitled mum comes up to our row and stares at us with no greeting. She's standing in the aisle as other passengers are trying to get around her to get to their seats. Can you swap seats with my son and I? He likes having a window seat and we don't have one. My girlfriend and I look back at where her son is sitting and then at each other. I try to politely decline her request. Unfortunately, no mum. We paid to upgrade to these seats, so we'd like to keep our assigned seats for this flight. The entitled mum keeps staring at us for a couple of seconds.
More people are awkwardly trying to shuffle around her as she stands there. My son is not a great flyer. He does better when he can sit next to the window. Sorry, but like I said, we paid more money to sit here in premium economy. We're in the last row, so perhaps there's someone else in the rows behind us who'd be willing to swap seats? At this point, a flight attendant notices that the entitled mum is holding up the boarding line and comes over to tell her to take her seat. She goes back to her row, and my girlfriend and I think that that is the end of that exchange and go back to getting settled. After boarding completes, the entitled mum and her son immediately stand up and walk up to our row, standing right in front of us with all of their stuff in hand. The kid still has his face buried in his Switch. So, can we swap seats now? Mum, I already said that we aren't willing to swap seats. As I've said, we paid more so that we could sit here, so we'd like to keep these seats. Awkward, infinite pause. Well, that's just really selfish of you. My son isn't the best flyer, and he likes to have a window to look out of. It's not that big of a deal for you to take our seats so that he can have a window. At this point, I should mention this was an overnight flight, so there isn't going to be anything to look at except darkness for the majority of it. I'm not going to argue with you, Mom. I don't think it's selfish to want to sit in the seats I paid for. I'm sorry you don't have a window seat for your son, but that doesn't mean you're entitled to our seats that we paid an upgrade fee for. The mum continues to stand there silently for a few seconds, as if we'd give in eventually and move if she didn't leave. I'm guessing you don't have kids if you're acting like this. Mom, I don't know what to say to you at this point. If it was that big of a deal for your son to get a window seat, then you should have done so in advance. Did you try asking anyone else if they were willing to swap seats? Well, no one else back there is traveling together, so they aren't going to want to swap. I turn around and see an older couple in the row behind us. A pair of co-workers in another row that were watching a video on one of their phones while laughing, and a middle-aged woman sitting alone in the aisle seats with the window vacant. The entitled mum then starts to open up the overhead bins and she begins putting her stuff in there. Mom, we're not swapping seats with you. I think you're just trying to guilt us into giving up our seats so that you can sit in premium economy. If a window seat was really that important, you'd have moved on and asked other people behind us once we told you we weren't willing to move. You just want us to give you a free upgrade. The entitled mum becomes furious at this point, continues to call us selfish, and says that what I said wasn't true. She then starts to bend over and grab my stuff, like she's going to evict us from the row. Lady, please don't touch any of my stuff and leave us alone. Thankfully, the flight attendant comes up to ask what the problem is. The entitled mum tries to go on a rant that we were denying her kid a window seat and were being selfish and rude to her and her son. After she was done ranting, I explained the actual situation to the flight attendants. Mom, they aren't obligated to swap seats with you. They said no, you need to take your seats now. Please go back to your row. The attendant escorted them back to their seats as the entitled mum huffed and puffed. She then spent the rest of the flight glaring at us from the aisle seats. When the plane finally landed, she rushed to the front of the aircraft ahead of everyone and gave me a solid bump as she passed by with her bag. Definitely wasn't an accident. Her kid was fine for the whole flight, by the way. Anytime we saw him, he was either asleep or was heads down playing his Switch. Oh yeah, that was abundantly obvious from the first minute that I started reading this, that this was not ever about the kid. It was only ever about the entitled mum wanting to be sat in a nicer seat. Simple as that. Some of you guys may not know, but premium economy is pretty much it's a very small upgrade from economy. If you're getting to club and first, that's a massive upgrade, and you know, your seat's insane, you get your own area, etc, etc. Your seat goes flat so you can sleep overnight, etc. It's really nice, but premium economy is just a little bit nicer. A bit more legroom, the seat's a bit comfier, get a bit more better service. It's definitely not a massive upgrade, but it is better than economy, no doubt. There's no way that you'd want to give up your premium economy seat to go and sit in economy. You just wouldn't ever do that. Now, I myself personally would never ever, and I don't think I ever will in my life. I mean, maybe if I'm really sick and I've just got loads of money, I would. But yeah, I can't see myself ever purchasing a seat for a flight in club or first, because that is like 3-4 minimum X the price, and it just seems ridiculous. But upgrading to economy plus or premium economy, I think on overnight flights might well be worth it. The flights from the US to the UK or to Europe are often overnight, and I think when it's, 6 hours minimum, 8 hours plus normally, it might well be worth it, paying a little bit more just so you can sleep and it doesn't ruin your day, if you can, of course. I guess the whole point is that you would never give up your seat unless you really felt that you had to someone like this, given that you've paid more and the seats are an upgrade. It's just pretty embarrassing really from this woman using her kid as a kind of tool to get what she really wants, which is a nicer seat. Oh, he loves looking out a window. Well, why didn't you just book a window seat then? You can go on. When you check in, you can book your seat on any airline now, I'm pretty sure. You can literally select your seat. She didn't do it. No, it was all a lie. She just wanted economy plus. Typical. So there we go, guys. You've made it. 10 hours of stories about crazy Karens. First of all, fair play to you and your family. 10 hours is a long time. In my opinion, that's about 600 minutes, which is quite a few minutes. Let's keep going with this. That's about 3,600 seconds. Let's keep going with this. That's about 36,000 milliseconds. That is quite a few milliseconds, and I really, really hope I've got the maths right, because if I haven't, I'll be angry. The beauty of outros on a 10-hour long episode is that it doesn't matter. I can make this outro 45 minutes, and no one would ever know. Like, in relation to the actual length of the video, it doesn't matter. So I'm going to ramble. I'm going to Titus Bramble. And if you get that reference, you are elite. Let me just say that. Yeah, an outro I can just chill, relax. How was your day? Did you enjoy the 10-hour video? I did. It was a great one, if I do say so myself. The narrator, wow, what a good-looking fellow. Yeah, okay. Anyway, I'll leave it there. If you do want to watch more content, if you, for some reason, want more entitled parent stories, the first 10-hour video I did is on screen right now. You know, for whatever reason, 10 hours of entitled parents isn't enough and you want 20 hours, yeah, check that out. If you are new to the channel and you haven't already done so, after watching me for over 10 hours, subscribe, because at this point, it has to be legally binding. Like, come on. You've watched 10 hours of content. You have this button. You're a fraud. And I'll see you all tomorrow with a normal length episode.